Welcome to AudioBook, Susie channel. We will continue sharing with you martial god Asura, Valkyrie. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 126, Black Gold Blade. At this moment, Chu Feng was surrounded by thunder and lightning, thunder snakes roared, and electric lights danced. He was still alone, he was simply a god of war transformed by thunder and lightning. The power displayed by Chu Feng made everyone stunned. He condensed the spiritual energy into a physical form through martial arts. You must know that in today's Qingzhou, the strongest martial arts are only rank 6 martial arts, and rank 5 martial arts are beyond the reach of many people. However, such a high level of martial arts was mastered by a young man like Chu Feng, which naturally made people both envious and admire. But Ding Zhou, who is confident in his golden armor and steel body, is not afraid. Talking about raising his arms, he rushed towards Chu Feng. In an instant, Thunder Snake and Jin Ming were intertwined. Both of them protected their bodies with their martial skills, and began their most ferocious physical duel. However, just after the fight, the advantages and disadvantages were immediately distinguished. Chu Feng's Thunder Snake was very domineering and possessed absolute attack power, while Ding Chu's golden armor and steel body happened to be a defensive martial skill, and was quickly overwhelmed by Chu Feng. Down. Bang bang bang, the two of them swayed their fists and feet, intertwined with each other. Every time they collided, they would make a harsh sound. Every time they fought, they would set off tyrannical ripples. And Chu Feng is pressing step by step. My god, who is Chu Feng? He actually suppressed Ding Zhou, who was at the 2nd level of Yuanwu, with his 8th level Lingwu cultivation. People exclaimed in surprise, and many people watched with enthusiasm, because the scene in front of them told them a terrible fact. Chu Feng, who relied on spiritual energy to wash his body and condense his martial skills, actually suppressed Ding Zhou, who possessed Yuan strength. It's amazing, I didn't expect this Chu Feng to be so strong. From this point of view, maybe he can really help me win the championship for Zijincheng. Chen Hui and the many guards in Zijin City were very excited. Originally, they had high hopes for Qin Yushi, but they never expected that Chu Feng would be a blockbuster. This made them, who were originally depressed, see hope again. Aren't you going to break me with this golden armor and steel body? How could you be suppressed like this, by me? Chu Feng was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and his mind turned thunder snakes and danced. There was no need to shoot again. Just pressing step by step, he could make that Ding Zhou bang back again and again. No matter how hard he was, he couldn't resist Chu Feng. Razor whip. Suppress me? You're not worthy. Ding Zhou was forced by Chu Feng, and he actually pulled out 2 jet black knives from his Chenkuan bag. Both knives are black in color, and it is impossible to tell what they are made of. The blade is not sharp, but it gives people a very solid feeling. This is by no means an ordinary weapon. Swish. Ding Zhou swung the 2 knives in his hands and turned into 2 black beams. The black beams were very strange, as if they could cut off the spiritual energy and cut off the energy, and actually cut off Chu Feng's lightning whip and dissipated in the air. After cutting off the lightning whip that struck, Ding Zhou turned the defense into an attack and killed Chu Feng. Chu Feng frowned, he never imagined that there would be such a strange weapon in the world that could slash his martial arts, but he was surprised. Chu Feng did not flinch, but his mind turned, and the spiritual energy in his body burst out. Roar, the violent thunder and lightning merged within the body, and turned into a number of long thunder and lightning dragons. The dragon roared, and the sound shook all directions. The tyrannical power even began to shake violently. After all, it's only 4-stage martial arts. No matter how powerful the power is, I can still kill it. Ding Zhou snorted coldly, his offensive continued unabated, and several black lights flashed past, and the thunder and lightning dragons were cut off by him one after another, dissipated, and slashed towards Chu Feng's body. Damn, this guy's knife can really break my Thunderbolt 3. Chu Feng was surprised, this time he finally saw the power of that knife. That's a black gold blade. It is made of black gold and can cut all martial arts below the 5th stage. Someone exclaimed and recognized the origin of the black blade. It's actually a black gold blade. It's a treasure, and it's worth a lot of money. Where did Ding Cho come from to be able to use such a weapon, and there are still two? After learning that Ding Cho had a black gold blade in his hands, people are even more surprised, because the black gold blade is a precious treasure. It's him, I know who he is. At this moment, Chen Weishi, standing beside Chen Hui, opened his small mouth slightly, and a look of shock appeared in his moist eyes. Unfortunately, what's the matter? What's wrong with Ding Cho? Chen Hui also realized that something was wrong and asked quickly. Two black gold blades, absolutely can't be wrong, it must be him. In the assessment of my core disciple of Lingyan sect, a disciple killed a monster with strength at the 3rd level of Yuanwu, and won the core disciple of the year. The first place in the examination. It's just that no one can see the face of that person, and no one knows who that person is. It has become a mystery. However, some people saw that it was a young man with two black and gold blades. Chen Wenxi dignified the way. What? That Ding Cho is so powerful. Not only Chen Hui, but the surrounding Zijin city guards all opened their mouths wide and their faces were full of horror. The monster is a very powerful existence. The monster of the 3rd level of Yuanwu is even more amazing. Ding Cho was able to kill the monster, which is enough to show how terrifying this child is. This is definitely a genius. Swish on the Bidu stage, the black light flickered, and Ding Chu's offensive was extremely fierce. At this moment, Chu Feng could only rely on the absoluteness of Yu Kongshu to run around on the Bidu stage, aiming at the blind spot of Ding Cho, with 3 thunderous strikes. Mobile attack. But this Ding Cho really couldn't take a peek, his reaction was extremely sensitive, he couldn't do anything to Chu Feng's attack. It's useless, this black gold blade can cut all martial arts below the 5th rank. Although your thunder martial skill is not weaker than the 5th rank martial skill, it is actually a 4th rank martial skill, and it will not pose any threat to me. Ding Cho, the figure was vertical, and he rushed towards Chu Feng again, and this time the speed was faster than before. A rank 5 martial arts? Thank you so much for reminding me. But at this moment, Chu Feng no longer dodged, instead a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he actually stood there waiting for Ding Chu's arrival. Then Chu Feng is so stupid, why didn't he hide? Seeing this scene, people were shocked, because the power of the black gold blade was no small matter, and it could even cut through martial arts. If this blade fell on Chu Feng, it would be unimaginable. But at this moment, Chu Feng suddenly clenched his fists with both hands, and a golden spear, condensed in his hands, stepped forward with his feet, and swung his arms. The golden spear in his hand turned into a golden dragon, and swept away. Then I heard a loud bang, and the black gold blade in Ding Chu's hand was shaken and flew away, and when I looked at Ding Cho again, I took a few steps backwards. The palm of the left hand that lost the black gold blade was already covered in blood. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 127, The 7 Wounds Fist. A black golden blade had escaped from Ding Chu's hand, flew out of the platform, and inserted it into the ground. Ding Chu's left hand was dripping a large amount of blood, obviously not lightly injured. Looking at Chu Feng again, he clenched his hands tightly, and there was a long golden spear lying in the middle. The golden spear flickered. Although it was made of golden light, it was extremely tyrannical and exuded an oppressive power. You said, unless you have a 5-stage martial skill, you can cut it off. Then, I will simply show you what a 5th stage martial skill is. Chu Feng pointed his golden spear at Ding Cho. My god, that kind of power is undoubtedly a rank 5 martial skill. It is really a rank 5 martial skill. Then Chu Feng actually mastered a rank 5 martial skill. At this moment, there were exclamations inside and outside the square. It wasn't that no one had mastered the 5th rank martial skill, but it was unheard of for someone at Chu Feng's age to be able to master the 5th rank martial skill. After all, the 5th stage of martial arts has extremely high requirements on the system and comprehension. Therefore, most of the fifth stage martial arts are those who have cultivated martial arts for many years, have a certain understanding of the way of martial arts, and have reached a certain level of cultivation. Only those who have successfully cultivated. And at Chu Feng's age, it is unreasonable to be able to master the fifth stage of martial arts with this kind of cultivation. Could it be that this son is really a once-in-a-century genius? At this moment, many people have such thoughts in their hearts, because Chu Feng's performance is really shocking, breaking people's perceptions of him time and time again. At first, people thought that Chu Feng was a scumbag, and they laughed at how Zijiancheng found such a thing. But now, looking at him, he was a weakling, he was a rare genius that could not be seen in 100 years. Especially the rookies of Zijin City, their emotions were the most complicated at the moment. Before, they looked down on Chu Feng everywhere, and felt that Chu Feng had lost their face in Zijin City. But looking at it now, they can't be compared to Chu Feng, because Chu Feng is so much better than them, which really makes them ashamed. The Qinglong sect is going to rise, and if such a disciple appears in the Qinglong sect, he will definitely have great achievements in the future, and he will never be a second-class section. What's more, it even predicted that Chu Feng would lead the rise of the Azure Dragon sect, because Chu Feng's performance was too eye-catching. Although he was a second-class sect disciple, he was still overwhelming the first-class sect disciples. Moreover, his age is still so young, whether it is martial arts training time or fighting experience, he is far inferior to others, and these just highlight Chu Feng's defiantness. It's so powerful, this son is so powerful, no wonder Miss Su Ro would say such things. Chen Hui and the others were shocked and felt that victory was in sight this time. Only Chen Weishou frowned and said, "It won't be so simple, don't underestimate that Ding Chou. He is by no means an ordinary person to be able to get the first place in the assessment of the core disciples of Lingyun sect. Furthermore, it was a year ago when he killed the monster, and it is impossible for him to make no progress during this year. After all, the 5th rank martial arts are not only possessed by the Azure Dragon sect, and the 5th rank martial arts are even more abundant in my Lingyun sect." "Unfortunately, what do you mean?" Hearing Chen Weishi's words, Chen Hui and others were also uneasy, because they suddenly remembered that Ling Yanzong was the first sect in Qingzhou, and that was the best in Qingzhou, where genius is assembled. And that Ding Qiu can get the first place in the core disciple assessment. He is simply a genius among geniuses, and his strength may be more than that. 5 Dan martial arts, do you think it's only you who can't do it? Young master has enough to play with you today, I'm tired of it, I decided to deal with you, I will let you open your eyes and let you see what the real 5 Dan martial arts are. Suddenly, Ding Chu's aura began to change, an indescribably powerful force was exploding in his body, and his whole person's cultivation level began to skyrocket. Even his injured left hand began to heal, and the whole person seemed to be reborn. Even Do Tai trembled violently because of his changes. Under his feet, cracks permeated his debut, and layers of primordial energy, visible to the naked eye, began to surround him, rotating with him like a layer of Yuan force shield. This aura is so strong, his strength is changing and increasing. My god, he has reached the peak of the 2nd level of Yuan Wu. What kind of martial art is this? It can actually achieve such an essential change. Feeling the constant aura, the enhanced Ding Chou, everyone exclaimed. Impossible, he actually cultivated this martial skill. How is it possible? This is a martial skill that many core disciples have studied for several years, but could not master it, full of shock. Unfortunately, what kind of martial art is this? Chen Hui and the others asked in unison. This is the 5th rank martial skill in my Rising Cloud sect, known as the most difficult to cultivate, and it is also known as the strongest 5th rank martial skill, the 7 Wounds Fist. Chen Wenxi's tone was full of amazement. Drink at this moment, Ding Chou suddenly let out a loud shout, spread his legs apart, and stepped down hard. He actually stepped on the Badutai into 2 deep pits and plunged his legs into it. Chu Feng punched in the air. Well, the fist blasted out, and there was actually a tragic howl, and the invisible Yuan force surged out, gradually turning into a solid body, forming a translucent Yuan force fist, and with that unstoppable power, it flew towards Chu Feng. This punch is extremely fast, and it is almost unavoidable. Facing this situation, Chu Feng suddenly swung his right arm, and the golden spear in his hand was thrown out. Bang! The two were facing each other, and suddenly there was a harsh roar, and the tyrannical energy ripple spread in the air, forming a whirlwind of airflow that swept away. There are some means, but next, I'll see how you resist. Ding Cho sneered coldly, and then shouted angrily the next time, and he threw out several fists. The dense fists of Yuan Li roared in the air. The power of each punch was no weaker than the previous one. The power was terrifying. Humph, then I'll show you how I resisted. Seeing this, Chu Feng snorted coldly, and suddenly clenched his left hand to form a golden shield. This shield was very large, and if it was placed horizontally in front of him, it could just block him. Boom boom boom! At this moment, the Yuan Li fist had arrived, and it began to bombard the golden shield in an endless stream. The powerful impact force made the golden shield fade away quickly, and it was unable to resist the impact and was about to dissipate. I don't believe it, I will lose to you today. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, and began to continuously instill the spiritual power in his body on the golden shield in his left hand, so as to maintain the shape of the golden shield and resist Ding Chu's decisive, killing 7 wounds. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 128, Peerless Wizards. Is it blocked? Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of the Yuan Li fist was no small matter, and even some of the experts present had to treat it with dignity. Because that lore-killing 7 wounds fist was by no means comparable to an ordinary rank 5 martial skill, it was a superior martial skill among the 5th rank martial skills, but even such a tyrannical attack was actually blocked by Chu Feng. However, compared to others, Chen Weishi frowned and said not optimistically, no way, Chu Feng won't be able to hold on for long. The decisive killing 7 wounds fist, that is not a simple 5-stage martial skill, it is definitely not what you think. It's that simple. In fact, as Chen Wenxi said, although Chu Feng blocked Ding Chu's 7 wounds fist at the moment, he only blocked it, and he had no ability to fight back. I want to see how long you can last. Suddenly, the air around Ding Cho trembled, his breath changed again, the vitality fist he blasted became stronger again, and the speed was getting faster and faster, and the power was even more fierce to the extreme. Bang bang bang. The fist of vitality, translucent color, continuously exploded on the golden shield. The powerful impulse made it difficult for Chu Feng to resist, and he began to retreat step by step. Damn, why is this guy so powerful? Chu Feng had to face this Ding Cho, because with his strength, even if the opponent was the 2nd level Yuan Wu, he could easily win. His methods are very powerful, and he is the most powerful opponent that Chu Feng has ever encountered among his peers. Hee hee, idiot, do you want me to lend you my power? A naughty voice came from Dandan's mind. No, I can rely on my own strength to defeat him. Chu Feng was very stubborn, because he had not yet reached the end of the road, and he had to rely on Dandan's cultivation. He had to rely on his own strength to defeat this Ding Cho. Chu Feng's thoughts moved, and a layer of enchantment power overflowed, covering the golden shield. At this moment, the strength of the golden shield suddenly increased several times. Shield shatters. After relying on the power of the enchantment to increase the defensive power of the golden shield, Chu Feng clenched his right hand and held a golden long sword in his hand. His profound art was running and his spiritual energy was boiling. Go ahead. Look, that Chu Feng is actually walking forward, and he actually resisted the decisive, killing 7 wounds. My God, how is it possible? It is a miracle that Chu Feng can withstand such a powerful martial skill, and he can still move forward. People exclaimed in amazement, and the square was boiling. This kind of battle has gone beyond people's imagination. It can be said to be the most fierce battle in the previous rookie conferences. Because this is already out, people's perception of the junior has subverted people's imagination. This is not a duel between rookies at all, but a duel between 2 geniuses, 2 real geniuses. At this moment, Chu Feng was holding a golden shield in his hand and a golden long sword in his right. Although Yuan Li's fists continued to explode around him, Chu Feng was unmoved, as if nothing could resist his advance. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Every time Chu Feng took a step, he would tremble violently on the platform, leaving a deep footprint. Every step he took would consume a lot of spiritual energy. Great price. But even so, it still can't weaken his determination to move forward. The shield in his left hand is getting tighter and tighter, and the long sword in his right hand is getting more and more stable. If you look closely, you can see that in his eyes, there were lightning flashes. That is definitely not the change produced by the Thunderbolt 3 styles, but the reaction in Chu Feng's body. At this moment, Chu Feng has already exerted his power to the extreme, and this is the strongest Chu Feng. How could this be? That Chu Feng can actually achieve this step, he is only the 8th level of Lingguo. Su Hen's eyes were locked, and his resolute face was full of tension. Not to mention that Su Hen, even Su Ro, opened her mouth in surprise. Although she knew for a long time that Chu Feng was a rare genius, she never thought that Chu Feng would be so strong. I don't believe it, you can really resist my slaying 7 wounds. Seeing that his absolute offensive was unable to shake Chu Feng, Ding Chou was also completely angry. He roared again, the surrounding Yuan force spread out, and his breath increased several times again. At this moment, he has already stepped into the 3rd level of Yuan Wu. What's going on? That Ding Chu's cultivation has actually changed. How could he suddenly exude the aura of the 3rd level of Yuan Wu? Could it be that he was the 3rd level of Yuan Wu from the beginning, and used special means to hide his strength? Now his cultivation is his true cultivation. Feeling Ding Chu's change in cultivation, people felt unbelievable. No, it wasn't that Ding Chou hid his strength, but he increased his strength. This is exactly the power of the 7 Wounds Fist. It was the 7 Wounds Fist that enhanced his cultivation. I didn't expect Ding Chu's talent to be so great that he was able to cultivate the 7 Wounds boxing to the 3rd level. Chen Weixi's face was full of inconceivable. In the eyes of many people, she was already a martial arts genius, but compared to that Ding Chou, he was ordinary and like a mediocre. Because, as the core disciple of the Rising Cloud sect, she deeply knows that the 7 Wounds Fist is powerful. Although it is a 5th rank martial skill, it is also one of the sect-suppressing martial arts of the Rising Cloud sect, and it is definitely not something that ordinary disciples can master. What? Is it actually relying on martial arts to raise the strength from the 2nd level of Yuan Wu to the 3rd level of Yuan Wu? How can there be such a powerful martial arts in the world? Hearing Chen Wei's remarks, Chen Hui and the others were horrified and could no longer keep their composure, because the 7 Wounds Fist was too powerful. Such a martial skill was definitely the most powerful martial skill they had ever seen. No, that Chu Feng's pace has not stopped, he is still walking forward, but his aura has not changed. How could this be? How did he do it? And what did he support, so that he could Wu Bajung's cultivation base can resist such a powerful attack? But upon closer inspection, the expressions of Chen Hui and the others changed drastically again, because they were shocked to realize that although Ding Chu's cultivation had changed from the 2nd level of Yuan Wu to the 3rd level of Yuan Wu, his decisive killing 7 Wounds Fist, from quality to the top has been improved, but it still suppresses Chu Feng at the moment. It's terrifying, then Chu Feng is a monster, it's just common sense. Everyone was amazed, with horror on their faces, and even some people's bodies were shaking with excitement, because they felt that they had witnessed the birth of a peerless genius. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 129, Affectionate Kiss. Under the gazes of countless people, Chu Feng walked forward step by step and finally came to the front of Ding Chou. He held a golden shield on the left and a long golden sword on the right, pointed at Ding Chou and said, "It's over." Shoo, as soon as the words fell, Chu Feng made a lightning-like shot, and lightning surged under his feet, and he disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind that Ding Chou. "Hugh, look down on me." Ding Chu's reaction was extremely fast. He turned his body and threw a punch, and a fist of Yuanli slammed towards Chu Feng, who was close at hand. Humph. Chu Feng snorted coldly, dissipated the golden shield in his left hand, and clenched the golden long sword with both hands, his body slightly sideways, and actually avoided the fist of Yuan Li. Chu Feng came to Ding Chu's body and thrust his arm straight forward, only to hear a pop. That golden long sword had already pierced into Ding Chu's chest. Wow, the long sword pierced through Ding Chu's chest, and his face suddenly turned pale. Not only did he stop the attack in his hand, but he opened his mouth and spat out a big mouthful of blood. Suddenly, he roared at the sky again, as if to vent his unwillingness in his heart. After roaring for a while, he fell to the ground with a thud, and lay powerlessly on the platform. Even his eyes became dark. Whooshin, as if he can no longer use any strength, it can be seen that the tyrannical decisive killing 7 wounding fist is also a great burden on him, and he has already reached the limit. Looking at Chu Feng again, although his face was also pale, his face was covered with beads of sweat, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and he was panting, showing a state of exhaustion, but he still stood there, standing there. It has long been unrecognizable, with a devastated face on the stage. When Chu Feng won, in this peak duel between the two geniuses, in the end, Chu Feng won. This disciple from the second-class sect successfully defeated the core disciples of the first-class sect, and even defeated a genius-level disciple of Ling Yun's sect, and successfully won the championship of this rookie conference. Wow, at this moment, there was thunderous applause inside and outside the square, and people were cheering for Chu Feng, because when a young man of the 8th level of Ling Wu successfully defeated the 2nd level of Yuan Wu, people could no longer control the excitement in their hearts. I couldn't help but want to applaud and cheer for this young boy. Chu Feng, you are amazing. At the moment when the cheering sound resounded, a beautiful figure suddenly rushed up to the stage and hugged Chu Feng. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be surprised, because this is not someone else, but the city owner of Suzaku City, Su Hen's 3rd daughter, Su Mei. What's the matter? Isn't that the 3rd Miss Su family, Su Mei? Isn't he Shang Guanya's fiancé? Why is he so close to that Chu Feng? What is the relationship between the two? There was constant speculation in the crowd. After all, everyone in Suzaku City knew that Su Mei was the fiancé of Shang Guanya. This marriage was already confirmed when Su Mei was just born. But at this moment, what is Su Mei's move? To actually hug Chu Feng in front of so many people, isn't this a slap in the face of the Guan's family and Guanya's face? Damn. Standing outside the square, Shang Guanya clenched his fists and his eyes were cold. Because Su Mei's actions were undoubtedly in front of everyone, he gave him a green hat and made him face. None exist. Roar, this. Even Su Hen's expression changed drastically, realizing that something was wrong. Father, anyway, you have promised me that as long as Chu Feng can win that Ding Chou, you will dissolve Xiao Mei's engagement with Shang Guanya? Anyway, this marriage will be dissolved sooner or later, so why should you worry about other people's opinions? You should be able to see that compared to Shang Guanya, Chu Feng is better, right? Wouldn't it be better to marry Xiao Mei to Chu Feng? Su Ro smiled charmingly, as if she had expected this result. You girl, this matter is not as simple as you think. Su Hen didn't know what to do. Obviously, this made him very embarrassed. But at this moment, Su Mei made an even more surprising move. She actually pursed her pink lips and kissed Chu Feng's cheek, and Chu Feng didn't dodge. It became a scene that left everyone stunned. That was the 3rd Miss Su family, the fiancé of Shang Guanya, the future owner of the Shangguan family, who kissed Chu Feng in front of everyone. Damn, I'm going to slaughter that Chu Feng. Shang Guanya couldn't bear this scene. He was so angry that he wanted to shoot when he spoke. Pa. But at this moment, a dry and powerful palm slapped Shang Guanya's shoulder, and a powerful profound energy poured into his body, instantly fluctuating all his yuan energy, suppressing it. Go back. Grandpa? Looking back, Shang Guanya couldn't help but be stunned, because at the moment behind him stood a one-eyed old man with all white beard but blind in one eye, and this old man is now the head of the Shangguan family. Shang Guanyu. What are you doing? Do you want to shoot in front of Su Hen? Don't forget that he is the owner of this Vermilion Bird City. Shang Guanyu's voice was very calm. But... Sheng Wan-yi cast his eyes on Chu Feng, gnashing his teeth in hatred. The time hasn't come yet, and my Shengguan family can't turn against the Su family. Shengguan said in a low voice. Then why don't you just leave him alone? Shengguan Ye was indignant. No. Shengguan Yu shook his head and said ruthlessly, this son must be eliminated. At this moment, Chu Feng was completely immersed in the joy of victory. It wasn't until Su Mei's affectionate kiss that he suddenly reacted. He couldn't help but stop Su Mei's tender waist and said with a smile, You girl, are you confused by my heroic appearance? Do you want to give me a favor? Who wants to promise each other, rascal? Previously, it was only out of excitement and overexcited that she would make an outrageous move, but at this moment, when Chu Feng was hugging her waist like this, Su Mei's face was pink, and she pushed Chu Feng away embarrassedly. Ugh, but at this moment, Ding Chou, who was lying not far away, screamed in pain, and his body twitched, his breath became extremely weak, and finally his pale skin became blue, even his eyes turned up, foaming at the mouth, as if about to die. Damn it, it's just a sparring, you actually killed Ding Chou. Seeing that the momentum was not right, the city lord of Fengyan City rushed up and pointed at Chu Feng and scolded. Fuck, Ding Chu's attack was even more ruthless than Chu Feng's. If it wasn't for Chu Feng's extraordinary strength, he would have died under his indiscriminate bombardment. You're actually blaming him for killing him now? If he killed him, Ding Chou would have died long ago. Why would he still be lying here panting? Su Mei, who was standing beside Chu Feng, retorted indignantly. As for Su Mei's scolding, the city lord of Storm Cloud City was speechless for a while, looking very embarrassed. He could accuse Chu Feng and even take action against Chu Feng, but facing this third Miss Su family, he did not even dare to refute it. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 130, The Secret of the Su Family. Ding Chu's injury at the moment is not caused by Chu Feng, but by himself. At this moment, Chen Wenxi walked over slowly. What do you mean? The city lord of Fengyan City was puzzled. The 7 wounds fist of the deadly killing has 7 layers. Each layer can stimulate the potential in the body and gain extraordinary power, and this power also comes at a price. Each layer will cause a certain amount of damage to the body. It is said that if you cultivate to the 7th floor, you will gain dozens of times the power of your own body, but after this power disappears, you will be paralyzed and lose all your cultivation since then. The 7 wounds fist of the deadly killing, there is a great chance that this punch will definitely kill the opponent, but it is also a real double-edged sword. The stronger the power obtained, the greater the price paid. This Ding Chou has cultivated to the 3rd level. Although he will not destroy his cultivation, he will also suffer great trauma. He will need to cultivate for at least 2 months before he can get out of bed. Ding Chou, who is in great pain, Chen Wenxi explained in detail. Hearing these words, Chu Feng and the others couldn't help but cast their pitying gazes on Ding Chou. The principle that extremes must be reversed was verified on Ding Chou at this moment. However, at this moment, Chen Weixing cast his meaningful gaze on Chu Feng, who was able to push Ding Chou to such a point, and finally won the victory. Right now, he can still stand here like no one else, and Chu Feng will leave it to her. Made a very deep impression. She doesn't know if she is such a genius, but at least she has the most terrifying talent among the people she has ever met. It is hard for her to imagine how strong Chu Feng would be when she was the same age as her. After that, the rookie convention came to an end, and Chu Feng brought people a huge surprise. The battle between him and Ding Chou was a classic, and it was hailed as the most exciting duel since the previous rookie conventions. And the impression that Chu Feng left on people is even more indelible. People feel that they have witnessed the birth of a genius, and a genius has appeared in the Azure Dragon sect. This genius is likely to change the fate of the Azure Dragon sect, and may lead the once most glorious sect in Kyushu back to its glorious path. Even if it is not as prosperous as it used to be, it is likely to become a first-class section. Even Zijin Cheng has attracted much attention because of this. Many people who look down on Zijin Cheng have begun to get close to Chen Hui. The reason for this is naturally because of Chu Feng. Because of Chu Feng, Zijiancheng won the championship of this rookie conference and was exempted from the tribute tax this year. This made Chen Hui very happy, but the most happy thing was not that the tribute tax was exempted, but that such a talent appeared in Zijiancheng. Let his face light up, and let him finally raise his head in front of many city lords. The rookie convention came to an end. While everyone was talking about the name Chu Feng did not leave Suzaku City, but was invited by Su Hen to stay in Suzaku City for a few days. For this kind of thing, everyone can understand, Chu Feng's talent has been shown, anyone with a little wisdom will try their best to win, not to mention Su Hen, even the city lords of other cities have begun to inquire about the news of the Chu family. To secretly befriend Chu Feng's family. Chu Feng, you guys don't listen to me. Forget what I told you, you need to cultivate gradually, in a circular manner. If you continue like this, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later. In a certain garden in Vermilion Bird City, Chu Feng and Su Mei walked side by side. Although he was happy for Chu Feng's victory this time, this girl was also worried about Chu Feng's rapidly growing cultivation. Hey, don't worry, girl, you don't know who I am, Chu Feng, do you? I'm not someone who is eager for quick success and quick profits. Regarding cultivation, I have a sense of balance in my heart, and I won't hurt myself. What's more, if after a year, if I can't defeat that Gong Luyan, even if he doesn't kill me, I don't have the face to continue living. You guy, you are too impulsive. Speaking of this matter, Su Mei's face was full of sadness. That Gong Luyan was the first disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, but in fact, even the first disciples of some first-class sects were not necessarily stronger than that Gong Luyan. Gong Luyan was a real genius. At only 20 years old, he was already at the first level of Xuanwu, which was on a par with her sister Su Rao. It was like a fantasy for Chu Feng to catch up with Gong Luyan in less than a year. Hey, don't worry, I have a sense of balance, you have to trust me. It's your sisters, who came from such a wealthy family, why did you choose to join the Azure Dragon sect? Chu Feng felt that Su Mei was in a bad mood, and quickly changed the subject. Mentioning this matter, Su Mei's sweet little face suddenly changed, showing a look of embarrassment. Forget it, if it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't ask. Chu Feng smiled knowingly. No. Seeing this, Su Mei suddenly became nervous, as if she was afraid of what Chu Feng would think of her. After carefully looking around, he grabbed Chu Feng's arm and pulled Chu Feng into a room. After closing the door, Su Mei carefully looked out through the crack for a while, then looked at Chu Feng and said, "Use your mental power to sense it to see if there is anyone nearby." "I've sensed it, it's very safe." Chu Feng also realized that something was wrong, but the more curious he became, because he always felt that there seemed to be some secret hidden here. "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this matter is of great importance and I shouldn't mention it to anyone, but since you asked, Su Mei was a little embarrassed. "If it's a secret, then forget it." Chu Feng smiled, he didn't want to embarrass Su Mei. At this moment, Su Mei gritted her teeth and said, "Who do you think is the most powerful figure in Qingzhou's past?" "Of course he is the founder of my Qinglong school, the Taoist Qinglong. Isn't his old man claiming to be the #1 powerhouse in the 9 provinces continent back then? Even the Jiang dynasty is extremely jealous of him?" Chu Feng replied. "No." Su Mei shook her head and said, "The Taoist Qinglong is indeed powerful, but he is not the most powerful person who has ever appeared in Qingzhou." "Oh. Is there someone more powerful than his old man?" Chu Feng became more curious. "Well, but this is just a legend that has not been verified. It is said that 10,000 years ago, Kyushu University was still a wilderness, and the population at that time was far less than 1% of today's. The Jiang dynasty has not yet appeared, and the various sects have not risen. The word Shouwu is very unfamiliar to people, because at that time, those who mastered the art of martial arts would not pass the method of martial arts to outsiders. So there were very few martial arts practitioners in Kyushu University at that time. Only 9 aristocratic families knew the method of martial arts. These 9 aristocratic families occupy Kyushu respectively, and the family that occupies my Qingzhou is called the Qing family. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 131, Emperor Burial. Qing family? Not to mention the origin of the Qingzhou, is this because the Qing family failed? Chu Feng asked. That's right, the current name of Kyushu was indeed derived from the 9 aristocratic martial arts families at that time. The 9 aristocratic families are of equal strength, forming a situation where each occupies a state and does not invade each other. This situation has been maintained for about 200 years, but it has changed due to a change. Sume said. Change? What change? Chu Feng became more curious. That year, the Qing family gave birth to a son. On the day of that son's birth, the sky was full of golden light, covering the entire sky. For huge beasts galloped and roared in the air, shaking the entire continental six. And that son is even more talented and intelligent. According to legend, he was able to speak a month after he was born. In the second month, he was able to walk upright. When he was 1 year old, he began to learn piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and when he was 5 years old, he was familiar with ancient books in the world. Sume said. There is such a child prodigy in the world? Chu Feng was surprised. Such a growth rate is indeed beyond the perception of ordinary people. This is nothing. The most important thing is that when this child was 7 years old, his body and bones were already excellent, which is equivalent to the body of an ordinary person at the age of 12, so when he was 7 years old, he began to practice martial arts. The most terrifying thing is that this son is also very powerful in martial arts. He stepped into the Yuanwu realm at the age of 9, entered the Xuanwu realm at the age of 11, and entered the Tianwu realm at the age of 13, swept across the Kyushu, and made the Qing family become the overlord of Kyushu University 6. It's so powerful? Entered the Tianwu realm at the age of 13 and swept the Kyushu Unified University? Chu Feng was surprised again. The heavenly martial realm was the peak of martial arts that people knew so far. That child had already stepped into it when he was 13 years old. It was too terrifying. Chu Feng is 15 years old now, and his cultivation is at the 8th level of Lingwu, so he is considered by many to be a genius, and that 13-year-old has already stepped into the Tianwu realm. This is too much. Even Chu Feng, I was also surprised, because I was so mediocre compared to that person. Are you powerful? The more powerful ones are still to come. When he was 15 years old, he stepped into a whole new realm of martial arts. A brand new realm of martial arts? Having the power to rule the world, master the ability to move mountains and reclaim the sea, you can destroy a city with a single gesture, slaughter the lives of all beings. If you trample a piece of ants to death, you are the real king of the world, who dominates the fate of all lives, so people call this realm for Wujuan. Wujuan? So after the heavenly martial realm, there is still Wujuan? Chu Feng was surprised and could not help asking, what is the son called? His name is Qing Shantian, Sume replied. Qing Shantian, Chu Feng deeply remembered this name, because he had to remember such a person, a real genius, a real big man. The genius of Qing Xian is the most powerful person who has ever appeared in my Kyushu University. It's just that it's been too long, and Kyushu University has undergone many changes, so few people know about it until now. But the strangest thing is that not long after Qing Shantian became martial lord, he suddenly disappeared. There are different opinions about his disappearance. Some people say that he left because Kyushu University 6 can no longer accommodate him. Some people also said that he practiced martial arts against the sky, violated the martial arts, was punished by the gods, and died the year he became a martial lord. At present, the argument that he died is the most reliable. Is it really dead? Such a powerful person just died like this? Chu Feng was a little disbelieving. How could such a powerful person die if he said that he died? It is indeed dead. It is said that he knew that his time was short, and he built a cemetery for himself before he died. This tomb runs through half of Qingzhou and has 4 entrances, and the names of these 4 entrances are called Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku, Xuanwu. 4 entrances, could it be? Chu Feng suddenly realized that at this moment, he suddenly realized that the 2 murderous burials of Qinglong Mountain and Vermilion Bird Mountain may be connected, but there are still 2 places, that is to say, there are 2 murderous burials in Qingzhou. That's right, the Suzaku Mountains, where my Suzaku city is located, is one of the entrances. Besides, there are the Qinglong Mountains where the Qinglong sect is located, and the White Tiger Mountains where the White Tiger Villa is located. It is worth mentioning the Xuanwu Mountains where the Xuanwu city is located, because Gong Luyan's family is the overlord of the Xuanwu city today. Su Mei explained. So, your sisters and Gong Luyan went to the Azure Dragon sect for that Qing Xuanqian cemetery? King Xuanqian's cemetery has many structures, and we can't open it, but my Su family has always felt that the reason why Qinglong Taoist can become the first person in the 6th millennium ago is precisely because King Xuanqian's cemetery was opened, in which got some benefits. When he came out of the mountain, he was known as the Qinglong Taoist. After his cultivation was complete, he established the Qinglong sect in the Qinglong Mountains, which is probably a kind of gratitude to King Xuanqian. Although the Qinglong sect is in decline now, it is because the unique skills mastered by the Qinglong Taoist have not been passed down, but it is very likely that it is still within the Qinglong sect. This is the reason why my sister and I joined the Qinglong sect. As for Gong Luyan, his Gong family tried his best to occupy Xuanwu city. I believe he must know a thing or two about this matter. The purpose of staying in the Qinglong sect is the same as my sister and I. Su Mei said out the truth. So that's what happened. And Chu Feng, who knew the truth, was even more excited. He never imagined that there were 4 murderous burials in this Qingzhou territory. The Qinglong Mountains and the Suzaku Mountains can no longer be explored, but it does not mean that the other 2 murderous burials cannot be explored. After all, he has gained some benefits in the Suzaku Mountains, and maybe the other 2 can obtain greater benefits. This matter is a secret that cannot be shared. If it is known to the Lingyan sect or the Qiling Palace, it will definitely cause a big storm. It will even affect the Zhang dynasty. If it is known by this behemoth, I am afraid that it will take action immediately, and then we will not get any benefits. Su Mei reminded solemnly. Don't worry, I will never tell the second person about this. Chu Feng raised his hand to assure, and then said with a smile, It's you girl who told me such a secret, do you really like me? Already? You, shameless, who would fall in love with you? After Chu Feng said this, Su Mei's face suddenly turned red, even the white and tender neck was flushed, and she pushed open the door and ran out, then pointed at Chu Feng and said, This is the room you live in, don't run around if you have nothing to do. Hee hee, this girl actually likes to blush so much. Looking at Su Mei's retreating back, Chu Feng laughed. Fool, this time you're going to get lucky. At this moment, Dandan's sweet voice suddenly sounded, and she could hear her excitement. I know, there are 2 more murderous burials that can be explored. Chu Feng smiled. Bah, you know shit, running through half of Qingzhou, how could the murderous burial be so big? Eggy said with contempt. Then what do you mean? If these 4 murderous burials are really one, then this must not be a murderous burial, but an emperor's burial. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 132 Draw the Trap. The emperor's burial? Chu Feng didn't know why, but he could hear the power of it. In short, the emperor's burial is very good. You don't understand if I tell you too much. You only need to know that the emperor's burial is an infinite treasure. If there really is an emperor's burial in Qingzhou, then the guy named King Xuanqian will definitely not be as simple as Wu Juan, and the historical records may be deviated. Dandan said. It's not just martial lord? How much realm is there in the way of martial arts? Chu Feng was very excited, and suddenly felt that he was still inexperienced, and he didn't understand many things. Those realms are too far away from you, and it's useless to tell you too much now. Anyway, there have been big figures in this Kyushu University, enough to shock the big figures in the world. If this tomb is still intact, then you must grow up as soon as possible, and then kill all the people who know about this emperor's tomb in Kyushu University, so as not to reveal the rumors. It really doesn't work, so I will level the Kyushu University. In short, I can't let anyone spread the news. Egi reminded solemnly. What? Flatten the entire Big Six? Do you want me to kill everyone in this Big Six? Are you too crazy? Chu Feng felt chills on his back. Although he could kill the enemy without mercy, he was unable to slaughter ordinary people for his own purposes, beheading those who had nothing to do with him. What do you know? The Emperor's burial is the greatest treasure in the world. Let's not talk about what kind of cultivation level I will rise to if I swallow the source of King Swanchan. You can also rely on this Emperor's burial to become a peerless generation in the world. Figure. Don't you want to know what happened to your family? Don't you want to know why your parents abandoned you and ignored you? There must be a reason for this. In my guess, your family is most likely to encounter great difficulties and forced you to be sent out. As for whether your family exists now, it is unknown. In short, your parents are likely to have died. The family may well have perished. And the one who killed your family and killed your parents was a more powerful force. Think about it. Now that you can't even control the world spirits that your family has left in your body, how can you face more power than your family? A powerful force? Sober up, this world is not as small as you think. There are countless talented people, geniuses are everywhere, and powerful forces have been passed down for millions of years, and they are still standing at the top of the world today. You are just sitting in the well and watching the sky, but you are very lucky. Fortunately, there is an infinite treasure in this deep well. As long as you get this treasure, you will have the ability to compete with the masters outside the well, and you can even rely on it. Avenge your family. Egi said. Don't fool me. Why do you say that my family may perish, and why do you say that my parents have died? You have no evidence for such a statement. Maybe they have other reasons. Chu Feng snorted coldly. Angry, because in the bottom of his heart, he didn't want his parents and family to have an accident. Okay, I admit, your family is probably still there, and your parents are still alive, but even if your family is still there, with your current cultivation, do you have the face to return to the family? Have the face to see you parents? You are too weak now. In this world of martial arts, you are a real ant. You don't need to be crushed to death by someone's hands. If someone just farts, they can smash your body to smithereens and blow your breath. It can blow your ashes away. Egi's words were very harsh, as sharp as a sharp blade, stinging Chu Feng's self-esteem one by one, but it was these direct words that made Chu Feng realize how weak he was. Indeed, he needs to become stronger, to become very strong. He is not a genius now, but the people around him are too mediocre, which sets him off as a genius. The real genius should be like that Qing Shantian, but maybe there are many such geniuses outside of the Kyushu University 6. Okay, the treasure in this emperor's burial will definitely belong to me, but I will not slaughter innocent people for my own selfish desires. Chu Feng said solemnly. Women's benevolence, when someone really conveys this secret to outside the Big Six, when those real masters flock here, you will regret it. That's right, I'm still human, so I can't be as cold-blooded as you are. If there is a day when the news of the Emperor's burial spreads and the treasure is acquired by others, then I have no complaints at all. Even if I don't rely on this earth treasure, I can also become stronger through myself. Chu Feng's attitude was very firm. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Even if you are allowed to slaughter these people, you don't have the ability, but come out now. Egi urged. Let's go now. It's not good, after all, Su Ro and Su Mei's father have been promised to stay here for a few days. Then leave tomorrow. You have to leave tomorrow. This kind of thing can't be delayed. Oh well. After making the decision, Chu Feng originally wanted to refine the spiritual bead he obtained, but after thinking about it, he was afraid that Su Mei would say that he was eager for quick success, so Chu Feng simply did not refine it. Anyway, he had the spiritual bead in hand. As long as he wanted to make a breakthrough, he could do so at any time. When it was getting dark, Su Hen's special dinner party for Chu Feng also started. There were only 4 people on the table: Su Mei, Su Ro, Chu Feng, and Su Hen. However, the table was very large. The table was filled with sumptuous food and drinks, which were basically things that Chu Feng had never eaten before. Just a glance at the table would make one's appetite increase dramatically, but because the table was too big, there were 4 people sitting on the table. Very loose. Idiot, how do you know to eat meat? Try this. It tastes vegetarian. Sometimes it is more delicious. But what made people speechless was that Su Mei actually took the initiative to come to Chu Feng's side, kept serving Chu Feng's food, and even fed Chu Feng's food, and Chu Feng was not polite. Rice, that's called a sweet. For such a scene, Su Ro, who knew her sister's intentions long ago, just covered her mouth with her jade hands and giggled, while Su Hen had black lines all over her forehead, but she couldn't say anything and fell into an embarrassing situation. On top of this banquet, Su Hen took out 10 yuan ju as a reward from the rookie conference. 10 yuan ju is equivalent to 10,000 spirit orbs, which is twice as much as the reward that the rookie conference deserves. Chu Feng did not refuse this move, because he had no reason to refuse. After all, he also knew that the Su family, I want to draw myself in. Chu Feng has spiritual power, and now he has the opportunity to worship Zhuge Luyun as a teacher. Sooner or later, he will become a world spiritist. And the Su family knows about the emperor's burial, so they naturally want to win over Chu Feng and let him serve him. After the banquet, Chu Feng returned to his room, but just after returning to the room, there was a knock on the door, and a maid came to Chu Feng, saying that the second young lady Su Ro had invited him. For Su Ro, Chu Feng had a good impression of him, so naturally he would not refuse, so he walked into the palace where Su Ro lived under the guidance of the maid. But when Chu Feng had just entered the palace, 2 figures came out of the darkness. One was Suzaka City's city lord Su Hen, and the other was a thin and white old man. Is it arranged? Su Hen said, looking at his daughter's palace. City lord, rest assured, from now on, this Chu Feng is considered a member of my Su family. The old man smiled strangely. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 133, Evil Fire Upper Body. The palace where Su Ro lives is not very big, but it is very delicate, especially the decoration inside the palace is unique and very atmospheric. In addition, the palace is full of fragrance, and at a glance, it is known that it is the residence of the girl. Young Master Chu Feng, please have some tea. This is what the second young lady specially asked me to prepare for you, the first-class fragrant tea. The maid brought a pot of fragrant tea. Thank you. During Chu Feng's banquet, he ate a lot of dishes and drank a lot of wine. Now this cup of fragrant tea is exactly what Chu Feng needs, especially the aroma of this tea is very special. There is a kind of saying no temptation. Ha, good tea. Chu Feng drank the cup of fragrant tea in one gulp. Feeling that his thirst had not been quenched, he simply picked up the teapot and poured it into his mouth. After drinking the whole pot of fragrant tea, he wiped his mouth and said, "Second miss now." "Where?" "Second miss said she was waiting for you on the top floor." The maid smiled. "Oh, do you want me to go up?" Chu Feng felt a little strange. How could he invite him over, but instead of coming to meet her in person, he let himself go up to find her. But thinking about it carefully, Chu Feng can understand it. Although Chu Feng is a guest in the Su family now, after all, Su Ro is the elder of the Azure Dragon sect. In terms of identity and strength, he is above himself. Is normal. Thinking of this, Chu Feng walked upstairs, and the maid smiled strangely, closed the gate of the palace, and quietly left the palace. There are 5 floors in this palace. Chu Feng walked up slowly. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, he felt that something was wrong with his body. His body was hot, and bursts of evil fires rose from his abdomen. After a quick glance, he had already set up a small tent. Damn it, what's going on? Chu Feng was speechless, and hurriedly tidied up his robes to cover up his huge object, otherwise Su Ro would definitely be treated as a rogue if he saw it. Chu Feng continued to walk upwards, but when he reached the 3rd floor, the bottom became more and more high, which made Chu Feng very uncomfortable. Although he was young and energetic, one shot was a common occurrence, but he was so tough. Still the first time. Damn, that's not right. Could it be that in the banquet tonight, there is something tonic that stimulated my maleness? Chu Feng realized that something was wrong. This was not his normal state. At this moment, his neck was red and thick, and the blood in his body was boiling, as if a nameless fire ignited his entire body. And this nameless fire, which is the legendary evil fire, will make people's brains occupied by, want to do things between men and women. If they don't let it out, it will be bad for the body. My day, it seems that you can't eat anything indiscriminately. Chu Feng was worried, and hurriedly turned the spiritual energy in his body to suppress the evil fire in his body. I have to say that the power of spiritual energy is very wonderful, and this operation has indeed produced some effects. Feeling that his boiling cockroach was under control, he dared to continue walking upwards. However, when Chu Feng reached the 4th floor, a fragrance suddenly wafted from the 5th floor. This is like some kind of floral fragrance, which is fascinating. Chu Feng was involuntarily attracted by it and accelerated his steps. But just as he reached the 5th floor, Chu Feng heard the sound of bursts of water and rushed towards his face. It was fog. At this moment, Chu Feng was in a mess, and he subconsciously thought of a certain possibility. Although he had experienced such a scene for the first time, no matter how he thought about it, it seemed like a place for a woman to bathe. Oops. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly realized that his aura began to dissipate rapidly, and he lost all his aura in an instant, as if his cultivation had been drained by others, and all the gains from martial arts for so many years had disappeared. If it were normal, Chu Feng might think calmly and find the reason why his cultivation had disappeared, but at the moment, Chu Feng was in a panic, because his that was restrained by the spiritual energy was already rushing out, and it was several times stronger than before. At this moment, Chu Feng was on the verge of losing his mind, and he had to leave here subconsciously, otherwise he would always feel that something bad would happen. Clang clang clang, but in the panic, Chu Feng accidentally knocked down a porcelain bottle. Although it didn't break, it still made a loud noise. Who? At this moment, a sharp and sweet female voice suddenly sounded. It was Su Ro. Don't come here. Chu Feng shouted subconsciously, because just hearing Su Ro's voice, he couldn't bear it. God knows what he would do if he saw Su Ro, who was like a fox spirit. Chu Feng, is that you? Hearing Chu Feng's voice, Su Ro's vigilance was obviously relaxed. After hearing the sound of splashing water, a soft footstep followed. At this moment, Chu Feng wanted to leave, but when he saw an enchanting figure in the fog, he couldn't help but stop his steps, and turned his eyes full of evil fire. Staring at that shadow. Su Ro stepped out of the mist, wrapped in a white towel around her body, outlining her enchanting body, her snow-white shoulders and beautiful legs, all naked. The wet length is scattered on the fragrant shoulders, and the drops of water are still surrounding her delicate and smooth skin, slowly sliding down. Beautiful, beautiful to the extreme, whether it is that fox-like face, or this devil-like face, the figure, people just look at it, it will be crowded. Chu Feng, it's really you, why did you come here? Seeing Chu Feng, although Su Ro was a little surprised, she still smiled charmingly, showing all kinds of amorous feelings, especially her soft and sweet voice, which made Chu Feng more attractive. Feng's last consciousness disintegrated. Su Ro-like whoosh is difficult for ordinary people to control herself, not to mention Chu Feng, who was devoured by the evil fire long ago. Su Ro. What are you doing? Seeing Chu Feng rushing towards her, Su Ro's face suddenly turned pale. She felt wrong. She wanted to dodge, but she found that she didn't even have a trace of profound energy in her body. Although her eyes could clearly see Feng's movements, her body can't keep up with the reaction. A scream came. Su Ri was thrown to the ground by Chu Feng, and was pressed down by him. At this moment, Suro's snow-white cheeks suddenly flushed red, and a pair of fox-eyed big eyes stared straight at it. Looking at Chu Feng, his eyes were full of consternation and fear. Because she could feel that a certain giant on Chu Feng's body was pressing against her jade body at this moment, Suro could naturally think of what was going on in this situation. Chu Feng, what do you want to do? Get up quickly. In a panic, Suro wanted to push Chu Feng away, but she couldn't use any strength at all, and her smooth and delicate jade hand rubbed against Chu Feng's body, which made Chu Feng's lust even stronger. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 134, Hungry Wolf Attacks White Rabbit. Chu Feng's eyes occupied by were staring at Suro under him, like a hungry wolf, seeing the coveted little white rabbit. What appeared in Chu Feng's eyes at this moment were a pair of plump and tall twin peaks. Perhaps because the movement just now was too fierce, the bath towel was torn off a little at this moment, revealing half a piece of mellow snow white that was about to come out. Chu Feng looked straight. Swallow. Looking up, it was the fair and delicate neck and the delicate and perfect cheeks. Suro's big fox eyes were staring at her dully, and there was a little moisture in her eyes, showing fear. The blush all over his face seemed like a kind of drug additive, which made Chu Feng lose all his senses, especially Suro's closed pink lips, which exuded endless temptation. Chu Feng, are you crazy? Let me go. Suddenly, Chu Feng opened his mouth and bit it fiercely. Suro was talking to Chu Feng, and when she was unprepared, she felt that her red lips were blocked by Chu Feng's lips. Into her jade mouth, frantically asked for it. It was the first time in Suro's life that she experienced such a thing. It was an unprecedented but unique feeling that made Suro's body crumble, and she lost the only resistance she had, and completely lay on the ground. While Chu Feng was kissing Suro wildly, his hands also danced wildly, tearing the bath towel on Suro's body into pieces, and showing the perfect jade body half covered in front of him. At this moment, Suro didn't give up her resistance, but she was already powerless and could only let Chu Feng demand from her jade body, madly occupying everything she had. Damn, who did this to us? Suro has already seen the clue. At this moment, Chu Feng has lost her mind. She is obviously controlled by drugs, and her cultivation base is also bound. She should have been manipulated invisibly. Hands and feet, this is not something ordinary people can do. This smell? At this moment, Suro noticed that there was a strange floral fragrance in the bathroom here, and this smell was so familiar, which made her suddenly realize, but she couldn't believe it. Because this is a unique kind of that can limit people's cultivation. It is an extremely precious thing, and it is the treasure that his father, Suhen, treasured. Could it be Father? Why did he do this? At this moment, Suro was completely confused. She couldn't think of the reason why her father hurt her. But at this moment, Suro's face changed greatly, and she screamed in pain, because she felt a foreign object break into her body, tearing apart her most precious thing, and dripping blood slowly flowed out. Chu Feng, you bastard, please wake me up. Suro struggled frantically, trying to push Chu Feng away, but the Chu Feng that was on top of him was like a mountain. She couldn't shake it at all. She could only let the blood-red eyes and the gasping of Chu Feng in her mouth worked hard on her and took away her precious chastity. At first, Suro was still stubbornly resisting because of the pain, but gradually she was overwhelmed by an indescribable pleasure. She even put her white and delicate hands around Chu Feng's neck and involuntarily groaned softly. And Suro's infinitely seductive voice made Chu Feng unable to stop. The two naked bodies were tightly entangled together. The wild and weak voices came and went one after another, and it took some time for them to gradually subside. No, Chu Feng rubbed his swollen head and slowly opened his eyes. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth in a daze, because he clearly remembered that he had done something very comfortable in his dream, despite the details and people. Can't remember, but it was a beautiful thing. Suro. But when Chu Feng saw Suro, who was naked beside him, and the small pool of blood on the ground, he was instantly confused. Thinking of the fragments in his memory, Chu Feng thought of an incredible thing, that is, he actually raped Su Mei's sister, Su Ro, the second young lady of the Su family. You don't have to blame yourself, it's not your fault. Su Ro's expression was cold and her voice was calm. It seemed that she had been awake for a long time and had adjusted her emotions. Su Ro stood up, her pure white, the perfect jade body was once again displayed in front of Chu Feng. Seeing this, Chu Feng turned his head subconsciously, not daring to look again. You don't have to pretend, you've seen enough last night anyway. Su Rubi bit her lower lip. She was really angry, because last night Chu Feng not only looked at her jade body, but also took away her most precious chastity. Even though she knew that Chu Feng didn't do it voluntarily last night, but seeing Chu Feng's appearance as a gentleman and even ashamed at this moment, Su Ro was still not angry. When Su Ro said this, Chu Feng was right when he thought about it. A man is a man who dares to act. How can he escape responsibility since the incident has already happened? So he simply turned his head back and turned it back, unceremoniously. Looking at Su Ro's perfect jade body. And it didn't matter at this sight, Chu Feng immediately reacted. It wasn't that Chu Feng was too lustful. It was just that in front of such a stunner, as long as a man would have a reaction, not to mention that, like Chu Feng, everything about this stunner, all caught up. Su Ro ignored Chu Feng, and put on the pink apron and put on the snow-white long skirt in front of him, but when she turned her head, she saw that Chu Feng was standing upright again. After the giant object, his expression changed, and he scolded coldly, "My current cultivation base has been restored. If you dare to raise evil thoughts towards me again, I will definitely abolish you. I will be responsible." Chu Feng was not afraid, but instead said with an oath, "I don't need you to be responsible. You just hope you don't tell me about this, and don't let Xiaomei down." Su Ro gritted her teeth and said the following sentence. "Don't worry, I won't let Xiaomei down, but I won't let you down either. I will marry both of your sisters." Chu Feng's face was solemn. "You?" Hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Ro's face turned pale with anger, and then cast a fierce glance at Chu Feng and said, "You are really greedy." After saying this, Su Ro walked out of the bathroom quickly, but stopped at the corner, leaned against the wall, and whispered to herself, "Strange, why am I so angry? The sourness in my heart is sour. How do you feel?" Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 135, I Want All My Sisters. Su Ro was puzzled and felt inexplicable. Although her chastity was taken away by Chu Feng, she was very angry, but when Chu Feng said that he wanted to marry all of their sisters, what kind of sour feeling was there? What's the matter? Could it be that you are in love with this Chu Feng? How is it possible? Chu Feng is the person that his sister likes. How can he be emotional? At this moment, Su Ro was very confused. For the first time, she realized that she did not understand herself. And at this moment, Chu Feng also came out. At this moment, Chu Feng had already put on his clothes. It was brand new, because the one he wore last night had already been torn apart by himself. Should this matter be kept secret or made public? Chu Feng asked. What do you think? How can this kind of thing be made public? If it is made public, how will Xiaomei see you, and how will Xiaomei see me? Su Ro was very nervous. Then I'll listen to you first, anyway, it will be made public sooner or later. Chu Feng seemed very calm. What do you mean? Su Ro raised her eyebrows, worried that Chu Feng would make some trouble. It's nothing, I mean you are mine sooner or later. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth were slightly upturned, revealing an uninhibited wicked smile, as if the events of last night did not burden him, but instead left him with endless aftertastes. Su Ro cast a stern glance at Chu Feng, then turned her head to stop looking at Chu Feng, and said with a strange emphasis, "Let's go, before it's dawn, don't let people know that you are with me. Overnight here." Well, I'm about to leave too, please speak on my behalf, Xiaomei, and your father. Chu Feng said, and then walked downstairs. Wait. Su Ro's face changed drastically, and she asked, you said you want to leave Suzaka City? That's right. Chu Feng nodded. How could you do this? We did this kind of thing inexplicably, and you didn't even know what was going on, so you just left? Suro's beautiful eyes flickered, and she became even more angry, because she felt that Chu Feng was too irresponsible. After all, what he took away last night was her own body. Want to find out what's going on? The maid from your house invited me to come here last night, saying that you were looking for me for something, and carefully prepared a pot of fragrant tea for me. After drinking the fragrant tea, I became it was like last night. In addition, there was a floral fragrance in the bathroom last night. That floral fragrance is very strange. It can restrain people's cultivation. It doesn't require any strength. You were unable to restrain chickens with your hands last night, so it must be thanks to the fragrance of flowers. To be able to order your maid to betray you in your Vermilion Bird City, and to be able to come up with such powerful medicines, who else do you think can do that? Chu Feng asked calmly. You? At this moment, Suro was shocked. She never imagined that Chu Feng could analyze so quickly who the messenger was behind. Such calm judgment, the extraordinary insight, is really unimaginable for her. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you already know who that person is and what the purpose of that person is. You and I are tacit. I don't blame him. On the contrary, I am very grateful to him. If he doesn't do this, I may only go to his youngest daughter, but now, I have to decide for his two daughters. Chu Feng smiled and walked downstairs. Why do you say that? Why do you make sure that I will marry you? Suro asked. I'm not sure that you will marry me, but you are already mine. You'd better not fall in love with someone else, or I will definitely kill that person. Whether you admit it or not, from now on, you are my Chu Feng's person, you are, so is Xiaomei, you sisters, don't think about anyone. Chu Feng's attitude was firm, domineering, and direct, and he didn't look at it after he said it. Suro's expression changed, and she left quickly. Only Suro was left standing there dumbfounded, at a loss. She, who has always been stable and mature, lost her mind for the first time. Not long after Chu Feng left, Su Hen walked in. He came to the 5th floor to see Suro, but he was apologetic, but did not speak. Instead, he walked into the bathroom and saw the blood on the ground. After that, he sighed, "Daughter, I have wronged you." Suro was also very calm and asked, "Why do you do this?" Hey, the strength of the Shengguan family should not be underestimated. If the wedding between Xiaomei and Shengguanya is forcibly cancelled, it will definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of the Shengguan family. If he turns against my Su family, even if my Su family can win, it will be greatly damaged. I'm afraid this Vermilion Bird City will be in danger. And Xiaomei's love for that Chu Feng, everyone can see that. If I were an ordinary person, I could forcibly cut off the relationship between the two, but that Chu Feng is also a talent, and when he grows up in the future, he will definitely be unstoppable. The Su family can't offend either, they can only win over. So, there is only one wrong for you. Now that he has a relationship with you, he is naturally ashamed in his heart. I believe he won't hit Xiaomei again. And I don't think that Chu Feng is an irresponsible person, so when he grows up in the future, even if he is not used by my Su family, he will definitely protect my Su family, not because of others, but because of you, I will do it. Su Hen didn't hide it, and said everything one by one. But after hearing Su Hen's words, Suro suddenly laughed. Her smile was so weird that Su Hen felt hairy when she saw it. My father, you are right. Chu Feng is indeed a person in charge, so you must not betroth Xiaomei to Shengguanya, otherwise he will not only destroy the Shengguan family, but also my Su family, leaving only me and Xiaomei. What do you mean? Could it be that after Chu Feng did something like that to you, he still thinks about Xiaomei? After destroying my Su family, if Chu Feng dared to destroy the family of his sweetheart, he wouldn't be afraid of being ridiculed by the world? After the big change, he was obviously a little panicked, because he could see that Suro's words didn't seem like a joke. My father, if you want to be good, you can only blame you for not knowing Chu Feng well enough. He doesn't live for the world, he lives for himself and the people he cares about. In his eyes, other people are optional. Less than half of it works. After saying this, Suro turned around and went downstairs. Although she was calm on the surface, her father, for the sake of her family, even betrayed her. How could she not be angry? And looking at Suro, who walked out of the palace and went to Suzaku City, Suhen's face was very complicated. After a long time, she whispered, "Could it be that I really did something wrong?" Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 136, Sweaty BMW. After Chu Feng left Vermilion Bird City, he set his target at the White Tiger Mountain Range. The reason was very simple. The Xuanwu Mountain Range was occupied by the Xuanwu City, and the Xuanwu City was also the site of the Gonglian family. If Chu Feng's identity was exposed, he would probably die. In the absence of absolute strength, naturally one cannot go rashly. Although the White Tiger Mountains are also occupied by a White Tiger Mountain Villa, the White Tiger Mountain Villa is not the only overlord of the White Tiger Mountains. According to Chu Feng's inquiries, in addition to the White Tiger Mountain Villa, there are many other mountain villages in the White Tiger Mountains. These mountain villages share the resources of the White Tiger Mountain Range, so relatively speaking, it will be easier for Chu Feng to infiltrate the White Tiger Mountain Range. Because the trip was a long way, and he didn't say hello to the people in Suzaku City, after leaving Suzaku City, Chu Feng came to a post station and wanted to buy a group of fast horses here, because if he walked on foot, even if no matter how abundant Chu Feng's spiritual energy is, I am afraid it will be exhausted. This guest officer, the horses we have here are all good horses, each of which can travel thousands of miles a day, especially this sweaty horse. It is even faster. It is easy to travel 8,000 miles a day, but it is a horse. The king of the middle. The little heir of the boasted, pointing to a tall red horse. It's easy to travel 5,000 miles a day? Chu Feng was a little puzzled. This horse was blood red. It was indeed stronger and stronger than other horses. It was similar to the BMWs in Zijin City and other cities, and it was even better. It was indeed a good horse. However, there was a bit of wildness in the eyes of this horse, that arrogant demeanor, looking at Chu Feng with a hint of contempt. I am afraid it would not be easy for people to ride under the crotch, like an untamed wild horse. Kagwan, do you think I can still lie to you? This is indeed a good horse, and it was tamed by several martial arts masters, but this horse is still wild. If you are not a martial arts master, I really can't control it. Xiao Er hurriedly explained. Oh, it's really a wild horse. Hearing what he said, Chu Feng was even more interested in this horse, which aroused Chu Feng's desire to tame it, so he said, "What's the price of this horse?" "I bought it." "This guest officer, are you sure you want to buy this sweaty BMW? This horse is not cheap." Hearing that Chu Feng actually wanted to buy it, Xiao Er was taken aback. In fact, he introduced this horse to Chu Feng, just to let Chu Feng know that their station had a lot of background, but he never thought that Chu Feng would be able to buy it. After all, the price of this horse is not something that ordinary people can afford, not to mention Chu Feng, a young boy in commoner clothes. "Do you think I'm joking?" Chu Feng smiled lightly. "Well, let's be honest with this guest officer. The ordinary horses at this post cost about a few dozen taels of silver, while the high-quality horses cost 1 tael of gold. As for this sweaty horse, the price is higher than the first two. It's going to be much higher." Xiao Er sold off. "How much?" Chu Feng was a little impatient. In the past, he might be worried about money, but now he can be said to be a real rich man, at least compared to these commoners. He is absolutely rich. "Hey, a spirit bead." Little heir stretched out a finger and smiled. "What?" A spirit bead is equivalent to 100 taels of gold. How could such a horse be worth so much money? As soon as Xiao Er said these words, Chu Feng did not respond, and many people around were exclaimed. Because of their interest, they all came over and seriously looked at the sweaty horse, wanting to take a look. How unique it is to be worth so much money. Looking at the curious eyes around him, Chu Feng smiled slightly. For him today, a spirit bead is really a drop in the bucket, and it is not a problem at all. With such a BMW, a spirit bead is worth it. Before Chu Feng could speak, a brutish voice suddenly sounded. Looking around, I saw a group of big men coming slowly. Because the man was a big man with a beard on his face, he licked his upper body, revealing the strong muscles, and the shocking knife on the muscles. Scar, and that sentence, just now was what he said. Seeing this group of people, everyone hurried to the side, because just by looking at their appearance, it could be seen that they should be cultivators, and they were definitely not good people, and they could not offend them. Xiao Air, I want this sweaty BMW. The bearded man took out a golden orb from his arms and threw it to Xiao Air. After receiving the Lingzhu, Xiao Er's smile brightened, unexpectedly. He could never have imagined that this sweaty BMW could really sell for such a sky-high price, but at this moment, Chu Feng spoke up. Wait, as the so-called first come first serve, I haven't said that I won't buy it. How can you sell it to others? Little brother, I can see that you are also a martial artist, but you have also heard that this sweaty horse is worth a spirit bead. A spirit bead, think about it carefully, can you afford it? The big man with the beard looked at Chu Feng with a smile, his eyes were full of contempt, and the group of big men behind him laughed even more, feeling that Chu Feng and their boss robbing horses were beyond their own power. Even many onlookers began to point at Chu Feng, thinking that Chu Feng was blind to Mount Tai and should not offend such a group of people. As for the eyes of everyone, Chu Feng ignored it, but slowly raised his hand and stretched it towards the Chengkuan bag at his waist. God, that is the legendary Chengkuan bag. Suddenly, someone shouted. What? Chengkuan bag. At this moment, all the onlookers turned their attention to the Chengkuan bag on Chu Feng's waist. After all, the Chengkuan bag is an extremely precious thing. Only people who are rich to a certain level can use it. It is an item that can only be owned by a real rich family. Could it be that this young man is really a rich family? But why do rich kids come here to buy horses? What kind of Chengkuan bag is that? It's just a kit made by imitating the appearance of the Chengkuan bag. The real Chengkuan bag is not like this. The bearded man sneered. It turned out to be a counterfeit, but I thought it was really a Chengkuan bag. Hey, today's young people are too vain to use counterfeit products in order to make people look up to them. It's shameful. Hearing the big man speak, the onlookers all sighed and looked at Chu Feng, no longer curious, but contemptuous. Chu Feng also ignored the words of the people. He saw that the moment his palm touched the Chengkuan bag, a strange light shone out. In the palm of Chu Feng's palm, there were already 2 more golden glittering spirit beads. Chu Feng held the spirit bead in his hand and threw it to the shop assistant. 1 spirit bead bought this sweaty BMW, and the other one rewarded you. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 137, God-Given Body. This. Chu Feng's actions left the onlookers stunned, and their jaws dropped in shock, especially the big bearded man, whose face was ashen. How ugly it was. Lingzhu, how precious it is. In order to buy this sweaty BMW, he pieced together everything, and finally got one, and used it to buy this sweaty BMW. Never thought that such an inconspicuous young man would take out 2 of them at random, and one of them was still used as a reward. This made him feel the urge to vomit blood, because he knew this long-favored sweater. The blood BMW is destined to belong to others. Compared with the big man who vomited blood, others are more envious and jealous, envious of the little heir's fortune. A Lingzhu and 100 taels of gold were given to the second shopkeeper in this way, enough for the second shopkeeper to live a whole life without worry about food and clothing. At this moment, the eyes of everyone looking at Chu Feng changed. No one dared to show any contempt. On the contrary, they were extremely respectful. Some people even started to greet Chu Feng with a smile, hoping that Chu Feng would be happy and reward him. Give them something. This young man, this sweaty horse is yours. I'll go and prepare wine and food for you. The young man is even more beautiful, and his big mouth is about to grin behind his ears. Go, can't close at all. Prepare me another first-class guest room." Chu Feng waved his hand with a smile. "Hale, I will definitely prepare the best room for you to rest." Xiao Er first returned the big man's spirit beads, and then carefully put away the 2 spirit beads, and Li Dian went to make Chu Feng prepare the guest room. On the other hand, Chu Feng glanced at the bearded man with a smile, and said, "You look at my Changkuan bag, does it still look fake?" "Humph, so what if you have money? This sweaty horse can't be tamed without a certain level of cultivation. Be careful, you can't even get out of this gate." The big man snorted coldly. "It doesn't make you worry about it." Chu Feng smiled slightly and walked towards the guest room. The most funny thing was that those group of civilians rushed around Chu Feng, scrambling to lead the way for Chu Feng. "Boss, is this sweaty BMW just given to him?" Seeing Chu Feng's leaving back, all the big men came over. "Give it to him?" The bearded man put the Lingju returned to him by Xiao Er into his arms, and then said in a low voice, "Let me know which direction this kid is going. How could such a big fat sheep miss it?" When Chu Feng came to the guest room, the junior had already prepared a first-class guest room for him, and quickly brought good wine and food to Chu Feng. The attitude is called enthusiasm, and the service is thoughtful. After learning from Shangche's lesson last time, Chu Feng also became cautious. First, he used his mental power to investigate carefully, and then he ate a big meal after confirming that the wine and food were all right. After eating, Chu Feng did not leave the station in a hurry. First, he set up a layer of barrier in this room and began refining the spirit beads and yuan beads in the Changkuan bag. After all, the good and bad luck of this trip was unknown. The cultivation base is improved as well. Chu Feng started with the spirit orb. As his strength increased, the speed at which he refined the spirit orb became more and more terrifying. Thousands of spirit orbs were all swallowed up by the divine thunder in his dantian in just a while. After the refining of thousands of spirit beads, although the dantian has changed a lot, there is no feeling of breakthrough at all. My God, your appetite is really getting bigger and bigger. Who can afford you if you go on like this? Chu Feng was very speechless. He suddenly remembered the time when he was able to break through with a few fairy grasses, but now even thousands of spirit orbs cannot break through the first level. If he arrived at the Yuanwu realm, Xuanwu realm, or Tianwu realm, Chu Feng couldn't imagine how much financial resources he would need to spend in order to grow himself. This was a huge problem that he would face in the future and now. Don't complain, kid, there is a way for the divine thunder in your body. If I guess correctly, you are most likely a God-given divine body. At this moment, Eggy's light and sweet voice rang out. God-given divine body? What is that? Chu Feng was shocked. God-given divine body is a special constitution. When this constitution is born, it will be accompanied by a vision of heaven and earth, and that vision often represents the unique ability that the divine body possesses, as well as the strength of this ability. If I'm not mistaken, the Qing Xiantian, who created the Emperor's burial, should be a God-given divine body. His achievements in the past year are inseparable from his special physique, Eggy explained. So, the divine thunder in my dantian is originally one with me? Chu Feng was overjoyed. He had always felt that the divine thunder in his body was a living creature, and had forcibly entered his body. Chu Feng was always concerned about its purpose. Unpredictable. But now that I heard Dandan say this, I felt much more at ease, because most of this divine thunder was originally one with him and entered into his body, just to help him become stronger, and would never harm him. Don't be too happy, God-given gods are all born, and visions appear when they are born, and that special ability will also be revealed after martial arts. But you, although you did have a vision back then, it was only after you had grown up that the divine thunder entered your body. And since you have cultivated martial arts, apart from the fact that you have cultivated martial arts faster than ordinary people, and the quality of spiritual energy is better than ordinary people. Much higher than that, I haven't found out what kind of special ability you have. So, I can't be sure that you must be a God-given body, But what is certain is that the divine thunder in your body is a good thing. It will make you stronger. As long as you can get the resources of the Emperor's burial, maybe you can become the character of Una King Swanchan. Agi reminded. Well, whether it's a God-given divine body or not, as long as I have enough resources, I can definitely become stronger. Chu Feng's confidence suddenly increased, and he began to refine Yuanju. When a primordial pearl is swallowed, it is not the spiritual energy that disperses in its body, but the primordial force. It has to be said that there is a huge gap in quality between the primordial force and the spiritual energy. However, in Chu Feng's body, Yuan Li will be transformed into a huge spiritual energy. For the current Chu Feng, if 100 spirit beads are swallowed, there will not be much reaction in his dantian. In the stomach, Dantian clearly felt the change, which also showed the power of Yuanju. This Yuanju is indeed a good thing. Chu Feng was overjoyed, and simply swallowed all Yuanju into his stomach in one breath. After Yuanju entered the belly, it immediately transformed into a majestic spiritual energy, but before that powerful spiritual energy could wreak havoc in Chu Feng's body, it swallowed the divine thunder in Chu Feng's dantian. And it is so crisp, just like such a powerful spiritual energy, it is not worth mentioning in front of it. It is simply not enough for it to stick between its teeth. However, what excites Chu Feng the most is that after the majestic spiritual energy was swallowed by divine thunder, Chu Feng's aura began to intensify rapidly, and the quality was changed. The 9th level of Lingguo. What excites Chu Feng the most is that the feeling of getting stronger is not only not slow, but is still increasing. Could it be that you can break through to the primordial martial realm in one breath? Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 138, Special Ability. Chu Feng was so excited that his dantian was undergoing an unprecedented change. 9 thunder beasts, 9 colors, 9 forms, constantly changing, constantly roaring. Each roar is enough to shake the world, but at this moment, only Chu Feng and Dandan can hear it. Wuh. Suddenly, a golden thunder and lightning beast actually broke away from the group. With that dazzling golden thunder light, it resolutely flew out of the dantian, and it plunged into Chu Feng's heart. Bang bang. At this moment, Chu Feng could clearly hear that his heart was beating violently twice, and an indescribable feeling was circling in his heart. The golden thunder giant beast split in Chu Feng's heart and turned into countless tiny golden lightning beams. The golden lightning beams, like several golden snakes, swam swiftly along the blood vessels and quickly took over the place. Chu Feng's whole body blood. An indescribable tyrannical feeling spread out from Chu Feng's blood, because Chu Feng's blood was no longer the blood of ordinary people, but was covered with the blood of golden thunder. At this moment, the 8 giant thunder beasts in the dantian stopped galloping and roaring, hugged again, and entrenched in the dantian. Reiki, but Yuan Li. Finally breaking through, Chu Feng broke through the shackles of the spirit martial realm and entered the long-awaited primordial martial realm. Feeling the powerful Yuan force in his body, Chu Feng was extremely happy. Although Chu Feng had already experienced the feeling of Yuan Wujing with Dandan's help, this time it was completely different, not only because it was Chu Feng's own strength, but also because of Chu Feng's blood. Among them, there is an extra golden thunder. That golden thunderbolt can communicate with Yuan Li and resonate with Chu Feng, and can be used by Chu Feng. If the God-given divine body has special abilities, then Chu Feng at this moment seems to have grasped it, and it should belong to him. Special ability. Drink. Suddenly, Chu Feng shouted, and 2 golden thunders appeared in his pupils. The golden thunders surged in his eyes, and the aura of his whole person became completely different. At the same time, the golden thunder and lightning wandering in his blood began to roar. With Chu Feng as the center, the Yuan force around Chu Feng formed a human-shaped shield, and Chu Feng's cultivation level actually stepped from the 1st level of Yuanwu to the 2nd level of Yuanwu. Wow, is this your ability? It's amazing. It can make your cultivation level directly improve the realm of the 1st layer, and it's still the effect after a thunderbolt is integrated into your body. If all the 9 thunderbolts are integrated into your body for your use, then how good will you be? My dear, your divine thunder is really not easy. If you get the power of a thunderbolt every time you break through a big realm, then your future achievements may be really against the sky. Eggie cheered and exclaimed with excitement. Even she was amazed by the peculiar power that Chu Feng obtained. After all, the ability to directly improve Chu Feng's first-level cultivation was the result of one thunderbolt being integrated into his body. If all the 8 thunderbolts in his dantian were used by Chu Feng, what kind of power would he gain? I couldn't imagine. After all, at the moment, it is only the power of this golden thunderbolt, and what kind of magical effect the other 8 thunderbolts have is completely unknown. But the only thing that is certain is that these 9 thunderbolts will bring Chu Feng extremely terrifying power. It's very powerful. This kind of feeling is very good. People of the 5th level of Yuanwu are nothing to be afraid of, even people of the 6th level of Yuanwu. I can fight. As for people of the 7th level of Yuanwu, even if I can't defeat it, it will be difficult for the opponent to hurt me. As long as I am willing, I am afraid that no one in Yuanwu can stop my footsteps. Chu Feng was equally ecstatic, because Chu Feng could feel his own changes better than the egg who lived in his spiritual world. The tyrannical Yuan force gushing out from his dantian, the domineering thunder from his blood, made Chu Feng feel huge confidence. He felt that he could easily kill the 5th level Yuanwu, and that the 6th level Yuanwu would not be his opponent as long as he fought with all his strength. As long as Chu Feng wanted to escape, he was afraid that no one in Yuanwu would be able to stop him. From this point of view, the battle between you and that Gong Luyun is really not a problem. Now he is the 1st level of Xuanwu. No matter how talented he is still an ordinary person after all. During the battle, his cultivation base is at most Xuanwu 2. Heavy. Although you have just stepped into the primordial martial realm, you are a God-given divine body, dubbed the name of a true genius, and possess a body of special abilities. With the means you have now, you do not need to step into the profound martial realm. If you reach the 9th level of Yuanwu, you can easily surpass that Gong Luyun. In this way, you only need to raise the 7th level of cultivation to win that Gong Luyun, although it will be difficult for you in less than a year, but don't forget that there is still this queen. I will be there for you. Sit down. As long as you can let this queen have enough source to swallow before the battle, and your cultivation reaches the 9th level of Yuanwu, you will naturally be able to secure your victory. Eggie said with a smile. You girl, you still want me to find the source for you. I still want to rely on my own strength to win the battle between me and Gong Luyun. Unless I have to, I will not borrow your strength. Chu Feng naturally knew that in less than a year, it would be very difficult to continuously break through the 7th level of cultivation and step into the 9th level of Yuanwu, because it required a lot of Yuanju as resources. Compared with a large number of Yuanju, the source of the remains of the masters of the Xuanwu realm is indeed better to obtain. After all, in Qingzhou, there are still many masters of the Xuanwu realm. As long as Chu Feng masters the technique of enchantment, the source is indeed not as big as he imagined. Disaster. However, Chu Feng still wanted to rely on his own strength to defeat that Gong Luyun, because he wanted to rely on his own ability to defeat and kill those who had humiliated him in the past. After the breakthrough in the cultivation base, Chu Feng left the station and chose to go on the road. Although he used the power of the Golden Thunder, Chu Feng would not feel any burden, but the Golden Thunder's twinkling eyes and the shield formed by Yuan Force would all make Chu Feng different. Therefore, when there is nothing to do, Chu Feng will naturally not use this special method. In addition, in order to better sneak into the White Tiger Mountains, Dandan also gave Chu Feng a method to hide his true cultivation through the power of enchantment. This method is very good, it can hide one's true aura. Unless it is an extremely powerful world spiritist, even a martial arts master in the Xuanwu realm cannot penetrate Chu Feng's cultivation. Chu Feng rode the sweaty horse and ran all the way, and soon left the sphere of influence of Suzaka City, but at this moment, in front of the wide road, a group of familiar faces appeared. The big man who competes for the sweaty BMW by himself. Hey, brat, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 139, Encountered Besieged. Seeing the big men who had already swarmed up and surrounded him, Chu Feng couldn't help but be stunned, because he could see what the big men wanted to do to him, but he couldn't figure out how the big men knew about him. Going this route? Mothers, the damn shop assistant. Suddenly Chu Feng thought of something, and he couldn't help but cursed in his heart. Because Deng Xiaoer had asked Chu Feng before which way to go, he could guide Chu Feng to a shortcut. In order to reach the White Tiger Mountain range quickly, Chu Feng told him, but unexpectedly, that Deng Xiaoer betrayed him and changed his route. Tell the big guys. Hey, boy, you're not too brave. You dare to grab a BMW with our boss. This group of big men rubbed their trousers with big knives, and walked towards Chu Feng at a rapid pace, with their aggressive appearance, as if they didn't intend to leave their mouths open. As for this group of people, Chu Feng didn't care about them at all. Except for the bearded man who was a 9th-level cultivator of Lingguo, the others were even weaker. Just because this group of people wanted to rob Chu Feng, and they wanted to kill people, they were simply asking for their own death. This aura. But at this moment, Chu Feng frowned, and couldn't help but cast his eyes behind him. I saw the dust flying behind him, and I could vaguely see dozens of fast horses galloping towards them. The horses were all good horses, almost every one of them was no worse than the sweaty horse under Chu Feng's crotch, and they were well maintained. And the person on the horse is even more extraordinary. Not only are they dressed appropriately, they are also well cultivated. The weakest is also at the 4th level of Yuanwu. Even Chu Feng can vaguely sense a Xuanwu realm in this group of people. The breath of a master, although it is the 1st level of Xuanwu, it is undoubtedly the realm of Xuanwu. The appearance of this group of people also attracted the attention of the big men, who hurriedly hid the big sword in their hands behind them, and quickly stood on both sides of the road, making a peaceful appearance. Because they were afraid that this was the passage of people from Suzaka City. If they were found by the people of Suzaka City, they were robbing a young man, and most of them would be killed. And Chu Feng also stayed where he was, quietly watching this group of people, wanting to wait for them to pass, and then deal with this group of big men who didn't have long eyes. But what was surprising was that after the group of people approached, they actually surrounded Chu Feng and this group of big men, and a handsome man with a handsome face riding a white horse looked at Chu Feng even more grimly, saying, "Are you very smart? You even chose to leave Suzaka City at night, but do you think you can escape like this? Who are you? I don't seem to have any trouble with you." Chu Feng looked at this handsome man carefully, and found that the opponent's cultivation base was not weak, he was Yuanwu 8th layer. However, compared to this one, Chu Feng was even more afraid of the middle-aged man with a cold face behind him, because that person was the profound realm powerhouse that Chu Feng had sensed before, a 1st-level Xuanwu master. "Oh, you don't know me? Then I'll introduce myself. My name is Shengguanya, and I'm Sumei's fiancé. Do you understand?" Shengguanya sneered, his eyes full of cold killing intent. "Fiancé? When did Sumei have a fiancé like you? Why didn't I hear her mention it? You didn't seal it yourself, right?" Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light emerged. Although he had realized that the other party might be a bad person, when he heard Shengguanya say that he was Sumei's fiancé, Chu Feng became angry. Because Chu Feng had a good impression of Sumei for a long time, and Sumei was also secretly interested in Chu Feng, the two of them just hadn't pierced the window paper, but in Chu Feng's heart, Sumei was already his person. How could he tolerate it? Others claimed to be Sumei's fiancé. My marriage with Sumei has been scheduled for many years. This is something that everyone in Suzaku City knows about. Shengguanya said loudly, very proud, showing that he really likes Sumei. "Brother, a man who is about to die, why talk nonsense with him, just kill him directly." At this moment, the man behind Shengguanya spoke up. This cold-faced man, named Shengguan Tian, is Shengguanya's eldest brother. He stepped into Xuanwu at the age of 30. Although his potential is not as good as Shengguanya's, his talent in martial arts is not bad, and he is also the #1 figure in the Shengguan family. Brother said that I really shouldn't waste my words on this kind of dying person. Sheng Wanya replied with a smile. Although in Sheng Wan's family, he is the default future family owner, but to his eldest brother, he's still very respectful. Well, let's do it. Sheng Wanchen said indifferently, but he didn't do it himself, because he felt that a role like Chu Feng was not worthy of letting him do it. And as soon as he finished speaking, dozens of Sheng Wan's masters attacked together. Even those big men were poisoned. In the blink of an eye, several big men were already lying on the ground, breathless. "Sir, don't kill us, we don't know this kid." The bearded man was frightened. He never imagined that Chu Feng had such a group of enemies. He was a real murderer without blinking an eye. In addition, this kind of strength and cultivation level, obviously the identity has a lot to do with it. Knowing this earlier, how dare they come to rob Chu Feng? This is really impossible, and they will lose their lives. However, how could the people of the Shengwan family let them go, only to see a master raise his hand and directly smash the head of the bearded man, and his death was a miserable death. After slaughtering this group of big men, everyone from the Shengwan family swarmed up to ask why Chu Feng came, and the posture was to take Chu Feng's life. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you can't." Seeing that the momentum was not right, Chu Feng kicked the sweaty horse under his crotch violently, and the sweaty horse jumped up, stopped Chu Feng's 2 men ahead, and ran away. Where to go? Those two were both at the 5th level of Yuanwu, and as far as they knew, although Chu Feng had some strength, he was only at the 8th level of Lingguo, so they felt that killing Chu Feng would be a piece of cake. Zila la, the two of them shot at the same time. They didn't use their martial skills, but the most direct attack. They punched out, and their energy fluctuated like an invisible boulder. Regarding their attack, Chu Feng just snorted coldly, 2 golden thunderbolts flashed in his eyes, a layer of Yuan force shield lingered out, and his cultivation level climbed to the 2nd level of Yuan Wu in an instant, and then he waved his sleeves, and the 2 Dao Yuan Li's fist resolved. At the same time, Chu Feng grasped both fists, and the 2 golden avenues condensed out. I saw Chu Feng swinging his arms, and 2 golden beams passed by. Is already in a different place. After beheading the 2 with Chu Feng had already broken through the encirclement of Shengwan's family, and he rushed straight away on the horse of sweat and blood. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 140th Corner. How is it possible? He turned out to be the 2nd level of Yuanwu. At this moment, everyone in the Shengwan family was stunned and shocked, because they could never have imagined that Chu Feng would be a 2nd level Yuanwu practitioner, but the most unimaginable thing for them was that Chu Feng could kill him with 1 blow. 2 masters of the 4th level of Yuanwu, and fled in front of them. It's not that easy to leave. Shengwan Tian and Shengwan Ye both snorted coldly and chased after them on horseback. Most of the people behind them chased after them, but the 2 of them were left behind to deal with the dead of the Shengwan family. It can be seen that they are also afraid of dealing with Chu Feng and being known by the people of the Su family. Damn, fortunately I bought a good horse, otherwise I'd really be planted here this time. The sweaty and bloody horse under Chu Feng's crotch ran like a fly. This speed was indeed very impressive, and it was not much slower than Chu Feng's use of the royal air technique. But what left Chu Feng speechless was that the white horses ridden by the Shengwan family were no worse than his sweaty horse, and even surpassed, and were closing in on Chu Feng little by little. Damn, this is not the way to go. Chu Feng was a little panicked. He had just left the Vermilion Bird Mountains, and there was a plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. He could only flee along the road, but if he continued like this, he would soon be caught up. In fact, Chu Feng is not afraid of other people, but he is somewhat afraid of that Sheng Guanchen. Although the other person is only at the 1st level of Xuanwu, he is also in the Xuanwu realm. If he is approached, Chu Feng really does not know how to no escape. Idiot, why don't you instill Yuan Li into your flattery, won't you be caught soon? At this moment, Eggy cried out anxiously. Instilling Yuan Li, do you want to sweat blood? Chu Feng was shocked. It was the first time he heard this kind of trick. You idiot, ordinary people can't do it, but you can, don't forget that you are a world spiritist. Eggy looked like she hated iron but not steel, and then handed it over to Chu Feng, a method of using the power of enchantment to slow down the primordial force, allowing the two to merge with each other, so as to stimulate the physical energy of the sweaty horse. And when Chu Feng instilled Yuan Li, the sweaty and bloody horse suddenly let out a long roar, his eyes turned blood red, like crazy, his hoofs moved in unison, as if he had left the ground. With effort, Sheng Wanya and the others, who had finally been drawn closer, were thrown away. Fuck, what kind of horse is that guy riding? Why is he so fast? Impossible, it's obviously just an ordinary sweaty horse. How can it be faster than my Shengguan family, the meticulously trained little white dragon? Looking at Chu Feng, who had thrown them away with an absolute advantage, the Shengguan family and others were stunned, because this was the fastest horse they had ever seen, which was beyond imagination. Humph, there are some tricks, but it's still too tender. Sheng Wanchen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he jumped down from the white horse. Then he saw it striding forward, gusts of wind dancing, and his speed was much faster than the horses, chasing after Chu Feng. And go. Okay, stop chasing. If the eldest brother takes action, he will surely die. Seeing this, Sheng Wanya waved his hands at the people behind him, signaling them to stop, because in the current situation, relying on the fast horses under their crotch, it is difficult to catch up with Chu Feng. Even Sheng Wanya is helpless. However, Sheng Wanchen is different. Sheng Wanchen cultivates intermediate-level profound arts, and also masters a very mysterious movement technique. With that strong profound strength, coupled with high-level martial arts, it is only a matter of time before he catches up with Chu Feng, because even if he competes for physical strength, it is only a matter of time. Sheng Wanchen will definitely not lose to the sweaty BMW. This is the terrible thing about the Xuanwu realm. Damn, why is this guy's physical strength so good? Isn't the profound energy in his body exhausted? The two of them ran all the way. Chu Feng rode a BMW, and Sheng Wanchen walked on foot. They ran from day to night, and ran for tens of thousands of miles. The most helpless thing for Chu Feng was that Sheng Wanchen was able to follow him all the time. The pace does not lag behind, and there is no trace of exhaustion on his face. Nonsense, that is a master of the Xuanwu realm, but it is not comparable to the Yuanwu realm. Do you think the gap between Xuanli and Yuanli is really only a star and a half? Fortunately, you only encountered the first level of Xuanwu. If he is the second Xuanwu heavy, I'm afraid you have been caught by him long ago. Egyi explained. Then what should I do? This sweaty BMW may be overstretched, and it's almost impossible to hold on. Chu Feng has mental power and can feel the state of the sweaty BMW. Although Chu Feng's Yuan power has greatly improved the physical fitness of the sweaty BMW, his body cannot withstand such high pressure, and it has reached its limit. It seems that I can only abandon the horse and run away. Go to that mountain. It will be difficult for him to catch you in the forest. Egyi reminded. At this time, Chu Feng also noticed that there was indeed a mountain range not far in front of him. Chu Feng rode his horse and ran over, but just after reaching the foot of the mountain, the sweaty horse was exhausted and its speed began to drop. Mar, I'm sorry for you. Chu Feng touched it reluctantly, and it took him out of the sweaty and bloody horse that ran for tens of thousands of miles. Only then did he straighten his body. With a beautiful somersault, he jumped off the horse's back, and his feet were thunderous when he landed. Move, the second layer of royal air technique has been cast out by Chu Feng. Whoa. But as soon as Chu Feng ran out of 2 steps, there was a scream of horses behind him. Looking back, Chu Feng found that the bloody horse was torn in half by that Sheng Wanchen, and blood was scattered all over the ground. Damn Shengguan's family, if I, Chu Feng, can escape this catastrophe, I will definitely destroy your whole family. Chu Feng was angry. It was the first time he was forced to this level. Sheng Wanchen really had to kill him, and it was Sheng Wanchen's killing intent towards him that aroused Chu Feng's anger. The Shengguan family was on the must-excluded list. As long as he could escape this catastrophe, when he grew up in the future, he would definitely slaughter the Shengguan family and leave no one behind. Swish, Chu Feng swept into the mountain range. With the insight of his spiritual power, and relying on the speed of Yukongshu, Chu Feng ran west and east in this mountain forest, but even so, he still couldn't get rid of Shang Wanchen. For the first time, he realized the power of a master of the Xuanwu realm. There is indeed an insurmountable gap between Yuan and Xian. Even if Chu Feng is a God-given body, even if he has spiritual power, he cannot compete with the masters of the Xuanwu realm even if the opponent is only a master of the Xuanwu realm. The first level of Xuanwu. Boy, you can't run away. Suddenly, an angry shout from Shang Wanchen came from behind Chu Feng, and at the same time, Chu Feng's expression changed greatly, because he suddenly realized that there were two auras on his left and right sides, and those auras were actually Xuanwu 1 Heavy, at this moment, has surrounded him from the rear. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 141, The Line of Life and Death. The sudden appearance of two breaths made Chu Feng's face change greatly, because he realized that the breath was actually from Shang Wantian, but Shang Wantian was still chasing him from behind. How could he be surrounded by him from the left and right sides? Spand, is this a martial art? After watching from left to right, Chu Feng couldn't help being shocked. He was shocked to discover that the two breaths were indeed the appearance of Shang Wanchen, but they were not real bodies, but two almost translucent phantom bodies, which were different from divine consciousness. Similar, but clearly not divine. This is the 6th stage of martial arts that I have mastered, the body illusion. I would not have easily displayed it, but today it is an eye-opener for you. During the speech, Shang Wanchen's whole body was wriggling with profound energy, and then his body was illusory, and two more illusions overflowed from his body and spread out, almost blocking Chu Feng's retreat, so that Chu Feng could only move forward. The direction cannot be reversed at all. Damn, how can there be such a perverted martial art in the world? Chu Feng is very speechless. This kind of martial arts is simply disgusting. The aura is the same as that of the main body, that is to say, it has the same power as the main body. If it is used against an enemy with the same strength, it will simply cause a crushing effect. Situation. What a fuss, it's just a mere 6th rank martial arts. The way of martial arts is extensive and profound, and there are many strange martial arts. His martial skill is just a little more gorgeous. If he encounters someone with absolute strength, no matter how many people there are, it is useless. However, if he uses this martial skill to catch you, it is really effective. Egi said. Nonsense, to be forced by him like this, sooner or later, there will be no way out. You can't think of a way to get me out of him? Chu Feng was impatient, and he didn't want to be killed in the wilderness, just because he didn't understand. In this case, you can only rely on your life. If there is a high mountain in front of you, then you can climb up. If there is a bottomless cliff in front of you, then you can jump down, as long as you can avoid him. If you hunt him down, you still have a chance of survival, but if you are caught by him, you will surely die. Egi said. Damn. Indeed, as Egi said, Chu Feng has no choice at the moment, he can only rely on fate and luck. Whoever makes his skills inferior to others, even if he is forced to death, has no complaints at all. Under such a mad rush, Chu Feng climbed higher and higher, and there were really cliffs in front of him as obstacles, but fortunately, it was not too steep. With Chu Feng's movement technique, he could climb over. In this vast mountain range, after running for about 3 hours, Chu Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. There was really no way to go in front of him, and a bottomless cliff appeared. Could it be that God wants to kill me, Chu Feng? Standing on the top of the cliff, Chu Feng looked down, and found that the cliff was absolutely incredible. It was really steep to the extreme, and Chu Feng wanted to jump off, most likely because of misfortune. Chu Feng, don't be afraid, listen carefully, there is the sound of water, and there is a river below. No matter how high this place is, you will be seriously injured at most, but you should not fall to your death. Egi analyzed calmly. Run, let me see where you're going. This is called the Cliff of Death. The rock is so special that even the basalt realm can't grasp the rock wall. And the bottom of the cliff is the Longjiao River. The water in the Longjiao River is swift and fierce, like a sharp blade, and the living creatures can be crushed by the waves, and there are monsters in the Longjiao River. Even if the waves can't kill you, the whirlpool won't kill you, and the monster will swallow you. Sheng Wanchen came over. He no longer chased after him. His pace had slowed down, his face was full of pride, and his gaze towards Chu Feng was full of irony. It turned out that from the very beginning, he was forcing Chu Feng to a dead end. Jumping down will break your bones at most, but if you want to die in my hands, I will make you fly into ashes and annihilate. Sheng Wantian sneered as he approached. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly laughed, with a strange smile, and said, Sheng Wanchen, pray that I will die like this, and pray that you will never see me again. Otherwise, I, Chu Feng, will definitely find you. When that day comes, it will not be your doomsday, but the day of your Shengguan family's annihilation. After saying that, Chu Feng jumped suddenly, and jumped into the cliff so unrestrainedly, and soon sank into the misty cliff, drowning the traces. Upon seeing this, Sheng Wanchen hurried to the place where Chu Feng was standing before. He watched and watched. For some reason a worry arose in his heart. He suddenly regretted that he should not have forced Chu Feng off the cliff, but should have pushed Chu Feng himself. Beheaded. I have to say that this cliff is very deep. Chu Feng jumped down, and it took a long time to pass through the white fog and see the bottom of the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, as Sheng Wanchen said, there is a wide and fierce river. This river is very strange. The waves are fierce, and there are countless undercurrents, and even a few whirlpools can be seen in an instant, circling in the current. At this moment, Chu Feng hurriedly turned around the energy of his body to protect his body, because the drop from the cliff was too great. Even if he fell into the river, it would bring a great impact. Being directly photographed into a mashed meat, even Chu Feng is indeed a lot of misfortune. Boom! A ferocious splash of water splashed in all directions, and Chu Feng sank into the Dragonjiao River. The moment he sank, he completely lost consciousness and was swept away by the ferocious spray. Chu Feng drifted with the tide, and his consciousness was also in chaos. He was really seriously injured. No matter how Dandan shouted, Chu Feng couldn't gather his consciousness, and he was really caught in the line of life and death. Under such circumstances, after about 5 days, Chu Feng's consciousness finally recovered gradually. While he was feeling the severe pain from his body, he could vaguely hear the sweet voice of a young girl. Hey, are you okay? Wake up! In a daze, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was lying on a lawn, and not far from him, the ferocious Longjiao River, like a ferocious beast, still roaring and roaring. Saved? Not dead. This was Chu Feng's subconscious thought. Because of everything in front of him and the pain in his body, Chu Feng knew that he was still alive. Hey, I'm talking to you, why didn't you answer? At this moment, that sweet voice sounded again. Looking back, Chu Feng realized that there was a young girl standing behind him. The girl looked about 15 years old. She was tall and had delicate features. Stare at yourself. And behind the girl, there was a big man and an old man standing. Compared to the girl's curiosity, these two were full of vigilance. Miss, it looks like he's fine. Let's go quickly. We must go to White Tiger Villa before dark. The old man persuaded. N. The girl cast a meaningful glance at Chu Feng again, and then turned to leave. Wait, are you going to White Tiger Villa? Chu Feng hurriedly said. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 142, White Tiger Villa. Wait, are you going to White Tiger Villa? Chu Feng hurriedly said. I thought to myself, could it be that the Longjiao River is leading to the White Tiger Mountain Range, and he has already arrived in the White Tiger Mountain Range without knowing it? Isn't Baihu Mountain Villa the most famous villa in the White Tiger Mountains? That's the villa you want to sneak in. After all, the name of the White Tiger Mountain Villa already shows that the villa is likely to hold the secrets of the White Tiger Mountains to a certain extent, just like Suzaka City, Xuanwu City, and Qinglongzong. You also want to go to White Tiger Villa? The girl showed a puzzled look. Yes, I wonder if this girl can give me a ride. Chu Feng showed an innocent smile. Because he found that besides these three people, there was a carriage parked not far away. The carriage was empty and obviously belonged to them. Although Chu Feng's walking speed was not slow, at the moment he was sore all over, he was about to lose his strength, and the yuan energy in his body was extremely scarce, so he naturally wanted to hitch a ride. Since it's on the way, let's go together. The girl thought for a while, but nodded in agreement. Miss, this. However, seeing this, the old man and the big man became nervous. It doesn't matter, isn't there still room in the car anyway? Look at his appearance. If he were to walk to the White Tiger Villa, I don't know how long it would take. The girl smiled, looking very kind. Seeing that the girl insisted on doing this, the old man and the big man looked at each other, but they didn't say much, they could only acquiesce. Thank you very much then. As for Chu Feng, he was even more rude. He got up and walked in the direction of the carriage, because he knew that these people must be more familiar with the area than he was, so it would be right to follow them. Miss Wang, what are you doing at White Tiger Villa? Chu Feng asked curiously on the carriage. After some understanding, he already knew that the girl's name was Wang Lin, and she lived in a small town in the White Tiger Mountains, and Chu Feng could sense that the girl was a martial artist. It's heavy, but it's really martial arts. Just call me Wang Lin. Wang Lin first smiled sweetly, and then said proudly, of course, I will participate in the assessment of the servants of White Tiger Villa. Jotting assessment? Chu Feng revealed a puzzled look. Don't you know? Baihu Villa's apprenticeship assessment. White Tiger Villa will recruit outsiders every month, and anyone under the age of 17 with a cultivation level at the second level of Lingwu can participate. Wang Lin began to tell Chu Feng, and Chu Feng also learned that the White Tiger Mountains are relatively remote, and there are few sects nearby, so in order to allow the common people to practice martial arts, the White Tiger Villa has already spread the martial arts techniques. In addition, anyone who can improve their cultivation to the second level of Lingwu before the age of 17 can enter the White Tiger Villa and practice martial arts and even mysterious arts as a servant, and this Wang Lin is someone who wants to improve their cultivation. So, this girl is a martial artist? Chu Feng said with a smile. He had already decided to pretend to be a beginner in martial arts and take part in the assessment of the servants, in order to infiltrate the White Tiger Villa. Humph, my young lady has reached the second level of Lingwu half a year ago. How can a bastard like you see the strength of my young lady? Before Wang Lin could speak, the big man who rode the horse in front of the car roared, and at the same time, gave Chu Feng a deep contempt. Because Chu Feng was lying on the bank of the river, and his clothes were torn and tattered, no matter how he looked at it, he looked like a bum from the countryside, so he looked down on Chu Feng from the bottom of his heart, and felt that Chu Feng didn't understand anything at all. Cough cough, the atmosphere felt wrong. Wang Lin coughed twice, and then asked Chu Feng, what are you doing at White Tiger Villa? Regarding Wang Lin's question, Chu Feng smiled indifferently and replied casually, same as you. What did you say? When Chu Feng said those words, the three people in the car were all shocked. What did you say? Say it again. Wang Lin, the big man, including the old man who was driving the car, all stared at Chu Feng closely. Their faces were full of doubts, and they even suspected that they had heard it wrong, but they couldn't believe what Chu Feng said. I said that, like Wang Lin, I will go to participate in the assessment of the servants of the White Tiger Villa. Chu Feng emphasized it word by word. You mean, you are also a martial artist? The old man squinted, full of suspicion. What? It's not like that? Chu Feng smiled. Young man, you have to be kind, and it's wrong to speak big words. The big man didn't believe Chu Feng's words at all. Although the White Tiger Villa has passed the martial arts formula to the common people, this is not something that all the common people can master. If you want to know the martial arts formula, you need to spend money to buy it, so many poor people still have no chance to practice martial arts. In their eyes, Chu Feng is such a person. Whatever you want. Chu Feng shrugged and did not explain much. Seeing that Chu Feng did not refute, the old man and the big man even felt that he was bragging, and could not help but deepen their contempt for Chu Feng. On the other hand, Wang Lin looked at Chu Feng with suspicion, but didn't say anything. It's just that on the way back, the car seemed rather awkward. Except for Wang Lin and the old man chatting a few times, almost no one spoke to Chu Feng. The carriage drove all the way, and finally entered the White Tiger Villa at sunset. The White Tiger Villa is very large. Although it is called the White Tiger Villa, it is actually a beautiful city built on the mountain. Really gorgeous. This White Tiger Villa is really good. Chu Feng looked at the White Tiger Villa not far away, feeling the aura of the large crowd in the distance. After experiencing a life and death catastrophe, the more he feels that life is so beautiful. Bumper. The big man cast a glance at Chu Feng, looking down on him from the bottom of his heart. The carriage drove along the wide mountain road, and finally came to the huge gate of the White Tiger Villa. There was a square in front of the city gate, and in the center of the square, there was a temporary tent where the White Tiger Villa recruited its servants. At this moment, it was getting dark, and there were not many boys and girls queuing outside the tent. The assessment was about to end, so Wang Lin and the other three hurriedly walked towards the tent after getting off the bus. Stop. But before Wang Lin and the others approached, a young man blocked his way. The young man looks like he's only 20 years old. There is a white cloth strip on his chest, with the 4 characters of medium written on it, and his cultivation level is only the 3rd level of Lingguo. At this age, this cultivation level can be said to be weak. This made Chu Feng unavoidably despised the White Tiger Villa. As a martial arts family, these family members who were equivalent to sect disciples, with only this strength, would be too weak. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 143, Shoot When It's Time to Shoot. This brother, my young lady, is here to take part in the assessment of the White Tiger Villa. The big man explained with a smile. What time is it? The assessment is over, come back next month. The servant didn't look at them at all, and his attitude was very tough. Seeing this, Wang Lin frowned slightly, but despite the identity of the other party, she did not dare to be too strong, so she forced a smile and said, This eldest brother, it's not easy for us to come all the way, can you make it easier? Wang Lin is pretty good looking, so when my family saw her, she couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment. Her face improved obviously, but she still said firmly, no. At the same time, there were many householders around the square, almost closed the tents, and everyone was forbidden to approach. At this moment, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. Although they could not do it this month, they could still come next month, but none of the 3 of them wanted to go to waste like this. This brother, you have no respect at all. In desperation, the old man took out 10 taels of silver from his arms and handed it to the past with a smile. You immortal? Do you think I lack your 12 taels of silver? Hurry up, you will be arrested if you don't. However, the old man's behavior angered the servants, and he pointed at the old man and cursed loudly. Sorry. This frightened the old man. They quickly apologized, and at the same time turned around quickly, daring not to entangle anymore. But just as the 3 of them gave up, Chu Feng swaggered over. After passing the 3 of them, he walked straight to the tent. Stop, didn't you hear what I said just now? Hurry up. Jia Ding was already furious, and when he saw that someone dared to step forward, he immediately roared. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Chu Feng stretched out his ears and asked, pretending to be puzzled. I told you to hurry up. Snapped, however, before Jia Ding finished speaking, Chu Feng slapped Jia Ding on the cheek with a loud slap. At the same time, Chu Feng raised his leg and kicked again, and actually kicked the family member upside down and slammed him to the ground. This scene happened too quickly, but there were still many people who saw that all the servants of the White Tiger Villa gathered around, as if they were about to attack Chu Feng. And Wang Lin was even more stunned. She never imagined that Chu Feng would dare to do it directly. This was something she couldn't imagine. "Miss, go quickly." The old man and the big man grabbed Wang Lin at the same time, dragged her and left. Both of them felt that Chu Feng was doomed. If the commoners attacked the people of White Tiger Villa, it would be like courting death. Therefore, they should try to stay away from Chu Feng and clear their relationship with Chu Feng. Stop them, they are a group. But at this moment, the servant who was beaten pointed at Wang Lin and shouted loudly. And the other servants quickly blocked the way and surrounded Wang Lin and Chu Feng together. "You bastard, we were hurt badly by you." At this moment, the old man and the big man were terrified, their bodies were shaking, and they couldn't stop complaining about Chu Feng. Although Wang Lin was stronger than the two of them, she was obviously afraid. Only Chu Feng had a calm expression, with his hands around his chest, and there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. "Damn, if you dare to hit Lao Tzu, kill him for me." The beating servant got up and rushed towards Chu Feng, and the other servants rushed up. "Stop." But before they could take action, an angry shout suddenly sounded. After this voice sounded, the faces of the servants changed greatly. Not only did they stop the movements in their hands, but they also quickly spread out to make way. Looking along the way, an old man was walking. The old man was dressed in plain clothes, very simple, but there was a sharpness between his eyebrows, and the respectful attitude of these family members towards him. Everyone subconsciously felt that this old man must have an extraordinary origin. As for Chu Feng, he could feel that the old man was a cultivator of the 5th level of Yuanwu. Although the 5th level of Yuanwu was nothing in Chu Feng's eyes, at least the old man's cultivation was better than that of him. The family members from White Tiger Villa are much stronger. "What's going on?" the old man asked. "This kid dare to beat us." The servants pointed to Chu Feng in unison. "Oh." The old man looked at the servant who was beaten, and looked at Chu Feng again. Not only was he not angry, but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The reason is very simple, that Ding is the 3rd level Lingwu, and the strength to beat him is definitely higher than him, and Chu Feng is so young to have such strength, which is naturally impressive. "Are you here to participate in the family assessment?" The old man looked at Chu Feng with a very soft tone. "Yes." Chu Feng's attitude was also very polite. "Come in." The old man turned around and walked towards the tent. This change surprised everyone, not to mention the onlookers. Even the housekeepers were a little overwhelmed. A commoner who beat the White Tiger Villa not only was not punished, but also had to be assessed by the servants. This is really unreasonable. Steward Zhang, this. What is this? It's not dark, and the assessment of the servants will continue. Don't think that I don't know what you have done. Next time you dare to break the rules without authorization, don't blame me for being rude to you. The servant who was beaten was not reconciled, and went forward to ask for an explanation, but what he received was a severe reprimand from Butler Zhang. After being reprimanded, the faces of the servants were extremely ugly, and no one dared to say anything more. The onlookers also heard from the words that the assessment time has not yet come, but these servants wanted to stop work and return to the house earlier, so they blocked those who participated in the assessment without authorization. At this moment, not only Chu Feng, but all those who wanted to participate in the assessment followed. Looking at the people who kept walking into the tent, Wang Lin stood there and lowered her head silently. She wanted to go there, but she didn't have the courage to go. Because this opportunity was won by Chu Feng, but when Chu Feng was in danger before, she not only did not help, but backed away, which made her feel ashamed of Chu Feng and shameless. "Hey, what are you waiting for? Come here soon." But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Looking up, Chu Feng was standing in front of the tent, looking at Wang Lin with a smile. At this moment, Wang Lin was very moved. She did not expect that they would treat Chu Feng so much, and Chu Feng would still be so friendly to her. But after hesitating for a moment, Wang Lin walked over, because she didn't want to miss this opportunity. After walking to Chu Feng's side, the two smiled at each other and walked into the tent together. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 144 Morong Xiao Yao. The sun was setting in the west, and when the torches in the square were lit, it was already dark. The assessment is really over. The boys and girls who passed the assessment have been brought into the White Tiger Villa by their family members for 6 consecutive years and became a member of the White Tiger Villa. However, Wang Lin and Chu Feng did not come out of the tent for a long time, which made the big man and the old man inexplicably worried. After the previous scene, they all knew that Chu Feng was a martial artist, but when they thought of the humiliation they had done to Chu Feng along the way, they were ashamed, but at the same time, they were worried that Chu Feng would be bad for Wang Lin. After all, everyone could see that Butler Zhang was optimistic about Chu Feng. Otherwise, even if the servants broke the rules first, Butler Zhang would not allow it, and the commoners would do something to the people of White Tiger Villa. Uncle Zhao, Uncle Lu. But when Wang Lin appeared in sight, their worries finally vanished. Miss, passed? The big man looked at Wang Lin's chest, the sign of a low-class servant, and was extremely excited. After all, being able to enter the White Tiger Villa means that the road to martial arts is smoother. Nonsense, our young lady is genuine, and there are reasons for not passing it. The old man also smiled, and he was happy for Wang Lin from the bottom of his heart. Although Wang Lin's family is good, she can't compare with the White Tiger Villa. Even the family members of the White Tiger Villa have status in the White Tiger Mountains. Therefore, everyone who cultivates martial arts wants to infiltrate the White Tiger Villa. They will not be ashamed of their status as servants, but will be proud. This is like the disciples of various sections. Wang Lin, it seems that you and I are about to say goodbye. I still want to thank you all for taking me on a ride. At this moment, Chu Feng walked over. Don't say that, if it wasn't for you, how could I pass the assessment today? Wang Lin was a little embarrassed. Come on, let's not be polite. Since we have all entered the White Tiger Villa, maybe we can meet again in the future. Chu Feng waved his hands with a smile and turned to leave. Not far away, the steward Zhang was waiting. Chu Feng. But when the old man and the big man saw the sign of a servant on Chu Feng's chest, they stood there dumbfounded, their faces filled with surprise. After a long time, he came back to his senses, and said inconceivably, he was directly promoted to a high-ranking servant, so at least he has to be at the 4th level of Lingwu, right? Heh. Seeing this, Wang Lin smiled bitterly and said, yes, that high-grade profound stone was shattered with just one punch, and even the steward Xing was amazed. I think he should be very showy in the White Tiger Villa. We are really looking down on others this time. Hearing what Wang Lin said, the old man and the big man felt even more ashamed. Thinking of the various humiliations they had done to Chu Feng before, they really wanted to die at this moment. Because in this Big Six, strength is paramount, and with Chu Feng's aptitude, after entering the White Tiger Villa, he will definitely skyrocket. Fame and fortune are only a matter of time. What they did today was like offending a future celebrity in the White Tiger Mountains, so they were not only ashamed, but also fearful in their hearts, afraid that Chu Feng would retaliate against them in the future. Don't worry, he's not the kind of person with a small stomach. Wang Lin reassured her as if she could see the worries of the two. Hey, it seems that people really don't look good. But even so, the old man and the big man couldn't calm down. Their bowels had already turned green. If they knew that Chu Feng was such a talent, how could they have dared to ridicule him before? It's not too late to fawn. However, if they knew that the 4th level of Lingwu was only Chu Feng's hidden strength, and that Chu Feng's true strength was the 1st level of Yuanwu, they didn't know what their expressions would be. After saying goodbye, Wang Lin and Chu Feng were sent to the White Tiger Villa together, but because of their different identities, they were sent to different places. In the vast building complex of the White Tiger Villa, there is an exquisite hut. This is the residence of the high-class family, and now Chu Feng's resting place. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the head of the bed, glanced at the high-class housekeeper logo on his chest, then glanced at the book in his hand, and couldn't help but smile. This is a book of second-rank martial arts, which was given to him by Butler Zhang, but this kind of treatment is not something that every servant can enjoy. Although it is true that the servants of White Tiger Villa can practice martial arts, it is only limited to the upper-class servants. And just like Chu Feng, there are very few people who can get martial skills training just after entering the White Tiger Villa. It's just that for Chu Feng, there is no need to cultivate these two martial skills at all, and because he was really tired at the moment, he threw the martial skills on the head of the bed and lay down and fell asleep. Since then, Chu Feng has been lurking in the White Tiger Villa for 10 days. Although he is a servant, but because he is a high-class servant, Chu Feng does not have to be a servant. Domestic work. As for Chu Feng, he was more interested in inquiring into the secrets of the White Tiger Villa. After 10 days, Chu Feng had gained some gains. At least he had a certain understanding of the White Tiger Villa. Baihu Villa has a history of 500 years. It is not inferior to some sects in terms of background, and its strength is not simple. There are many masters in the villa, but because it is located in a remote area, few people in Qingzhou have noticed it, but Baihu Villa, the creator of, is indeed a character. 500 years ago, in the White Tiger Mountains, there was no White Tiger Villa. At that time, there were more poor people in this mountain range. Because of the terrain, it was difficult for people to get out of this mountain range, and most of them died here. At that time, within the White Tiger Mountain range, there were actually several aristocratic families of martial arts, but these few families of martial arts never spread the art of martial arts. The founder of the White Tiger Villa, Morong Xiaoyao, came from a commoner. At that time, he was still a teenager. Because he was unwilling to be mediocre all his life, he joined an aristocratic Shiwu family as a servant and hooked up with a young lady from the upper family. The young lady obtained the martial arts formula from her mouth, and even learned Shin Gong and martial arts. It's just that after the incident came to light, Morong Xiaoyao was hunted down by that noble family, and finally forced to escape into a place that was regarded as a Jedi. At that time, people thought that Morong Xiaoyao was dead, but 5 years later, he walked out of the Jedi and became a generation of martial arts masters. In the White Tiger Mountains, no one can match. After Morong Xiaoyao was born, he learned that the young lady who taught him martial arts had been beheaded by the aristocratic family. After the establishment of the White Tiger Mountain Villa, it quickly became the overlord of the White Tiger Mountains. Many experts from outside the White Tiger Mountains also came to join the White Tiger Mountain Villa. Morong Xiaoyao even taught the common people to practice martial arts, so that the civilians of the entire White Tiger Mountains would come here. The common people can touch the way of cultivating martial arts and change their destiny. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 145, The Guardian of Consciousness. Legend has it that Morong Xiaoyao back then was definitely number one. He mastered a very powerful martial art, and his attack and killing methods were unparalleled in the world, almost unstoppable. Even the old-timer who was well known in Qingzhou at the time, who mastered extremely strong defense methods, fought against him and was killed by him with one blow. At that time, some people thought that Morong Xiaoyao would become a genius like Qinglong Daoist, but no one thought that he would suddenly disappear as soon as he was on the rise. The year he disappeared was the year he came out of the Jedi. It was the year that the White Tiger Villa was just established. In that year, he was only 20 years old. Some people say that he has gained great benefits in the Jedi, but he has paid a corresponding price for it, and he is doomed soon. Some people also said that he was tired of worldly disputes, and he always felt guilty for the young lady of the noble family who handed him the practice of martial arts, so he went into hiding in the mountains. But no matter how Morong Xiaoyao disappeared, after he disappeared, all the powerhouses in Qingzhou poured into the White Tiger Mountains, wanting to obtain Morong Xiaoyao's peerless martial arts, but they could never find that place. Later, someone suggested that the White Tiger Villa be razed to the ground. Even if the ground was dug 3 feet, the Jedi had to be found. However, just when the top experts in Qingzhou at that time were about to level the White Tiger Villa, Morong Xiaoyao suddenly appeared. According to legend, the Morong Xiaoyao at that time only disappeared for 2 months, but when people saw him again, he had become an old man with vicissitudes of life. White-clothed, like a living dead. However, he just used one move to kill all the top experts in Qingzhou at that time. It was truly a move that shocked the world. Blood flowed into a river in one thought, and he was invincible and invincible. After erasing those intruders, Morong Xiaoyao disappeared again. He disappeared so completely that no one knew his whereabouts, not even the people at White Tiger Villa. But the most bizarre thing is that after that, the corpses of peerless masters will always appear in the White Tiger Villa for no reason, and they are all killed by people, and they are all deadly. Trick. After that, everyone knew that Morong Xiaoyao didn't die. He was just tired of worldly disputes, but he was still guarding the White Tiger Villa in secret, and no one would be allowed to attack. However, the martial arts that Morong Xiaoyao mastered back then were too tempting. For the sake of those martial arts, there were still many masters who disregarded their lives and sneaked into the White Tiger Villa, but in the end they were unable to escape the fate of being killed. The most bizarre thing is that hundreds of years after Morong Xiaoyao disappeared, this kind of thing still happens frequently. But you must know that 200 years ago, even if Morong Xiaoyao was alive, he was over 300 years old. This is not the age at which humans can survive. Therefore, some people think that Morong Xiaoyao died from the very beginning, and what was alive was just a touch of his consciousness. Because of some kind of power of the Jedi, Morong Xiaoyao's consciousness can be immortal and protect the White Tiger Villa forever. Since then, no one has dared to come to Baihu Villa to spy on it, and Baihu Villa has almost no contact with the outside world, so it gradually faded out of people's sight. But it was precisely this that aroused Chu Feng's interest even more. He knew that the Jedi back then was probably the Emperor's burial at the entrance of the White Tiger Mountains. Morong Xiaoyao must have gained something from it, just like the Taoist Qinglong. As for where the entrance is, whether Morong Xiaoyao is alive or dead, Chu Feng does not know, but now that he has sneaked in, Chu Feng will never give up easily, and vows to find a result. Early in the morning, before dawn, Chu Feng's door was knocked open, and when he opened it, it turned out to be the housekeeper Zhang. It looks good. After seeing Chu Feng, Steward Zhang nodded in satisfaction, then handed a neat shirt to Chu Feng and said, "Take care of it, I have a good job for you." Chu Feng put on his clothes and followed butler Zhang to a garden where there were several carriages. Several were trucks, full of items, and the other was a gorgeous sedan, which was really luxurious, and the horses that pulled the carts were all good horses. Chu Feng was not surprised by this. Although he had been in contact with people from the lower classes these days, he also understood the background of White Tiger Villa, at least not inferior to Suzaku City and Qinglong sect. There are many masters hidden here, and the economic strength is also very strong. Very strong. And there were dozens of housekeepers standing beside the carriage, each holding either cakes or flowers. The most important thing was that these housekeepers were all first-class housekeepers. However, these servants are older than Chu Feng. When they saw the sign of the first-class servants on Chu Feng's chest, they all showed surprise. Aroused their jealousy. Chu Feng, today is the day when the eldest young lady worships her mother. You all should be smart. Butler Zhang left after explaining these words. Hey, new here, right? Just as Butler Zhang left, a group of guys gathered around him. These people were both male and female, but they were all young adults. They surrounded Chu Feng with wicked smiles and very bad eyes. Chu Feng was very disgusted with this kind of gaze, but he also knew that the new recruits would be bullied by the old people. This was an unwritten rule of the White Tiger Villa. In order to successfully conceal people's eyes and ears and facilitate future exploration in this villa, Chu Feng still held back his anger, forced a smile and said, "Everyone, eldest brother and eldest sister, is something wrong? Who's the eldest sister? I'm so fucking old?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, a woman who was at least 20 years old slapped Chu Feng. This slap was powerful and fast, but in Chu Feng's eyes at the moment, it was unusually slow. He turned slightly sideways and easily avoided it. "Oh, how dare you hide? Do you understand the rules here? I have to teach you well today." Seeing this, the female family Ding was surprised, but she raised her palm fiercely again. At the same time, everyone around started to do it. Chu Feng could feel that strong winds were blowing from all directions. These servants actually shamelessly surrounded and beat up a young man like Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly. He was hesitating whether to fight back, but with his current cultivation, if it were exposed, the White Tiger Villa would probably suspect that he was a spy, and then things would be bad. Stop. At this moment, a stern scolding sounded, but the voice was extremely sweet, and Chu Feng's heart tightened when he heard it. Looking at Shansheng, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly straightened, because not far away, there was a tall and beautiful woman standing. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 146, Assassin in the Forest. A woman's skin is as white as snow, white and delicate. Although her face is not celestial, she also has a unique temperament. The most important thing is that the woman's figure is very good, the front is convex and the back is up, plump and round, especially a pair of straight long legs, a devil figure comparable to Su Ro. With such a good figure, Chu Feng couldn't stop watching, because he couldn't help but think of the night he had with Su Ro. Seeing Chu Feng staring at him so naked, the woman's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and a look of disgust appeared in her eyes. Yo, I'm not happy anymore. Isn't such a good figure just for people to see? Chu Feng sneered in his heart, his eyes still swept back and forth on the woman's slender legs, ignoring the woman's expression. Meet the eldest young lady. Chu Feng was watching with relish, and when he was extremely absorbed, there were such respectful voices around him. At the same time, the dozens of high-ranking servants all bowed down and gave a big salute. Miss? No way? Could it be that this is the eldest lady of White Tiger Villa, Murong Sinew? Chu Feng suddenly realized that this Murong Sinew was the White Tiger Villa, the eldest daughter of the villa owner, a woman who was born unable to practice martial arts, but was extremely smart. And at this moment, Chu Feng realized that the steward Zhang was standing behind Murong Sinew and winked at him. It could be seen that this was really the eldest lady of White Tiger Villa. Ruined. Chu Feng secretly screamed badly because he realized that Murong Sinew's complexion at the moment had turned ashen, and he was obviously provoked by him. At this moment, Chu Feng was a little helpless because he knew that a big disaster had occurred. As for the servants surrounding Chu Feng, they were gloating at the misfortune. Murong Sinew hated the people looking directly at her beauty. Chu Feng had violated a taboo. They were all looking forward to what kind of punishment Chu Feng would receive. Uncle Zhang, come out. However, what was surprising was that Murong Sinew did not punish Chu Feng, but went straight to the carriage. Seeing this, Butler Zhang sighed, took a meaningful look at Chu Feng, and followed. You offended miss, and you are dead. Take more, I'm happy, I complete for you. The servants forcibly stuffed the offerings in their hands into Chu Feng, and they chased after the moving carriage until Chu Feng could no longer put the things on him. As for Chu Feng, he didn't pay any attention to them, because his mind was completely immersed in unease at the moment, and he was also worried about how the eldest young lady would deal with him. This was not a good thing for him, who was going to explore the entrance to the Emperor's burial in this White Tiger Villa. After the carriage left the White Tiger Villa, it walked towards the depths of the White Tiger Mountains. It didn't stop in a forest until it had traveled thousands of miles. There is a mountain tomb here, don't think too much. Chu Feng already knows that this is the tomb of Murong Sinew's mother. At this moment, the servants began to arrange sacrifices, but the most important labor was all placed on Chu Feng. They were clearly bullying Chu Feng, and Murong Sinew and Butler Zhang also saw it, but no one stopped him, so Chu Feng had to endure the humiliation. Who made him offend Murong Sinew? And the more it went on like this, the more the servants went too far, because they felt that they were venting their anger on Murong Sinew's behalf, and even bullying was justifiable, and in the end, they handed over all the work to Chu Feng alone. Because it was noon, Murong Sinew needed to eat, so all the servants went to serve Murong Sinew. Only Chu Feng was serving the young lady's dead mother. It's like a natural servant. Seeing the smiling servants who were circling around Murong Sinew, Chu Feng despised him from the bottom of his heart. This Murong Sinew is not a good thing either. Since she is worshipping her mother, she is not seen kneeling before her mother's grave. What kind of worship is this? This breath? But at this moment, Chu Feng frowned slightly, and swept his sharp eyes around, because he could feel that there were more than a dozen martial artists approaching. Each of them was in the Yuanwu realm, and the weakest was the Yuan dynasty. In the first level of martial arts, the strongest has reached the 5th level of Yuanwu. Sha. And not long after Chu Feng discovered the situation, there were bursts of trampling sounds from all around the forest, and soon more than a dozen figures emerged from the forest. These people were dressed in black, only showing a pair of eyes with fierce light, and they all held a cold light shining sword in their hands, showing their murderous intent. Who are you? Seeing that the situation was not right, Steward Zhang shouted loudly and rushed to Morong Yusen's body, protecting Morong Yusen behind him. And when these men in black saw Morong Yusen, without saying a word, they waved their weapons and attacked Morong Yusen with a very clear goal. It's an assassin, protect the eldest miss. Butler Zhang shouted again, waving his arms, and after images appeared. He was alone, surrounded by Morong Yusen, forming a wall of copper and iron, which the group of assassins armed with swords could not penetrate. But the so-called 2 fists are invincible to 4 hands, not to mention that there are so many people besieging him right now, and among them there are people who are no weaker than Butler Zhang, so Butler Zhang can't support it anytime soon. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, Steward Zhang counted his palms together and slapped the blade of one of them abruptly, and then bombarded the assassin's chest fiercely, beating the man alive, but at the same time as he was also slashed by 2 swords, and the blood flowed. Miss, run quickly. Butler Zhang endured the huge pain on his body, grabbed Morong Yusen and threw her out of the encirclement, while Morong Yusen, who had no cultivation, fell to the ground ruthlessly. Protect Mississippi. Seeing this, the 2 servants obliged to go to help Morong Sinyu, but they saw 2 cold beams passing by, and the 2 servants fell into a pool of blood without even screaming. It turned out that the 2 Yuanwu heir, the heavy man in black, has already rushed towards Morong Sinyu. Such a scene frightened the rest of the servants. Not only did they stop blocking them, but they started to flee, leaving Morong Yusen alone. But this is understandable, most people do this when it concerns their own life and death. You bastards. Looking at the servants who abandoned her and fled, Morong Yusen clenched her teeth tightly, and after scolding, she also turned and ran away, but her speed was far inferior to those of the servants. Accidentally, he fell to the ground again. At the same time, 2 men in black came to the front and stabbed Morong Yusen with their sharp knives. In the face of death, Morong Yusen's face finally showed a look of fear. She couldn't help but close her eyes and dared not look again, feeling that she would definitely die. Poochie, but when a muffled sound came and a hot blood splattered on her face, she was shocked to find that her body did not feel any pain. With all kinds of confusion, Morong Yusen slowly opened her eyes, but when she saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 147, Show Your Skills. In front of Morong Sinyu, Chu Feng was standing there, and at Chu Feng's feet, 2 men in black at the 2nd level of Yuanwu were already lying down in a pool of blood. Chu Feng took action. There was no cemetery, and he didn't have so many considerations. It was just that he didn't want a woman with no strength to be beheaded by a master of the Yuanwu realm just in front of him. As for this scene, Morong Sinyu was stunned because she didn't see what had just been born, but she knew that the 2 people who were going to kill her died suddenly. It's not difficult to understand such a scene. Obviously, the person standing in front of her killed the 2 men in black, but it was just the person standing in front of her, and it was a servant like Chu Feng. Morong Sinyu obviously couldn't accept this fact. Little brat, you are courting death. At this moment, 2 more men in black rushed over. These 2 were actually the 3rd layer of Yuanwu. Seeing that their companions were killed, the men in black were furious. Hoo. The 2 martial arts are not to be underestimated. Their mighty power shook the ground, wiped away the flames in the air, and made a harsh roar. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Morong Sinyu screamed in fright, because for her, who didn't even possess spiritual energy, that kind of powerful yuan force was too terrifying. Humph. But just when Morong Sinyu thought that she would definitely die, Chu Feng snorted coldly and did not even move. Those two powerful attacks exploded 3 meters away from Chu Feng. Boom! The power is very terrifying. The energy ripples turned into a tangible hurricane, swept away, knocked down several surrounding trees, turned into ashes, and a family who escaped was shocked. Into crushed. But it was such a powerful explosion that it stopped 3 meters away from Chu Feng, as if an invisible wall blocked everything, and could not hurt Chu Feng at all. How so? Morong Xiaoyu, who witnessed everything with her own eyes, was so shocked that her beautiful eyes widened, her mouth opened slightly, and her face was full of shock, because she didn't know how it all happened, and she didn't even know how this happened. It is the legendary enchantment. In fact, even the two men in black who were attacking couldn't help being stunned, because they thought that the attack had killed Chu Feng, but they did not expect that Chu Feng would be unharmed. Zilala, and just as the two of them were stunned, thunder lights suddenly appeared on Chu Feng's body, thunder snakes surged, and roared up to the sky. In an instant, it turned into 2 thunder snakes and flew up, forcibly swallowing the 2 men in black and turning them into ashes. This time, everyone saw everything clearly, and when they saw that Chu Feng didn't even move, they unleashed a heaven-defying martial skill to kill 2 men in black at the 3rd level of Yuan Wu. This aura belongs to the 1st level of Yuan Wu, but the 1st level of Yuan Wu, how can it be so strong? Killing the 3rd level of Yuan Wu is like pinching an ant to death? Butler Zhang, although he was fighting hard against the man in black, he still noticed Chu Feng's side, so Lao Lai's experience made him realize that something was wrong with Chu Feng. He pointed at Chu Feng and shouted, "Who are you? Why do you want to? Infiltrating my White Tiger Villa?" What? Infiltrating the White Tiger Villa? Hearing Butler Zhang say this, everyone reacted. It stands to reason that it is impossible for a family member to have the cultivation of Chu Feng. With Chu Feng's cultivation, even in the White Tiger Villa, it is not the top, but it is definitely one of the best. A master, it is impossible to be such a humble servant. At this moment, fear appeared on Morong Sinyu's shocked face, and she began to crawl back in fear. Because of the secrets of White Tiger Villa, many martial arts masters were indeed mixed in, and these people had ulterior motives. She was once kidnapped. However, nearly lost his life. If you want to survive, don't run around. Chu Feng turned his head and said lightly. After seeing Chu Feng's stern gaze, Morong Sinyu couldn't help but froze for some reason, and then she actually stopped the movements under her body and sat on the spot. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a sound of breaking wind rang out around the forest, and hundreds of men in black rushed out of the forest, each holding a sharp blade, and the breath of each person was of the Yuan martial realm. Everyone present, shoot to kill. A cold voice sounded, and the man in black started to kill. Almost all the servants who didn't escape were beheaded. In fact, even those who ran away were already beheaded in the woods. Obviously, this group of people had a plan and didn't plan to stay alive in the first place. Under the siege of this group of people, even Butler Zhang couldn't support it, and he fell down quickly. It's just that no one can approach Chu Feng here. Anyone who approaches, 10 meters away, will inevitably fall. This little friend, since you're not from my White Tiger Villa, can you please not meddle in the private affairs of my White Tiger Villa? A man in black from the 5th level of Yuan Wu opened his mouth. Obviously, he also realized that Chu Feng was not easy. Who are you, and why are you against me? After learning that the man in black was actually from the White Tiger Villa, Morong Sinyu was furious, because she could not have imagined that, given her status and identity in the White Tiger Villa, who would dare to kill her. As long as the little friend is willing to do something convenient, I will definitely thank you from White Tiger Villa. However, the man in black ignored Morong Sinyu at all, and bowed his hands politely to Chu Feng. At the same time, dozens of men in black have been carefully surrounding them, and if there is a big disagreement, they will take action with all their strength. Faced with this situation, Morong Sinyu had to stand up and lean tightly behind Chu Feng. Thinking about it, she felt ridiculous. The dignified Miss White Tiger Villa, at this moment, asked an outsider to protect her. And this outsider has suffered a lot of grievances because of offending her before, but at this moment, this outsider is the only person who can protect her, and she has to rely on someone. This little friend, do you really think you have a chance of winning? Seeing that Chu Feng did not speak, the voice of the man in black finally turned cold. If you want to do something, feel free to come. I'll keep this woman safe. Chu Feng smiled slightly, but he didn't put these people in his eyes at all. Seeing this, the man in black stopped talking nonsense. With a cold drink, hundreds of men in black immediately attacked Chu Feng. The forms of tyrannical martial arts are different, but the only thing they have in common is their unparalleled tyranny. That kind of coercion alone is enough to crush a person in the spirit martial realm to death. But at this moment, under the protection of Chu Feng, Morong Sinyu, to her astonishment, she could not feel the slightest threat. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 148, Killing Decisively. An invisible wall stood in front of him like a transparent fortress, protecting Chu Feng and Morong Sinyu within it. Regardless of the martial arts, the continuous bombardment came and exploded, but they were all blocked from this fortress and could not penetrate the slightest. Could it be that this is the technique of enchantment? Morong Sinyu was startled. Although she was born unable to practice martial arts, she was the eldest lady of White Tiger Villa after all. The strongest defense. But he could never have imagined that this immature young man, who was so much younger than her, would be a world spiritist with such a tyrannical cultivation. At this age and strength, there is no one in his White Tiger Mountain Villa, which makes Morong Sinyu look at Chu Feng with admiration. Damn, what kind of weird trick did this kid use to attack him? Faced with this situation, the people in black were also very helpless. Impossible. Could it be said that he is a world spiritist? What is the origin of a world spiritist at such an age? Even the man in black frowned, feeling that Chu Feng was too troublesome. What? I've had enough, and if I've had enough, replace me. Chu Feng waved his sleeves, and the barrier began to shrink sharply. In the end, the barrier fortress the size of a house turned into an extremely small space that could only accommodate Chu Feng and Morong Sinyu. At this moment, Chu Feng lifted his leg and stepped out of the barrier. He saw his left hand clenched into a fist, a golden long bow emerged, his right hand pulled back, and a golden long arrow condensed. After that, Chu Feng burst into a burst of fire, only to hear the sound of breaking the wind constantly ringing, and the golden arrow rain that filled the sky flew away. Under this explosive shot, hundreds of men in black were quickly killed and injured, and almost no one could avoid Chu Feng's arrow, because the arrow seemed to have magical power, and it was impossible to hide, and it was impossible to prevent it. Quickly withdraw. Looking around, the men in black who were pierced through their bodies and lying down in a pool of blood were also panicked by their collars, and they ran away first with a loud roar. Humph, did you run away? Chu Feng snorted coldly and aimed at the collar of the man in black. It was an arrow. He saw Ji Meng flash past. Wherever he passed, nothing could stop him. Several towering trees were pierced by him. The leader's head was shot and it dissipated. And this is the highest meaning of the variety bow. The arrow is inexhaustible, and the path is life-threatening. Unless the strength is above Chu Feng, no one can escape the pursuit of the variety bow. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of men in black did not survive. All of them died under Chu Feng's versatile bow. They were either pierced through the chest or exploded to reveal that they were all killed with one arrow, and they died neatly. This. Looking at the bloody scene in front of her, Morong Sinyu frowned. It was not the first time she saw such a tragic scene, but when such a bloody scene was caused by a young boy several years younger than her, when she made it with one hand, her heart was indescribably shocked. This is not only a question of cultivation, but also psychological. It is understandable to be an adult, but a young man can kill decisively and mercilessly. There are too few, if not for Chu Feng was protecting her, and she would really doubt whether Chu Feng was a cold-blooded monster. Steward Zhang, do you have anything to say? Seeing that Steward Zhang was not dead, and as if he had something to say, Chu Feng walked over. After all, without this old man, Chu Feng would not have been able to infiltrate the White Tiger Villa so smoothly. No matter what your purpose is, I think you don't want to hurt my lady. Now the people of White Tiger Villa dare to assassinate the lady so blatantly, and things will change in the villa. I hope you can protect my young lady. As long as you keep my young lady safe from any accident, the owner of my house will definitely repay you. Butler Zhang pleaded with Chu Feng in a very weak voice, which shows that he really cares about Morong Sinyu. Very concerned. Steward Zhang. At this moment, Morong Sinyu also ran over. Looking at the dying Butler Zhang, she burst into tears, showing that the relationship between the two was really good. Chu Feng stood aside and watched the two of them quietly. After Butler Zhang closed his eyes, he patted Morong Sinyu on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, Butler Zhang has already left." And Morong Sinyu is not a hypocritical person. She stood up and wiped the tears from her face, looked at Chu Feng and said, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that I am the one who can protect you now." Chu Feng replied calmly. "Protect me? You are a spy with ulterior motives and infiltrate my White Tiger Villa. Who knows if you are protecting me for other purposes?" Morong Sinyu stared at Chu Feng cautiously. "I have ulterior motives. You are a person with no cultivation base. What ulterior motives do I have towards you? I only see you being pitiful before I try to save you. If I want to kill you, I can even move my finger. I did have a purpose in coming to White Tiger Villa, but it's definitely not your purpose. Now, whether you believe me or not, you have no choice. If you don't follow me, you won't be able to return to White Tiger Villa alive." Chu Feng was too lazy to explain, so he stepped forward to the carriage that was not far away, cut the rope, and rode directly on top of the BMW. As Butler Zhang said, the people in the White Tiger Villa dared to assassinate Morong Sinyu like this, most likely because of some change, and this kind of change was what Chu Feng wanted most, because the internal changes would make the White Tiger Villa chaotic. It would be convenient for Chu Feng to sneak into the depths, use his world spirit method, and investigate the secrets of White Tiger Villa. As for this Morong Sinyu, Chu Feng did help her out of good intentions. This girl is of no use. Besides, Chu Feng is not afraid of her telling the truth, saying that he is a spy who has sneaked into the White Tiger Villa, because if there is a change in the White Tiger Villa, I am afraid Morong Sinyu couldn't return to the White Tiger Villa at all, so how could she tell the truth? Thinking of this, Chu Feng did not hesitate, kicked the BMW under the crotch, and was about to return to the White Tiger Villa. At this moment, a panicked voice sounded behind him. "Don't leave me." Looking back, he saw that Morong Sinyu was running towards Chu Feng. Her face was full of panic. It could be seen that she was really scared, and Chu Feng just abandoned her. "Why, aren't you afraid that I will be disadvantaged to you?" Chu Feng said with a wicked smile. "No matter what your purpose is, it's a fact that you saved me just now. As long as you protect me and return to White Tiger Villa, I will definitely not treat you badly." Morong Sinyu said in a low voice. It could be seen that this girl was resigned. "Come up." Chu Feng smiled slightly, and then dragged Morong Sinyu onto the horse's back. Although this girl was a burden, she could also be a security order at a critical moment, either with or without it, and Chu Feng chose to keep her for one more time. Procedure. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 149, Lifeline. Chu Feng took Morong Sinyu back to the White Tiger Villa. Along the way, he met quite a few assassins. Some were masked, some were just normal uniforms, and Morong Sinyu even knew him. When they met, they shot directly, wanting to take Morong Sinyu's life. Fortunately, Chu Feng was there to escort him, and he didn't encounter two powerful experts, so the journey was smooth. At least no one could stop Chu Feng. However, this made Morong Sinyu very uneasy and flustered. She felt that something must have happened in the villa, But Chu Feng was more and more delighted because he just hoped that there would be civil strife in the White Tiger Villa. Get in. However, when Chu Feng and others rushed to the bottom of the White Tiger Villa, they found a large number of White Tiger Villa masters fighting outside the White Tiger Villa, and inside the White Tiger Villa, they shouted and roared continuously. My God, how could this be? Morong Sinyu was indeed betrayed. Seeing those people in the villa who used to get along like a family, they were killing each other at the moment. Morong Sinyu's face was pale and her beautiful eyes flashed, revealing indescribable emotions. But it can be seen that she is very nervous, she is very flustered, she is overwhelmed, she wants to stop but is powerless, because everything today is something she could not imagine and never expected. It looks like you are a girl who doesn't care about the world. Seeing Morong Sinyu like this, Chu Feng smiled. What do you mean? Morong Sinyu asked, coldly. Although she couldn't practice martial arts, she was talented and smart, so his father left her to take care of many things in the villa. But now, being mocked by a teenager so much younger than herself makes her very uncomfortable. Such a large-scale internal turmoil is obviously premeditated. Your White Tiger Villa has long been invisible and divided into two. And you, as the eldest young lady of the White Tiger Villa, as the daughter of the White Tiger Villa, didn't even notice it before, and at this moment you look so overwhelmed, didn't you ask about the world before? Chu Feng sneered. You? Morong Sinyu wanted to refute, but couldn't find a reason to refute, because Chu Feng was right. Although she was very smart, she didn't have a plan. She only saw the surface of the White Tiger Villa. Harmony, but did not realize the potential danger behind it. She hated herself to death. Her father was in seclusion all the year round, and many things in the White Tiger Villa were left to her and her uncle to take care of. However, she didn't know about the internal problems of the villa, which made her faceless to her father. I'm asking you a question, don't tell me you don't know until now, who organized this turmoil? Chu Feng asked. Morong Sinyu's face was blank. Hey, it seems that a life that is too harmonious will indeed make people dull. Chu Feng shook his head and reminded, think about it, if it wasn't for outsiders, then in your family, who would have the power to do it? With such a big appeal, he has so many people serving him, and he will not hesitate to carry out a rebellion even in the name of being sentenced. Could it be him? Morong Sinyu suddenly realized, but couldn't believe it. Who is it? Chu Feng asked. Morong Sinyu was a little embarrassed. Could it be that at this time, you still want to keep it a secret from me? I'm the only person who can help you. Chu Feng said. And looking at Chu Feng, who seemed to really want to help him, and thinking about the journey along the way, if it wasn't for Chu Feng's escort, after he would have lost his life, Morong Sinyu said slowly, my uncle, Morong Yangguan, in the White Tiger Villa, besides my father, he is the only one who has such a great appeal, although during my father's retreat, many things in the villa were handled by me. But I deal with internal trivial matters. The real major affairs of the villa are all handled by my uncle. But thinking about it now, during the years when my father was in retreat, the actual power of the White Tiger Villa was indeed controlled by the uncle. Thinking of this, Morong Sinyu realized the seriousness of the consequences, but she still couldn't accept the fact. She couldn't imagine how the uncle would do such a thing to the villa. I can't blame you for this. You are still inexperienced in the world. You can only blame it. Your father trusts your uncle too much. Looking at what it looks like today, your uncle should have been thinking about it for a long time. Now that he has seized power and usurped the throne, the first person to be obliterated must be your father. Where is your father in retreat? On the surface, Chu Feng was concerned, but he was secretly searching for clues. Although many people did not know the secrets of White Tiger Villa, Chu Feng felt that it was impossible for the owner of White Tiger Villa to be ignorant of any clues. As for the owner of the White Tiger Villa, the place where he retreated was definitely not easy. Chu Feng wanted to sneak in, and Morong Sinyu was able to help Chu Feng. Although this girl was smart, she had no scheming, and was really easy to be used. Oops, the uncle has the key to enter the lifeline, if he... Hearing Chu Feng's words, Morong Sinyu's face changed greatly, and she ran to the other side of the White Tiger Villa without saying a word. Seeing this, Chu Feng did not speak, but followed closely behind. After a while, Morong Sinyu brought Chu Feng to a pile of rocks outside the White Tiger Villa. It can be said that this is a stone forest, but it is too chaotic. It should be a scene formed by the fallen mountain. Chu Feng showed his spiritual power, but he could not feel any unusualness. These stones are ordinary rocks, and there are no rules for their layout. But seeing Morong Sinyu looking around, she was obviously looking for something, and it definitely won't be as simple as it seems. At this moment, after Morong Sinyu found a boulder, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and took out the jade necklace on her neck. After pressing the jade into the groove of a boulder, the chaotic stone changed and soon appeared. A deep passage. After the tunnel was opened, Morong Sinyu hurriedly ran in, and Chu Feng also hurriedly followed, and the entrance was automatically closed as soon as he stepped into it. But at this moment, in front of Chu Feng's eyes, there was not a piece of pitch black. Because here, it can definitely be called splendid. There are countless murals on both sides of the passage, all of which are very beautiful. There are light stones hanging on the top of the head, embellishing the passage as bright as day. Breath, tell Chu Feng that this place has been built for a long time, at least hundreds of years. Lifeline, it seems to be the place I'm looking for. Chu Feng's mouth twitched into a small smile. This place is too secretive, and even his mental power can't feel anything wrong. If it wasn't for Morong Sinyu who brought him here, Chu Feng is afraid to search for I, but can't find it. P.S. I'm really sorry, the cold hasn't healed yet, and the bees have recovered from an old illness. I have to go for a checkup. Although I woke up early, it is estimated that the checkup will still take a day. Plus it's going out of town, so it's really time-consuming. The chapter you are seeing now is written by the bees early in the morning. After returning at night, if the body allows, the bees will code another chapter. If not, please forgive me. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 150, Return to the Peak. Because Morong Sinyu had no cultivation, her walking speed was too slow. In order to reach the depths quickly, Chu Feng had to run with this beauty on her back, but I had to say that Morong Sinyu's hand felt really good. Girl, why is this place called the Lifeline? Chu Feng asked, while running the air fighting technique and rushing forward while pretending to be curious. I'm not too sure, but this lifeline has been around since the beginning of the establishment of my White Tiger Villa. Morong Sinyu replied. Oh. Chu Feng naturally heard that Morong Sinyu was perfunctory to him. This lifeline must have a secret. It was just that Morong Sinyu was wary of him and her husband, so he refused to tell the truth. But even so, Chu Feng still understood that since this lifeline was co-founded with White Tiger Villa, it could be seen that it really had a big secret. Chu Feng's speed is extremely fast, and even if he is in a hurry, he can't even beat the bloody BMW. The center of this lifeline is at the bottom of the White Tiger Villa, so in just a moment, Chu Feng came to the core area of this lifeline. At this moment, the passage was extended very wide, like an underground castle, and here Chu Feng and the two saw many corpses, and the blood was still emitting a faint heat. Obviously, these people had just died. Moreover, the more you go forward, the more dead corpses, and the more powerful the cultivation of these dead corpses. They have climbed from the Yuanwu realm to the peak of Yuanwu. You must know that such a cultivation level, even in the Azure Dragon sect, is absolutely impossible. Is top-notch. After arriving, the body of a master of the Xuanwu realm appeared. Although it was the first-level Xuanwu realm, it was indeed a master of the Xuanwu realm, and even the masters of the Xuanwu realm were beheaded. Wow, Zuanwujing, help me absorb his origin. Dandan was always there, but kept silent, but when she saw the body of the master of the Zuanwujing, she finally couldn't help but speak. Xiaowu has already entered the Yuanwu realm, and she has no interest in the origin of the Yuanwu realm martial artist, but the Xuanwu realm master still has a huge temptation for her. And Chu Feng didn't take it lightly. He came to the corpse of the Xuanwu realm powerhouse and silently started to help Egi, devouring his origin. However, compared to Chu Feng, Morong Xingyu was not calm, but wept with pain on her face. It turned out to be the sixth guardian of the law. I didn't expect that even his old man was caught by accident. Who is he? Chu Feng asked after absorbing his origin. This is one of the 6 guardians of my White Tiger Villa. It is my father's most heartfelt subordinate, guarding this lifeline and protecting my father's safety. Unexpectedly, even he was killed. It seems that they have indeed entered the lifeline. My father is probably in crisis now. Morong Xingyu became even more worried. Boom! And at this moment, in the depths of the lifeline, there was a loud noise like thunder. Although the distance was still far away, the voice was clearly transmitted to the ear curtains of Chu Feng and the two of them, and even the ground beneath their feet trembled violently. It was obvious what kind of attack it was to generate such power. Boom boom boom. After that, the loud noise continued to sound. Chu Feng could still bear it, but Morong Xingyu was already shaken by the earth, making it untenable, and began to sway from side to side. But even so, she still said to Chu Feng, "Take me there quickly, I can't let them hurt my father." Are you stupid? With this kind of momentum, it is definitely a battle between experts in the Xuanwu realm. You let me go, only to be cannon fodder. Chu Feng gave Morong Xingyu a stern look, and then ignored her, and it is to take out the World Spirit Compass and want to find some instructions. This is a World Spirit Compass, you are really a World Spiritist. Looking at the World Spirit Compass, with light and various spells in Chu Feng's hands, Morong Xingyu was startled. Although she had never seen a World Spiritist, however, he has also heard about the various methods of World Spiritists. So at this moment, she can be sure that Chu Feng is a World Spiritist, but a World Spiritist of his age is really too powerful. Chu Feng ignored him and focused on analyzing the current situation with Egi, and finally came to a happy conclusion. This lifeline is likely to be the entrance to the Emperor's burial, but the direction of the entrance is exactly that. The direction of the confrontation between the masters of the Xuanwu realm. This made Chu Feng embarrassed, because the people of White Tiger Villa must know the secret of this lifeline. Now that they are fighting at the entrance of the Emperor's burial, it is very likely that they are fighting for something, perhaps a treasure, or a chance to enter the Emperor's burial. But with Chu Feng's current strength, even if he knew that there were treasures ahead, he couldn't rush forward, because after being chased and killed by Shang Guanchen, he deeply realized the gap between him and the masters of the Xuanwu realm. Forget it, if you don't go, I'll go. At this moment, Morong Xingyu snorted coldly, stumbled and ran to the depths of her lifeline. You girl, are you going to find death? Seeing this, Chu Feng dodged and came to Morong Xingyu and grabbed her. Let me go. Morong Xingyu struggled to break free. As long as she thought about her father, who might be in danger of life at the moment, she couldn't calm down. Calm me down. You, a person with no cultivation base, can help you in the past? Not only will you not be able to help your father, but instead your father will be distracted and seriously injured because of you. Chu Feng shouted loudly. As a reminder. Then what should I do? Did I just watch my father get attacked and ignore it? Morong Xingyu burst into tears, crying very helplessly, showing that she was really worried about her father. At this moment, the harsh roar finally stopped. Seeing this, Chu Feng lifted Morong Xingyu on his back and reminded solemnly, without my permission, you are not allowed to shout indiscriminately. If your father is distracted, you are the sinner who killed him. Well, I listen to you. And Morong Xingyu nodded obediently, because at this moment, she is really powerless, but this young man, who can calmly judge the current situation, has become her backbone, which makes Morong Xingyu unable to do not listen to Chu Feng's words. Under such circumstances, Chu Feng hid his breath, slowed down, and began to slowly walk towards the depths of his lifeline. He did not dare to use his mental power, because he did not know whether there were any spiritual masters in front of him, and if so, it will definitely be discovered, then it will be a bad thing. But fortunately, after Chu Feng walked for about a few kilometers, there was no abnormality. On the contrary, a loud voice had entered Chu Feng's ears from not far away. Morong Yanguan, what do you want to do? Are you going to destroy my Morong family's 500-year-old foundation? A voice was extremely loud, yet heavy, and it should have been seriously injured. But after hearing this voice, Morong Xinyu, who was behind Chu Feng, couldn't help but twitch. Obviously, that was his father, the owner of White Tiger Villa, Morong Yunran. And after Morong Yunran's words fell, a proud voice also sounded, "Brother, you are really wrong to blame the big brother. I am not destroying the foundation of my White Tiger Villa, but let me White Tiger Villa return to the top." Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 151, Mysterious Gray-Robed Man. Within the lifeline, it extends in all directions, but in the end, all the passages are gathered in one place. This is the core area of the lifeline and where the lifeline is located. Here, the corpses piled up like mountains, blood flowed into rivers, and the stench of blood filled every corner, but no matter how thrilling the scene was, it was not as terrifying as the object in the center of the hall. It was an oval stone, 10 meters long, 7 meters wide, and 5 meters high. It was blood red, engraved with patterns and spells, and it kept making a thudding sound. If you carefully observed it, you could see that it was actually beating. This is still a simple stone. It is simply a huge heart, the heart of a monster, because human beings, how can there be such a huge heart? Outside this heart, there are dozens of people standing in a circle. These people are standing in a row, very doorway, like a defensive formation. And their strength is also very strong. The weakest are the peak of Yuanwu. 6 of them have entered the Xuanwu realm, especially the strong man, who actually has the 6th level of Xuanwu. However, at this moment, his face is pale, his left hand is covering his chest, blood is slowly flowing out, and his breath is extremely unstable. Although he is a 6th level Xuanwu cultivation, it seems to be sealed with a part of his power. At this moment, only Xuanwu, the strength of the 5th layer, and the official owner of the White Tiger Villa, Morong Yunran. In addition to Morong Yunran, there are hundreds of people surrounding them, and they are confronting them. Although the personal strength of this group of people is not as strong as that of Morong Yunran's group, their cultivation base is not weak, and their overall strength is acceptable. Said to be comparable. Among this group of people, it was for a man with a face similar to Morong Yunran, but a little old. This is Morong Yunran's eldest brother, Morong Yanguan, who is the 2nd master of White Tiger Villa. The cultivation base of the 5th level of Xuanwu. In addition to Morong Yanguan, among the hundreds of people, there is also a strong person of the 1st level of Xuanwu, but this person is very short and wears a gray robe. The gray robe was very strange. Not only did it hide its face, it was also engraved with spells, and the pattern of the spell was much more esoteric than Zhuge Qingyun's white robe, making it unpredictable. At a glance, it feels very simple. Brother, believe what eldest brother says, eldest brother is thinking of me, White Tiger Villa. Morong Yanguan was holding a long black sword, and the sword was dripping with blood, so it could be seen that it was his own eldest brother who stabbed Morong Yunran. You fart, this lifeline is the foundation of my White Tiger Villa. If the lifeline is destroyed, the villa will perish. If you want to destroy this lifeline now, you want to destroy my White Tiger Villa and be a traitor. How dare you say such a high-sounding thing? Morong Yunran's voice was very excited, and when the words were so provocative, he spit out a mouthful of blood, and then he coughed violently. It was really heartbreaking, and it could be seen that he was seriously injured. Brother, don't be stubborn, you should know that today's White Tiger Villa is just an empty shelf. It has long since lost its heyday when the ancestor was alive, and even the first-class sects in Qingzhou are not as good as those who the trash-like second-class sects are juxtaposed, and any power that appears at random can destroy my White Tiger Villa. What's the use of keeping such a White Tiger Villa? It's better to open this lifeline and enter the Jedi. As long as you enter the Jedi, you can get everything that the ancestors got. At that time, the 2 of my brothers could master the martial arts that wiped everything out, and possessed the power to defy the sky, making my White Tiger Villa become the overlord of the entire Kyushu University. Morong Yanguan said. You are talking nonsense. The old ancestors clearly left a message. The secret of the Jedi cannot be reproduced. Otherwise, the world will be in chaos. This lifeline cannot be moved. Life is ruined, and Kyushu University will be destroyed in one go. Morong Yun was confused, and pointed his finger upwards. On the ancient rock wall, there was indeed such a passage. It was deep and powerful, as if it was written with a finger, but each stroke was several meters long, 1 meter deep, and powerful. Very scary. You look good. This is the ancestral teaching of the ancestors, and this is the reason why the ancestors guarded this place. If you dare to move here, the ancestors will reappear, and even I will not be able to save you. Morong Yunran warned. Road. Morong Yunran, don't worry, your ancestor, Morong Xiaoyao, has long since passed away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in the White Tiger Villa after such a big disturbance. In addition, this lifeline can be opened, but I won't destroy it. I can protect you, the White Tiger Villa, and I can prevent the life of Qingzhou from being smeared. At this moment, a voice came from the gray robe. The vicissitudes of life and the strange sound. Who are you? Are you the one who confuses the public and confuses my eldest brother to do such a treacherous thing? Morong Yunran was furious, raised his hand and slapped his palm. The profound energy around him condensed, and the entire lifeline trembled violently, as if a mountain was descending from the sky and was about to crush everything. That kind of power is so powerful that almost all the powerhouses in the Yuanwu realm were shocked to retreat, and even the powerhouses in the Xuanwu realm were unable to resist. But even with such an attack, the gray-robed man didn't even move, as if he had absolute confidence that he could resist the attack. Boom! Suddenly, a figure flashed past, and Morong Yangguan stood in front of the gray-robed man like a ghost, and he punched into the sky, which also exploded with astonishing power, actually offsetting Morong Yunchao's palm. Powerful ripples surged in the air, and a huge roar spread everywhere, and the entire lifeblood was boiling. If it weren't for the two masters of the Xuanwu realm, each of them exerted their pressure to offset the ripples, I am afraid that all the Yuanwu present at the scene would be overwhelmed. A master of the environment will be shocked to death by this ripple. And this is the terrifying thing about the powerhouses in the Xuanwu realm. Every time they break through the first level of the Xuanwu realm, they will gain the power of the sky. The confrontation between two masters, with the strength of the fifth stage of the Xuanwu realm, does have the power to shake the world. Brother, how can you be so rude to the gentleman of my White Tiger Villa? He is helping us. Morong Yangguan shouted angrily. Fart, he is an outsider, how can he think about me in White Tiger Villa? He clearly came for the secret of the Jedi, and this person has ulterior motives. How can you believe his words? Morong Yunran was even more terrified, because it was the gray-robed man who made his brother turn against each other and caused the chaos in the White Tiger Villa. The reason why his strength went from the 6th level of Xuanwu to the 5th level of Xuanwu was also because of the black sword in Morong Yangguan's hand, and that black sword was also given by the man in gray robe. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 152, Both Loses. You are right, I am indeed here for the secret of the Jedi, but I will not enjoy it alone, but share it with you. In addition, I have said that I will not let the souls of Qingzhou go to pieces. Since you don't believe it, I will. There is no way. Morong Yangguan, don't talk nonsense, let's do it. The gray-robed man said lightly. Brother, don't let go. If you don't let go, don't blame the eldest brother for being ruthless. Morong Yangguan gritted his teeth, his eyes flickered, showing that he was not ruthless either. You traitor, don't be pretentious. You killed even the 6th protector, and now you are still pretending to be here. The 5 guardians of the White Tiger, all the elites of the villa, follow me to kill all these traitors. Morong Yun was furious, he shouted loudly, and the profound energy in his body shot up into the sky. At the same time, the 5 experts in the Xuanwu realm behind him, as well as dozens of experts at the peak of Yuanwu, all poured out the power in his body. And out. The tyrannical force condensed in the air, forming a group of dozens of huge rhinos. Although these rhinos were all condensed from Yuan force and profound energy, they were as real and lifelike. The most important thing is that there is a layer of light radiating from their bodies, and that light shrouds Morong Yunran and the others, exuding an indestructible and unstoppable power. Roar! Suddenly, this group of rhinos let out a roar like a tiger, stepped into the air, and began to run wildly around. This is indeed a large formation with both offense and defense. This powerful formation is equivalent to the full blow of a 6th-level Xuanwu master, and its power is terrifying. Brother, you will know later that I did think for my white tiger villa, and I did the right thing. Morong Yangguan frowned, and then shouted, arrangement. I saw this sound fall. Taking him as his opinion, the Yuan power of the hundreds of people rushed out. The Yuan power churned, like a shocking wave, surging in the air, wave after wave, besieging the group of rhinos. Go, in the end it turned into a vicious wolf. The number of evil wolves is almost countless, and they are already fighting with rhinos. Although the power of hungry wolves is not as good as that of rhinos, the number is too terrifying. The two are intertwined, and they can't go any further. They start to collide in the same place. The harsh roar resounds continuously, and the tyrannical ripples are raging here. The shaking of the earth is like an earthquake, and even specially built rock walls. There are also small cracks. This kind of impact is really too strong, and this confrontation is really terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that because of the formation, the profound energy and Yuan energy of the two sides are very sufficient, which makes the confrontation last for a long time. But no matter how strong the background is, it will eventually run out. When these two tyrannical formations collided for a few hours, almost all the people in the Yuan Wujing fell down, and their Yuanli has been exhausted. All of them were drained, and there was not even a trace left, like a dying person, lying on the ground, motionless. Only Morong Yunran and the 5 guardians behind him were still supporting him. As for Morong Yangguan, it was even worse. Among his hundreds, the only ones who were still standing were him and the gray-robed man. The man in gray robe never made a move, he just quietly observed everything, and that Morong Yangguan was indeed not weak. The black sword in his hand kept emitting strange power, which was instilled in his body layer by layer. It was this strange force. The strength of his power enables him to fight against 6 without losing the wind. Traitor, even if I use up my lifespan today, I will kill the 2 of you. Suddenly, Morong Yun shouted loudly, and the profound energy in his body surged out like a tidal wave, like a volcanic explosion. The power is instantly stronger, several times. And the 5 guardians behind him were also influenced by his will, and they poured out all the profound energy in their body and put them into this formation. They wanted to destroy Morong Yangguan and the gray-robed man with one blow. The full blow of the 6 masters of the Xuanwu realm formed a huge rhinoceros in the air. The power was no worse than the power of dozens of rhinos before, or even surpassed. Brother, don't blame eldest brother for being ruthless. Morong Yangguan grabbed his right hand suddenly, and the black long sword turned into several black mists. The black mist penetrated into his right arm like a small snake, and a strange and powerful force condensed out, breaking the sky. Suddenly, Morong Yangguan punched suddenly, without any gas condensing, but the power was unstoppable, as if it could really punch through the sky. Boom, and after such a punch collided with the huge profound energy rhinoceros, it immediately turned into a terrifying profound energy vortex. Because both sides had already struck with all their strength, there was no reservation, so when the profound energy vortex swept across, it was already a vortex of profound energy. No one can resist. The vortex of profound energy swept across, like the end of the day, all the strong people in the Yuanwu realm vomited blood, and many people were stunned by force. However, after the terrifying vortex of profound energy ended, people discovered that everyone was still alive and well. Although they all suffered some injuries, none of them were killed by the terrifying vortex of profound energy. At this moment, people were also shocked to find that the gray-robed man was still standing there, and a pink light was condensing in his hand, and soon disappeared. It was you who rescued us? Morong Yunlan couldn't believe it. This man was clearly scheming and came for the Jedi secret of his white tiger villa. How could he save their lives? I've already said that this expert is a good person. He came here not to harm us, but to help us. Moron Yanguan defended. Fart, he persuaded you and my brothers to kill each other. Now my White Tiger Villa has suffered heavy casualties. It's all thanks to him. You actually said he was thinking of us? Moron Yun roared angrily. Silly. Regarding the disputes between the two brothers, the gray-robed man ignored it and walked towards the lifeline step by step. Before reaching the lifeline, he began to set up the formation. The formation was running, and the lifeline like the heart began to shrink. After the lifeline disappeared, a large black hole emerged. This is not a simple black hole, it is made of gas condensed, like a black vortex, slowly rotating, as if it has the power to swallow, making people feel cold just by looking at it, as if once they enter it, they can no longer be able to come out and live and die from now on. But it was such a terrifying and weird black hole. Not only was the man in gray robe not afraid, but he was overjoyed. Although he couldn't see his face, he could indeed feel that state of joy on his body. He walked towards the black hole, but when he came to the entrance of the cave, he stopped, turned his head slightly, looked at Moron Yanguan and said, "Your brother is right. This Jedi secret is so amazing. How could I share with you?" Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 153, Crystal Ancient Coffin. You lied to me, you. Moron Yanguan was so angry that he spat out a big mouthful of hard work, and then fell to the ground weakly. Although his body was ups and downs violently, he didn't have the strength to get up. It was obvious that he was very angry. As for this situation, Moron Yanran just slowly closed his eyes, his face full of helplessness and sadness. Although this incident was caused by his eldest brother, he also has an inescapable responsibility. To blame him, he can only blame him for trusting his elder brother too much, leaving a lot of power in the hands of Moron Yanguan. Otherwise, even if Moron Yanguan was used, it would not have caused such a huge loss. Anyway, this time, the White Tiger Villa was severely damaged and his lifeline was broken. It was really at stake. He didn't believe that the man in gray robe could save the White Tiger Villa, much less that he would do it. Rumble rumble, but at this moment, inside the weird black hole, there was a trembling sound, which was very strange, as if it came from a very distant direction, but just hearing this sound made people very uneasy, as if some kind of terrifying sound. Objects will be born in general. Ha ha ha, just because you want to get everything the ancestors got? Do you think you have this ability? Do you have this qualification? Below this lifeline is the Jedi. There are terrible things locked in the Jedi. You open the lifeline, you want to let it out, it will make Qingzhou's life go to hell. Let the Big Six be destroyed in one fell swoop, you will get nothing, you will kill by it as we were. Moron Yun laughed frantically. He was already desperate. He deeply believed in the words left by his ancestors. He knew that they would all die here today, and that the entire Qingzhou and even the Great Six would be in danger. Humph. However, the gray-robed man just snorted and jumped into the strange black hole. The most strange thing was that shortly after the gray-robed man entered, the terrifying rumbling sound gradually subsided, until it disappears completely. The most important thing is that the weird black hole is also gradually shrinking, and it seems that it is about to close. The lifeblood has been destroyed, and the White Tiger Villa has not perished. Everyone is about to enter that black hole, where there are Jedi, and it is very likely that they will get everything that Moron Xiaoyao got. Seeing this, someone suddenly shouted, and after this sound, everyone began to crawl towards the black hole, but they had already lost their strength, and it could be said that it was really impossible to move an inch. Although the black hole was close at hand, they couldn't get close, which made many people remorse. Some roared, some cried, and some didn't even have the strength to roar and cry. Ta-ta-ta. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps kept approaching, and then a figure rushed like a light, and finally stood at the center of the lifeline, and these were Chu Feng and Morong Sinyu. Father. After Morong Sinyu saw Moron Yun's chaos, she hurried over and threw herself into her father's arms. Chu Feng, on the other hand, carefully looked at everything around him, because through the conversation just now, Chu Feng could also realize that there was a very powerful character here, but obviously, at this moment, that character had already left. Chu Feng, hurry into that black hole, that must be the entrance to the Emperor's burial. When Chu Feng's eyes were turned towards the black hole, Dandan's sweet voice sounded, and he was extremely excited. Almost as soon as Eggy opened his mouth, Chu Feng had already run towards the black hole. At this moment, the black hole had become so small that Chu Feng could not step into it at all. He had to combine his hands and plunge into the black hole with the gesture of a dragon entering the sea. And not long after Chu Feng entered, the black hole was completely closed and dissipated in the lifeline, as if it had never appeared and left no trace. At this moment, many people were disappointed. They felt that they had missed the opportunity to become a master of the generation. After all, Morong Xiaoyao was only able to become such a powerhouse because he entered the Jedi and gained inexplicable benefits. At this moment, there are also many people who are relieved because they feel that if their lifeline is destroyed, terrifying creatures will be released, and the White Tiger Villa will be destroyed in an instant. Father. Morong Sinyu snuggled up beside Morong Yunran, her face full of tears. Sinyu, who was that young man just now? Why have I never seen him? But Morong Yunwan was still staring at the place where the black hole disappeared, with an indescribable emotion in his heart. His name is Chu Feng. He's a world spiritist, but he's not a bad person. If it wasn't for him to protect me along the way, I wouldn't be able to come here alive. Speaking of which, Morong Sinyu gave a vicious look at Morong Yangguan, not far away, the biggest sinner of the current White Tiger Villa. A world spiritist? Morong Yunran was thoughtful. He firmly believed in what his ancestor Morong Xiaoyao said. The lifeline was destroyed and the villa was destroyed, but now the lifeline has been broken, but the villa is still intact. He was also doubting whether it was the gray-robed man who acted, but he was even more suspicious that only the gray-robed man at the first level of Xuanwu would have such great strength. At the same time, Chu Feng seemed to have entered a dream. Everything around him was pitch black, and a huge suction force guided him to move forward. I don't know how long it took before Chu Feng's eyes burst into a dazzling light. At the same time, the darkness around him began to fade away. When his feet landed firmly, everything around him changed. This is like a palace. Because it is very luxurious, it is several times more luxurious than the lifeline above. It is simply the most luxurious place that Chu Feng has ever seen. This is like a big formation, because every place is engraved with spells. The spells are connected one after another, and the rays of light flicker, like a huge net, covering the place. This is like a cemetery, because in the center, there is a circular, high platform, and in the center of the high platform, there is an ancient crystal coffin with fluorescent sparkles. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 154, The Remains of the Heavenly Martial Realm. This ancient crystal coffin is transparent, and when Chu Feng stepped onto the high platform, he could clearly see that an old man was lying in the ancient coffin. This old man was as white as snow, his face was as paper, his body was dry and thin as a pole, but even so, it still gave people a sense of oppression, because this man was a martial artist in the heavenly martial realm before his death. A martial artist in the Tianwu realm, that's great. Hurry up, help me absorb this person's origin. As long as I absorb his origin, I can step into the Xuanwu realm. When the time comes, I will transfer the power to you. With your current methods, you can definitely wipe out that Gong Luyun easily. Even the Shangguan family in Suzaku City, no one can compete with you. Eggy's melodious voice sounded, and at this moment, her excited spiritual world kept jumping. She was happy like a child, because the origin of the Tianwu realm powerhouse was too tempting for her. Tianwujing, it turned out to be the remains of a strong person in Tianwujing. Could it be that this is the ancestor of White Tiger Villa, the one who mastered the most powerful attack and killing methods? Compared to Eggy, who wanted to devour the opponent's origin, Chu Feng looked at the old man with awe, because his appearance was so similar to the legendary Morong Xiaoyao. Whoever he is, open the ancient crystal coffin quickly. Don't wait for that world spiritist to come back, otherwise you and I will both die. Egi reminded eagerly. A world spiritist? Could it be that the one who entered here before me is a world spiritist? Chu Feng was shocked. He didn't expect Dandan to know the identity of the other person without seeing that person. But if you think about it, you can understand it. Those who can crack the so-called lifeline and enter here are mostly only world spiritists who can do it. The world spiritists in the Xuanwu realm, I am afraid that even if they are not as good as Zhuge Qingyun, they must be very powerful characters. Thinking of this, Chu Feng didn't hesitate. After opening the lid of the ancient crystal coffin, he first gave a salute to the heavenly martial realm expert, and then began to devour his origin. It has to be said that this person's source is extremely rich, and it is not comparable to a person in the Xuanwu realm. It will make Chu Feng feel a little difficult to swallow it, but in order to devour all this source, before the world spiritist rushes back, Chu Feng had no choice but to cooperate with Egi to devour it. Haha, great, this taste is really wonderful. My cultivation has finally grown again. After about half an hour of devouring, Chu Feng finally devoured all the source of the corpse, and Dandan was even more ecstatic, because after devouring the source, the one who benefited the most was her, and now she has stepped into the first level of Xuanwu. At this moment, Chu Feng was shocked to discover that the body that was still intact before started to change at this moment. The body under the white clothes was shrinking rapidly. Of bones. How could this be? Chu Feng was extremely stunned. He clearly remembered that swallowing the source would not affect the body itself. Why did the devouring of the source this time cause the opponent's body to turn from a complete state to white bones? Idiot, what's the fuss about? The reason why his body can remain intact is because of the special function of this ancient crystal coffin. If you open the ancient crystal coffin, his body will naturally change. Egi explained. So that's the case, so is this the entrance to the Emperor's burial? Where's that world spiritist? Where did he go? Chu Feng looked around him carefully. He found that this place was similar to the lifeline. It was also connected in all directions. There were many passages, and he didn't know where to go. No, it's more like a seal formation, and it's a very powerful seal formation. If I'm not mistaken, this person is likely to be Murong Xiaoyao. He must have obtained something from the Emperor's burial, but for some unknown reason, he didn't want anyone to open the Emperor's burial again, so he sealed this place. I just listened to the previous movement. After the lifeline was cracked, it has already affected the seal formation. Looking at the surrounding spells, it should be used by the world spiritist. He stabilized the seal formation. As for the so-called lifeline, it should be just a lie told by Murong Xiaoyao. From the very beginning, he planned to bury himself here, so when he founded the White Tiger Villa, he had already built it here. Perhaps in order to prevent others from disturbing his peace after his death, maybe there is something under this seal formation, and he doesn't want anyone to step into it again, but no matter the reason, he must have been alive back then. He deliberately pretended to disappear during his lifetime, and then when someone came to commit the crime, he mercilessly obliterated the future offender, in order to deter future generations. Egi analyzed. But even so, how could he suddenly change from a young man in full bloom to an old man? If the rumors are true, then he has lived for 300 years, and that has already exceeded the limit of human lifespan, right? Chu Feng is very puzzled. He must have experienced something, so he has changed. The Emperor's burial is not as simple as you think. There are not only evil spirits, but also many powerful things guarding it. He can go from a young man in full bloom to an old man, and he can also live for hundreds of years. In fact, when your cultivation reaches a certain level, it is not impossible to live for 1,000 years. It's just that right now, what you need to think about is not what is the reason for Murong Xiaoyao's change, and whether there is a treasure left by Murong Xiaoyao here. Right now, you need to do two things. The first is to destroy the world spiritist. Only in this way can you swallow the treasure here and inherit Murong Xiaoyao's legacy. The second is to find the exit from here, because if you don't even know how to get out, everything will be in vain. Agi reminded solemnly. At this moment, Chu Feng noticed that he came directly from the black hole after stepping into the black hole, and there was no way to go back. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 155, The Secret of the Jedi. Buzz, suddenly, a gray light appeared in the depths of a certain passage. The gray light was very strange, and it was a kind of enchantment power. Oops, that guy turned out to be a gray-robed world spiritist. But after seeing the strange light, Dandan became nervous. A gray-robed world spiritist? Chu Feng expressed his confusion, but he could sense from Dandan's nervous attitude that the world spiritist was not simple. Chu Feng, don't be careless this time. This world spiritist is very powerful, even more powerful than that Zhuge Changqing from your Azure Dragon School, Dandan said solemnly. What? Even more powerful than Elder Zhuge? Chu Feng was even more surprised. That's right, world spiritists also have grades, and they will be divided into white robes, gray robes, blue robes, purple robes, and gold robes according to the strength of the enchantment power. The Zhuge Qingyan of your Qinglong school is obviously a white-robed world spiritist, not to mention the white-robed world spirit he wears. The power of enchantment he masters is also within the scope of the white-robed robe. Inner, if you are strictly required, you are now a white-robed world spiritist. As for the light that just flickered, it is obvious that the person used the power of enchantment. If you just arranged the enchantment, there would not be such a light, which means that he used the power of enchantment to open something. That person is very powerful, he knows more about this place than you, and his goal is so clear that he can even ignore the origin of Morong Xiaoyao and open that thing first. If I guessed correctly, it must be something more attractive than Morong Xiaoyao's origin, so I have an idea now. Agi said. What are your thoughts? Chu Feng asked eagerly. His spirit formation technique is superior to you, and can unlock treasures that you can't unlock. Besides, since he is a gray-robed world spiritist, he must be able to communicate with world spirits, and his strength is definitely not weak. Don't take it lightly. You hide in the ancient coffin now, wait until he goes to another channel to open it, and then come out and set traps in the ancient coffin that can suppress him. After he opens the treasure, he will definitely come to absorb the origin of Morong Xiaoyao. Then you will raid him again and grab all his gains. Agi reminded. Well, wait for the rabbit and enjoy the benefits of the fisherman? After hearing Dandan's words, Chu Feng strongly agreed, because it was not the first time he had done this kind of thing, but the effect was indeed very good. After that, Chu Feng first used the enchantment as a means to block his eyes outside the ancient crystal coffin, so that people could see from the outside that Morong Xiaoyao's body was still intact, but it was actually just an illusion, even if Chu Feng hid it. Entering it, from the outside, it is still the remains of Morong Xiaoyao. And just in Chu Feng, just after the hands and feet of the ancient crystal coffin last night, the gray light in the depths of the passage completely disappeared. Agi reminded Chu Feng that it must be the world spiritist who completed the opening of that part. Returning, so Chu Feng hurriedly hid in the ancient crystal coffin. Lying in the ancient crystal coffin, Chu Feng was somewhat nervous. After all, Dandan had already said that the other party's attainments in the technique of enchantment were even more powerful than Zhuge Qingyan's. His true strength was unknown. Even though Agi has stepped into the profound martial realm, with her help, Chu Feng can even fight against the masters of the 6th level of the profound martial arts, but when there is no trap that Agi said can suppress the opponent, Chu Feng still does not have it in his heart. And tap-ta-ta, however, when the sound of soft footsteps passed by and gradually faded away, Chu Feng's dangling heart finally let go, because the world spiritist did not use his mental power, which showed that he was very competent in himself. He was the only one who was sure that he was alone in this cemetery at the moment. After that, Chu Feng began to set traps at the ancient crystal coffin, and the more he set it up, the more he could feel the changes in the cemetery. Although there was no surprise on the surface, the feeling was like some kind of powerful, the object will recover normally. I rub it, this feeling is so disturbing. That guy is not going to break the seal formation, open the entrance to the Emperor's burial, and release the evil spirits in it? Chu Feng was a little uneasy. Because this place was sealed, he had no idea where the exit was. If an evil spirit were to be released, he would not know where to run, and he would definitely die. Don't worry, the core of this sealing formation is here. If he wants to open the sealing formation, he will not use a spell to stabilize the sealing formation. If I'm not mistaken, what he wants to unlock is not some kind of creature, but a sealed martial skill, which is the secret of the Jedi, he said before. Agi explained. Really? That would be great. At this moment, Chu Feng was extremely excited. After all, the martial skills that Murong Xiaoyao mastered back then were passed down as gods. Rumble shortly after the world spiritist stepped into the last passage, the entire cemetery began to rumble, as if something powerful was about to be born, but it was completely different from what he heard in the lifeline before. Quick, he's about to finish it, I guessed it right. What he opened was indeed a sealed method. Even if it wasn't the secret of the Jedi, it wouldn't be a simple martial skill, otherwise there wouldn't be such a big movement. Agi said excitedly. And Chu Feng was equally excited, and began to speed up the pace of setting up traps. Whoa. At this moment, the roar of a tiger came from all directions. The sound was extremely harsh and could definitely shake the world. It was the real king of beasts roaring. Even surrender. My God, this voice, you still said that what he released was not an evil spirit. Chu Feng was covered in sweat, because he could feel the pressure of the object from the roar. Fool, thanks to you still being a world spiritist, you can't even tell the difference between evil spirits and souls. How can the aura of evil spirits be so kind? This is not an evil spirit, this is a great opportunity, because this is not a simple martial skill, but a secret skill. Do you understand the secret skill? Agi looked like she hated iron, but her voice was extremely excited. Secret skill, what is that? Hearing Dandan say this, Chu Feng also felt that it was not easy, and hurriedly asked. Secret skills are means above martial skills and cannot be limited by rank, because its power varies from person to person, but it can definitely overwhelm a group of heroes. Secret skills are skills with life, which cannot be depicted on paper, and not everyone can master, because it is not people who learn it, but it chooses the owner. After the master dies, the secret skill will leave the master's body, wander between heaven and earth, and choose a new master. In short, secret skills are the most powerful means in the world. They are the means that can be encountered but cannot be sought. It is the means that countless martial arts masters have pursued throughout their lives. No wonder Murong Xiaoyao back then could be so powerful. I never thought that what he got would be a legendary secret skill. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. 156 chapters struggling to catch. Secret skills? There is such a method in the world. If it is said that Agi is already excited at the moment, then Chu Feng is absolutely excited and does not know what to do. Just as Agi said, this time, he definitely got a great opportunity. Dandan, are you sure this is really a secret skill? Chu Feng asked, because in the bottom of his heart, he hoped that this was the secret skill. You are doubting this queen's ability. I haven't seen anything before. Could it be that she even admits her secret skills wrong? You kid, remember this kind of aura, which is unique to secret skills, and only secret skills can have this kind of aura. Agi explained. But this aura is so strong, will such a powerful existence be willing to surrender to me? Chu Feng was a little worried, because the roar came from all directions, but it was obviously the same thing. The most important thing was that aura, which was very deterrent and irresistible. You don't understand this. This is the power of secret skills. As I said, only secret skills choose people, and no one can learn secret skills. Unless that person's strength is far greater than that of the secret technique itself, he can forcibly capture the secret technique, devour and refine it for his own use. But those who can forcibly devour the secret technique must at least be a martial monarch. Furthermore, it doesn't mean that people at the level of martial monarch can forcibly devour all secret skills, because secret skills are also created by people, so there are also strong and weak points. If it was a secret technique created by King Wu, Lord Wu might be able to forcibly swallow it, but if it was a secret technique created by Emperor Wu, I'm afraid even King Wu would not be able to swallow it. And if I'm not mistaken, the secret technique in this cemetery at the moment is probably created by a martial emperor. Agi explained. What? Emperor Wu? Could it be that Qin Shantian has already entered the Emperor realm and became a generation of Emperor Wu? Chu Feng exclaimed in surprise, his face changed greatly, and two words were clearly engraved on his face, shocked. After many inquiries from Chu Feng, Egi finally informed Chu Feng of the realm of martial arts. It turned out that there is absolutely no end to martial arts. There are 4 realms of spirit, Yuan, Xian and Tian. After these 4 realms, there are still others. 4 more powerful realms. Jinjing, a generation of monarchs, has the potential to rule the world, and those who can step into this realm must have enough talent for martial arts, which is what the world thinks is a peerless genius. King Realm, above the King Realm, is the real king, a well-deserved generation of martial arts kings. If you want to step into this realm, it is not a simple martial arts qualification to enter, you must have a great opportunity to get endless adventures. To be able to enter Emperor Realm, completely surpassing the realm of King Realm, those who can step into this realm are all extraordinary. They are either God-given gods or masters of unique bloodlines. And it also needs countless opportunities, otherwise no matter how high one's potential is, without the inheritance of the ancestors, it is impossible to step into this realm. It can be said to be the real peak of the martial arts journey. Those who can step into this realm and become a generation of martial emperors are all a generation of big figures, can be passed down through the ages and be passed down as a good story by future generations. As for the ancestral realm, Dandan did not reveal much. She only said one sentence to Chu Feng. The journey of martial arts is endless. The current realm was created by countless ancestors, but it is definitely not the final realm of martial arts cultivation. The ancestral realm can be said to be a legend. There are very few people who can step into the ancestral realm, but no one can be sure that the ancestral realm is the end of the journey of martial arts, because even those who step into the ancestral realm and become a generation of martial ancestors are regarded by the world as the godlike old monster did not stop cultivating martial arts, and was still exploring. In a word, the way of cultivating martial arts, in the known realm, the martial ancestor is like a legend, because such a character, even if there is not something that ordinary people can see, like a god, exists between heaven and earth. On the contrary, Emperor Wu has become the real pinnacle of martial arts. This is a realm that many peerless geniuses, even God-given gods, have been striving for in their entire lives. What Chu Feng was shocked was that it was said that when Qin Shantian died, he was only 15 years old, and he stepped into Emperor Wu at the age of 15. This was a bit too terrifying, but when he thought about it carefully, Chu Feng suddenly realized that he finally understand the meaning of Emperor Burial. What are you surprised about? The secret skills here are indeed created by a martial emperor. There is absolutely no doubt about this aura. However, this does not mean that it was created by Qin Shantian. In addition, legends are just legends, and there will always be a big discrepancy between legends and facts, so even if this secret technique was created by Qin Shantian, it cannot be explained that he is the 10 when I was 5 years old, I stepped into the Emperor realm and became a generation of martial emperors. Maybe at that time, he was already an old man whose lifespan was approaching, so he created this tomb and buried himself in it. Dandan reminded him as if he knew what Chu Feng was thinking. After hearing Egi's analysis, Chu Feng nodded in agreement. After all, legends are just legends, and there will always be discrepancies with reality. But he still admires that Qin Shantian very much. After all, a generation of martial emperor, that is not a realm that anyone can step into, not to mention martial emperor. In today's Kyushu University, even the heaven martial realm is the pinnacle, martial emperor is simply a myth. Well, at this moment, the roar that shook the world sounded again, and the entire cemetery trembled violently, as if a guy who even feared the world was about to be born. The seal is going to be completely broken, and the secret skill is going to be born. You can't just sit still, absolutely can't sit still. Chu Feng, quickly guide that world spiritist here and kill him. Otherwise, if the secret skill chooses him as the master, then you will miss this great opportunity, and you will regret it for the rest of your life. Dandan eagerly urging. At the same time, Chu Feng could feel that the aura in his body suddenly became stronger, and the power of a kind of Yuan force had filled every corner of his body. At the first level of Xuanwu, it was obvious that Eggy had lent her power to Chu Feng. Hey! Don't you want your origin? At this moment, Chu Feng was also extremely nervous. He didn't know how to attract the world spiritist, so he casually shouted such a sentence. Whoosh, and the voice just fell. A figure rushed out of the passage in a hurry. It was the man in gray robe. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, he could still feel it in his eyes. Surprise and anger and murder. The world spirit gray robe, he really is a gray robe world spiritist. Chu Feng takes off his gray robe, otherwise the power of this trap will not be fully wielded. His world spirit gray robe can offset the power of the trap. Eggy reminded solemnly. Shoo. And almost at the same time as Eggy reminded Chu Feng, the gray-robed man didn't say a word, and immediately shot. He jumped up and slammed towards Chu Feng, raised his hand and slammed towards Chu Feng, without any hesitation. Showing mercy is obviously to put Chu Feng to death. However, as soon as the man stepped into the high platform, Chu Feng activated the trap. He saw the talisman circulated on the high platform, and the rays of light were radiating in all directions. The breath of the gray-robed man was instantly suppressed, and with his palm, Chu Feng even more easy to dodge. At this moment, the gray-robed man was also a little panicked. He could never have imagined that Chu Feng was also a world spiritist, and he had also set up a barrier trap here, and his cultivation had been suppressed. And Chu Feng even took the opportunity to make a move. According to Eggy's words, he grabbed the gray robe of the world spirit of the gray-robed man. The force was like lightning, and it was as fast as a thunderbolt. The gray-robed man hadn't reacted yet. Chu Feng's powerful, the big hand was already grabbing at his chest. It was just that when Chu Feng's palm touched his body, he felt something was wrong, and his face couldn't help but turn slightly red, because at this moment, his right hand not only caught the world spirit gray robe, but also caught a firm soft ball. A harsh scream suddenly sounded. It was no longer the strange old voice, but the voice of a woman, and that tender and sweet appearance should be a girl. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 157, Powerful Girl. Are you a woman? Chu Feng opened his mouth wide, surprised, but the right hand gripping his chest became tighter and tighter, and even rubbed it twice, as if he was confirming whether the other party was a woman or not. In the end, Chu Feng came to a conclusion. Yes, absolutely, this elasticity, except that it is a little smaller. It is simply less stubborn than Su Rou. I killed you. And being caught by Chu Feng like this, the gray-robed man was extremely furious. Although she couldn't see her face clearly, she could still feel her anger. Her profound energy was revolving, and a majestic aura surged within her body. She was going to use her powerful martial skills to deliver a fatal blow to Chu Feng. Shoo. However, how could Chu Feng give her this chance? I saw that Chu Feng's right palm loosened slightly. You suddenly clenched it tightly, and with a strong upward lift, he held the world spirit gray robe in his hand and dragged it into his arms. And when the world spirit gray robe was dragged down by Chu Feng, the woman suddenly screamed, because without the protection of the world spirit gray robe, she had already endured the power of this trap to the greatest extent. I'm going. It turns out to be such a beautiful girl. At the same time, Chu Feng's eyes were dull, and he was confused by the scene in front of him. Because under the gray robe of the world spirit, there is not a despicable little old man at all, but a beautiful girl who can no longer be beautiful, with a pointed chin and white cheeks. This is the real melon seed face. And the girl not only has a delicate face, but also has beautiful facial features, especially those big watery eyes, which can simply fascinate a person, not as charming as Su Rou, nor as simple as Su Mei. Enchanting, as if in the middle of a crystal clear pool, a coquettish flower blooms. Especially when paired with a girl, the long purple dress and the beautiful white legs under the long skirt are like a real goblin, and she's the kind of fascinated people who don't pay for their lives. In terms of appearance, this woman definitely surpassed Sister Su Ro and Su Mei. Among the many beauties that Chu Feng has seen, the only one who can compare to this woman is the egg that lives in Chu Feng's spiritual world. However, this woman is completely different from Dandan. Although they are both at the level of a fairy, if Dandan is a quirky and mischievous type, then this one is a cold and glamorous type who refuses 1,000 miles. You lecher, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman? Why don't you kill her quickly? Otherwise, when that secret skill is born, between the two of you, maybe it will choose who. Just as Chu Feng was stunned, Dandan roared in disgust. What? Kill her? Hearing these words, Chu Feng felt tight in his heart. If he was asked to kill a vicious person, Chu Feng would definitely not show mercy, but if he wanted him to kill one, there was no grievance against him, and she was still such a beautiful girl. Can't make it. What a despicable villain, dare to plot against me, I have to tear you into pieces today. At this moment, the girl let out a loud shout, her jet black silk turned purple, and at the same time, her charming eyes also turned purple. Straws of purple gas continuously emerged from his body, like light, water, and flames, very strange, revolving around the girl, intertwined with each other. At the same time, with the girl at the center, layers of invisible ripples continued to spread. The ripples were wave after wave, and each wave was stronger than the next wave. Suddenly, even Chu Feng couldn't resist, and he was forced into it. Blasted out of the trap. Suddenly, Chu Feng was blasted off the high platform and landed on the ground with a beautiful backflip, but when he turned his attention to the high platform again, he could no longer remain calm. Because the trap that he had worked so hard to set up for several hours was being disintegrated by the girl's purple arrogance, countless spells began to crumble, and then turned into ashes and dissipated into the heaven and earth. This girl is so powerful, she's only at the first level of Xuanwu, how could she force me out of the trap? Chu Feng felt incredible, because the aura emanating from the girl's body was very strange, something he had never seen before, but subconsciously he also felt that it was not a simple martial skill. How is it possible that she has that kind of system? Eggy exclaimed in surprise, her words were full of incredible. What kind of system is that kind of system? Eggy, what kind of system does she have? Chu Feng also realized that it was not good, because the girl in front of him brought him great pressure at the moment. You must know that after Dandan lent him his power, Chu Feng had already reached the first level of Xuanwu. With his ability, he could easily kill anyone at the 4th level of Xuanwu. If he used his blood, the special power of the Golden Thunder would make him cultivate. If he rushes into the 2nd layer of Xuanwu, even the master of the 5th layer of Xuanwu is not a problem, only the 6th layer of Xuanwu can compete with him. But what is going on with this girl at the moment, with the same cultivation level as Chu Feng, but giving Chu Feng such a strong sense of oppression? Could it be that this girl also possesses special abilities and possesses combat power comparable to the 6th level of the Xuanwu? Fool, can't you see that this girl is not using special martial skills, but her unique special ability? This purple arrogance does not contain any profound energy, it is completely her own thing, this girl is nothing. A special system, but a God-given divine body. What? God-given divine body. Hearing these words, Chu Feng was even more shocked, and his face suddenly turned pale. God-given divine body, that is a special system given by God. A true genius who masters special abilities is born and destined to become a generation of characters. The legendary figure 10,000 years ago, the founder of this emperor burial, Qing Xiantian, was a God-given divine body, and the reason why Chu Feng possessed such a formidable combat power was probably a God-given divine body. However, suspicion is suspicion after all, and it has not yet been confirmed, but right now, in front of him, his opponent, a young girl who shouted that he will smash his corpse into thousands of pieces, turned out to be a God-given divine body like a fake. This made Chu Feng, for the first time in the battle with the opponent of the same generation, feel a sense of crisis like an enemy, so he had to devote himself wholeheartedly, deal with it carefully, and treat it with dignity. Boom, there was a roar. Countless spells vanished into ashes. Purple arrogance filled the entire high platform. The girl completely disintegrated the trap that Chu Feng set up, and stepped down from the high platform step by step. Her purple long madness dances wildly, her purple eyes reveal murderous intent, her purple short skirt moves without wind, and her purple arrogance is like a shadow. What a powerful aura, this is the real God-given divine body. Chu Feng's face was pale. Although he didn't retreat, he didn't dare to move forward easily, let alone attack. The big beads of sweat had already fallen from his forehead. He really felt the crisis. It was the first time he was being persecuted. To this point. Wolf boom, and at this moment, there was a piercing roar in all directions, several times stronger than before, and there was a sway under the feet, and even cracks appeared, and the sound of falling gravel could be heard. The most important thing is that the powerful and ancient, the sense of oppression, is also blowing. The legendary secret skill was born. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 158, White Tiger Attack and Killing Technique. The roar of the tiger shook in all directions, the roar shook the world, and the cemetery trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Under this coercion, in front of this power, the deterrent power of the purple-clothed girl was already so small that it was completely suppressed, not worth mentioning. Where are the two little devils who dare to disturb the deity's rest? This sound is like the roar of all beasts, and the roars of the strong. It seems to come from all directions, and it seems to come from the depths of the soul. It is thick and powerful, full of simple atmosphere, and contains a strange age. It is like the awakening of the gods who had been sleeping 10,000 years ago. A pressure that does not belong to this world. Junior pays respect to Senior. Junior really doesn't mean to offend, but I don't want Senior to be sealed here and bury Senior's power, so I dare to come here and unblock Senior. Seeing this, the girl in purple slammed and knelt down halfway. On the ground, clasped fists with both hands, and gave a big salute to the air. Presumptuous, the deity is voluntarily sleeping here. If the deity is not willing to come out and move his muscles and bones, how can you wake up the deity just by relying on you, little devil? The voice became a little annoyed. In an instant, countless white gas surged out from the passages in all directions and began to condense in the air. In the blink of an eye, it actually condensed into a white giant tiger. This tiger is very large, more than 20 meters long, and one paw can slap Chu Feng alive into meat patties. Although it is a white tiger, it is not a real body. The whole body is full of white arrogance, like smoke, in the air. Circling, looking down at the two of Chu Feng. It has no pupils, and its eyes are two black holes, but when it glanced at Chu Feng could not help but tremble, feeling the pressure from the depths of his heart. Chu Feng had no doubt that if this person wanted to shoot at it, I'm afraid that he will soon be annihilated by ashes, and there is no suspense. You brat, it's really not that good. Not only did you sneak in, but you also made surprise attacks in secret, wanting to enjoy the benefits of a fisherman. After the white tiger glanced at Chu Feng, he said coldly, it turned out that this guy was just born, but he was not interested in the cemetery. Everything inside is clear in the chest, clearly discerning. At this moment, Chu Feng did not speak. He frowned, but he remained silent. It was not that he did not want to speak, but he did not know how to say it, because he felt that in front of this old monster who might have lived for thousands of years, any flattering words are useless, because no one is more shrewd than him, and it is true that he has walked more bridges than Chu Feng. When this godlike white tiger gave Chu Feng in denial, the girl in purple was secretly delighted, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She felt that the white tiger denied Chu Feng, and her hope of obtaining the inheritance of the white tiger would naturally increase. Not a lot. You little devil, you don't come here very much, just for the power of the deity. Before killing him, it shows that you are also a person who failed to achieve his goals and did not use any means. You are so old at this age. How can you still grow up in the future? But at this moment, Baihu glanced at Z first. The girl, and then reprimanded coldly. Senior, the younger one is wrong. The younger generation just wants your inheritance too much to get your powerful strength, so I am anxious. I can only blame you for being too charming, which makes the younger generation confused. With one sip, it was so pitiful that he felt extremely aggrieved. Rhetoric. However, what was surprising was that even though he knew that the girl was talking about such naked flattery, the white tiger showed a hint of joy. This guy actually likes other people's flattery so much. Senior, your power is unparalleled, your means are unparalleled in the world, you really shouldn't sleep here forever, but you should let today's juniors see your style, otherwise it will be a pity for all of us. Seeing that the flattery was effective, Chu Feng no longer waited for his death, hurriedly stepped forward to salute, and patted him unabashedly. Haha, you kid can really talk, but you're telling the truth. It would be a pity for the world if the deity were to sleep here forever. Because the deity's demeanor is unparalleled, and the three old guys are definitely not comparable to the deity. The white tiger was so proud that he used his big claws full of sharp blades to stroke the dry beards. You can see that it is really beautiful. 3 old fellows? Could it be? However, after hearing Bai Hu's self-talk, Chu Feng murmured in his heart. You can't be wrong, Chu Feng, you are going to have great luck. If this queen guesses correctly, there should also be 3 secret skills sealed at the entrances of the other 3 emperors' burials. My god, there are a total of 4 secret skills. If you can learn all of them, your future achievements will be limitless. Among the same generation, few people can match them. This is the real great luck, an opportunity that is not available to ordinary people. Compared to Chu Feng's doubts, Eggy was jumping around with excitement, and he had already confirmed that there were still secret skills to be found in the other 4 places. At this moment, Chu Feng was extremely ecstatic. If there is one secret technique that can make countless experts go crazy, then 4 secret techniques will definitely make the world go crazy. At this moment, Chu Feng couldn't help but secretly swept towards the girl in purple, and now the girl was staring at him with contempt and hatred, as if she was scolding Chu Feng with her eyes, shameless. Chu Feng was secretly delighted by the girl's reaction, because he could see that although the girl knew that there was a secret technique here, she obviously didn't know the secret of the emperor's burial. It is very likely that there are also 3 secret skills sealed there. I will introduce myself. My name is White Tiger Attack and Killing Technique, which was created by Emperor Wu. It is inconvenient to disclose the name of my master, but his power, as long as he moves his toes, can definitely cause the earth to collapse. The sky is broken, and he is the most powerful person in the world. At this moment, the godlike white tiger actually introduced himself. Chu Feng was quite prepared for this situation. After all, he had already learned from Dandan that the aura of this secret technique should have been created by a strong martial emperor. It was the girl in purple who was full of surprise. Obviously, she too didn't expect that the origin of this secret skill would be so remarkable. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 159 is a bit interesting. The method of the deity is to attack and kill the strongest and the strongest. There is nothing in the world that can stop the deity, not to mention the enchantment of you 2 little ghosts. Even the world spiritist who leads hundreds of world spirit troops was hit by me. Beheaded. Bai Hu said proudly. Hundreds of world spirit army? What level of world spiritist is Dandan? Chu Feng asked in his heart, because he wanted to know how strong a world spiritist of that level would be. Fool, a world spirit and a world spiritist have signed a contract. When the world spiritist's spiritual power is strong to a certain level, as long as the world spiritist allows it, the world spirit can use his own spiritual wisdom to step into the world of living beings and become a world spiritist. Fighting. And mastering the number of world spirits is a way to measure the strength of a world spiritist. A world spiritist who has mastered hundreds of world spirits has at least stepped into the peak of the king's realm and is a peak-level martial king. Dandan explained. Road. It's so powerful? And at this moment, Chu Feng was even more astonished. He killed the peak-level martial king with 1 blow. This shows 2 points. The first point shows that the master of the white tiger attack and killing technique was very powerful. The mythical figure of the Kyushu University, Qing Xiantian. On the other hand, it means that this white tiger attacking and killing technique is very good. After all, world spiritists are good at the technique of enchantment, and the technique of enchantment is also known as the strongest defense method in the world. Killing him is enough to show his power. It's no wonder that Morong Xiaoyao back then claimed to be unparalleled in his attacking and killing methods. It must be the credit of this white tiger attacking and killing technique. The secret skill really deserves its reputation. Anyway, the deity's ability is invincible in the world. As Ubrat said, it doesn't matter if the deity is sleeping here, but it is the world's regret, so the deity decided to be born and let the world know the deity again. The white tiger hovered in the air, and his words had the tendency to brag, but even if his words were too direct and his self-confidence was too inflated, Chu Feng and the girl in purple did not doubt his words at all, because this person was indeed a legendary secret skill. Undoubtedly. You two little devils, although your character is not very good, but your aptitude is still good, you two fight a fight, the winner, the deity will pass on my ability to him. As for how to use the deity's ability, the degree depends on your personal qualifications. But don't worry, even if your qualifications are too poor, the deity will not blame you, because the blame never doubts his own vision, just like Morong Xiaoyao back then, so mediocre, the deity never said he couldn't, and blamed him, because after all, he is the one chosen by the deity. Baihu said suddenly, with a somewhat remorseful tone. What? Morong Xiaoyao is mediocre. Was Morong Xiaoyao mediocre back then? You never said he couldn't do it? Then what are you complaining about now? Chu Feng felt unhappy in his heart. This so-called secret skill is simply an arrogance. A conceited narcissistic pervert. But then again, people do have this capital, otherwise Chu Feng and this girl in purple would not be respectful to it at this moment, and they would like to win its appreciation. But at the moment, it seems that the effort on the lips is obviously useless. The white tiger has already spoken, let Chu Feng fight the purple-clothed girl, and the winner will be able to gain its power. What's the matter? Why don't you hurry up? Be careful that this deity changes your mind. After glancing at the two of them, Baihu roared with great dissatisfaction. Death, as soon as the white tiger's voice fell, the girl in purple made a lightning strike, the purple arrogance flowed again, and the blue silk on her head turned into a self full of herself again, and in the purple eyes, murderous intentions were revealed. She was all intent on wanting to be the best. Feng died. The purple arrogance was approaching from the front, like a ferocious purple beast. Chu Feng did not show weakness, he stepped forward, his waist was straight, the golden bow in his left hand, and the golden arrow in his right. The bow pulled the full moon, the arrows were like shooting stars, and the arrows that filled the sky turned into golden rainstorms and shot towards the purple arrogance, but to Chu Feng's surprise, the seemingly misty purple arrogance, but not fragile, but like an iron wall. No matter how strong the power of Chu Feng's variety bow was, after passing through several layers of purple arrogance, it had to gradually slow down. It was finally blocked by it, turned into pieces, and disappeared. The most important thing is that the variety bow was blocked, but it was unable to resist the attack of the purple arrogance. At this moment, the purple arrogance was already charging towards Chu Feng with that powerful power. It descended from the sky, like an unstoppable waterfall, but also like a torrent that was invincible. Only Chu Feng, who was on the scene, understood that kind of power and power. Humph. However, Chu Feng was not a vegetarian either. He snorted coldly, not in a hurry or panic. Just when the purple arrogance was about to fall, the airborne technique suddenly came out, and he easily dodged. Swish. But what Chu Feng could not have imagined was that almost at the same time as he was escaping, the purple arrogance also split apart, turning into countless purple arrogant hands, grabbing at Chu Feng, and even the speed was increased by several times. Boom boom boom, that arrogant hand is extremely powerful. Every time it hits it, it will leave a deep pit on the surface of this special texture. The dust was flying, the stone chips were dancing, and Chu Feng was like a spirit monkey, jumping between the countless purple hands. Although the purple hands couldn't help him with his speed, Chu Feng was absolutely passive. Situation. While Chu Feng was dodging, he fixed his eyes and watched, and found that the girl in purple was just standing there, not even moving half a step. Let it be slaughtered. Stinky girl, the young master is not arrogant. You really think that the young master is a sick cat? At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly stopped his escaping steps. As his thoughts turned, golden thunder and lightning appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the space around him was also wriggling, and small golden thunders surged out, forming a human shape. The shield was guarding in front of Chu Feng, and Chu Feng's breath had instantly moved from the first level of Xuanwu to the second level of Xuanwu. Boom 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 boom, and at this moment, those big purple hands were attacked from all directions, almost blocking all Chu Feng's retreats, and they began to blast continuously on Chu Feng's body. The powerful impact made the purple arrogance. Mixed with gravel, even the cemetery was shaken and shaken, trembling and trembling. However, under these attacks, the girl in purple was unhappy. Her eyebrows could not help but wrinkle slightly, and her big watery eyes became even more solemn. As for the white tiger in the sky, he also drew a swipe at the corner of his mouth, the arc of a smile unique to the beast, and said lightly, "It's interesting." Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 160, the outcome is already divided. The purple arrogance gradually dissipated, and Chu Feng slowly walked out of it. At this moment, golden thunder surging in his eyes, a layer of human-shaped shield shrouded his body, his aura was several times higher than before, and the purple arrogance was no longer able to do anything to him. This unique aura, could it be that you are also a God-given divine body? Looking at Chu Feng like this, the purple-clothed girl's purple eyes were filled with surprise, and it felt so incredible. Interesting, it's so interesting. I didn't expect the deity to meet two God-given bodies just after he was born. It seems that this deity should not be disappointed this time. Let's fight fast, let's see which of you two little devils is more capable of mastering the deity. Compared to the surprise of the girl in purple, the white tiger was ecstatic. Girl, you are so fierce, then don't blame the young master, I don't understand Liang Xing Ziyu. Chu Feng pulled the bow again, this time with a completely different momentum. Above the golden arrows, there is a layer of golden thunder and lightning, and the power contained in it is several times more tyrannical than before. Whoosh! Chu Feng shot out an arrow, and even the air was torn out by a black line. The purple arrogance that was like a copper wall and an iron wall before was like tofu, and only a burst of roars came, and the ripples spread out, and the golden arrows were unstoppable. It came to the girl in purple. Humph. But what Chu Feng could not have imagined was that, facing Chu Feng's arrow in the face, the girl in purple did not dodge or dodge. Instead, her pure white jade hand reached out like lightning, and actually grabbed the golden arrow in her hand. Then I saw it holding it slightly, and only heard the sound of pop. The arrows wrapped in golden thunder and lightning actually dissipated in its palm, failing to reveal a trace of destructiveness. It's a good idea, but I'd like to see what you're going to do next. Chu Feng took a step forward and began to madly pull the bowstring. The golden arrows were still as powerful, but they had changed from one to several. It was really dense, covering the sky and the sun, pressing the girl away from the front. I thought it was amazing. After a long time, it was only to improve one level of cultivation. The most powerful method is the 5th rank martial skill. The corners of the girl's mouth were slightly upturned, and a sneer sneered ironically, and then she saw that her purple pupils continued to flicker, and an invisible breast spread out, centered on it, sweeping the entire ancient tomb. After this aura emerged, Chu Feng immediately felt a great pressure, and the pressure was still extremely strong, and even the variety bow in Chu Feng's hand became extremely heavy, without the sharp momentum before. This power is so strong, what means did she use? Chu Feng was astonished, because he was shocked to find that in front of this power, all his golden arrows were frozen in midair, bound by the opponent's power. Out of his control. But this is not the end. As the terrifying aura, wave after wave, swept away, a large purple bell gradually appeared outside the girl's body. No, it's not a big bell. To be precise, it should be a bell, a purple bell with special patterns on it, as if it has life and is constantly changing. It's just because it's so big that it looks like a big bell. Zhong, protecting the girl in it. Bell. Suddenly, the purple bell swayed slightly, and a bell sounded, which immediately replaced all sounds. Everything was silent, and the only thing that could be heard was the special bell. At the same time as the bell rang, the golden arrows that were frozen in the air were all shattered. Even Chu Feng felt a huge impact. A pressure from all directions was penetrating his body, suppressing it. Holding his dantian. Damn, this power is so weird. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and turned the profound energy of his entire body to resist, finally resisting the weird power, but at this moment, he was sweating profusely again, and he lost the calmness he had before. Oops, this girl actually has mastered the power of the God-given body. This is her unique power. The power bestowed on her by the gods, the special ability of the God-given body, has been mastered by her. At this moment, Eggy couldn't calm down. The voice was full of panic. It's interesting, it's so interesting. Is it possible to master the potential power in the body at such an age? This kind of aptitude is worthy of the inheritance of the deity. And the white tiger was even more excited. Why, do you only have this ability? Are you really a God-given body? Or are you just mastering some special means to pretend to be a God-given body? The girl took a step forward, and the purple bell that lingered around her let out a sound. Ringtone. Every time the bell sounded, Chu Feng would be attacked by that strange force, and he had to resist with all his strength, otherwise he would probably be obliterated by that force. Is it pretending to be a God-given divine body? And hearing the girl say that, Bai Hu also became suspicious. Although Chu Feng's golden thunderbolt is very special, it does not represent the unique power of the God-given divine body. Because at this moment, Chu Feng's cultivation was at the second level of Xuanwu, but the girl was only at the first level of Xuanwu. Chu Feng had used 5-stage martial arts, but the girl had completely suppressed Chu Feng by relying on her own ability from beginning to end. This is the imposing manner of a God-given divine physique. With one's own power, he can suppress the powers of the same generation. The power bestowed by God, the unparalleled body in the world, is destined to dominate one side of the big man. Bell. The bell rang again and again, and the girl was getting closer and closer. Chu Feng turned the profound energy of his entire body to resist the strange power that invaded his body, but he was gradually losing the battle. If the girl attacked him again at this moment, he will surely lose. Damn, goddamn thunder, don't hide in my dantian, come out quickly, and lend me your strength. Chu Feng shouted in his heart, because he didn't want to lose, he couldn't lose, couldn't miss the secret skill, and more can't die here. But no matter how he shouted, the divine thunder in his body didn't respond, as if he couldn't hear his words at all. For this situation, Chu Feng was extremely powerless. It was the first time he was so powerless, and was forced into this situation by a girl younger than himself. You must know that the reason why he was able to compete with the girl at this moment was entirely thanks to Dandan's strength. If he had relied on his own cultivation, he would have been directly obliterated by the girl long ago. For the first time, he realized that he is not invincible in the world. Among his contemporaries, there are people who are more talented and stronger than him, and he is so vulnerable in front of this person. Sure enough, you are bluffing, not to mention that you are not a God-given body. Even if you are a God-given body, you are still weak enough to master, and you are vulnerable in front of me. The girl sneered again and again. Her words were full of domineering, extremely arrogant, but she did have such arrogant capital. At this moment, the white tiger entrenched in the air also raised a satisfied arc at the corner of its mouth. Although it was still watching all this quietly, it no longer had the previous interest, because it felt that this battle, victory or defeat. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 161 Shura. Chu Feng was suppressed, completely suppressed by the girl in purple. Although he was so unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Chu Feng, hand over your body to me, and let me win this arrogant girl for you. But at this moment, Dandan's voice sounded again, and the tone was more filled with some kind of determination. What? Before Chu Feng could react, he felt that a powerful force surged out of his spiritual world, attacking his consciousness, trying to occupy his body. This power is very powerful. It can even be said to be terrifying, like coming from a dark abyss, giving people a dark and cold feeling. But at the moment Chu Feng is not panic, because he felt a familiar aura in it. Eggs. After getting along for so long, Chu Feng has relatively trust in Iggy. Although this girl is quirky, it is not bad for him, so Chu Feng did not resist the attack of her consciousness, but put his own body. The master control was handed over to Iggy. At this moment, Chu Feng only felt that an unprecedented powerful force surged in his body, and the black arrogance scattered from Chu Feng's body, wrapping around Chu Feng and tumbling upwards. In an instant, the dark black arrogance covered the entire ancient tomb. The earth began to shake violently, and even the spiritual energy, Yuan Li, and profound energy hidden in the air screamed, as if they were afraid. The dark black arrogance was churning in the air, like dark clouds covering the sun, but how could the dark clouds have such a sense of oppression? Heaven and earth should not exist. Is this guy's ability? Why is it so different from just now? The purple-clothed girl's purple pupils flickered, and she seemed to be afraid, because she was shocked to discover that Chu Feng's breath had undergone a qualitative change. If Chu Feng was a dazzling light before, then at this moment, Chu Feng was covered with darkness. The most important thing, what's more, when Chu Feng burst out that black arrogance, her breath has been completely suppressed. How can this little devil possess such a dark power in his body? At this moment, even the white tiger's expression changed drastically. Looking at Chu Feng, he didn't dare to despise it anymore. Do you think that you are invincible in the world as a God-given divine body? Today, I will let you see the power that does not belong to your world, and let you know what Shura is. At this moment, Chu Feng was already under the control of Iggy. It was not Chu Feng who spoke, but Iggy. It was just that the girl in purple and the white tiger couldn't tell them apart. After all, Iggy borrowed Chu Feng's body, so he spoke. The voice is still Chu Feng's. Asura? I've never heard of it. I only know that the God-given divine body is the strongest system in this world. The God-given divine body should be invincible. The purple-clothed girl was obviously dissatisfied, and was even angered by Dandan's words. The purple bells that enveloped her continued to emit powerful bells, and the bells swept towards Chu Feng wave after wave, several times more violent than before. It can be seen that she was really angry. However, Dandan just stood there, ignoring it at all. The black arrogance was entwined around him, and everything could not be broken. Even the strange and powerful bell sound was isolated from the outside world and could no longer hurt Chu Feng. Body every inch. Humph. Suddenly, Iggy snorted coldly, and the black arrogance covering her head began to wriggle, and then countless black claws fell from the sky. That's right, it's a claw, not a hand, because it's sharp and terrifying, and it's creepy just by looking at it. Even if it's a hand, it's definitely not a human hand, but a devil's hand. Sharp black claws, with long arms behind them, descended from the sky, like countless demons, protruding terrifying claws from another world, and grabbed the girl in purple. You're bluffing, don't think you can scare me like this. The purple-clothed girl's purple pupils flickered, and she slammed out several palms when facing the upper hand. Each palm could tear the air, and each palm would shake the world. This is no longer a simple 5-stage martial skill. It turned out to be a rank 6 martial arts. 6th rank martial arts? This girl actually masters 6th rank martial arts, and has cultivated to this point. Chu Feng was astonished. Even though his body was under the control of Iggy, he could still empathize with everything in front of him. He could feel how mysterious and domineering the martial skills displayed by the girl in purple clothes were. It was indeed surpassed by his versatile bow. It was undoubtedly a 6th rank martial skill. The most important thing was that the girl had fully wielded these 6th rank martial skills, and it was obvious that he had completely understood the profound meaning of it. At this moment, Chu Feng deeply realized how powerful the girl in purple clothes is. Compared to this girl in purple clothes, he is indeed not as good. At least the strengths of the two of them are very different now, and they are not at the same level at all. However, no matter how strong the purple-clothed girl's martial skills were, it still couldn't shake the black sharp claws in the air. The sharp claws didn't seem to belong to this world. Nothing could destroy it, but it could destroy everything in this world. Boom! At this moment, a sharp black claws descended from the sky and slammed into the place where the purple-clothed girl was. Immediately, the rubble flew, and a deep palm print appeared. The purple-clothed girl could not escape and was forced to shoot it down. After boom 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 again, countless black claws bombarded down the body of the girl in purple. At this moment, the vast cemetery shook for a while, as if it would collapse at any time. Even the large spell formation on the ground became dim, and a deep pit was constantly spreading, and everything was destroyed by the power of Egi. Enough, stop. At this moment, Baihu suddenly shouted, because he had to speak. The situation in front of him was out of his control, and if this goes on, this cemetery will be completely destroyed. This suppression, the grand formation at the entrance of the Emperor's burial, will also cease to exist. But after it opened his mouth, Egi just stopped. The black cloud above his head began to dissipate, and the black arrogance lingering around his body also began to subside, and the control of his body returned to Chu Feng's hands again. Egi's strength has been drawn away, and Chu Feng's breath has recovered from the second level of Xuanwu to the first level of Yuanwu, but when he swept around, he was shocked to find that this indestructible cemetery was beyond recognition. All the delicate layouts are gone. The only thing that is still intact is the pattern of the grand formation that is still in operation, but the light of the grand formation is no longer as bright as before. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough came from the deep pit, and the girl in purple slowly climbed out. The purple bells still wrapped her around her, but it was much dimmed. Moreover, there was a smear of bright red blood on the corner of her mouth, which was slowly flowing out. Obviously, she also suffered a lot of trauma. Of course, if there was no purple bell to protect her body, I am afraid that at this moment, she would have been shot by the balls forcibly. Mashed meat. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 162 Inheritance. The girl in purple stared at Chu Feng with extremely complicated eyes. From those eyes, Chu Feng could also see that she was very unwilling to lose to Chu Feng like this. However, the girl in purple did not attack Chu Feng again, nor did she complain, but said lightly, "I lost." At this moment, the white tiger, entrenched in the air, raised its powerful giant claws and waved it lightly in the air. A layer of fluctuations rose, and a black hole emerged. The appearance is very similar to the entrance of this cemetery, except that the entrance of the cemetery is tiled on the ground, and this black hole is erected in the air. "You go, don't come here again," Baihu said to the girl in purple. Then he looked at Chu Feng meaningfully, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. Although the power that Dandan had displayed earlier was extremely dark, it could be said to be disturbing and evil, but that powerful the power of his body was exactly what the white tiger wanted his master to possess. "We will meet again. Next time I will beat you. Even if you have secret skills to help, I will definitely not lose again." The purple-clothed girl glanced at Chu Feng, a stubbornness flashed in her eyes, and then she became tender. In one vertical, he jumped into the black hole and disappeared. At this moment, Chu Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This girl in purple was too powerful. If it wasn't for Egi's attack, he would definitely lose. He really never imagined that there would be such a monster in Qingzhou, so strong that he could compete with Qingzhou. The top powerhouses compete. After the girl left, Baihu closed the black hole, and then opened another black hole on the other side, and said to Chu Feng, "You two are both rare talents, not to mention she is still a girl, just let her go." Hearing Baihu's words, Chu Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. He could naturally hear that Baihu was afraid that Chu Feng would hold a grudge against the girl and kill him. Because in Baihu's point of view, Chu Feng's strength was indeed stronger than that of the girl, but in fact it was not in this way. Junior promises Senior that I will meet that girl again in the future. Even if she is not good for me, I will only point to her, and I will never take her life. Chu Feng swore and assured that he already knew that Bai Hu was going to teach him his skills, and at this time he had to be nice to him. No, if she really cares about today's affairs in the future and is aggressive towards you, you don't have to leave troubles behind. After all, you are the one who has inherited the deity. Bai Hu shook his head, as if to indicate that Chu Feng had misunderstood what he meant, and then suddenly roared. That cloud-like body disintegrated in the tiger roar that shook the world, and began to impact Chu Feng's brain. At this moment, Chu Feng's brain was tingling for a while, because a huge amount of information was pouring into his mind. This information was so huge that it was unmatched by all the martial arts he had read. And the most powerful thing is that when these information poured into his mind, they were absorbed, digested, and fully grasped by Chu Feng's mind. At the same time, Bai Hu's voice always resounded in Chu Feng's mind. Boy, remember the words of this deity. The deity's name is the White Tiger Attack and Killing Technique. Today this deity has taught you my abilities, but it doesn't mean that the deity's power will be left to you to control in the future. Although your ability can affect my strength, if I don't recognize you enough, you won't be able to show the ability of the deity. So you have to remember, don't use the deity's ability as evil. Those who offend you can be punished, but innocent people cannot be killed, and future troubles can be eliminated, but innocent people cannot be killed indiscriminately. The White Tiger's voice lingered in Chu Feng's ears. In addition to the warning to Chu Feng, it also told Chu Feng the characteristics of the secret technique. The power of the secret skill is natural, but it is not something that Chu Feng can wield arbitrarily. As for the extent to which it can be wielded, it does not all depend on Chu Feng's own cultivation, but also on the recognition of the secret skill to Chu Feng. That is to say, even if the secret skill is given to Chu Feng, as long as Chu Feng does not die, the secret skill will be used by Chu Feng for the rest of his life, but the secret skill will still have life. Being able to control how much of your own power is entrusted to Chu Feng. The white smoke that lingered around Chu Feng gradually diminished, and Bai Hu's words gradually faded, but when the smoke disappeared and the words disappeared, the secret technique of attacking and killing the white tiger was completely integrated with Chu Feng. White Tiger Attack and Killing Technique. Just let me, Chu Feng, come to see your power. Chu Feng was in high spirits, raised his hand, and a wisp of white mist overflowed from his fingertips. This white mist seemed to be weak, but it actually contained extremely powerful power. Just listening to the sound of bang, like an arrow, it burst out from Chu Feng's fingertips. The speed was so fast that it almost passed Chu Feng's line of sight. Shot into the walls of the cemetery. This cemetery is made of a special texture. Although the previous power has left the place full of scars, it has not collapsed yet, and the walls are still intact, but Chu Feng's finger directly pierced the wall, and the power is quite similar. Amazing. It's amazing, Eggy, did you see it? I got the secret technique, the White Tiger Attack and Killing Technique. With this secret technique in hand, I am afraid that the 7th level Lingwu will also be killed by me. Chu Feng was overjoyed. The power of this White Tiger Attack and Killing Technique was too tyrannical, and the power was almost unstoppable. Unless the opponent's speed was far superior to him, almost no one could resist the blow of the White Tiger Attack and Killing Technique. Eggy. But at this moment, Chu Feng's expression changed drastically, because no matter how much he communicated and called, he couldn't get Dandan's response, which made Chu Feng a little panicked. He hurriedly sat cross-legged and threw his consciousness into the spiritual world, and when he stepped into the world spirit space, his already panicked face turned even more frightened. Because of his astonishment, Eggy's face was pale at the moment, and even his body had become illusory, as if he had turned into a consciousness. Egg, what's wrong with you? Chu Feng was completely panicked. He threw himself down in front of Eggy and wanted to pick him up, but found that his arms passed through Eggy's delicate body, as if at this moment Eggy was already illusory. And as if feeling Chu Feng's actions, Eggy with her closed eyes slowly opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes narrowed into 2 sweet crescent moons, and the corners of her mouth raised a charming arc. The extremely weak voice said, Chu Feng, you idiot, I'm afraid I'll be away for a while, and I won't be able to practice with you. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 163, Return to King Longzong. Dandan, what's wrong with you? What do you mean by that? Where are you going? Chu Feng was so nervous that he was already confused, and he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Bastard, you still dare to call me Eggy, and they said they want to call me Lady Queen. Eggy smiled sweetly, touching the heart, but in the eyes of Chu Feng at the moment, his heart was aching, and he had an indescribable feeling. My Lady Queen, what's wrong with you? Please tell me, what's wrong with me? Are you leaving me? Chu Feng felt uncomfortable in his heart, and his eyes were even a little wet. Although he and Eggy have not known each other for a long time, Eggy has grown up with Chu Feng to this day, and the two share the same unity. Eggy has accompanied Chu Feng to experience everything in his memory. That kind of feeling cannot be explained in words. Don't worry, I'm just tired, I'll just take a nap. Have you got the secret skill? Eggy asked with concern. Chu Feng nodded fiercely. It's good to have it, and it's not worth it for me to forcefully occupy your body. Eggy's smile became sweeter, but her body became more illusory, which showed that she was well prepared for the current situation. Did my body cause backlash against you? Or is it because of me that you exhausted your cultivation? What the hell is going on? Chu Feng finally heard the clue, and felt remorse in his heart. Don't blame yourself, no matter what the reason is, I do it voluntarily. While cultivating with your heart, you must protect yourself. Although I can't witness the battle between you and Gong Luyan, I know that you will definitely win. Remember, I'm with you, you're not fighting alone. At this point, Eggy's body became weaker, and finally turned into several rays of light of different colors. The rays of light were colorful and very gorgeous, revolving around Chu Feng, as if he was reluctant to part with Chu Feng, but he had to say his final goodbyes. Egg, how can I save you? How can I save you? Chu Feng kept calling, but there was no response. After the light body that wrapped around him dissipated, Chu Feng slumped on the ground feebly, and his eyes became dull. He was very heartbroken, and the heartache and Eggy left him completely like this, because he could no longer feel the breath of Eggy, and an unspeakable pain filled his heart, as if his soul had been detached in half. Eggs away. Dandan, I will definitely save you back. After a long time, Chu Feng regained his senses. The helplessness on his face disappeared, replaced by a touch of determination. Although he really couldn't feel Eggy's breath at the moment, but the world spirit contract he signed with Eggy is still there, which means that Eggy is not dead. There must be some way to make Eggy wake up. Although he didn't know about this method, it didn't mean that other world spiritists didn't know, so Chu Feng wanted to return to the Azure Dragon sect and ask Zhuge Qingyun for help. In short, he must save Eggy at any cost. After making the decision, Chu Feng did not hesitate. He first searched the cemetery carefully, hoping to find some treasures left by Murong Xiaoyao, but he found that, except for the spell pattern that had been cracked by the purple-clothed girl, it was a real treasure. Is nothing. In desperation, Chu Feng had no choice but to take out the gray robe of the world spirit that he forcibly ripped off from the purple-clothed girl, and take a closer look. He found that this thing is really not simple. It is definitely a valuable item, and maybe it can be sold for a good price in the future. I exchanged some yuanju for my cultivation. Entering the black hole, after being guided by a dark suction, Chu Feng came to a certain place in the White Tiger Mountains. He looked around, and he could see the White Tiger Villa, where the war was raging. However, there was no longer the sound of shouting and killing, and the war seemed to be over. Calm down. Chu Feng ignored these, but found the fast horse before and returned to the Azure Dragon sect. The White Tiger Mountain range is closed, and people with weak cultivation can hardly leave. However, after inquiring, Chu Feng still found a way out. After turning around, he finally returned to the Azure Dragon sect. It's just that at the gate of the Azure Dragon sect, a group of people were gathered around there. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that several inner disciples were beating two people wildly. The people who beat him were members of the inner sect of the Azure Dragon sect, a well-known organization and a member of the Kendo Alliance, and the people who were beaten were two familiar faces, a pair of brothers from the Chu family, Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen. Damn, I told you to get out of the Azure Dragon sect, but you dare not listen. I told you not to get out. I told you not to get out. I'll beat you to get out. The members of the Kendo League were beating and scolding, while Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen were silent, holding their heads in their hands. No matter how much they beat and humiliated, they refused to beg for mercy. Hey, the Kendo Alliance is too bullying. They bully the Chu family all day long, and the elders don't care. How can the Chu family survive in the Azure Dragon sect? Who can be blamed for this? Only Chu Feng from the Chu family can be blamed. Who made him offend my first disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, senior brother Gong Luyun Gong? Yeah, who doesn't know that senior brother Gong is the future suzerain of the Azure Dragon sect? Offending senior brother Gong is like offending the Azure Dragon sect. That Chu Feng is really daring. The onlookers pointed, and the members of the Kendo Alliance even more fiercely. Damn, kneel down and beg for mercy to Lao Tzu, or I will abolish your cultivation. Suddenly, a member of the Kendo Alliance pulled out the black iron sword behind him and pointed at Chu Cheng. Bah, if you have something, you will abolish my cultivation. When younger brother Chu Feng comes back, he will never let you go. Chu Cheng roared fiercely. Although there was a look of fear on his face, he refused to let go. Take soft. That's right, these days, all the people who oppressed my Chu family, we all remember them in our hearts. After Chu Feng returns, none of you want to escape. Chu Zhen also roared loudly, as if he was telling these things. The grievances of the day. Chu Feng? You really looked down on him. He had already offended senior brother Gong and ran away with his tail between his tails. You guys are still waiting for him to save you. It's a fool's dream. The members of the Kendo Alliance sneered again and again. Bah, just wait and see, sooner or later there will be the day you cry. Chu Cheng opened his mouth and spat out a big mouthful of sticky phlegm on the clothes of the members of the Kendo Alliance. Damn, you're really tired of living. I'll abolish you now, but I want to see how Chu Feng settles accounts with me. The members of the Kendo Alliance got angry, raised their hands and stabbed Chu Cheng's dantian. However, when a scream sounded, all the onlookers were shocked. Because at this moment, the one who fell to the ground was not Chu Zhen, but the member of the Kendo Alliance, and on his body, he also stepped on a big foot. The big foot twisted back and forth on his back, and he could hear the broken bones. The sound was crackling. And when they saw the owner of the big foot, people's faces changed greatly, and some people even exclaimed, Chu Feng. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 164, full of anger. Chu Feng, it turned out to be him, how dare he come back? After these days, Chu Feng's name had already resounded inside and outside the Azure Dragon sect, and even the nearby sects had heard of Chu Feng's name. After all, Gong Luyun's strength can be called the top. Even many core disciples of first-class sects dare not offend him, so when he learned that someone challenged Gong Luyun, it really caused a lot of repercussions. Because of this, many good people wanted to know what Chu Feng looked like, and if there were good people, they drew a portrait of Chu Feng, and even sold the price. Therefore, almost no one in the Azure Dragon School does not know who Chu Feng is. And almost no one does not know what Chu Feng looks like. But at this moment, what surprised people the most was that Chu Feng actually dared to appear in the Azure Dragon sect, but when Chu Feng made the following actions, these people were completely shocked. Chu Feng grabbed it with one hand, and sucked the black iron sword in the man's hand into his hand, then stabbed him suddenly with his back, blood spattered, and inserted into his dantian from the back. That member first screamed, then he lay on the ground like a deflated ball, motionless. At this moment, he only had 2 words in his heart, it was over. When the spiritual energy in his dantian was rushing out to the outside, no matter how he condensed it, he could not control it. He knew that his cultivation had been abolished, and everything he had cultivated for so many years was all turned into nothing. You. Seeing such a scene, nothing was more surprising than the other members of the Kendo Alliance. Their faces were ashen, and their eyes were full of fear when they looked at Chu Feng. Don't you want to know, how will I deal with you? Now I will let you know how I, Chu Feng, deal with you. Chu Feng's face was icy cold, the black iron sword in his hand trembled suddenly, and he stabbed at those people several times. Looking down, they were all shocked. After a miserable cry, they all fell to the ground. The dantian had been punctured, and the spiritual energy was leaking. After years of hard work, they lost it today. My God, that Chu Feng actually abolished the cultivation of the members of the Kendo Alliance. He is too bold. For this scene, the onlookers exclaimed in amazement. They all felt that Chu Feng was too bold. Because of the rules of the sect, it was expressly forbidden, and it was not allowed to kill the same sect and abolish the other party's cultivation. Chu Feng's actions would be severely punished. At this moment, even Chu Cheng and Chu Zhen were a little panicked. Although they knew that with Chu Feng's temperament, they would indeed take revenge on those who had insulted them, but they didn't expect to do it so excessively. The opponent's cultivation base was abolished. Chu Cheng, Chu Zhen, are all my Chu family still in the Azure Dragon sect? Chu Feng ignored everyone's gaze and looked at the Qingzhen brothers who were climbing up from the ground. In order to avoid unnecessary bullying, the rest of Chu Shui's family have already returned to the Chu family. Originally, eldest brother Chu Wei asked sister Chu Yu to leave, but sister Chu Yu refused to leave. She said she would stay here and wait. Come back and do justice for us. So in the current Azure Dragon sect, in addition to our two brothers, Chu Yu and Chu Wei, are also there. But in the early morning, big brother Chu Wei was severely injured by them, and his hands and feet were broken. We asked the elder for help, but the elder didn't care and refused to be healed. In desperation, the two of us had no choice but to go down the mountain to buy medicine, but we never thought that they would be blocked at the door. Chu Cheng described the whole process one by one. What about Elder Su Ro and Elder Ouyang? Why don't you ask them for help? Chu Feng was a little surprised. In the inner sect, it would be reasonable to say that other elders don't care about his Chu family, but Su Ro should not just sit back and ignore it. Right. I've searched for it, they all happen to have something to do and are no longer in the Azure Dragon sect. Chu Cheng shook his head helplessly. How could this be? Chu Feng frowned slightly, feeling that things were not so simple, because with Su Ro's means, even if she had to leave the Azure Dragon sect, she would order her subordinates to take care of his Chu family. The current situation is obviously not right. Take me to see big brother Chu Wei. After thinking for a while, Chu Feng said. The three of Chu Feng traveled fast all the way, and soon came to the place where Chu Wei lived. The originally intact palace was in a state of dilapidation, and even the gate was smashed, and after entering it, it was even more messy. The tables and chairs were all broken, and almost nothing was intact. It was like a broken temple, but it was obviously smashed into this way. Chu Feng couldn't help clenching his fists slightly, and the anger in his heart began to flow. He never imagined that the members of the Kendo Alliance would go so far, and he would never have imagined that the elders would still ignore it and turn a blind eye after doing so. Everywhere we live has become like this, but compared to the palace you lived in before, ours is not bad. The palace you live in has been forcibly burned down long ago. Chu Cheng was on the side. Said. These days, who is targeting you? Only the members of the Kendo Alliance. Chu Feng asked as he walked upstairs. He wanted to record the people who dealt with the Chu family while he was there. Well, although everyone gave us a blank look, only the people from the Kendo Alliance really did it. The founder of the Kendo Alliance, Wu Jiao, is the 9th master on the Qinglong list. He and Gong Luyan are close friends. The Kendo Alliance is targeting us like this. On the surface, Wu Jiao arranged it, but in fact it was Gong Luyan who did bad things to us. Chu Cheng said. How do you know these things? Chu Feng was suspicious. As Chu Chang, it was difficult to know these things. It was Sister Su Mei who told us. At this moment, Chu Yu's voice came from the stairs. Looking up, Chu Yu was standing there, still sweet and lovely, but her face was much thinner and there were some bruises on her forehead. Sister Chu Yu, they even beat you? Chu Feng asked. Chu Yu did not speak, but dragged Chu Feng upstairs. The place was also in a mess, the windows were all broken, and it was not a place for people at all. In the corner of this hall, there was a broken bed that was assembled. Chu Wei was lying there with bandages all over his body, his eyes closed, and he kept humming "It Hurts" in a coma. Chu Feng was sullen in his heart, and did not speak, but looked at Chu Yu, Chu Chang and Chu Zhen in front of him. Chu Yu could say that Chu Chang and Chu Zhen had no good places in their bodies, except for the places where they were just injured. You can also see the traces of past beatings. Chu Feng can completely imagine what kind of life they have spent these days, and the reason why they stay here and suffer is all because of Chu Feng. It was them who kept the dignity of the Chu family for Chu Feng. At least let everyone know that in the face of such humiliation, the Chu family would not bow their heads. Sister Chu Yu, take big brother, Chu Wei, back to the Chu family. Take this and let the entire Chu family move to Zijin City. With Chen Hui's protection, I can feel more at ease. Chu Feng gave his Zijin decree. The card was handed over to Chu Yu. Brother Chu Feng, what about you? Aren't you leaving? Chu Yu stared at Chu Feng tightly, as if she was pressing Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not avoid Chu Yu's gaze, but smiled lightly and said, I want everyone in the Azure Dragon sect to know that my Chu family is not so easy to bully. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 165, Blood Washes the Inner Door. Chu Feng personally sent Chu Yu and the others away. Only when the carriage carrying Chu Yu and others disappeared from sight did Chu Feng turn around and head back to the Azure Dragon sect. However, as soon as he entered the gate of the Azure Dragon sect, he was surrounded by a large group of elders. Those who are punished, the weakest, are those of the first level of Yuanwu, and one of them has already stepped into the second level of Yuanwu. Seeing that Chu Feng said nothing, he shouted, Give him to me. Take it. At first, the elders of the punishment department didn't take Chu Feng in their eyes. Only 2 elders walked out without moving their arms or raising their hands. They just swept out the Yuan force from their bodies, wanting to use their Yuan martial realm. The breath of the air forcefully suppressed Chu Feng. However, when their Yuan force pressed against Chu Feng, it didn't play a role. Chu Feng was just like no one at all and was not affected at all. At this moment, Chu Feng's body changed, and a layer of Yuan energy surged out, swept away like a hurricane, and instantly drowned the elders of the punishment. Wow. The powerful force was unstoppable. Before the elders of the punishment office could realize what was going on, they were blown away by Chu Feng's powerful aura. When they landed, they were all pale and seriously injured. And such a scene can frighten the onlookers. The elders who are punished are all from the primordial martial realm. Chu Feng actually relied on his own strength to suppress so many elders. Could it be that he also stepped into the primordial martial realm? Go back and tell Lu Qinzhen that he wants to deal with me, Chu Feng, and let him do it himself. Chu Feng ignored the complicated gazes from everyone. Go in the direction. When he came to the Kendo Alliance, Chu Feng took action without saying a word. Every member of the Kendo Alliance who appeared in his line of sight would have his sword pierced through his dantian and his cultivation base would be abolished. With Chu Feng's current methods, even the 4th level Yuanwu can be easily killed. If he displays the Golden Thunder, killing the 5th level Yuanwu will be like pinching an ant, and the 6th level Yuanwu is not Chu Feng's opponent. Moreover, these are only the inner disciples of the Lingwu realm. Chu Feng didn't waste their hands and feet, only their cultivation base. All of them were one move to defeat the enemy. Although they only penetrated the opponent's dantian, when hundreds of inner disciples were all lying on the ground, such a tragic scene was also a sight to behold. Very acceptable. Chu Feng has returned, and now he is in the process of killing the inner alliance. The inner sect is already full of blood, and even the elders can't restrain him. This son is too reckless. He really wants to be the enemy of the Qinglong sect. Chu Feng's actions quickly spread throughout the inner sect, and even spread to the core area. All of a sudden, people from all walks of life went to the inner sect, wanting to see what happened. Regarding Chu Feng's actions, the punishment of the inner sect will naturally not sit idly by. Lu Qinzhen personally went out and led hundreds of elders of the punishment department to encircle and suppress Chu Feng, and even shouted the slogan of killing Chu Feng. He, who had had a holiday with Chu Feng, could just take this opportunity to kill Chu Feng in order to explode his grandson Lu Meng, and the great hatred of his life was exploded. The onlookers felt that Chu Feng would surely die. After all, Lu Qing'an's name was well known in the inner sect, but when Lu Qing'an's men arrived at the Kendo Alliance, 2 more teams arrived at the same time. It was the Elder Pavilion in charge of Su Rou, and the Martial Arts Pavilion in charge of Elder Ouyang. Elder Ouyang led dozens of people, and Su Rou led thousands of people, completely suppressing Lu Qinzhen in terms of momentum. Su Rou, what do you mean? This son violated the sect rules and arbitrarily abolished the cultivation base of the same section. I will punish him and punish him. As the elder of the Qinglong sect, you actually sheltered him, and you are worthy of being the Qinglong section. Elder? Lu Qinzhen asked loudly, as if to let all the disciples' onlookers know that Su Rou did something wrong. Chu Feng is a core disciple. Even if he does something wrong, it's not your turn to deal with it, because you don't have the qualifications. Su Rou didn't hesitate, just cast a light glance at Lu Qinzhen. Not at all. He put it in his eyes. Elder Lu, this old man knows that you and little friend Chu Feng have some personal grudges, but I hope you will act according to the rules and don't bring your personal emotions into this matter. Although what little friend Chu Feng has done today is a bit excessive, it is not without reason. When the Kendo League suppressed the Chu League, where is your punishment? Elder Ouyang also spoke, although he laughed very much. Soft, but full of irony in his words. You? Lu Qinzhen was speechless. Whether it was Su Rou or Elder Ouyang, he was not able to deal with it, so at the moment, it was impossible to forcefully attack Chu Feng. However, he is not worried. After all, he is not the only one who has to deal with Chu Feng now. When the people in the core area come, even if he does not take action, Chu Feng will definitely not be better. Chu Feng, you've really stabbed the big basket this time. How can you abolish the cultivation of so many of your fellow disciples? Now that the entire Azure Dragon sect has been disturbed, even if my sister wants to protect you, there's nothing I can do. Su Mei also came. She stood beside Chu Feng and looked at the members of the Kendo Alliance who were being treated by the elders. Her eyes were full of worry. She was not worried about the safety of these Kendo Alliance members, but worried about the safety of the members of the Kendo Alliance. Chu Feng's safety. Now I want to help me. When I wasn't in the Qinglong school, when his Kendo League bullied my Chu family, where were you and your sister? Chu Feng glanced at Su Mei with some resentment, not afraid, because now he has mastered the technique of enchantment. As long as Zhuge Qingyan knew about it, he would definitely accept him as a disciple. In the Azure Dragon, with that person's protection, who would dare to touch him? Not to mention that he abolished the cultivation of this group of inner disciples. Even if he killed them, he would at most be punished slightly, and no one would dare to take his life. Chu Feng, if you say that, you are really blaming my sister and I. However, hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Mei was full of grievances and pouted. The matter of oppressing your Chu family was done by Wu Jiao, but it was actually instructed by Gong Liyun. As early as the day when the Kendo Alliance took action, my sister was about to come forward, but at that time Gong Liyun found my sister. He waged a fight with my sister, saying that as long as my sister can beat him, he will spare your life in the 1-year appointment, but if my sister loses, he will not be difficult for my sister. Just ask me, my sister and I are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the Kendo Alliance and the Chu Alliance. If my sister was not an elder, she would be the first disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, and I, Suzaku City, would not get along with Xuanwu City, so my sister naturally wasn't afraid of Gong Liyun, so she agreed to compete with him. I want to teach him a lesson. But I never thought that my sister was defeated, and the defeat was very complete. Although she is reluctant, but according to the bet, my sister had to choose to sit back and ignore the affairs of the Kendo Alliance and the Chu Alliance. Sume was full of grievances and told the truth one by one. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 166, which is Wu Jiao. Then Gong Luyun defeated your sister? Chu Feng was a little surprised. He had seen Su Ro's methods before. Although he was a first-level Xuanwu practitioner, he was definitely considered a top-notch practitioner in the first-level Xuanwu category. After all, he was someone who was almost named a first disciple. And now Gong Luyun is also in the first tier of Xuanwu. He can defeat Su Ro. At least it shows that in terms of means, Gong Luyun should be stronger than Su Ro. Not only did he defeat my sister, but even Elder Ouyang was defeated by him. Sume turned her gaze to Elder Ouyang not far away. Even Elder Ouyang was defeated? Chu Feng's brows furrowed even tighter. Many people don't know about Elder Ouyang's ability, because the old man is very hidden, but he learned in the Sume bar that Elder Ouyang stepped into the Xuanwu realm many years ago, and now he is attacking the second level of Xuanwu. He is a real peak powerhouse of the first level of Xuanwu. Su Ro has a close relationship with Elder Ouyang. She once had a discussion with Elder Ouyang. Although there was no difference between the two, in fact, it was Elder Ouyang who let Su Ro do it. And that Gong Luyun actually defeated Su Ro and Elder Ouyang in a row, which made Chu Feng suddenly realize that Gong Luyun didn't seem to be as simple as he thought. Chu Feng, take advantage of the fact that the elders in the core area are not here. Hurry up and go to my Vermilion Bird City. You will definitely be safe. Sume whispered in Chu Feng's ear. Is this what you mean, or is it your sister's? Chu Feng asked with a smile. It's what my sister meant, and what I meant. We don't want anything to happen to you. Sume's eyes were full of pleading. She was really afraid that Chu Feng would be stubborn and stay here to die. You two are so kind to me. Chu Feng smiled, stretched out his big hand, and fondly rubbed Sume's soft and bright show. Only then did he step forward and walk out of the crowd. At this moment, all the frustration in Chu Feng's heart had vanished, because he knew that the Su Ro and Sume sisters did not ignore the Chu family, but had unavoidable difficulties, and in the end it was for him. Chu Feng, where are you going? Seeing this, Sume grabbed Chu Feng because she realized that Chu Feng was going in the wrong direction. Then Wu Jiao treats my Chu family like this, I can't just leave him alone, right? Chu Feng said with a faint smile. What? Are you crazy? You are going to the core area to challenge Wu Jiao? Sume was shocked by Chu Feng's words, but she couldn't hold Chu Feng at all. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng had already jumped out of the crowd. Run towards the core area. Chu Feng is going to run, grab him. Su Ro, you intend to protect this son. I will report today's matter to the sect master. Seeing this, Lu Qinzhen panicked. Chu Feng was easy to say in the Azure Dragon sect, and he was bound to die, but if Chu Feng ran away, he wanted to kill Chu Feng again, which was really hard to say. Regarding this situation, both Su Ro and Elder Ouyang were secretly happy at first. Instead of pursuing them, they took the opportunity to make trouble and ordered their subordinates to interfere with Lu Qinyan's subordinates and cover Chu Feng to escape. But when they found out where Chu Feng was fleeing, the joy on their faces turned into black lines. Chu Feng was trying to escape. This guy, why is it so uneasy? Su Riki's face was red and her ears were red. She stood there and stomped her feet. After thinking about it for a while, she chased after Chu Feng. Elder Ouyang was no exception. Feng, where exactly are you going to perform? Chu Feng's speed was very fast, and he quickly rushed into the core area from the inner door. After entering the core area, Chu Feng did not stop, but went straight to a square. The square is round and very uniquely constructed. At the very center is a huge battle arena, which is red than the battle arena, as if stained with blood. It is very eye-catching. And in the center of the arena, there is a big red bell. There is a big sign on the big bell, and on the sign is written several characters: grace and resentment of life and death. Chu Feng jumped up like a spirit monkey and came to the big bell. He rang a few times, and the bell sounded lingering, almost resounding through the entire core area, and soon attracted the onlookers of the core disciples, because they could hear it. Come out, this is the bell of the life and death platform. Life and Death Terrace, as its name suggests, has grievances, and decides between life and death. Although King Longzong has sect rules, as long as the two disciples have grievances that are difficult to resolve and must be resolved by life and death, they can indeed board this place, but before that, they must sign life and death. And anyone who dares to ring the big bell on the stage of life and death means that someone is going to a duel of life and death. This kind of scene is the most exciting scene that people want to watch. At this moment, almost everyone in the core area is going here. Even many elders also came. Look, isn't that Chu Feng? Didn't he just start a killing spree in the inner door? How dare he come here? This kid is too daring and reckless. He first offended Senior Brother Gong, then slaughtered his inner disciples, and now he is on the stage of life and death. What is he going to do? Chu Feng's name had already resounded throughout the Qinglong school, and even the portrait had spread all over the place. Everyone could recognize Chu Feng, but they were all confused by Chu Feng's actions. At this moment, more people had an idea in their hearts: this kid is killing. And just outside the platform of grievances, when the crowd was full of people, Chu Feng stopped ringing the big bell, straightened his back, and shouted to the crowd below, which is Wu Jiao, come up and lead the death. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 167, Wu Jiao debuts. What? He wants to challenge Wu Jiao on this stage of life and death. If you want to compete on the stage of life and death, you must sign a life and death certificate. Chu Feng is really trying to die. Is this kid tired of living? Who is Wu Jiao? That is the founder of the Kendo Alliance, the eldest son of the Kendo family, ranked 9th on the Qinglong list, and a master with the 5th level of Yuanwu cultivation. How dare Chu Feng dare to challenge him? When Chu Feng said these words, it was like thunder in a sunny day. Everyone was shocked, and their jaws were full of shock. At first, some people thought that Chu Feng was joking, but when Chu Feng repeatedly shouted Wu Jiao sushi, people knew that Chu Feng is going to be serious. The first level of Yuanwu. Has this kid stepped into the first level of Yuanwu? Finally, some masters of the Yuanwu realm present sensed Chu Feng's cultivation. The first layer of Yuanwu is not very strong in the core area, but when the first layer of Yuanwu is placed on Chu Feng, it is not strong. He had to make some people look at Chu Feng with admiration and re-examine this young man. Not to mention Chu Feng's age, what does it mean to be able to step into the first level of Yuanwu? The most important thing is that when Chu Feng first stepped into the core area, he was only at the 7th level of Lingguo. Time jumped 2 levels of cultivation in a row, skipped another big realm, and stepped into the first level of Yuanwu. This kind of progress is simply abnormal. This Chu Feng is not simple. It turns out to be a genius. If he continues to grow, he will definitely become the #1 person, but unfortunately, he is too arrogant, and he has made a life and death battle with Senior Brother Gong. No matter how powerful you are, you can't defeat Senior Brother Gong. Someone felt sorry for Chu Feng after realizing Chu Feng's potential. Humph, why a year? This son will be defeated today. Wu Jiao has a very good relationship with Senior Brother Gong. He has long been disliked by him, and now he dares to challenge Wu Jiao on the platform of life and death. How could Wu Jiao let him go? But some people think that Chu Feng is doomed today. Who will challenge Lao Tzu? At this moment, another loud shout sounded, and then a figure swept out from the crowd, and finally landed firmly on the platform. This man is thin, of average height, and looks like a wretched man, with a golden hook nose and toad eyes, a mouth full of teeth, and a stench that can travel 30 meters. The man knelt on the ground and vomited. But don't look at this bad-looking guy. He is well known in the core area, the founder of the Kendo League, and the 9th place on the Qinglong list. It is Wu Jiao. You are Wu Jiao? Chu Feng's eyes lit up, and for the first time, he realized that there are people with such strange looks in the world. Wu Jiu opened his nostrils and opened his mouth wide. He patted his shriveled belly and said triumphantly, "I am Wu Jiu, do you challenge me?" "I'm not challenging you, I'm going to kill you." Chu Feng sneered. "Okay, I have fulfilled your wish, Elder, bring me a life and death certificate. I got to know this kid here today." Wu Jiu raised her voice and roared at the bottom. "If he talks to the inner door elders like this, it's fine, but if he dares to talk to the core elders like this, he is really considered daring." Even many core disciples take a deep breath, thinking about this Feng was crazy enough, but Wu Jiu couldn't think of it even more crazy. But the most speechless thing is that not long after Wu Jiu's words fell, a core elder really walked out of the crowd and slowly came to the stage, holding a pen and ink in his left hand and a life and death form in his right hand, and came to Wu Jiu's house. "In front of you. I'm going, what's the identity of this Wu Jiu, to be able to call the core elders like this?" Some people were surprised. Hearing Wu Jiu's words was truly surprising. "You don't know this, right?" Wu Jiu worshipped Elder Zhongli as his master a few days ago, and has officially obtained the personal biography of Elder Zhongli. Someone explained. "Elder Zhongli? But that eccentric Zhongli Ichigo?" "That's right, it's him." My God, Wu Jiu actually bowed to his door? People were shocked again that Zhongli Ichigo was very famous in the Azure Dragon sect. If he were to talk about his personal strength, he would definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the Azure Dragon sect, and even the 6 elders of the Protecting sect would not be his opponent. It's just that Zhongli Ichigo, like Zhuge Qingyun, is also an elder guest, so he just hangs a title in the Azure Dragon sect and doesn't care about anything, let alone imparting skills to the disciples in the section. Now Wu Jiu can actually worship him. Under the door of the old man, it is really enviable. The grievance and life and death platform can indeed fight for life and death, but there must be grievances. "Do you too have grievances?" the elder asked. "He oppressed my family, can it be considered a grudge?" Chu Feng replied. "This kid, abolishing the cultivation of hundreds of Lao Tzu's subordinates, isn't that a grudge?" Wu Jiu snorted coldly. "Sign it, press the blood mark," the elder said. And after everything was ready, the elder left the competition platform. On the competition platform that seemed to be died, only Wu Jiu and Chu Feng were left. "Boy, I wanted to kill you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to come to your door today, and you dare to challenge Laozi in an open and honest way. If you don't satisfy your wish to die today, I am really sorry for your infatuation." Wu Jiu held a single hand. Grip, Yuan force surged, and a delicate long sword condensed out. This sword is very beautiful, it is simply gorgeous, but it is not a real sword, but Wu Jiu condensed with Yuan force, it is a 5-stage martial skill that is not inferior to the ever-changing Bao. "Then let's do it, I want to see how you satisfy me." Chu Feng's face was indifferent, and he didn't take Wu Jiu in his eyes at all. "To deal with something like you, I only need one sword." Wu Jiu snorted coldly, and swung the long sword in his hand, stabbing Chu Feng in the air. Boom! A sword stabbed out, roaring everywhere, and a tyrannical sword energy condensed in the air, carrying the sound of breaking wind, and flew towards Chu Feng. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 168, The Deadly Sword. Whoosh! The sword energy broke through the sky, and the surrounding energy moved. This was not a martial art, but it was better than a martial art. It was Wu Jiu's random sword, but that kind of power was definitely not weaker than ordinary martial art. Amazing, Wu Jiu is worthy of being the founder of the Kendo Alliance. His skills in swordsmanship are really strong. When Wu Jiu made this move, the onlookers exclaimed in various exclamations. Even many of the core elders kept nodding their heads and giving high praise. But compared to Wu Jiu's outstanding swordsmanship, more people stared at Chu Feng, because they all wanted to see how Chu Feng died. Shoo! However, Chu Feng, obviously wanting to disappoint them, just when the sword energy was about to approach Chu Feng waved his sleeves, and a layer of yuan force waved out, disintegrating the sword energy layer by layer. It finally dissipated completely. Damn it, isn't it? Then Chu Feng actually managed to defuse Wu Jiu's sword? This scene may not be understood by those in the Lingwu realm, but it can be seen clearly in the Yuanwu realm. It is clear that Chu Feng used his own power of the first level of Yuanwu to easily resolve it. Wu Jiu's sword of the 5th level of Yuanwu gas. This son is so powerful. With his cultivation of the 1st level of Yuanwu, he broke the attack of the 5th level of Yuanwu. This is too unreasonable. An elder couldn't bear to exclaim, Chu Feng's methods were indeed a bit terrifying. People. It's a big fuss, it's not that we haven't done it before. According to legend, when the founder of the Qinglong sect was young, he once defeated the Xuanwu realm with the Yuanwu realm. That is called the real victory over the strong by the weak. Another, the core elder, said disdainfully. Nonsense, my founding patriarch is naturally good. After all, he was once the #1 expert of my Kyushu University, but this Chu Feng was able to achieve this level, not to mention that this son is really a genius? It's true what you say. This son's talent can be regarded as a genius, but I think that Wu Jiu has not done his best, and it is still too early to draw a conclusion. The two elders looked at Chu Fengji again. At the same time, his eyes became more solemn. Your sword is too weak. Do you have any other means? After resolving Wu Jiu's attack, Chu Feng said hesitantly. Since that's the case, I'll let you see how terrifying I am when I'm serious. Wu Jiu snorted coldly, raised the long sword in his hand, and swung it upward suddenly. A huge half-moon appeared and slashed towards Chu Feng. 5-stage martial arts, half-moon slash. No, it's not a simple half-moon slash, but a 5-stage martial skill displayed on the premise of a 5-stage martial skill. This is a dual martial skill. When the half-moon appeared, some people were shocked. They recognized it at a glance as the Azure Dragon School, a powerful martial skill. This martial skill must be used with a sword. As for Wu Jiu's Banyu Slash, it not only achieved great success, but also used the long sword that was condensed with 5-stage martial skills. Such Banyu Slash's power was quite terrifying, and it was definitely not something that ordinary people could resist. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Chu Feng again. The Banyu Slash was extremely powerful in both speed and power. It would explode with the caster's will, and there was absolutely no way to hide it. Facing the gazes of countless people, Chu Feng had a smile on his face and was not impatient. Only when the Banyuzhan approached, did he slowly raise his right arm and punch straight. Boom! A punch slammed out, Yuanli spread out, powerful power, a vortex-like ripple swayed on the platform, and the half-moon cut was forcibly offset. After OM smashed Banyu with one punch, Chu Feng held it up with one hand, and a radiant golden long sword was condensed in his palm. Your means are too weak, let me show you my means. Holding a long sword in his hand, his feet flew towards the thunder, and Chu Feng swept to Wu Jiu's body almost in an instant. This kid. At this moment, Wu Jiu was also stunned, because at this moment, at such a distance, he finally felt Chu Feng's strength, the sense of oppression, whereas the simple Yuanwu first layer, it is not weaker than him at all. But Wu Jiu is a genius of a Kendo family after all, not to mention that he founded the Kendo Alliance, just being able to be accepted as a disciple by Zhongli, who has already demonstrated his extraordinary qualities. The long sword in his hand trembled, rippling like a snake, and he actually blocked Chu Feng's golden long sword, and then swept the backhand sword towards Chu Feng's throat. Hey, that's interesting. Chu Feng smiled. Being aroused by layers of fighting intent, he did not retreat, but advanced, relying on the induction of spiritual power, the movement technique of Yu Kongshu, holding the golden long sword, and fighting Wu Jiu in one place. Swish. The sword shadows are flying and the rays of light are shining. Every time they confront each other, it will be a ripple of energy, sweeping and wreaking havoc on the platform, but the two of them are like nothing, and they display dazzling sword skills, sometimes attacking, sometimes defending, the people who saw it were dry and boiled. What a wonderful swordsmanship, Wu Jiao will not talk about it. I didn't expect that Chu Feng also has such high attainments in swordsmanship. Then Chu Feng is so powerful that he was able to fight Wu Jiao of the 5th level of Yuanwu to this level with his cultivation of the 1st level of Yuanwu. Where is this legendary waste? It is a genius that has never been seen before. With the 1st major of Yuanwu and the 5th of Yuanwu, and the 4th level of cultivation, this kind of talent makes people have to accept. This guy can really push Wu Jiao to this level. Why every time I see him, he will become stronger than the last time, and he will be so much stronger. How did he cultivate and how did he improve? So fast. But compared to others, Su Mei's face was full of complexity. She suddenly realized that the gap between herself and Chu Feng was so great that she had been left behind by the other party before she knew it, and she was already touching it. Less than. Humph, you all look at that Chu Feng too highly. Don't you see that Wu Jiao is making fun of that Chu Feng, and he didn't do his best at all? After Wu Jiao is serious, Chu Feng will definitely lose. But some people think that the reason why the two of them can fight to this point is because Wu Jiao didn't do his best. Most of these are people who are tired of Chu Feng. They are eager for Chu Feng to die. The worse the death, the better, because in their hearts, they are unwilling to admit that Chu Feng is a genius. Enough, I've had enough fun with you. I'll let you see my stunt, the fatal sword. Suddenly, Wu Jiao shouted loudly, and then the sword momentum just rose, but the whole person disappeared. But when it disappeared, a powerful sword energy condensed around Chu Feng, and the whole thing changed then Dotai. Gotta get dark. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 169 Madman. Look, this is Wu Jiao's famous stunt, a deadly sword. My god, it really was a deadly sword. It's over, everything is over. Once the fatal sword is out, Chu Feng will definitely die. Looking at the Bidutai, which was haunted by murderous aura, and suddenly darkened, everyone outside the venue kept exclaiming, and everyone could not calm down, because some people had already recognized that this was Wu Jiao's strongest killer move. This martial skill is not the martial skill of the Qinglong school, nor the martial skill of Wu Jiao's family, but a martial skill unique to Wu Jiao, a very powerful martial skill. There are many rumors about this martial art. Some people say that this is what Wu Jiao obtained from a relic somewhere, some people say that this is Wu Jiao's inheritance from a master, and some even suspect that the reason why Zhong Lihu wants to accept Wu Jiao as a disciple, because he wanted to master Wu Jiao's deadly sword. The power of this deadly sword is quite astonishing. Although it is also a rank 5 martial skill, its power is actually comparable to that of a rank 6 martial skill. There is only one move. In the darkness and darkness, when a little cold light passes by, it is when the opponent dies. And there is a rumor that when fighting against Wu Jiao, you must not let Wu Jiao use this move, because as long as Wu Jiao uses this move, the opponent will inevitably fall under his sword, even if the strength is Wu Jiao. The above cannot compete. Right now, when Wu Jiao made this move, almost everyone present felt that Chu Feng was already doomed. Even the sisters Su Mei and Su Ro frowned, and clenched their jade fists deeply. He had to break a cold sweat for Chu Feng. Pucci finally, in the chaotic darkness, a cold beam swept across the sky with a half-moon arc, and a piece of blood flew up with it, and at this moment, the dim Bidutai finally returned to its previous appearance. My god, this. However, when people saw the scene on the stage clearly, their expressions all changed greatly, their mouths stunned, their mouths closed in surprise, and some people even trembled their tongues. Because at this moment, Chu Feng is still standing on the stage, not to mention the blood is blurred, there is no scar on his body at all, and there is no dust on his face. That is called self-confidence, that is a real free and easy. But looking at Wu Jiao again, he actually got up on his knees and fell to the ground. Two bright red blood was rushing out from his knees, intertwined, and painted into a beautiful picture of blood. This. At this moment, everyone present was not calm, because they had thought about all kinds of miserable scenes of Chu Feng, but they never thought that the ending would be such a scene. Wu Jiao of the 5th level of Yuanwu, Wu Jiao of the 9th Qinglong list 9, Wu Jiao, who had used a deadly sword, was defeated by Chu Feng's sword, and he was defeated so completely. You are defeated. At this moment, the golden long sword in Chu Feng's hand rested on Wu Jiao's shoulder and landed beside Wu Jiao's neck. Seeing this, people's faces changed drastically again, because they could all see the murderous intent in Chu Feng's eyes, and the sneer on the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. This was definitely not a joke. Chu Feng really wanted to go kill her. However, don't forget that Wu Jiao's family is a kendo family. Wu Jiao's brother is Gong Luyun, and Wu Jiao's master is Zhong Lihu. These three parties, no matter which party they are, is something that Chu Feng cannot provoke. Chu Feng dares to kill Wu Jiao. That is undoubtedly courting death. However, Chu Feng moved. His sword moved. Everyone knew that Wu Jiao was dead. No matter what happened to Chu Feng, Wu Jiao at this moment was destined to be killed by Chu Feng. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded, like a thunderbolt, and everyone who shook was a ringing sound in both ears, and even the weaker ones were stunned by force. Looking around, everyone was not surprised, only to see an old man standing outside the platform of life and death, staring straight at Chu Feng. This old man was wearing a black robe, with a long black sword on his back. This man's eyes were very strange, as sharp as an eagle, and at this moment, the two cold rays shot out, all shrouded Chu Feng. On the body, Ichigo Zhongli. The sharp-eyed person recognized the origin of this man, who was the well-known elder, Keqing of Qinglongzong, Ichigo Zhongli. Ichigo Zhongli came, and Wu Jiao was saved. Wu Jiao's best friend breathed a sigh of relief, because they didn't think that Chu Feng dared to kill Wu Jiao in front of this person. You must know that this Zhongli Ichigo is a strong Xuanwu realm in the entire Azure Dragon sect, a big man who can be ranked on the top. Besides, Zhong Lihu has a weird temperament and is always conceited. With his personality, if Chu Feng dared to kill Wu Jiao, he would definitely dare to kill Chu Feng. Anything? Chu Feng had already stopped the twitching golden long sword, and cast a faint glance at Zhongli Ichigo. This little friend, that Wu Jiao is my disciple, I wonder if I can give the old man a face and spare his life? Zhong Lihu said calmly, but there was no hint of pleading in his tone, instead it was like an order. Humph. However, in the face of Zhongli Ichigo's words, Chu Feng just snorted coldly, and then saw that his big arm suddenly waved, a golden light swept past, and Wu Jiao's head fell to the ground. This scene scared everyone. Chu Feng not only ignored Zhongli Ichigo's plea, but actually killed Wu Jiao in front of Zhongli Ichigo. Moreover, Wu Jiao's head was still beheaded. This kind of behavior is simply too crazy, so crazy that people can't accept it, but when Chu Feng said the next sentence, people knew what a real lunatic was. If you want me to let me go, what do you think you are? Chu Feng grabbed Wu Jiao's head and said disdainfully to Ihu Zhongli. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 170, I will play with you. You want me to let me go, what do you think you are? Chu Feng's words are called loud, not to mention this life and death, even if life and death can be heard clearly, because this product uses Yuanli. Yes, he just wants everyone knowing that Chu Feng did not give this old hair face. I wipe, this Chu Feng is really dead, he is dead. Chu Feng drew everyone, and even the critical onlookers were shocked by his movement. At this moment, people subconsciously turned their attention to Zhong Li. Look at it at a glance. Zhong Li's face was already iron blue, and the pair of eyes stared out the Nikao, and it was almost fell out. The cheeks were bulging, and the person closer to hear his teeth with his teeth. Everyone knows that the big man was angry with Chu Feng, and was not angry. He now has the heart to slaughter Chu Feng, and it is still the kind of corpse. Boom! As suddenly, Zhong Li's body shape was vertical and emptied, like a mountain, fell on the Badutai, and the strong impulse made Nabedutai tremble and tremble. Even Chu Feng was in Nabedutai. After shaking a few steps, I almost did not stand still. Come, the old man wants to sign the state of life and death with this son. Zhongli pointed at Chu Feng and roared, like the roars of the Lion King, stabbing people deafening. Sure enough, Zhongli is going to do it. He wants to kill Chu Feng. Who can stop this? Although people had expected it, when Zhongli really paid actions and was about to take the shot, he was still shocked. At this moment, another figure jumped into Baidai. This is a beauty, Su Ro, who is regarded as the first beauty of Qinglongzong. Elder Zhongli, as an elder, why do you usually see with the junior? Su Ro opened his mouth. Roll, the old man speaks, how can you come and talk? However, when the bell waved, the strong wind followed, and the powerful impact was raging on the Baidai platform like a storm. The long skirt is mixed. This old thing. Seeing this, Chu Feng's fist was tightly fists, and he was about to rush into the storm, because Su Ro was already his woman in his heart. He would not let his woman, under the public, his clothes were torn. However, before Chu Feng shot, the old man jumped into the storm. When he entered the moment, the storm actually dissipated, and Su Ro also fell on the Baidai again. Elderly Chu Feng was surprised, because the person who rescued Su Ro was the elderly who had rescued himself in Gongluyun. Elderly is an old man, with a few heads, and he is still a hump. It looks like a diseased seedling, which can blow down a gust of wind. However, elderly's cultivation is unpredictable. Chu Feng's mental strength cannot detect his depth, but from the means of easily cracking the Zhongli Yugu, he can feel that this elderly's cultivation is probably no more weaker than that Zhongli. After seeing elderly, Su Ro also came down and stood beside Chu Feng with well. Although she did not know about elderly, she listened to Tsume that elderly was actually unpredictable and offered. He has a good opinion of Chu Feng. Especially when elderly shot, she could feel that elderly was really strong. It should be no weaker than Zhongli. If elderly died to keep Chu Feng, I am afraid that no one can move Chu Feng today. Cough. After saving Su Ro, elderly first had a cough. It was really heartbreaking. He almost didn't spit out the liver. After a long cough, he slowly raised his head and persuaded Zhongli, elder, don't intervene when you are a junior. Elderly, you also saw it. This Chu Feng not only slashed my disciple Wu Jiao, but also cut off his head. As his master, I was revenge for him? I am going to do a break with Chu Feng on this life and death stage today. If you say that I can't fight with him, then I will not say anything. Qinglongzong, but this Chu Feng, I have to kill. Zhongli Huang said fiercely. And as soon as he came out, even the elderly was frowning slightly, and the people outside the field could not help taking a bite of cooling, because everyone could hear that Zhongli, who was right and wrong, was not possible to kill Chu Feng. No one can save Chu Feng. Elderly, you just give a happy talk. I and this Chu Feng, can I have a decision on the life and death of this life and death? Zhongli asked again. This elderly is very embarrassed, because in accordance with the rules, this grievance has no status restrictions. As long as there is a grudge, and if the two sides are willing, they can indeed sign a life and death, and make a decision. In desperation, elderly looked at Su Ro, and quietly made a look at Su Ro, and Su Ro even gathered in Chu Feng's ear, Chu Feng, this Zhongli will challenge you, don't fight, otherwise no one can save you. Rest assured, I'm not stupid. Chu Feng smiled, and naturally he would not die because of a breath. Chu Feng, even if you should not fight today, the old man must kill you. No one can save you. It seemed that he realized the intention of Chu Feng and others, and Zhongli pointed at Chu Feng. At the same time, it spreads its own breath, just like invisible hurricanes roll to all directions. The powerful atmosphere is full of life and death table, which is actually the Four Xuanwu. Evergreen strong. Fortunately, elderly was blocked in front of Su Ro and Chu Feng. Although the hurricane of the Yuanli was strong, it was impossible to shake Chu Feng and Su Ro. What a powerful force in the body. But elderly just protects Chu Feng, but he did not shoot. For this situation, Chu Feng and Su Rou can understand. After all, Zhongli is the elder of King Longzong's guest. The so-called presbyteries of the guest Qing are all big characters invited by King Longzong. Such people cannot offend, even elderly. Because everyone can see that although elderly is unpredictable, his position is quite humble, and he is not a level with Zhongli. Elderly, let it go, otherwise don't blame the old man to kill you together. Zhongli was really angry. He took a step forward, and the hurricane of Yuanli had a strong point again. Although elderly did not let it open, he frowned. It can be seen that he was really embarrassed, and when he saw such embarrassment, Chu Feng was also shaken. He was thinking about whether to continue to hide in this old man. Behind it. As for this situation, those who have long hoped that Chu Feng died was gloating, because they had seen Zhongli Yiju's killing intention, and they felt that no one could keep Chu Feng in this King Longzong. Feng must die. What a big tone, Zhongli Lauer, since you are so arrogant, how about playing with you from the old age? But just when everyone thought that Chu Feng would die, it was another sound bombing in the air. At the same time, a strong breath was more powerful than the bell Li Gu. The breath completely pressed. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 171, Domineering Master. At the time of this sound, the breath was shrouded in, and a figure was standing in front of Chu Feng like a ghost, blocking Chu Feng and Su Rou behind. This person's white robe shawl, covering the face, is not someone else. It is the world spirit teacher invited by King Longzong at a high price. This is the Elder Zhuge. What's going on? Why do Elder Zhuge help Chu Feng to speak? What is the relationship between them? If the emergence of elderly is still expected, then the appearance of Zhuge Luoyun is definitely out of expectations, which can be said to shock the audience. You know, in the entire Qinglong zone, the most fearful thing is not the lord of the Qinglong sect, nor the sixth old Lao Lao, nor Zhongli Hu, but at this moment, the old man standing in front of Chu Feng, Zhuge Luoyun. However, compared to the confusion of outsiders, Su Rou is a great joy. He has experienced himself. Zhuge Luoyun wants to accept Chu Feng as a disciple. He deeply knows that the old man has killed the cold that has followed him for many years for Chu Feng. Non-guilty, at this moment his old man appeared, no one could move Chu Feng. In addition to excitement, Su Rou secretly glanced at Chu Feng. Now Chu Feng is calm and calm. Although he is also hung on his face, there is not much surprise, as if everything is expected. Seeing this, Su Rou leaned his lips and said secretly, "This guy, no wonder he dared to do so wantonly." It turned out that Zhuge Luoyun would help him. Zhuge Luoyun, the old man, solves his personal grievances. Why can't you live with the old man? Zhang Li's eyebrows frowned and could not help but lower the tone of speaking. It can be seen that he was also afraid of Zhuge Luoyun. Personal grievances? What personal grievances? Zhuge Luoyun asked lightly. This son killed my disciple, as a master, and avenge his disciples. Is this a grudge? Zhang Li said back. Well, this is indeed a grudge, but if so, I need to control it. Zhuge Luoyun smiled. What do you mean? As soon as this remark came out, not only did Zhongli Yifu a little bit embarrassed, but almost everyone on the scene was full of mist, and could not help but deepen. Chu Feng's conjecture with Zhuge Luoyun's relationship. If you want to kill Chu Feng, you are revenge for your disciples. As a master, you should do so. But Chu Feng is my disciple. As a master of protecting his disciples, this is understandable. Zhuge Luoyun spread his hands, very casual. However, his seemingly casual sentence was like a thunderbolt in the sunny day, a thunder in the mirror lake, and immediately set off a stir in the crowd. What? Chu Feng is the disciple of Zhuge Luoyun? When is this? No, am I not listening to it? Cold and innocent follow Zhuge Luoyun for so long, Zhuge Luoyun has never officially accepted him as a disciple. When did Chu Feng become his disciple? What is the point? Is it Chu Feng's cultivation of martial arts? Or is it that Chu Feng also has mental power, and Zhuge Liang wants to cultivate it into a boundary spirit teacher? The crowd was completely exploded, and they were speculating about the matter, because all of them came too suddenly, so that the people present were unprepared. It really impacted their young hearts. From Zhuge Liang, what are you joking? Do you say that this kid is your disciple? Zhongli was surprised, and even didn't believe it at all. Because if he is weird, this Zhuge Liang is more weird than him. He has strict conditions for accepting disciples, and Zhuge Liang accepts the conditions of his disciples. A disciple, how could he suddenly accept his disciples now, and this Chu Feng? What? Isn't it clear enough? Zhuge Liang smiled, and then said, "That's good, I'll say it again. Everyone present was given to me. This Chu Feng is the only disciple of my Zhuge Liang. Whoever dares to move him with a finger is the enemy of Zhuge Liang. It's not wrong." Zhuge Liang's voice is very strong and has a strong penetrating power. After crossing the sea of people, it echoed in this life and death, and everyone was shocked. At this moment, many people were speechless, but they got an answer in their hearts. They finally knew why they dared to challenge Gong Liang, why dare to abolish the inner disciples for repairing, why dare to kill Wu Jiao, because he has one who can't have one. The master of Zhuge Liang. Zhongli Yihu, do you still have to move my disciple? Zhuge Liang said lightly. Zhongli's appearance was purple, and his facial features were twisted. How ugly, he would walk towards life and death, because he would never fight with Zhuge Liang for the sake of Wu Jiao. Stop. But before Zhongli, he left, he had blocked the entire life and death station, and Zhongli was locked in it. Zhuge Liang, what do you want? Seeing this, Zhongli was a little panicked. He couldn't think of him, and the old guy refused to let him go. I'm asking you, can't you hear it? Zhuge Liang was also unhappy, and his voice turned cold. What do you want me? Zhongli is really scared. In this King Longzong, he can be said to be not afraid of it, but he is only afraid of one person, that is, Zhuge Liang, because whether it is a means or for cultivation, he is indeed not as good as the other party. If you don't understand, I can remind you to give up the unfavorable ideas for Chu Feng. If Chu Feng encounters any trouble, I will find you the first one, and no one will be able to keep you. Zhuge Liang said, it sounds loud and not given Zhongli Guangsheng any emotion. For such a scene, everyone couldn't help taking a bite of coolness. In this Qinglong zone, he dared to speak with Zhongli this way. Presumably, there must be only Zhuge Liang. Okay, I promise you, never move this Chu Feng in the future. However, the most surprising thing is that in the face of Zhuge Liang, it was difficult for the people to make a softener in front of everyone. However, how do people know how fear of Zhuge Liang deep in the heart of Zhongli? This fear can only feel that people who have seen Zhuge Liang's ruthless means can feel it. In front of that kind of fear, face? It is worthless at all. Oh, this is like one. And Zhuge Liang smiled proudly, accompanied by the sound of laughter, and the enchantment that shrouded the life and death table disappeared. Zhongli's face was lost, and he did not stop too much. He quickly plundered the life and death table, disappearing in people's sight. Zhuge Liang was a crowd below, and finally locked his eyes on the master of the inner official penalty office, Lu Qingyan's body. At this moment, Lu Qingyan's face changed, his body could not help trembling, his heart pounded, and even his forehead began to flow out of a large area, because he couldn't think of it. There was a Zhuge Liang behind Chu Feng. The entire Qinglong zone was afraid of existence. He was really scared, and he was afraid that he was trembling, but when Zhuge Liang opened, he knew that he was really going to be a big deal. Is you the sin you want to cure my disciples? Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 172. The reward and penalty are clear. Me facing the questioning of Zhuge Liang, Lu Qingyan trembled and tongue-tied, and he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Suddenly, Zhuge Liang stood on the life and death platform, waved his arms, and only listened to the pop. Lu Qingjian, who was hundreds of meters apart from hundreds of meters apart, flew out side by side. When it landed on the ground, it was already height of the nose and bleeding, the swollen side of the face, and there was a blood-red palm print, which was deeply imprinted on the cheek. Elder Zhuge has forgiven his life, and Elder Zhuge has forgiven his life. All the villains have the eyes who do not know Taishan. I do not know that Chu Feng is your disciple. If I know he is your disciple, even if the villain bolds, the villain dare not dare to. After being slapped in the air, Lu Qingjian hurriedly kneeling to the ground, regardless of how many people were, and constantly facing Zhuge Liang on Baidai, hoeing, and begging for mercy. Regarding this scene, no one felt that Lu Qingjian was shameful, but he felt that it was reasonable. In the face of Zhuge Liang, who dared not to follow, even Zhang Li did not dare to refute, not to mention that he was an inner elder in the area. Who else do you have? Do you have any opinions on Chu Feng? Zhuge Liang swept the cold eyes to the surroundings, and the cold Meng was shot and domineering. At this moment, where did anyone dare to speak? Whether there is a view of Chu Feng or not being unhappy with Chu Feng, they all closed their mouths, and they were subconsciously stepped backwards. There is an opinion on Chu Feng, and he dares not to be bad for Zhuge Liang's disciples. In the face of this situation, Zhuge Liang nodded with satisfaction, and then walked to Su Rou and said, Su Rou, you have previously protected me disciples, which is given to you by the old man. The light of Zhuge Liang's waist flashed, a green herbal medicine appeared in the palm. This herbal medicine was so beautiful, crystal clear, and flowing. The texture was bright like Baoyu. Even the surrounding air is slowly creeping, as if trembling, because this herbal medicine contains mysterious power. Xian Yao. Everyone was shocked. Even the core elders of you also showed envy, because this is a mystery, and it is still a mysterious medicine. The value is very high. Baby has endless effects on the strong of the Xuanwu realm. Thank you, Elder Zhuge. In the face of this mysterious medicine, even Su Rou was shining in front of him. Above the beautiful face, it was overflowing with a surprised glory, and carefully picked up the mysterious medicine into his hand. The value of the mystery is too expensive, especially the Shangping Xianyao. Even if it is Su Rou and other origin, it is not possible to enjoy it at will. In fact, many of the strong people of the Zuanwujing cannot even buy a lower phenomenon. It can be seen that the price of mystery is expensive. Elderly, thank you too much. Zhuge Liang took out a puppet phenomenon and handed it to the elderly. Elderly smiled slightly, his face was crowded into a bunch, and he looked like a bun, but he was a joyful bun. For Zhuge Liang's actions, the disciples and elders below have broken the eyes of the following, and the phenomenon of Xian medicine is definitely a priceless treasure for them, but Zhuge Liang is so generous. However, the most eye-catching is Chu Feng, Xianyao, mystery, and it is still the Xian medicine. The mysterious power contained in that one is absolutely far from Yuanzhu. To what point? Seems to feel the investigation of Chu Feng's mental strength. Zhuge Liang took a glance at Chu Feng fiercely. After all, this move is now helping Chu Feng. He just wants everyone to know and want to deal with Chu Feng. Zhuge Liang will not be spare, but it helps Chu Feng, and Zhuge Liang will definitely reward. He told Qing Longzong's core disciples and core elders on the side. Between Chu Feng and Gong Liang, they could not choose Chu Feng, but it was better not to favor Gong Liang because behind Chu Feng, there was him. Master supports his waist. Stinky boy, go back with the teacher. Zhuge Liang grabbed Chu Feng's shoulders, and the surrounding space per creep. The two disappeared like a ghost. After Zhuge Liang left, the quiet crowd bombarded and exploded, and the voices of various arguments rang. Extremely, Chu Feng is not only a genius, but also Zhuge Liang as a master. Who dares to move him in the future? This is definitely a big news. Chu Feng is a genius. He can kill Yuanwu's Wu Jiao with the heavily cultivation of Yuanwu. After the killing of Wu Jiao, he has replaced the witch intangibly. The position of 9 on the Qinglong list has become the 9th existence of the Qinglong list. However, Chu Feng is only 15 years old. On the Qinglong list, he is definitely the youngest. If the Qinglong list is all genius, then Chu Feng is the youngest and the largest genius. Strong, even the 4 rebuilding for the opponent's opponent, even Gong Luyun, could not do it at all. In addition, Chu Feng is not only a genius. There is also a powerful backing behind him. That is the character who dare not offend even the Prince of Qinglong. After this day, all the people of Qinglongzong had to re-examine Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng's talent is so strong. In less than 2 months, he has stepped from Lingwu to the 7. Heaven knows what kind of realm would he reach when he was in the year after 10 months. And with his anti-sky combat power, maybe when the war is about a year, he can really block Gong Luyun's 3 moves. According to the agreement, as long as Chu Feng can block Gong Luyun 3 moves, Gong Luyun will commit suicide, but he will commit suicide, but he will commit suicide. In the past, people felt that Chu Feng challenged Gong Luyun. He was looking for death. The victory was 0, but after today, people know. It turned out that there was a big suspense in this battle. When everyone in the core area was talking about Chu Feng was brought to his quaint palace by Zhuge Liang. Thank you, Master, for saving each other. Chu Feng gave a gift to Zhuge Liang. Don't be busy to call Master first. How do you and me give you the book? Zhuge Liang's breath suddenly turned cold, and it seemed to have no previous mildness. The feeling was like Chu Feng's request, and he would really kill Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng, who had been full of gas, was afraid that he could not meet the requirements of Zhuge Liang. I saw that his thoughts were moved, the gas overflowed, and the power of the 4 enchants emerged. After doing these, Chu Feng laughed. Master, look at my disciples, how do you realize? P.S. The bee will go to the far door tomorrow, stay in Jinan for 2 days, and then go to Beijing to participate in the 17K author annual meeting. It will not be able to return home on the evening of the 19th. We'll strive for 2 times a day. After the annual meeting is over, the bee will compensate everyone in the update. Thanks to those friends who care about the bee's body, the uncomfortable small board for bees, so that everyone is worried, but now it is not a big deal. It is still the Iron Man. After the annual meeting, let everyone see what it means to be called the hardworking bee, and at that time, was the first time the book was coming. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 173, Master and Apprentice Talk. You kid, have you so proficiently mastered the technique of enchantment? At this moment, watching the enchantment around him, Zhuge was surprised. Although the white robe covered his face, Chu Feng could still feel his surprise and joy. Hey. Chu Feng smiled and did not answer positively, but he also defaulted to Zhuge Liang's words. After all, at this moment his skilled enchantment technique has been placed in front of Zhuge Liang. Chu Feng, can you control the change of the enchantment? Suddenly, Zhuge Liang said again. How does Master want him to change? Chu Feng asked. Form change. Zhuge Liang said. Buzz, as soon as Zhuge Liang's words fell, the surrounding enchantment dissipated, and then several enchantments emerged. This time, the enchantment did not block the 2, but appeared in Chu Feng's hands. In the semi-transparent enchantment, at first, there was only the size of the palm, hovering in Chu Feng's hands, but as Chu Feng's control began to break away from his hand, then expanded, sometimes square, sometimes round, and even occasionally a 5-pointed star. It really moved at will, only unexpected. No, Chu Feng could not do it. Chu Feng, maybe you may be proficient in the Lingling span now? Zhuge Liang asked again. Chu Feng nodded, and then took out the Lingling compass, pointing out what the above planes represent, and different symbols suggesting. Under the guidance of the eggs, he had already pointed at the spiritual compass. Later, Zhuge Liang asked some questions about Chu Feng again. These were the knowledge he recorded to Chu Feng's book. Even if the eggs were not there, he could easily answer it and analyze his meaning. Extremely thorough. Okay. After some assessment, Zhuge Liang didn't say too much, but even said 3 good words, but the 3 simple words were enough to show his shocking mood at this moment. I am Zhuge Liang. I want to find a person who is worthy of my passing spirit. After looking for most of my life, I finally found a qualified disciple. Zhuge Liang looked at Chu Feng in front of him and nodded. Although he had some hope for Chu Feng before, Chu Feng's performance at this moment was completely over. Master is on it, please be worshipped by his disciples. Chu Feng kneeling halfway on the ground, holding his hands with his hands, and he gave a gift to Zhuge Liang. You are smart, and you will definitely become a great spirit teacher in the future. The achievement will definitely be above me. But unfortunately, I can guide you at most, not to teach you, but if you are willing, you can still call me a master. Zhuge Liang bent down and stepped forward to help Chu Feng. You are my master of Chu Feng, the only master. Chu Feng said very affirmatively, and the words were full of awe. Haha, okay, I have nothing to read you in Zhuge Liang. Although Zhuge Liang said like it, obviously he prefers the words behind Chu Feng. After all, anyone with the ability likes to find a talented person, and Zhuge Liang is a person with the ability. Chu Feng is a talented heir. After that, Zhuge Liang put his hands on the Chenkuan bag on his waist, and a spell flowed between the lights. The large yuanju appeared in the palm. Chu Feng could see at a glance that it was 100 yuanju. Fenger, you played with Gong Liang, the time is getting closer and closer. As a master, you can help you. You can take these yuanju, I believe it will help you. Thank you, master. Chu Feng picked up yuanju. He had known that Zhuge Liang was so strong, but he did not expect that he was so rich, and he gave himself so diverse beads as soon as he shot. Chu Feng's heart is grateful and very grateful. He did not put these 100 yuanju in his eyes because of the wealth of Zhuge Liang. After all, this is already a very valuable item. Although the outside world rumors, Qing Longzong's worship of Zhuge Liang is a mysterious bead every month, but with Chu Feng's understanding, it feels that this is just a rumor, and the fact is likely not to do so. Because he knows that the best mysterious medicine, the mysterious bead, is very rare, it can be said to be a priceless treasure, because the mysterious power contained in the mysterious beads is too strong, just like the effect of Lingju on the strong of Linggu realm. Even when a strong man with Xuanwu cannot break through the barrier that cannot be broken, he can step into the Tianwu realm that can master the new ability and travel to the sky. It can be seen that how precious Xinju is. Worship of boundaries. Therefore, Chu Feng thinks that the guessing of Zhuge Liang should be just a rumor, let alone a mysterious bead every month. Shangping Xianyao is already a priceless treasure. If not, Su Rou, who is the master of the main palace of Suzaku City, will not be so happy after seeing Zhuge Liang and sending his phenomenon. After Chu Feng put up hundreds of yuanju, he was very happy. He was looking forward to these valuable yuanju, which can help him in what state. In addition, he looked at Zhuge Liang again, and he could not help but have more awe and movement from his heart. Although Zhuge Liang was so rich, he had to cultivate himself after all. Moreover, no matter how rich others are also optimistic about you, and it is impossible to give you not to give you, because they do not owe each other. And Zhuge Liang, who was able to give Chu Feng so much soon after knowing Chu Feng, shows that he is very optimistic about Chu Feng. Your kid has a stubborn personality. You will converge in the future, otherwise you will lose a lot of money sooner or later. But you don't have to worry too much. You can do it with peace of mind with Gong Liang. Even if you lose, you will be able to protect you for your life. Zhuge Liang said again. Hey. For Zhuge Liang, Chu Feng just smiled. He couldn't say that he would aim at killing Gong Liang. However, after seeing Chu Feng's accomplishment in the enchantment, Zhuge Liang showed his love for Chu Feng without any concealment. The two teachers and apprentices talked for a long time, and the more they talked about, the more speculative. At the end of the chat, Zhuge Liang even cooking in person, making a good table for Chu Feng. Although it is not rich, it is definitely full of color and fragrance. The dishes made by Liu Yun's own, I am afraid that there are very few people who can eat his cooking in the world. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 174 Questions. On the wine table, the two masters and apprentices have a good chat, and Zhuge Liuyan, who has always given people a kind of cruelty, also opened a heart wall to Chu Feng. It can be seen that he really does not take Chu Feng as an outsider, but it is a disciple of his own confidant. Chu Feng learned that when Zhuge Liuyan was young, his family had a good family, but because his parents offended a big man in Ling Yunzhou and had to choose to escape. But I never thought that on the way to escape, someone betrayed them. The people of the Great Gate came to kill and killed his family. Only Zhuge Liuyan escaped. The price was that his parents were ruthlessly killed. Since then, Zhuge Liuyan has rarely believed in others. It can be said that deep in his heart, he has a kind of indifference to outsiders, separated by a wall. When I was young, I was fortunate to say, but when I was old, I always wanted to find a support. There was an inheritance of my ability, and Zhuge Liuyan was no exception. Originally, he was optimistic about coldness, but later, the cold and innocence was too selfish, and he was too extreme to do things. There was no friend of cold and innocent. Only the tool he used was not worthy of Zhuge Liuyan. However, in terms of talent, it is also difficult to find young people such as cold and innocent in Qingzhou, especially in Qinglongzong. Therefore, Zhuge Liuyan was very embarrassed at that time, hesitating, should he teach his own mantle to the cold and innocent? At this moment, Chu Feng walked into Zhuge Liuyan's attention. In fact, Zhuge Liuyan investigated Chu Feng's identity at the beginning. And although Chu Feng is sometimes impulsive, his motivation is not harmful. On the contrary, many times, they are for the people around him, and they go to a disaster. What Chu Feng did, in the eyes of outsiders, maybe it was mindless, but Zhuge Liuyan liked it very much. As for the later cold and innocent things, it was really a test of Zhuge Liuyan, but it was a pity that the cold and innocence eventually disappointed Zhuge Liuyan. After the master, the Ling Lingshi, concluded a contract with the Jieling, will there be such a situation? For some reason, the spiritual spirit has been severely damaged and disappeared in the spiritual space. Feng found out about the eggs. Well, there are indeed such a situation. After the boundary spirit and the spiritual division conclude a contract, most of them will be difficult to return to the spiritual world. Unless the contract is lifted or the boundaries of the boundaries are against the sky, they will stay in the boundary spirit teacher for life. In the spiritual world, that is, in the spiritual space. In such a situation, as you said, there will be a lifetime. After all, the spiritual spirit will fight for the spiritual division, and the battle will often be casualties. Living is just a great injury and need to recover for a while. Zhuge Liuyan said. Restore for a while? How long does it take for this time? Chu Feng was ecstatic in his heart. As long as the egg was fine, he was at ease. This is difficult to say. It is almost 8 years in the past 10 years, and it is hundreds of years. Zhuge Liuyan said indifferently. What? So long? When he heard this, Chu Feng seemed to have been hit by a huge blow. It was almost 8 years in the past 10 years, and it was hundreds of years. Isn't it that he and the eggs and could not meet at least 10 years? Even unable to meet in my life? Why are your kids so nervous? Wouldn't you conclude a contract with the boundaries? Zhuge Liuyan asked badly. Of course not, I'm just curious. Chu Feng hurriedly shook his head. The egg was a secret, and he couldn't let anyone know. I don't think your kid is so counter-sky. The spiritual spirit is a proud creature, and it is very smart. Wisdom is not lower than people, or even higher. Really, you are my master, and now there is such a spiritual world, but I worship him so far, but he still refuses to conclude a contract with me. Although the contract with the boundaries, the control of the power of enchantment, and its own cultivation will be greatly helpful. It is something that countless boundaries are dreaming of, but in fact, they want to get the recognition of the spiritual spirit. It's difficult. Zhuge Liuyan's words were proud and lost. It is proud that as a spiritual master, he has successfully communicated to a boundary spirit, and this boundary has the intention of concluding a contract with him. The loss is that although this boundary has the intention to conclude a contract with him, after all, he has not yet concluded with him, that is to say, he has not been recognized by the boundaries. In addition, he is old. Whether the spiritual spirit will conclude a contract with him. After hearing Zhuge Liuyan's words, Chu Feng secretly rejoiced and was fortunate to have a good family. In his spiritual space, he blocked the two boundaries, and now one has concluded a contract. If not, if you rely on him to explore himself, you really don't know that the year of the monkey will be concluded with the boundaries. It's like this Zhuge Liuyan. Just when he was grateful to his family, Chu Feng couldn't help thinking of his family. All clues at the moment can explain that his family, at least his parents, are very powerful, and the means of mastering is very against the world. And such powerful characters have not appeared at least 6 of the 6 Kyushu University in the past few hundred years, so it is conceivable that his parents are people outside the Kyushu University 6. The big heaven and earth, Kyushu 6, is just the tip of the iceberg between the world. Chu Feng does not know what the outside world is, but it can be imagined that the outside world is very dangerous. I have to entrust him to others for adoption. Master, if the spiritual spirit is really hit hard, is there no way to recover it ourselves? Will there be no way of our boundary spirit teacher? After a little chat, Chu Feng cleverly turned the topic to this. Essence, yes, there are, of course. The reason why the boundary spirit is willing to conclude a contract with the boundary spirit teacher, give up the home that he depends on the survival, and be imprisoned in the narrow spiritual world because of the world of life, and it has great benefits to them. The lifespan of the boundaries is very long. Unlike our human beings, it is not as strong as that of human beings. It is only 100 years of life limit. The boundary spirit can live at least 300 years. It is said that some powerful boundaries can live for thousands of years. So this leads to concluding contracts with the boundary spirit teacher, survive in that narrow spiritual world, because the contract will be lifted after the dying of the spiritual master of the boundary, and the boundary spirit can return to the world of spiritual world. At that time, what he gets in the spirit master will also become the capital he is in the world of spiritual spirit. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 175, Jejo. As for the benefits of boundaries in the world of life, it is also endless. For example, in addition to the most basic source of life, it can enhance its cultivation, and there are many things that can enhance their systems and even blood. As you said, if the boundary is injured, what should I do if I can no longer communicate with the spiritual master in the spiritual world? In fact, there is a way. As far as I know, there is a strange fruit called lingua. The spiritual fruit has certain effects on the spiritual master of the boundary, which can enhance the quality of the power of enchantment and enhance the strength of the spiritual power, but it is more huge for the spiritual spirit. The effect can supplement their spiritual power. As you say, as long as there is a spiritual fruit, you can wake up the spiritual spirit, and the spiritual power is more abundant than ever. Zhuge Liuyan said. Lingua? Where can I buy such things? Where can I buy it? Chu Feng was overjoyed, and he finally saw the hope of understanding the egg-saving egg. Lingua is such a precious thing, and can you buy it? But as far as I know, in my Kyushu University 6, there is a place with lingua. Zhuge Liuyan said. Where is it? Chu Feng asked. Jejo. Jejo? Yes, Jejo is one of the Kyushu 6th Kyushu. There is a boundary guild there. The Boundarian Association can be said to be the gathering place of Kyushu 6th, the strongest spiritual master of the strong world, where the boundary spirit teacher can get more benefits. In the Boundary Guild, a special fruit is planted, which is the spiritual fruit. Zhuge Liuyan said. Jejo? Master, how far is there in Qingzhou? Chu Feng asked anxiously that he had some concepts for Qingzhou, but he was still unknown for the entire Kyushu University 6. Jejo and Qingzhou are neighbor. Although the journey is not close, it is enough for half a month to go back and forth. Zhuge Liang smiled, and then asked Chu Feng, your kid to that lingua really upset? Of course, Master does not say that the quality of the lingua has improved the quality of the enchantment and spiritual power. Chu Feng said with a smile. Well, that's of course, but then again, with your grasp of the level of enchantment now, it is also time to get a white robe. Zhuge Liang said. White robe, is the white robe you wear? What is the use of this thing? Chu Feng asked. Haha, you don't understand this. This is a symbol of the identity and strength of the spiritual master. If you want to obtain this recognition, you must take your own strength to get it. According to the strength of the boundaries of the boundary, the levels of the boundaries are divided into 3 types: white robes, gray robes, and blue robes. White robe is the easiest to be examined. With the means you mastered now, it is not difficult to get a white robe to become a white robe spiritist. Compared to the white robe, the gray robe is difficult to get it. This has the essence of the power of enchantment. In my Qingzhou, there are only 2 people in the gray robe world. One is the first door, Ling Yunzong's worship world spirit teacher, and the other is the boundary spirit teacher worshipped by the Kirin Palace. The meaning of respect. What? There are only 2 people in the gray robe world, and they are all so good? Chu Feng was shocked, because the girl he saw in the Baihu Mountains was obviously a gray robe spirit master. As for the spirit teacher of the blue robe world, it is just like a legend. No one can reach in my Qingzhou. Even if there are several other states, there are no such characters. Only in Jiezhou, there are several legendary boundaries. Teacher. Zhuge Liang continued. However, compared with the eggs that day, Zhuge Liang said 2 kinds of less, that is the purple robe behind the blue robe and the golden robe. It can be seen that in the horizon, the eggs are far away. It is better than Zhuge Liang. How does that Jiezhou bring so many powerful boundaries? Is there anything special? Chu Feng murmured. You are right. Jiezhou can be said to be the holy soil of the spiritual division. There are the 2 most powerful spiritual divisions of the Kyushu 6th. One is the Jailing Master Association. The assessment of the identity of all the spirit teachers of all bounds must be carried out there. The other convenience is the Jie clan. According to legend, they are the masters of Jiezhou, but because they are too scarce, they are gradually owned by the Boundarian Association, but this is still an indispensable force. Zhuge Liang said. This is the case. It seems that the world is really big. There are such special races in the world. Every family is born with mental energy. Chu Feng secretly marveled that the spiritual power was all in the middle. In his Qingzhou, each person with mental power was regarded as a genius. But unexpectedly, there will be such a powerful race in their neighbors. Each family is mentally mental. What is a concept, which is a powerful race? Oh, you are right, the world is big, there are countless strong people, and there are many races with special blood veins. In addition to the Jie clan in Jiezhou, there are more powerful races in my Kyushu 6th. Zhuge Liang said. What races are more powerful, what race is master? Chu Feng was curious. What would be surprising enough to be surprising? What would it be more race than this race? That is the hegemon of my Kyushu 6th, the Zhong's dynasty, and the Zhong's dynasty is a special race. The reason why they call themselves Zhong's royal family is because everyone of the Zhong's royal family has the power of blood and has the terrible combat power that ordinary people do not have. The reason for dominating my Kyushu University 6. Zhuge Liang said. Zhong's dynasty, it turned out to be a special race, no wonder. Chu Feng got an amazing news again. For the sake of time, the assessment of the white robe of the Jielingshi of the Jord borders, once every month, is almost here. Go back to prepare. In the early morning of tomorrow, I will take you to Jiezhou. Zhuge Liang said. Real? Hearing this, Chu Feng not only did not have a little surprise, but was ecstatic, because even if Zhuge Liang didn't say, he was going to go to that world to take a trip. Chu Feng is not the white robe assessment of the spirit master, because if he wants to talk about his identity, there is a boundary gray robe in his current Shenkuan bag. This gray robe is definitely more precious than the white robe. More scary. And that the state that attracted Chu Feng in the world was naturally a spiritual fruit, which could awaken the strange thing of the eggs. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 176, Early Marriage Contract. There are still fakes. Go, although you have already mastered the power of enchantment now, but the white robe assessment of the spiritual master of that world is not so simple. This is completely different from the assessment of your previous experience. Still prepare for psychological preparations to avoid frustrating. Zhuge Luyun hit. Hey, Master is relieved. The disciples will not live up to your expectations, let alone lose you. Chu Fengla was left. After learning the method of rescue the eggs, the hanging heart finally let go. In order to avoid Zhuge Luyun's suspicion, Chu Feng did not refine it. The 100 spiritual beads fell asleep early. This night he slept very well. In the early morning of the next day, Tiangang was slightly bright, and Zhuge Luyun came to Zhuge Qingyun's residence as an appointment. However, in the square in front of the palace, he was already crowded, with large disciples and elders gathered. Through the crowd, Chu Feng was shocked. In the center of the square, Zhuge Luyun was standing there, and behind Zhuge Luyun, there were two huge white head sculptures. This carving is very large, standing there for 3 meters high. The huge eagle claws are like a sharp blade, and the sharp eagle eye faces the crowd. There is no fear, but it has a proud expression. Wow, it is a real white-headed carving, so beautiful. Looking at the two white-headed carving, many young girls showed surprise and danced happily. I heard that this thing is the best means of transportation. The price is extremely expensive. I only have 2 ends in Qinglongzong. It was raised by Elder Zhuge. Some people said the origin of this white-headed carving. Yeah, this thing is really energetic. It is fun to look at it. I don't know how cool it will be on the circle. Elder Zhuge rarely uses this white-headed carving and regards them as a treasure. It is said that Wang Lao, the fellow of the 6th boss, was far away from the door. He wanted to borrow this white-headed carving and was relentlessly rejected by Elder Zhuge. I refused. It is said that Elder Zhuge also scolded Elder Wang, saying that I couldn't bear it. You actually wanted to use it. It was a dream. Yeah, today I used both white-headed carvings. I don't know what happened. Where do I go? Who is it accompanied him? Everyone is pointing to the white-headed carving. People are envious of Elder Zhuge, and they are even more envious of those who take the white-headed carving with Elder Zhuge. Because people want to feel the excitement of soaring the sky, looking down from the sky. Fenger, it's time to go. At this moment, Zhuge Luyun waved his hands at Chu Feng in the crowd. Master. And Chu Feng also walked beside Zhuge Luyun in the eyes of the public, and could not help but stretch out his palm, stroking the white-headed carving, and was also excited. It turned out to be Chu Feng. God, is he going to accompany Elder Zhuge to go out? I can enjoy such treatment. It seems that this Chu Feng is really liked by Elder Zhuge. After seeing Chu Feng, the onlookers were all envy, and envy Chu Feng could get the love of Zhuge Luyun. But compared to the simple envy of male disciples, many female disciples show more admiration. Chu Feng's talent has been demonstrated, and now he has become a disciple of Zhuge Luyun. In this status of Qinglongzong, it can be said that it is not worse than Gongluyun. In addition, some people have rumored that Chu Feng is a genius with mental power. Because of his strong spiritual talent, Zhuge Luyun has received him as a disciple, and people look higher to Chu Feng. Therefore, Chu Feng today has naturally become countless female disciples. The criteria for choosing a spouse in their hearts. Even if Chu Feng is still a teenager, she cannot stop those female disciples and rippling spring hearts. Chu Feng. A familiar voice sounded, and Su Mei came out of the crowd. She came to Chu Feng and said, "Well, are you going to go out?" "Well, I went to Jiezhou with the master and participated in the assessment of the white robe of the Jielingshi." Chu Feng did not conceal. "Su Mei. Participate in the assessment of the borders. Congratulations on becoming a spiritual teacher." Su Mei smiled sweetly. "Hey, this is still unknown." Chu Feng scratched his head modesty, but his face had a confident smile on his face. "How long will it take?" Su Mei asked again. 1 month. Chu Feng replied. "So long." Su Mei's face changed a little. "What's wrong?" Chu Feng saw the clue. "It's okay, be happy for you." Su Mei smiled sweetly, but she couldn't hide the anxiety in her heart, but she no longer spoke, but turned into the crowd. Xiao Mei. Chu Feng's germination of God's Kung Fu, Su Mei, was gone. Chu Feng rushed out of the crowd and waited and looked around, but did not find Su Mei's figure. However, another figure appeared in Chu Feng's sight. He was Su Ro's sister, Su Ro. The first beauty of Qinglongzong was standing not far away and watching Chu Feng. Su Ro is an elderly elder. Unless there is something special, it rarely comes to the core area. Coupled with the weird emotions of Su Mei, Chu Feng subconsciously knows what it must be born. "Su Ro, what's the matter?" Chu Feng took Su Ro to a quiet place and then asked, "Do you know that Xiao Mei has a fiancé?" Su Ro asked without answering. "What happened to the Shengguanya of Shengguan's family?" Chu Feng asked. "It seems that you don't know anything." Su Ro smiled weirdly, and said, "The marriage between Shengguanya and Xiao Mei is early, just a month later." "A month later? This is your father's meaning?" Chu Feng's face was a little ugly. "No, this incident is not my father's meaning, but he is also very weak. This matter is long, which can be said to be a forced marriage." Su Ro said. "Forced marriage?" Jokes, the master of the Supine Prayer City, is the family forced by a family in a city? Chu Feng obviously did not believe it. Don't underestimate the official family. He originally had the qualifications for the control of Suzaku City, and Suzaku found a backer, and the situation is very unfavorable to my Su family. Su Ro said. "Local? What is the mountain?" Chu Feng asked. "Don't ask these. In short, this is not what you can manage. I just ask you one thing, can you take Xiao Mei away?" Su Ro's beautiful eyes stared at Chu Feng tightly. "No." Chu Feng resolutely replied without hesitation. You can hear Chu Feng's words. Su Ro's beautiful cheeks are a little pale, by Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't explain anything, just turned around and walked towards the square. "Chu Feng, I really saw you wrong, Xiao Mei looked wrong." Su Ro's scolding sound came from behind him. Chu Feng stopped the pace and turned back. "Why should I take Xiao Mei? Elope? Escape? Why do we run? What do we do wrong? Or what are we afraid of?" Su Ro didn't know how to answer. She didn't understand Chu Feng's meaning. In this case, Chu Feng will not escape. 1 month later, the Suzaku Mountains, see it. Chu Feng left this sentence and walked away, leaving only Su Ro thinking about this sentence, but he was puzzled. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 177. Su Mei is a good little girl, her family is also good, her talent is not weak, and she looks nothing more. "Do you want me to help you ask you?" Back to the square, Zhuge Luyun said with a smile. "Thank you, master, and the disciples don't want to be a relative too early." Chu Feng replied with a smile. "You kid, come out." Zhuge Luyun turned over and plundered the white-headed carving body. Chu Feng also rode on another white-headed body. 2 white-head carved wings at the same time, and the huge wings grew a few meters, and the wings were incited, which set off a storm. The wind dancing is like a sharp blade, and even the core disciples and core elders present are also unbearable, and they have been blown back again and again. In the gust of wind, the two white heads rose into the air and jumped into the high altitude. First, 2 laps around the square were surrounded by 2 laps. People are paying attention to this spectacular scene. Most people's faces are full of envy and longing, but in the remote corner of the core area, Sume, who also raises a small face, is also attracting white-headed carving, but it is sadness. The degree of white-headed carving is very fast, and the whole Qingzhou is across the entire Qingzhou, but it is only a few days, and now it has come to Jiezhou. The white-headed sculpture is a rare thing in Qingzhou. Everyone flying from the sky, the people below will look up and look at it and praise it, but when they come to Jiezhou, Chufeng is now. It turns out that the white-headed carving is not so rare. When flying in the air, I even saw a few white-headed sculptures. Since they pass by, it is faster than the white-headed carving they rode. Obviously the variety is better. This gave Chufeng a kind of idea for the first time. The Qingzhou he lived in, maybe it is really declining compared to this world, and it is no wonder that his master Zhuge Liang would say. The so-called genius in Qingzhou is actually mediocre, but only 10 people can really be called genius, because the genius of Qingzhou is nothing in the eyes of several states. In fact, Qingzhou is not strong. In Kyushu, this is the end of the eyes of several other states. After 2 days of flying in Jiezhou, Chufeng finally came to the so-called Jieling Guild. Looking at it from top to bottom, he could see that the Jieling Association was located on a plain. It is a large city that covers the mountains, rivers, and jungles in the city. It is like a kingdom, so that it is so big that Chufeng's imagination is big. It can be seen from this that the power of this world of spiritual associations is no wonder that it can become the hegemon of Jiezhou. The most important thing is that in Qingzhou, the spiritual master, who is regarded as a treasure, is all over the ground. Even a white-robed spirit teacher, such as Zhuge Liang, is definitely not a character. Here, only the gray-robed world spirit teachers can make people look high, because the white-robed world spirit teacher is as many as cabbage and can be seen everywhere. This is the so-called. Is there anyone outside the sky? Is there anyone outside? Chufeng and Zhuge Liang did not directly enter the Boundary Spirit Teachers Association, because not everyone can go casually. Even if the spiritual teacher does not work, they come to a city outside the Jielingshi Association. Here is a specialist to receive their foreign spirit divisions like this. Here, like Zhuge Liang, there are people in the people wearing a white robe, but most of them have taken off the tall brim, revealing the original face. No need to be a fuss. Here is the top spiritual division of the entire Kyushu 6th. Moreover, Jiezhou is known as the most rich state in Kyushu. Compared with here, Qingzhou is really a bit of remote flavor. Zhuge Liang's voice sounded, and Chufeng couldn't help but look back, because Zhuge Liang took off the brim of covering his face. Chufeng first saw the old man's appearance for the first time. Zhuge Liang is different from Chufeng's imagination. Not only is it not terrible, it is very kind. It makes people look at it and feels that the old man is so amiable. However, it may be because of this that Zhuge Liang does not show people his true colors, because he just wants to leave a dangerous impression so that he can better protect himself. This may be his way of protecting himself. Oh, not allowed to cover the face here. Everyone must abide by this rule, otherwise it will be regarded as the majesty of the spiritual guild in the world. Zhuge Liang explained. I prefer master like this now. Chufeng smiled. This is his heart. You kid, is it so bullying for the teacher? Zhuge Liang glanced at Chufeng and took Chufeng to the registration office to participate in the white robe assessment. Along the way, Chufeng saw a lot of young people with a lot of age and his age, and each had mental power. It can be seen that the participants were evaluated by the white robe. The assessment of the boundary teacher is not very strict. As long as you pass the first level, you can get the Jieling white robe. Jieling by robe is built by special substances. Wearing it on the body, as long as you don't have a breath, no one can detect your cultivation. The most important thing is that the Jieling white robe is a symbol of identity. If you return to Qingzhou in this white robe in the future, I believe no one dares to look at you lightly, and even many forces will make friends with you, draw you to be a guest, comma. But of course, the arrangement of the enchantment is an individual work, the layout of the boundaries is the individual work, and the layout of the enchantment that shrouds the forces is a huge project. Outsiders only see the gloriousness of our boundaries, but they don't know it all. The hard work of our boundary spirit teacher. After helping Chu Feng's qualification to participate in the assessment, Zhuge Luyuan told Chu Feng, "Master, is there a second level in addition to the first level?" Chu Feng asked curiously. Of course, the first level can get the boundary white robe, but although such a spiritual white robe, although it can be obtained, it still has to pay the corresponding remuneration to buy it. Zhuge Chengqing replied, "Do you want to buy it? How much is the world's white robe?" Chu Feng asked. "A world of spiritual white robe, 1,000 yuan pearls, and this still needs to be passed through the first level, otherwise, even if you want to buy it, you can't buy it." Zhuge Luyuan said. "So expensive?" Chu Feng was surprised, 1,000 yuan ju, which was definitely a big number for him. "Don't worry, for the teacher, you have prepared for you. As long as your kid can pass the first level, then the spiritual white robe is yours." Zhuge Luyuan looked at Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng said that he would not be moved, and it was definitely a false words, but he still asked curiously, "Master, then you know, what price can the world's gray robe sell?" Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 178, 7 stars, Old Man. I have not participated in the ash robe, the gray robe assessment. It is not what the ordinary spiritual master can participate. Moreover, the world spirit gray robe is the highest glory of the spiritual master. How can it be sold? Zhuge Luyuan shook his head and shook his head. Essence, what if someone wants to sell? If someone has an extra border gray robe, what price can it be sold if it is sold? Chu Feng was curious, because there was such a gray robe in his hand. Essence. This is hard to say. After all, the spiritual gray robe does not have much effect on ordinary people. Even if you want to buy it, you can buy it. However, according to the difficulty of the gray robe assessment, the price of the world's gray robe is more reasonable to calculate it with Shinju as the unit. 1,000 Shinju. Chu Feng was extremely happy, and it was definitely a big number. If a mysterious bead is quite 1,000 yuan, the thousands of mysterious beads are equivalent to 1 million yuan and 1 million yuan. Even if Chu Feng's body thunder is greedy again, it is definitely enough for it to devour for a while. God knows what extent Chu Feng's cultivation will be promoted after devouring 1 million yuan. 1,000 mysterious beads, that's not a small number. Take your master, for example, this 1,000 beads that you prepare for you now are already all my home. 1,000 mysterious beads, who can take out this number of boundaries? I am afraid that they will also be disdainful to buy the world spirit robe, but they will rely on their own strength to obtain, because they should have this strength. Just as Chu Feng wanted to enter the wrong, and planned how to sell the spiritual gray robe, Zhuge Luyuan poured Chu Feng a cold water. However, if you think about it carefully, 1,000 Shinju is indeed a big number. It is placed on anyone. People who can have so many wealth, if it is not a background, or have people's strength. And the more you know the value of the Lingling robe, Chu Feng feels that the purple girl is unusual, and she is the identity of the gray robe boundaries at the age. It can be seen how powerful she is. If she had not appeared on the same day, she could not let the white tiger attack and kill at the enchantment method of Chu Feng. So master, after passing the first level, is there a second level? Chu Feng asked again. That's right, there is a second level. After the second level is passed, not only can you get the boundary white robe for free, but you will also get a certain reward. However, that's not what ordinary people can pass. Your master, I worship the second level. Zhuge Luyuan shook his head. Oh, I read it right, this seems to be Zhuge Luyuan. At this moment, a weird voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the side, I saw an old man wearing a white robe and a short figure, walking towards the two of Chu Feng, and he limped walking. It turned out to be a lame. Behind this lame old man, he also followed a teenager. He was older than Chu Feng. He was about 17 years old, and his face was full of pride. How long is others like a few legs? It turned out to be an old man in the 7 stars. It's been a long time since I saw it. Zhuge Liuyan's face was not good to see this lame old man. Huh, it's really you, old Zhuge. I heard that you went to Qinglongzong to be a guest of Qing, right? The 7-star old man smiled sarcastically. Zhuge Liuyan smiled by default, but never thought that the 7-star old man became more and more excessive, and said loudly, "Oh, how to say you are also a spiritual teacher? How can you get to this extent, go to a small second-class songman to be a guest? It may be that the ability is not available, and the first-class ancestral gate will not be accepted." At this moment, the teenager behind the 7-star elderly spoke. "You dare to say another word, believe that I am abolished." Seeing this, Chu Feng didn't agree, and pointed at the teenager and scolded. "Oh, where is this little rabbit? So rude, old Zhuge, will this be your disciple?" The 7-star old man glanced at Chu Feng, and his eyes were also full of look down on. 7 stars, pay attention to speaking, I did lose it in your hands, but it didn't mean I was afraid of you. Zhuge Liuyan's face finally gloomy. "Old Zhuge, what is your attitude? Can you still want to lose again?" The 7-star old man sneered. "May wish to try." Zhuge Liuyan was running, and the air around him moved. "Hey, what's like 2 of us? It's better to come from some interesting, let your disciples try. However, the 7-star old man locked his eyes on Chu Feng's body, and there was a touch of despicable smiles that did not meet his age. Because he has seen that Chu Feng is a man of a monk of Yuanwu. In this way, his disciples can kill Chu Feng at all, and there is no pressure. Zhuge Liuyan did not answer, but looked at Chu Feng, because the disciples of the 7-star elderly people had the 5th cultivation of Yuanwu. Although Shuwei is the same as Wu Jiao, after all, he is a boundary of the boundary and the core disciple of the first-class songman. Naturally, it is not comparable to Wu Jiao, so Zhuge Liuyan gave Chu Feng. "Master, the disciples begged you to let the disciples teach you this ignorant thing for you." Chu Feng said. "Well, Fenger, you can discuss with him." Zhuge Liuyan nodded with satisfaction, and he liked Chu Feng's energy that he was not afraid. Consultation? Fist without eyes, wounded and broken bones, but don't complain about anyone. The old man of the 7-star is very competent in his disciples. It seems that you have seen your disciples, the end of the injury is broken. Zhuge Liuyan was also competent in Chu Feng. Huh, then I want to see if you have this ability, young Zai, go to try some hardships. 7-star old man snorted coldly. Followed. The teenager, known as Yang Zi, took the lead in an empty area. He was arrogant to Chu Feng enough to signal Chu Feng's past. When Chu Feng had just passed, the 7-star old man was moving, and he showed a layer of powerful enchantment to cover Chu Feng and Yang Zi. 7 stars, what are you doing? Seeing this, Zhuge Liuyan angered. Hey, what are you anxious about, Zhuge, the old man? Here is the site of the Boundary Guild. The 7-star old man sued, but his eyes were clearly winking against Yangzi, and that Yang Zai also smiled at the heart and looked at Chu Feng's eyes. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 179, Chu Fengxian. Master, that is the right thing that the mule is right. It is better not to damage the facilities of the Lingling Association. In case the master also set up an enchantment, I am worried that the enchantment of the sister-in-law will not work, and I will be destroyed by me. Chu Feng said loudly, and his open mouth, made the 7-star elderly eyes stretch and grinned, but when he thought of his disciples, he would soon be painful for him. It's down. Well, then follow you. Zhuge Liuyan, who knows Chu Feng, naturally understands the meaning of Chu Feng's words, and does not ignore it. He continuously arranged the triple enchantment and brought the 2 of Chu Feng from his feet to the top of his head. It is difficult to kill, but it is also difficult for others to attack. Come on paparazzi, let Xiaoya look at your flower fist embroidered legs. Chu Feng gestured to Yang Zi. I go to your mother's paparazzi. Chu Feng called this, that Yang Zi was furious, punching out, Yuanli condensed, and rushed towards Chu Feng. However, in the face of his attack, Chu Feng was not moving, not even blinking his eyes, and the power of his thoughts emerged. 1 meter in front of him formed a wall of enchantment. Boom! The roar sounded, and the ripple exploded, but Chu Feng was not damaged. He arranged the enchantment and easily resisted the attack of the Yangtze. So exquisite technique, this kid has a future. Here is the city. There are many passers-by. Seeing two juniors for comparison, naturally many people stopped to watch. Seeing that Chu Feng was so aged, he could use the power of enchantment so freely, and ushered in the voices of many people. Yang Sai, don't show mercy, fight me hard. Seeing the viewer praise Chu Feng, the 7-star old man's face could not be hung, and he shouted regardless of the occasion. Stink boy, I see how you stopped next. Yang Sai separated her legs, stood into a horse step, and the double fist tightly gripped, and a strong horizontal force was surging in its whole body. The strong impact force. If it was not bound to the enchantment, it can definitely set off flying sand and stones. Standard power, this is not a simple charging, but is brewing a powerful martial arts. As for what kind of powerful martial arts, the number of paragraphs will definitely not be lower than the 5 paragraphs. Drink. Suddenly, Yang Zai burst out, he shot, and shouted at the same time, Tengu Meteor Fist. Alas, as soon as this fist came out, it was amazing. The most important thing is the roar like a group of dogs, which is really amazing. It turns out that this is the mysteriousness of the Tengu Meteor Fist, attacking you with a wild dog wolf-like noise. Although the dog screaming of this fist can be called a strong lethality and invincible, but the strongest lethality is the essence of this fist. That's like a meteor, he flew away from Chu Feng. The momentum, the kind of power, should not be able to peep, even if it is a small mountain and a palace, it will be drilled under this meteor fist. However, his opponent was Chu Feng, and Chu Feng still did not hide. He only relying on the powerful attack of Yang Zai with the enchantment in front of him. After each boxing of boom boom will be like a painful firework, it will explode on the enchantment. It was just that the ripples continued to spread, and the boxing shadows kept struck, but it could not shake the enchantment. It's not simple, the boy's martial arts is at least 5 paragraphs, and at least 90% of power. But this kind of martial arts cannot shake the enchantment of a teenager. It can be seen how high the quality of the enchantment of this son is. The onlookers were amazed again, because Chu Feng's performance was really eye-catching. What is this? The quality of the enchantment of my disciples is absolutely far better than him. I can't say that the kid is strong. I can only say that his opponent is too weak. Listening to the discussion of Chu Feng around, and even degrading his disciple's voice, the 7 stars are old to circulate. But he dared not to soar, because it was not Qingzhou, but the Boundary Guild. There were countless people here, and he dared not offend anyone easily. In desperation, the 7-star elderly can only hit their disciples and growl, "What do you think about Yangtze? Do you want to be a division? Can't let it go? Papaya, your teacher is on fire, and you still have a unique alive?" Chu Feng stood behind the enchantment, called a relaxed and comfortable. You and his mother, see Lao Tzu's mouth, without tearing your mouth. Yang Zi was completely angry, simply closed, and did not use martial arts, but strode forward, trying to get close to Chu Feng. Go, but at this moment, when Chu Feng held his left hand, a golden gun appeared in his hand, and he shot it in the past. Among the golden guns, there is a strong Yuanli, whistling, even the air was bombed, and almost everything could be penetrated. The 5-stage martial arts, I also want to hurt me. Seeing Chu Feng's shot, Yang Zi was not afraid. He stopped in place, and his arms danced a wall of the enchantment across his body. Boom, the golden gun came, the ripples were shot, and the enchantment was resisted, but it was scarred and the cracks were scarred, just like a mirror that was smashed by a big stone. Hey, far away, the quality of the enchantment of this boy is far less than that young man. Seeing this, the onlookers were sighing, implying that Yang Zi's enchantment was not close. "Hey, take another shot." Chu Feng was very proud, and raised his hand again. Bang was another golden gun. Yang Zi was shocked. When he hurried back, he hurriedly arranged the enchantment again. Finally, he blocked Chu Feng's attack, but it was just the enchantment, and there was a crack in the road. "It's a bit interesting, but do you still block it?" Chu Feng held the palm of the hand on the left. The right side was pulled into an arrow, the bowstring sounded, the arrow sounded like rain, and only listened to the sound of. The golden arrow was densely oppressed by Yang Go. "How is it possible? This boy is obviously only Yuan Wu. How can you exhibit such a powerful martial arts?" Yang Sai was panicked. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but that he had no means to fight back. In this case, the only thing he could do was to constantly arrange the enchantment to resist Chu Feng's attack. However, even if the enchantment is infinite, the spirit is not infinite. Under Chu Feng's storm-like offensive, Yang Zai soon became weak and could only support it. Although he was reluctant to support it now, but Chu Feng's offensive was getting stronger and stronger. Seeing that he could not resist, Yang Zai shouted loudly, "Master saves me." Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 180 Genius Debut. This waste. Yuan Wu's fifth was beaten like Yuan Wu Iji. This can make the 7-star-old popularity, but don't look at his mouth scolding, but he is not hesitant. As a master, he will not see it. The disciples died. "Hey, 7 stars, disciples, what are you going to do?" But the 7-star-old man just raised his hand, and Zhuge Liuyan's palm held his wrist and stopped his offensive. "Old Zhuge, go away for Lao Tzu." When the 7-star-old man waved his arms, he wanted to throw Zhuge Liuyan away, but the arms of Zhuge Liuyan were as stable as a rock, as if a tie firmly locked his wrist. The 7-star elderly could not shake it at all. "The shameless things, roll me aside, look quietly." Zhuge Liuyan snorted coldly and shook it suddenly. The 7-star-old man was throwing a dog and lying on the ground. You have stepped into Yuan Wu Liuzhang." The 7-star-old man was surprised, and he couldn't think of it. The defeat of his men then, now he has gone over him and became a master of Yuan Wu 6. This makes it difficult for the 7-star elderly to accept it. As the elder of the first-class songman, he is very dedicated. Under that worship, his cultivation is also a leaped and bound, and now he is also a master of Yuan Wu's 5 heavy. But he couldn't think of it anyway. Zhuge Liuyan, who was a guest in the second-class songman, was already Yuan Wu's 6th, which was too unreasonable. "Fenger, it's almost okay, leave him a dog life." Zhuge Liuyan ignored the 7-star-old man, but shouted for Chu Feng in the enchantment. Follow Chu Feng has long disintegrated Yang Zai's enchantment. He originally wanted to kill the killer, but after hearing the words of Zhuge Liuyan, he resolved the golden arrow that was enough to shoot Yang Zi out of the sieve. "Give me." Although she had a life of Yang Zai, Chu Feng did not intend to let him go. When he came to Yang Zai, he dragged the pale and exhausted Yang Zai. "What do you want to do?" "I am a first-class ancestral gate, the core disciple of Huayang Zong. You dare to kill me, Huayang Zong will not let you go." Yang Zi had long gone to the pride, and his eyes were full of fear. "Go to your mother." Chu Feng was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and fisted on Yang Zai's mouth. With a punch, his teeth were full of teeth, and Yang Zi's teeth were crushed by Chu Feng. Yang Zai covered the blood, looking at the broken teeth on the ground, crying without tears, and his mouth was gone. After this day, he returned to Huayang's sect and told him how to see people. "Go to the side." Looking at the cover of the cry, Chu Feng raised his legs again and kicked Yang Zai into the corner, pointing at him, "Pay attention to it later, not everyone can be said by you." Forget the Fenger, a wild dog. Biting a person is normal. Even if you play a meal, why should you generally see it with him? His disciple flag opened his victory, and Zhuge Liuyan was in a good mood. It was called a comfortable. After unbuttoning the enchantment, he dragged Chu Feng to the place where the assessment. Fenger, the beautiful face that was just done, the face that was lost for the year was considered to be found by your kid. When he came to the assessment, Zhuge Liuyan didn't forget to praise Chu Feng. He was really happy. Master, your strength is far better than him. I know you don't have to know with him, but you don't want to bully the disabled. Chu Feng said with a smile. You guy can speak, but the master was indeed defeated that year. It is defeated, and it is still defeated in this white robe assessment. If he was not stopped in me, maybe he could see what the second level was like. When it comes to the matter of the year, Yun is a bit regrettable. Master is relieved, you always have the wish that you can't complete. The disciples will help you complete it. I will get the spiritual white robe with my own ability to get the master for me. Chu Maple is confident. Okay, aspiration, if you can pass the assessment, this 1,000 yuan Ju, master will keep it for you, and marry his wife in the future. This disciple. Hey, thank you master. And Chu Feng also laughed very brilliantly. Looking at Zhuge Liuyan's kindness, and treating his attitude, he was very kind. Because the Jialing Guild is not allowed to enter, Chu Feng has to participate in the white robe assessment, and he can only enter by himself. With the qualification token, Chu Feng walked into the Boundary Guild and stepped into the huge city like the kingdom. After a layer of inspection, Chu Feng came to a huge palace. This is really a huge palace. The pillars in the hall are thicker as 10 people. It can't be hugged for a circle up to hundreds of meters, and it is about to pass through the sky. Where is this palace? Essence. Around the main hall, the people standing in the Blojin Guild, each of which was a white-robed spirit master, could not see through, but it was definitely a master. In the center of the hall, there are also people and crowds. At least there are more than 1,000 people. They are young juniors. The oldest is only 20 years old. It is really talented, and the cultivation is not weak. You know, the reason why Cold and Innocent in Qinglong was called a genius, because he had the spiritual power of everything. But now here, in this hall, there are more than 1,000 people with the same age as Chu Feng's age, but this kind of scene is indeed amazing. However, if you think about it, you can understand it. After all, this is a talent in the 6 states of Kyushu. The lack of mental power in Qingzhou does not mean that other states are the same. Hurry up, it is the genius of the Boundary Association. Suddenly someone exclaimed, and then everyone's eyes were voted. I saw dozens of young girls who were walking slowly. Each of them was wearing a golden robe, very dazzling, and on their left arm, the logo of the Boundaries was hung. The men's eyebrows are handsome and extraordinary, women are sweet and pleasant, and everyone has a noble temperament. The weakest is Yuan Wu's 5, and the strongest one is Yuan Wu's 7. From the voice of people, Chu Feng also learned about the origin of this group of people. It is the younger geniuses of the Boundary Association. Their talent is not manifested on the cultivation of martial arts, but in the understanding of the power of enchantment. It is said that the people of them have concluded a contract with the Boundaries, and they are well-deserved spiritual genius. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 181 Shou Luo Ghost Tower. These geniuses, one of the previous assessments cannot be seen, and I can't think of this assessment all appeared. What special day is it today? Some people exclaimed that they did not forget to guess. Yeah, even Gubo appeared. This is now the Boundary Guild. The first person in the younger generation is only 16 years old and is already that 7-year-old Yuan. People can reach. More people condensed their eyes. The young man with the first genius, the teenager was as handsome as a woman, with a close smile on his face, without a little shelf. Gubo, did you finally participate in this white robe assessment? At this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded, and it was clear that a group of young girls in black were also entered the hall. There are also about 100 young men and girls, and they are also dragons and phoenixes in people. Not only are the number of talents who are not lost to the Boundarian Association, but even Xiao is not weaker than the other party. The young man, who is especially like Gu Bo, is also a Yuanwu 7, and even the age of the two is similar. It seems that they are all 16 years old. However, this group of young girls, compared to the genius of the Jialing Guild, has formed a sharp contrast. There is no smile on his face, but his face is arrogant. It turned out to be the genius of the Jia clan. Did they also participate in the White Robe assessment? What day is it today? That Mo Fei is the world's first family, the first person among the juniors. The world is extraordinary? The appearance of this group of young girls has once again set off a great uproar. It turns out that they are the ancient genius family and the clan. The world is extraordinary. 100 years ago, my predecessor of the spiritual guild, with your clan, and the trick of combining the jungle in that distorted jungle, regardless of victory and defeat. Now, the juniors of you and me gathered here, it is really fate. Gu Bo said with a smile. Little comes the set. If the mysterious man came to this situation, the clan of our world would have won your spiritual guild. It is not fate here today, but the competition between the two sides. You and I have a count in your heart, so don't pretend. What kind of madness of you in the surname world? I will hold you in the Shura Ghost Tower today, so that you can't even go up on the 4th floor. A teenager of the Jialing Association drank uncomfortably. The 4th floor? Are you going? Jia sneered. I and the teenager's face changed, a little dumb. The waist should be shut up, and the 4th layer with me. You can go to the 3rd floor is luck. The extraordinary face was full of disdain. I really can't go to the 4th floor, but Gu Bo is definitely okay. He will kill you on the 4th floor. The boy retorted. Gu Bo? I believe Gu Bo can, but unfortunately, my goal is the 5th floor. Gu Bo, do you dare to keep up? Jia asked extraordinary. Then the 5th floor is not seen. Gu Bo smiled slightly, and he no longer talked with him. He led the genius of the Boundary Association and went to a luxurious room. Everyone can go in. Seeing the geniuses coming, the people of the Jialing Association nodded their heads to Gu Bo. It can be seen that not only their talents are good, but they are also good. Otherwise, how can these masters be so polite to them? Let's go. The extraordinary Jiafan also took out a special token and walked to a luxurious restroom in the hall. For this group of people, the people of the Jialing Association also did not dare to neglect. It turns out that today is 100 years ago, the day of the Boundarian Association war with the clan. No wonder so many days will gather today. It seems that there is a good show today, but unfortunately, I am afraid it is difficult to reach the Shura Ghost Tower. After these geniuses left, the crowd talked again. What is this big brother? What is the twisted jungle? What's going on with the Shura Ghost Tower? What is the layer of the 1st layer, they said. Chu Feng asked curiously. Don't you know this? Let's come to Jiezhou for the first time. The boy looked at Chu Feng in surprise. Yeah, I came from Qingzhou. Chu Feng's smile was harmless. Qingzhou, that's quite close, but after all, it is not local in Jiezhou. It's no wonder that you don't know about it. I told you that this White Robe assessment is divided into 3 levels. The first level is the control of the enchantment. The test is the ability to control the enchantment. This level is not difficult to pass as long as it is mastered. The difficulty is the second level, the Twisted Jungle. The Twisted Jungle is a huge formation. There is no organ inside, but the fog is heavy, testing the observation of the spiritual master. As long as you can twist the jungle, you can get the Boundary White Robe for free, and as a reward, everyone can get a spiritual fruit seed. Lingua seeds? Yes, it is the seed. This spiritual fruit is a good thing. But after all, it is just a seed, and the spiritual power contains is limited, so if someone is willing, you can enter the 3rd level, that is the Shura Ghost Tower. Inside the Shura Ghost Tower, it contains spiritual pressure. It is said that when the second layer is reached, the seeds of the spiritual fruit will bud. The third layer will grow branches and leaves, and the fourth layer will bloom. The fifth layer will result. But that spiritual pressure is harmful to the human body and must resist with spiritual power. This is extremely demanding on mental power, not as much as the spiritual power, but the essence, its own will itself. That spiritual pressure can be said to be a test of the talents of the boundary spirit, so no one has been able to reach the 6th floor so far. It is the real genius that can be on the 5th floor. Feng tells. This is really good. Chu Feng was ecstatic in his heart. He couldn't think of the second level of this assessment, which was the spiritual fruit seed he wanted, and as long as he boarded the Asura ghost tower, he could grow the seeds. As long as you step into the 6th floor, you can make the seeds mature as a fruit. That is to say, Chu Feng can save the eggs, which tells him how he cannot be excited. It was just that the name of the Asura ghost tower made Chu Feng have some ideas, because he clearly remembered that when the eggs exhibited her unique power, they mentioned the word Asura. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 182 Top Genius. Shou Luo Ghost Tower, so weird name. Chu Feng muttered puzzled. This Shou Luo Ghost Tower is not simple. It is said that it has a history of tens of thousands of years. It contains treasures. The reason why the Boundary Association is built here is to occupy this cultivation ghost tower. For this cultivation of the ghost tower, the Jorbling Guild and the Borders have no conflicts. The last time was 100 years ago. At that time, the Jelling Association and the Boundary Clan appeared in a rare talented figure in 1,000 years. Under the leadership of the two genius figures, the Jelling Association and the Borders have achieved an unprecedented heyday. At that time, Jiezhou was called the strongest in Kyushu. One day, the genius of the clan of the world led all the clans and came to the Jinding Association and vowed to recapture the Shou Luo Ghost Tower. The two sides are unwilling to show weakness, and the war is immediately. If the war is together, the entire world will fall, because the Jelling Association and the Jie clan at that time are indeed too powerful. But in order to avoid unnecessary death injuries, the genius of the Jelling Association proposed that the genius of the clan with the clan in the world can take advantage of the enchantment technique, and the winner can occupy the Shou Luo Ghost Tower. The place where the competition at that time was to distort the jungle. It is said that the two people used the technique of enchantment to the extreme that day. It seemed like he saw him with his own eyes. So, who wins in the end? Chu Feng was curious, who wins, who the two geniuses? Hey, it's all defeated. The sigh of shaking his head, regret. Are they all defeated? Both defeats? Or is it flat? Chu Feng asked. It was all defeated. The one said. Both were defeated? Didn't it mean that the two were the two most powerful geniuses at the time? How could it be defeated? Chu Feng was also surprised. According to this teenager, those two geniuses are very good. How can they be defeated? How strong is the person who defeated them? It was indeed defeated, was defeated by a non-boundary spirit teacher, and the age of the spiritual master of the Jia was smaller than the genius of the Jelling Association and the Jia clan, and was a genius in genius. The teenager said. It's so powerful, what is the one called? But someone knows where? Chu Feng's identity of the person was curious, and he could defeat the two geniuses with his own power, and the one was really amazing. No one knows what his name is, and no one knows where he comes from. He only knows that he is cultivated, and the technique of enchantment is even more amazing. But he has a characteristic, that is, a pair of pointed ears, and the pupils are red, and there is a sharp teeth. Because it is unique, some people suspect that he is a monster, but this is a taboo for the monster cultivation, so more people think that he is just weird. Such a powerful character cannot be silent. If he is still alive, he should be a big man in the world. How could no one know what his name was? Chu Feng was puzzling. You are right. He defeated it in one fell swoop. The two geniuses of the Jailing Association and the Jord clan won the control of the Shura Ghost Tower. Get well with it. But unfortunately, shortly after he defeated the two geniuses, he disappeared completely and never appeared again, so naturally no one knew his name, very mysterious. As for those two geniuses, because of being defeated, they fell into decadent and retracted their retreat. They have not been born so far, but with his talents of the year, it must be even better now. It is precisely because of the existence of these two, so few people dare to come to commit our state, because people think that if these two are born, then in Kyushu, Jeju can definitely be ranked first. So what are these two geniuses called? The world is called Jiawushuang. The Lingling Guild is called Night Withering. But even if these two are alive today, they are all old people who are in the end of life. I don't know if they can see the style of their two. Hey, it is a pity that the two geniuses that have been rare in the 2000 years are destroyed by that one. As a person in Jeju, the teenager obviously was very decadent about the two geniuses. Pity. It's a pity, but I think even more unfortunately, the mysterious person who defeated them. After all, with his strength, he shouldn't be unknown. Chu Feng said. After waiting here for 2 hours, this so-called Boundarian white robe assessment has finally begun. In this vast palace, there are countless doors. Under the arrangement of the Lingling Guild, the three of them were in a group and walked into a room. After entering the room, there is a 4 squares. There is a door on the other end of the hall. There is a person in front of the door. It is a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe. Obviously, he is a gray robe spiritist. In the center of this temple, there are 3 figures of humanoids, all made of mysterious iron, and a simple enchantment is arranged in it, which is stronger than ordinary black iron. Broken the statue, and the faster was crushed, the higher the score. The middle-aged man spoke flat. Let me come first and deal with this kind of thing. I only need 10 moves. Chu Feng's boy left out. He looks very strong, with 2 meters tall, and the muscles on the arm are thicker than Chu Feng's thighs, but looking at the appearance is like an adult man. In front of a statue, he first moved his body, and his bones kept making a crisp sound of gababa. This was suddenly forceful. Yuan Wu's triple breath was performed, and then the fist of a big sandbag was continuously bombarded. Dang dang dang, the fist fell on the statue, the sound of steel interweaving, and even the spark of the way, and when the 10th fist fell, the statue really appeared a crack, and the crack spread across land. At this moment, the healthy teenager turned to the young girl on the right side of Chu Feng and Chu Feng. In fact, he mainly laughed at the girl. Although the girl couldn't talk about any big beauties, it was also a bit of a look, especially the proud ball on the chest, which was obviously in line with the taste of this strong teenager. Kenchuo teenagers showed 2 rows of bright white teeth, and even with the healthy muscles, a few domineering actions, but the girl did not look at him at all, but he did not lose, but continued to do it. Seductive action. Barely qualified. But when it came behind, after such an evaluation, the face of the healthy teenager was stiff, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 180-33 Termination of the Jungle. Waste. The girl who had been silent for a long time, at a glance at the healthy young man, passed by with him. Before coming to the statue of the black iron, he suddenly raised his legs and started offensive. Whizzing girl's leg method is very good, fast, and the use of the volatile shadow, strong strength, and setting off a storm. This is not a simple leg method, but a martial arts, a powerful legs, martial arts, which is definitely not low. In the 4th paragraph. When the girl kicked out of the 5th foot, a roar sounded, and the statue of the mysterious iron was kicked by the girl and scattered to the ground. Seeing, do you change to Miss Ben, as long as 5 moves? The girl glanced at the Jianshua boy proudly. And that healthy boy, at this moment, is ugly, because whether the girl is practicing or means better than him. Even if he is ironic, he is dumb. Words. Well, pretty good, qualified. The one of the jailing association nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, of the 4 of them present, all 3 of them subconsciously set their eyes to Chu Feng, especially the healthy teenager, and looked at Chu Feng's eyes, full of expectations. After the girl shot, he felt that he had no face, but he knew that he could get back his face on Chu Feng's body, because he could feel that Chu Feng's cultivation was just a heavily in Yuan Wu. The test now has nothing to do with the technique of enchantment, but simply cultivation for testing, so Jianchua boy feels that if Chu Feng is there, he will not be the most shameful, and will not be the bottom. Under the gaze of the 3, Chu Feng raised his chest and came to the statue of the black iron in a hurry, and saw that he first spread out the 5 fingers, and then held it tightly. It's a punch. The degree of this punch of Chu Feng is surprisingly fast. It is really like lightning. Only listening to the sound of bombardment. The sturdy black iron statue turns into crushing under the punch of Chu Feng, not a split. It is really true pink bones. A trick, he only used one trick. Looking at the fragments of the statue scattered on the ground, the 3 of them were shocked. The girl's surprised little mouth slightly opened, and her eyes stared at Chu Feng tightly, revealing the shock of indescribable. Even the elder of the Jord Ling Guild flickered. After a long time, it was eased, nodded slightly, and laughed with satisfaction. Yes, it is a rare good seedling. How is it possible? This guy is obviously only Yuan Wu, and he can use martial arts without using martial arts. But at the moment, the most exciting expression is the healthy young man, and he can't think of it anyway. In his eyes, Chu Feng, who was as weak as scum, was so powerful to this extent. This kind of blow may not be able to do it even if it is a strong person of Yuan Wu's 5, but only Chu Feng, who is only Yuan Wu E, did it. What does this show? As long as there are some IQ people, they can think of the great nature. After conducting force testing, it began to test the enchantment, mainly to control the power of the enchantment, the strongness of the enchantment, and the sensitivity of the mental power. At first, that healthy boy was doubtful to Chu Feng, and felt that Chu Feng's force was very strong, so he suspected that Chu Feng would be devoted to most of his time. In the technique, there may be fewer kung fu, and he may not be powerful as the girl. However, when Chu Feng showed his means in his enchantment, whether it was the boy, the young girl, or even the boundaries of the spirit, they were stunned and completely conquered by Chu Feng's strength. In the end, the 3 successfully passed the test. After passing the first level of the robe assessment, you could get a new token and left here to buy Ling Bai Run. However, after the assessment is over, the boundary spirit teacher of the Jialing Guild left the name of Chu Feng and evaluated Chu Feng as a rare talent. Brother Chu Feng, your strength is really not covered. I really admire the 5 body investment. Brother Chu Feng, with your strength, must challenge the 2nd level. What is it as if we go with us? After the 1st level, the 3 walked out of the hall, and whether it was a healthy boy or a sexy girl, they began to have a relationship with Chu Feng, especially the sexy girl, and wanted to walk with Chu Feng. After all, the 2nd level is a distorted jungle, which not only has high requirements for all aspects of the spiritual division, but also has certain requirements for force. Because in the twisted jungle, the most dangerous is not the agency and the formation, but the people, so no matter what do you think, walking with Chu Feng will make them easier to clear the level. Then go with you. Chu Feng nodded with a smile. Great, be able to walk with Chu Feng brothers, the 2nd level is not enough. Jianchua teenager laughed happily. Who said you want to take you? But the girl glared at the boy fiercely. Like this assessment, everyone will care more about themselves, and will not be tired for no reason. This healthy boy is a burden. The Jianchua teenager seemed to say something, but in the end, he swallowed back, and the disappointment appeared on his face. Meeting is fate, the 3 of us together. But at this moment, Chu Feng said indifferently. Brother Chu Feng, you are really a good person, rest assured, I will never drag my hind legs. When I heard Chu Feng's words, I was happy with a strong teenager. Essence after Chu Feng spoken, although the girl was reluctant, she didn't say much. After all, even she wanted to rely on Chu Feng's strength to pass this distorted jungle, even the dependent one said. What did she have? Right, rejection. In this way, after walking out of the hall, the three did not hold the token pass through the first level to buy the Lingbai robe, but continued to deepen and stepped into the distorted jungle. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 180-4 Encounter Yangzi again. This twisted jungle is a huge formation, but the beginning of the founding of the Boundary Association. After continuous renovation of the strong man of the spiritual associations of the past, this distorted jungle formation method is by no means that ordinary martial artists can crack down of. Even if it is a spiritual master, it is likely to enter the launch. If no one guides, he will not be able to leave here for life, starving alive. Although the distorted jungle is called the jungle, in fact, there are not only trees, but also stone carvings and iron pillars, but no matter what, it is added with enchantment. One grass and wood, even the masters of the basalt, depends on the specific cultivation and ability. The three of Chu Feng walked in it, relying on Chu Feng's mental power and observation of the Lingling compass. The formation failed to prevent the pace of Chu Feng. But soon after entering, Chu Feng saw a familiar face, which was also from Qingzhou, a disciple of the seven-star elderly man, and was broken by Chu Feng, who broke his teeth. In addition, there are 4 more people around Yangzi. These 4 people were the serving of the first-class disciples, and the cultivation is not weak. Xuanwu 5, and from his service, Chu Feng can see that this is the core disciple of Ling Yunzong. Chu Feng. After seeing Chu Feng, Yang Tsai was amazed. Without his teeth, he screamed at first, and then he was full of fear. It can be seen that Chu Feng left him a lot of shadows. Chu Feng? Yang Tsai, is that this is the boy who beat you into this virtue? Hearing Yang Tsai, the other 4 shot their eyes into Chu Feng and looked at each other. It can be seen that they have heard about Chu Feng and Yang Tsai, but they expressed doubts about Chu Feng's cultivation. After all, Yang Zi is a 5-year-old Yuanwu, but Chu Feng is just a Yuanwu, just one heavy. Lu Biao, let's go. Yang Tsai turned and left, and also dragged the disciple of Ling Yunzong of Yuanwu Wuzhong. Hey, what are you doing? Is Yang Zi, can you really be afraid of this kid? But Na Lu's watch shook Yang Tsai's hand and looked at Chu Feng more interested. Don't be afraid of Yang Zi, a few brothers have revenge for you. The other 3 have been scattered, and they have arranged a powerful enchantment to block the retreat of Chu Feng. Chu Feng, the big things are not good, the other party is strong. Faced with this situation, the sexy girl's face became nervous. The other party did not hide her breath, and the control of the enchantment was also good, making her miss. And the healthy teenager, even more fear and remorse. Fear is naturally because of Lu Bia Yangzai and others. Regret is to regret himself, to be cheap, and wants to rely on Chu Feng's means through this distorted jungle, but he never thought that Chu Feng had such an enemy. He happened to meet here and implicated him. This distorted jungle is relatively closed. It is not uncommon for enemies to meet each other and kill each other. Few people will investigate, and this is the most dangerous place to distort the jungle. Chu Feng read on the same portrayal of us from Qingzhou. I give you a chance, kneel to confirm my mistakes, and break the incisor, I put you a horse. Lu Biao stood not far away, like a king, looking down at the humble civilians, but although he gave Chu Feng a chance, he revealed the cold killing intention in his eyes. Well, today we brothers, and a few of them are abolished by the boy. Seeing Lu Biao and others insisted on this, and Yangzi no longer escaped, and it also showed Morrison's killing. Paparazzi are still good. There are so many fox friends and dog friends, but I think they can't help you, but you want to pit you. Chu Feng smiled slightly, and then suddenly waved his big sleeve. An invisible hurricane spread the center, and instantly crushed the enchantment of the 3 people. At this moment, the people present were shocked, but the most surprising was behind, because after the crushing of the enchantment, there was another powerful enchantment condensed. The number is blocked in it. The toughness of this enchantment is obviously more than before the previous few times, and the reason why it can surprise them is because this enchantment was arranged by Chu Feng, and he had never even moved it. It is entirely the control of the power of the enchantment by spiritual power. Do you have this ability to let me shatter the incisor? Chu Feng's thoughts turned, so he repaired his Yuan Wu and spread out without reservation, but that powerful coercion was enough to make everyone in this enchantment tremble, and even the previous momentum was still imposing momentum. The forced Lu Biao couldn't calm down at this moment. It's just a virtual momentum. Do you really think I will be deceived by your obstacles? Lu Biao did not believe that Chu Feng was so strong. He raised his hand and surged in Yuan Li. The equal power made the sexy girl and Jianxue boy, and he frowned and hid behind Chu Feng. Because of these attacks, it is not something they can resist at all. However, in the eyes of teenagers and girls, and its powerful attacks, it is not worth mentioning to Chu Feng's view. Chu Feng has not even moved, and only rely on his own pressure of the Yuan Wu. Lu Biao's attack disintegrated. A group of waste, only this kind of strength, wants to take the lead for others? Kneel down. Chu Feng snorted coldly, and the pressure deepened a layer. The invisible atmosphere surged in this enchantment space. The violent power even showed a strange sound. Chu Feng finally showed himself. True strength. Under such a powerful coercion, Lu Watching and others were all gone with the previous momentum. Tong Tong fell to the ground, and could not resist this pressure at all. The cultivation of this Lu Biao and others is far worse than that. Chu Feng, you. In the face of this scene, the healthy teenager and sexy girl are full of wonderful faces. Although they are not oppressed by Chu Feng's breath, they can also see that Chu Feng relies on his own pressure to bring the 3 Xuanwu to the 3 Xuanwu. 4. A master of Xuanwu fell to the ground hard. Self-shattering, spare you, Chu Feng said coldly. Take care. One of them yelled. Do you want to die? Chu Feng smiled slightly, and then fell into a bounce. A thunder and lightning shot from his fingers, like a sharp sword, piercing the man's chest. Ah, the man screamed, and he was unable to lie on the ground, and he was already out of breath. Chu Feng, you dare to kill us, you are dead. Our Zongmen will not let you go, not only you, but even your ancestors will die. Seeing Chu Feng really set off a killer, the other two were shocked and scared. Ziri. The voice just fell, and the two thunder flashed across. The two were already fell to the ground. After the 3 people were solved, Chu Feng set the cold eyes to Lu Biao and Yang Zi. Chu Feng, let me go, let me go. I will never dare to disrespect to your master. Yang Zi was so scared that he took the initiative to kneel to Chu Feng for mercy. Chu Feng, I shatter the incisor, this is self-shattered, please don't kill me. The Lu Watch was even more simply, and even raised his hand for 3 consecutive punches in his mouth, breaking all your front teeth. Bright red the blood flowed out. This was not a wolf, it was a sad reminder. However, for the performance of these two, Chu Feng was expressionless and said coldly, it's late. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 180-5 Step. Chu Feng, Lao Tzu fights you today. Seeing that Chu Feng was going to kill the killer, Yang Zi no longer humbled his knees, and he got up and moved to Chu Feng's offensive, and the same is true of the Lu Watch. Both exhibited 5 martial arts and instill all the Yuan Li. They were desperately fighting, and the equal power was by no means comparable to the previous attack. On the one hand, a giant tiger condensed by Yuan Li fluttered and lifelike, roaring enough to shock the mountains and rivers, and the claws were enough to break the mountains, and they were carrying the power of the king of the beast. On the other hand, Yuan Li turned into several sharp swords, and it was not an illusion, but it was an entity. Such a Yuan Li flying sword had thousands of swords. So strong. At this moment, Jianxue teenagers and sexy girls were all tight-faced and panic, because the opponent's offensive at the moment was enough to easily erase them, and there was no residue. Therefore, they had to stand behind Chu Feng, standing behind this young boy who was younger than them, especially the sexy girl. A pair of jade hands tightly grasped Chu Feng's robe, because Chu Feng it is the only person who can rely on. Oh, it's too weak. Chu Feng's robe was hunted by the powerful power, dancing back and forth. Silk also dances like a madness, flying up and down. But he was still standing in place, not flashing or hiding, and a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth, waiting quietly for the offensive. Just as the two offensives were about to sweep, Chu Feng's pupils suddenly flashed, and a crystal, like enchantment, was in front of him. Boom! The tiger and Wan Jian bombarded together on the ribs of the thin ice together, and immediately set off a ripple of violent. The impact made Chu Feng's feet tremble and tremble. But in the end, they still failed to pass through the line of defense of Chu Feng. When the offensive of the two dissipated, the enchantment in front of Chu Feng was still intact, and the cracks of the road did not emerge. You guy, isn't it a person? How can such a way to master such a means? Lu Biao was panicked and terrified. He never saw such a terrible opponent. This could not be treated as a human. Essence, it's not how I did Chu Feng, but you have never seen the real strong. Chu Feng smiled bitterly because he suddenly remembered the purple girl. He was already a demon in the eyes of many people, but he was extremely mediocre compared to the purple girl, and this was the gap between people. Mixed account. Seeing that the attack on Chu Feng was invalid, Yang Sai had blocked their enchantment offensive, but it was still invalid, which made him angry, but there was no way. It's over. Finally, Chu Feng's face turned cold, his arms raised slightly, and the thunder and lightning came out of it, and then turned into two lightning dragons. And go. Thunder 3 is no longer Chu Feng's strongest means, but in his development, the power is still horrible, which is like a martial arts. In the hands of a strong man in the Tianwu realm, he can also show his terrible, the power is the same. Chu Feng, I won't let you go. This is the last sentence that Yang Zai said, because when the Lei Long fell on him, he didn't even scream, and he was refined hard, and there was no corpse left. After beheading Yang Zai and Lu Biao, Chu Feng destroyed the corpses of the remaining 3 in Thunder 3, leaving no clue. This matter, I hope you can keep it secret. After dealing with everything, Chu Feng smiled at the teenager and the girl. Rest assured, we will never disclose the semi-word. The girl and the teenager strongly guaranteed that although Chu Feng smiled kindly about them after seeing Chu Feng's means, they were deeply afraid of Chu Feng in the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, this incident is also related to them. If they come out, they will be harmless and no benefit, so they will naturally conceal them. What a ruthless means, the killing of the killing. But at this moment, there was a sudden sound not far away. Who? The sudden change made Chu Feng frowned slightly. He spread his mental power, but he couldn't feel the slightest atmosphere nearby. Haha, are you scared? Rest assured, we have been used to this kind of thing long ago, and we won't say it. The sound sounded again. Behind a tall stone carving, 2 figures came out. These are 2 teenagers, each of which is extraordinary, and the special black clothes they wear are the costumes of the Jia clan. Jia clan. At this moment, it was not only Chu Feng, but also the Jianchua teenagers and sexy girls were also shocked, because the reputation of the Jia clan people was too great, which represents the pinnacle of the boundaries of the Jia spirit. Secretly hiding here, where do you do? Chu Feng's eyes were like a torch, staring at the 2. Although the 2 were close at this moment, Chu Feng still couldn't feel their breath, just like air, which made Chu Feng realize that these 2 were not simple. Just happened to pass by, and when I saw a wonderful battle, I stopped watching it. One of the tall teenagers smiled slightly. Wonderful fighting? It's just a group of garbage in Qingzhou, dogs bite dogs. Another short boy was disdainful. Qingzhou garbage? What are you? After hearing the short teenager, Chu Feng's face was obviously unhappy. In the final analysis, he was also a person in Qingzhou. Naturally, he didn't like to hear others insulting Qingzhou. We are the latter that you can never compare. You can only look up for us. The short boy, full of arrogance, looked at Chu Feng with contempt, and the healthy teenager and sexy beauty behind Chu Feng. At this moment, Mo said that Chu Feng, even the healthy teenager and sexy girl, were very unhappy, but they did not dare to show it, because the other party was the clan, and the other party did have a proud capital, Suddenly, Chu Feng shot without any sign, but moved to the short boy with a thunder. Humph, the short teenager is not easy. Soon, Chu Feng's movements were now available. With a cold snort, Yuan Wu's five-way breath was performed. Essence. But he underestimated Chu Feng and saw that the thunder flashed at Chu Feng's feet, and he disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, it was behind the short teenager. Careful. Seeing this, the taller teenager shouted, but it was too late. Chu Feng kicked his feet on the waist of the short teenager, and unexpectedly, the short teenager directly fell a dog shit. You fucking. The short teenager was extremely angry, and he scolded his mouth, but he didn't wait to finish his words. Chu Feng's big foot had fallen from the sky, falling on his head, and stepping on his face into the soil fiercely. For me, Chu Feng is not used to look up, but to step on. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 186th chapter, Putting Tiger Return to the Mountain. Chu Feng knocked down the boundary clanned with lightning and stepped on his feet. This kind of move was too bold. This makes Jianchua teenagers stunned and sexy girls. The expression is more exciting, but more of them are fear. After all, they have tied to Chu Feng. To be implicated. This brother, I don't know if he can let him go. The tall teenager among the Jie clan did not shoot, but respectfully asked Chu Feng. As for the reason why he didn't shoot, it was also very simple. After seeing Chu Feng's strength and seeing Chu Feng's means, he and Chu Feng were undoubtedly looking for death. Let him go, would he let me go? Chu Feng sneered. This brother, my Jiechuan guarantees that today's matter will never be compared. If my brother dares to find you trouble, I will teach him for you. The taller teenager raised his hand to guarantee and dispersed his breath. It turned out that this was a master of Yuan Wu Liuzhong. Chu Feng frowned slightly. He was a little embarrassed. At first, he intended to kill the two, and by the way grabbing them, because they could escape the induction of Chu Feng's mental strength, it must be a treasure. However, he saw sincerity in the eyes of this Jikua, and this Geordie scattered his breath, not to demonstrate Chu Feng, but to express his sincerity and let Chu Feng understand his details. This brother, my brother said nothing, these are compensation. Jiechuan took off his Chenkuan bag, and took off the Chenkuan bag between the horizontal waist. After taking out the two boundaries of the spiritual compass, the two Chenkuan bags were handed to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took the Chenkuan bag and found that there were dozens of yuanju in it, and there were some drugs of healing injuries. For ordinary people, the things in it were already valuable, but it was not for Chu Feng. What is it? But in the face of such Dordikawa, Chu Feng really does not really lose his temper, because Chu Feng is the master who eats soft and not hard. Chu Feng took out the two Chenkuan bags, stuffed it into his own Chenkuan bag, and then returned the two empty Chenkuan bags to Jiechuan. You have a good brother. I want to slaughter you. After the boundary was fled, the same was going to shot the same crazy. Snapped, but before Chu Feng shot, Jiechuan's loud slap fell on the horizontal face and scolded, isn't it embarrassing enough? Get it quickly. As soon as the words fell, Jiechuan was in a kick in the hung, and he kicked him out of more than 10 meters away. Although the boundary was very angry, he couldn't dare to accept Jiechuan. He didn't say anything after he got up. After glanced at Chu Feng, he left. Brother Chu Feng, thank you for your face for Jiechuan. We don't know how to know each other. If he has a destiny, I will ask you to drink. Jiechuan smiled and arched at Chu Feng with his hands. Chase the direction. Brother Chu Feng, you have made a big disaster. After the two disappeared into their sight, the nursing teenagers were frightened. You really shouldn't let them go, this is simply to go back to the mountains. The sexy girl said even more direct. If you are afraid, you can choose to look back now. I point out a route for you. Chu Feng laughed. These two are silent. Although Chu Feng provokes the enemy and makes them very afraid, through the second level, the temptation to them is also great. The money, that is 1,000 psychic beads, is not a small number for anyone. If you are not afraid, I will continue. I keep you safely through this distorted jungle. Chu Feng said this sentence, and continued to move forward. As for the two of them behind, they hurriedly followed. Chu Feng did not understand the truth of letting go to the mountains, especially after seeing it. After the means of hidden atmosphere of the clan of the world, Chu Feng was also careful. After that, they did encounter several clan people, but they just looked at Chu Feng after looking at Chu Feng with a proud expression, and then left quickly, as if they were afraid of Chu Feng and others to follow them. After a few hours of rush, when the sun fell west, it came out of the distorted jungle. At the exit of the distorted jungle, they received the boundary white robe and a spiritual fruit seed. This thing, can you really save the treasure? Looking at the palm of the palm, Chu Feng was skeptical, because there were some strange fluctuations in this thing, but Chu Feng was very weak. Chu Feng was really doubtful. However, looking at the exit not far away, I thought of the Asura ghost tower when I walked out. In the ghost tower, Chu Feng resolutely walked out after the seeds could change. When the three of Chu Feng came out of the distorted jungle, their eyes were not attracted by an ancient tower not far away. This tower was not high, only 6 floors, but it was very attractive. The shape of the ancient tower is very unique, like a sharp giant teeth, and the whole body is black, but under the shining of the setting sun, the strange red light is scattered, like the nature of black. Strange. Although such an ancient tower is somewhat scary, but it feels beautiful, and this is its charm, because it is the legendary Asura Ghost Tower. It is just that the Asura Ghost Tower at this moment is closed. Everyone who wants to break through the 3rd level is waiting in a square outside the Ghost Tower. After the Ghost Tower is opened, you need to step into it. Xiao Luo Ghost Tower, I really want to see it inside. The face of Jianchua's teenager was covered with longing. Just you? Still, you can enter it, and you can crush you to death alone. The girl hid a mercilessness. For girls, the teenager did not refute, because what the girl said was true. This Asura Ghost Tower was not an ordinary spiritual master who could step in. This is why he did not intend to enter the Asura Ghost Tower. Brother Chu Feng, I wish you to go to the 3rd floor. It is said that the 3rd floor can make the seeds grow branches and leaves. Give Chu Feng. Brother Chu Feng, you can definitely wait for you. After you succeed, come here to find me. I invite you to eat big meals. Kenchuo teenager also gave Chu Feng the seeds of his spiritual fruit, and also handed an address to Chu Feng, where he rests outside the jailing association. Although the seeds of the spiritual fruit are indeed valuable, with the help of Chu Feng, they have received the boundary white robe for free and saved 1,000 yuan of Yuanju, so they are grateful to Chu Feng. This spiritual fruit seed. After leaving the Jianchua teenager and the girl, Chu Feng also entered a square. All those who were preparing to step into the boundary ghost tower were waiting here. While waiting for the dark, the Asura Ghost Tower entered it. While Chu Feng, while stepping into the square, a pair of killing eyes had quietly stared at Chu Feng. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 187. This strange eyes made Chu Feng noticed, looking at the cold eyes, and it turned out that the boundary of the Geordie people who had been stepped on by his feet before was in the distance, staring fiercely at himself. Next to the boundary, there are dozens of clan family members, which put Chu Feng's pressure. These clan people are very strong, especially the young man named Jia. Essence. Fortunately, Jiechuan always accompanied the boundaries beside the boundary, and when the boundary was incorrect, he pulled the boundaries and exerted his strict eyes. Under the threat of Jiechuan, the boundary of the boundary did not say much. What, instead put his attention to him. This scene made Chu Feng's peace of mind. It can be seen that Jiechuan is still competent and trustworthy. At least they did not step on Chu Feng's madness and told the people of the same family, otherwise the proud nature of the clan of the borders, maybe at this moment, I am afraid that at this moment, I am afraid that at this moment, I am afraid that come to Chu Feng's troubles long ago. In addition to the clan, there are dozens of people on the other side. It is the genius of the Jordling Guild. The opposition between the two sides is obvious. It can be seen that within this cultivation of the ghost tower, some sparks will be wiped out. In addition to the boundary association and the clan, there are dozens of scattered people like Chu Feng, which means that there are many people participating in this white robe assessment, but in the end they dare to challenge the Asura ghost tower, but 300 or even 300. No one. Look at the elders of the jailing association. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and saw that from the side of the square, a brigade appeared, all of which were masters of the Boundary Guild, each of which was wearing the glory robe, and under the clusters of these masters, there were 3 old people who were all white. These old men do not wear a border robe representing the identity, but wearing simple cloth clothes. Although they must be white, they are rosy and can feel their breath, but they cannot measure the depths. The masters of Xiuwu are probably the pinnacle of Xuanwu. Isn't that the clan? They are here too? At this moment, on the other side of the square, a large team of people wearing black clothes appeared. They were also countless masters. They were also 3 old people. They were also unpredictable. And this is the Jie clan. The people of the Jordrius are also coming, and the jailing association allows the Jie clan to enter their own territory? You don't understand this. Today is a special day. The outstanding descendants of the Jie clan have come here. In order to avoid being bullied by future generations, the elders are naturally present. Besides, the jailing association and the Jie clan have been in the war for a long time. Now it is the alliance forces. Of course, the Jie clan can come here. Still alliance. Perhaps the relationship between the two parties is not as hostile to people, or maybe the two are really impossible. As for what, only their senior management knows, Chu Feng is too lazy to think. After the appearance of these two teams, they did not enter the square, but entered a palace opposite the Asura Ghost Tower. You can see everything in the Asura Ghost Tower, which should be a place of rest. At the same time, the strong of the jailing association began to tell the precautions and rules of entering the Asura Ghost Tower. It is probably that if the spiritual pressure cannot be affected, leave the Asura Ghost Tower as soon as possible, and do not support it, otherwise you will lose your life. In addition, it is also given an amulet for each person. If it cannot be supported and cannot be automatically separated from the Asura Ghost Tower, it will crush the symbol. The assessment failed, and even the qualifications to buy the Lingbai robe in the world will be lost. After the rules are finished, Xiaoguang is no longer, and the sky and the earth are replaced by the night. The Asura Ghost Tower is even more weird in the night, because it is not dark, but in the Black Tower. Inner inside and outside, the light red, like it is made of blood, weird and beautiful. Long. Under the shroud of the night, the door of Asura Ghost Tower was like a demon mouth, and finally opened slowly. After the door opened, it was not the internal structure of the Asura Ghost Tower in front of people, but a blood-red enchantment entrance, which was the real entrance of the Asura Ghost Tower. Chang. Suddenly, someone shouted and followed by the genius of the Jailing Guild and the talented talents of the Jie clan, and they rushed over in the same way. Their degree was very fast, showing a good practice. Especially the top genius Gu Bo, the top genius of the Jailing Association, and the representative genius of the Jie clan are extraordinary. These two genius teenagers with Yuanwu 7 are entered into the Asura Ghost Tower in an instant, which initially showed the preliminary show excessive means. After these two people rushed in, others dared to approach the Xiuluo Ghost Tower, and Chu Feng was not in a hurry. Instead, he held the 3 spiritual fruit seeds in his hands and followed the flow of people. Essence stepping into the entrance of the blood-red enchantment, Chu Feng first experienced a darkness, and when his eyes appeared in front of his eyes, a strong pressure swept from all directions. The spirit pressure is eroding Chu Feng's body, but when Chu Feng spreads the mental power, it effectively resisted these spiritual pressure, and Chu Feng could obviously feel that in this spirit pressure under the interference, the seeds in Chu Feng's hand changed. But before Chu Feng went to see what the seeds of the spiritual fruit were, there was screaming around. Some people couldn't resist the oppression of the spiritual pressure. It was already 7-hole bleeding and rolled on the ground with pain. Suddenly, the man grabbed his hand in front. It turned out that his amulet was not far away, but at this moment he obviously lost and picked up the ability of the symbol. At this moment, a large number of people are poured into it, but for such a scene, most people are watching coldly, and even some people do not look at him at all, but sit on the ground and start to support the spirit in their hands with spiritual pressure to support the spirit in their hands. Fruit seeds. It's really indifferent. Chu Feng shook his head, came to the man, picked up the symbol that belonged to him, but did not return it to him, but carried the man up. At this moment, many people were puzzled. Even the people on the back of Chu Feng hummed, and seemed to protest why Chu Feng didn't help him crush the amulet and save him. But when Chu Feng carried him back, came to the entrance of the enchantment, and stuffed the rune into his Chengkun bag, he suddenly realized that Chu Feng was not only saving him or helping him. The real helping him is not to help him squeeze the amulet, because crushing the amulets will make him assessment failure. Chu Feng wants him to let him go away from the danger and succeed in assessment. Chu Feng pushed the man out. At this moment, Chu Feng could see that the person's grateful eyes could also feel the surprised eyes around him. It is a very energy-consuming thing, and most people will not do so. Yo, you are full of love. But at this moment, a yin and yang were strange, but a little familiar voice suddenly sounded behind Chu Feng. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 188, Fix vs. Guild. Looking back at and looking back, Chu Feng noticed that the Xiu Luo ghost tower was very internal and large, and it was very large, and 3 people stood at the stairs to the 2nd floor. The middle is not someone else, it is the horizontal, and the 2 of them standing next to the boundary are also the clan people, and they are all scattered the 6th breath of Yuan Wu at this moment. Chu Feng swept to the surroundings. The 1st floor of this cultivation of the ghost tower. Although many people sit in it, except for the 3 people, they did not reproduce other clan people. Essence. Is your brother left you? Chu Feng's heart was very upset. After all, Jiechuan was not beside Jia at this moment, which made Chu Feng feel that Jiechuan was likely to be intentional. How? I still want to let my brother threaten me? Tell you, you have no chance, because you can't get on that 2nd layer. Jia Heng sneered at Chu Feng with a sneer and murdered in his eyes. Feng is already hated. Jia Heng, are you really defeated by such a kid? One of the Jia clan was confused after looking at Chu Feng. Don't underestimate him too much. He does have some means that he can't treat it as an ordinary Yuan Wu. Jia Heng reminded. No matter what happened, it is only Yuan Wu Yi. You and I shot together. Solving this kid, let's go up quickly, don't waste too much time here. Wu Liuji's Jia clan. Well. The man nodded and put his fierce eyes at Chu Feng. The 2 wanted to shot Chu Feng. Yo, the Jia clan, is it bullied again in partnership? But at this moment, a sound suddenly sounded, and he stood in the corner of the Shura ghost tower, standing with 5 figures. This is the 3 men and 2 women. The breath of the 5 is not weak. All of them are Yuan Wu Liuzhong. At this moment, they look at the world and others with a smile. Ma Chang, do you just click on, what do you do here? Seeing this, the Nobel clan named Jiegang asked. I know that your clan people will bully others, and as the Lingling Association, I will naturally have obligations to maintain a fair assessment environment. The man known as Ma Chang said with a smile, between speaking, I didn't forget to look at Chu Feng, and I nodded at the kindness. Ma Chang, do you really have to be a gossip? The face of the Jia clan was ugly. How about it? Ma Chang laughed indifferently. Look at it. The Jia clan hummed coldly and walked up. After all, facing the 5 masters of Yuan Wu Liuzhong, they were not angry. After looking at Chu Feng at the unwillingness, he had to follow him. This brother, thanks. Chu Feng walked to Ma Chang and other body, and he arched his hands politely. After all, they did not know each other, but the other party was willing to take the lead, which made Chu Feng very grateful. This brother is polite. My name is Ma Chang. I don't know how the brothers call it. That Ma Chang was very polite, and the four beside him nodded with Chu Feng. In Chu Feng. Chu Feng replied with a smile, and he was impressed by the people of the Boundary Association, because from the beginning of the Boundarian Association, there was no shelf, and he was kind to everyone. This is in stark contrast to those talents of the Jia clan. Especially at this moment, after Ma Chang and others helped him, Chu Feng was even more affordable to the people of this spiritual association. It turned out to be the Chu Feng brothers. The mental strength of the Chu Feng brothers was very good. In this first floor, it can be unattractive and breathless. It seems that you will not be satisfied here. Are you ready to step into the second floor? Ma Chang smiled and asked. Well. Chu Feng nodded with a smile. That being the case, go with us. Ma Chang smiled and walked towards the second floor first. It's hard. Chu Feng naturally understood Ma Chang's meaning. Ma Chang was afraid that Jia Heng and others would embarrass Chu Feng, so he wanted to keep Chu Feng on the second layer. Chu Feng followed Ma Chang, turned around and stepped on the stairs to the second floor. At the end of the stairs, it was also an entrance, which was the real second floor behind. The moment he stepped into the entrance of the enchantment, Chu Feng felt that the pressure was several times stronger, but for Chu Feng, he still did not pain and itching, and was completely within the range. Looking at Ma Chang next to him, he showed some pressure, but he could bear it. After stepping into the second floor, I turned a few more bends, and then stepped into the main hall, but when Chu Feng glanced around, his eyes could not help but be attracted by a group of people because this group of people was like the previous realm of the previous realm. Like them, they blocked the way to the third floor. He is a clan with 20-5 people, among which 20 are Yuanwu 5 and 5 are Yuanwu 6 child. The one who was for it turned out to be Jia Chuan. When Jia saw Chu Feng, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but sneer, but Jia Chuan frowned, and he looked at Chu Feng, as if he was telling Chu Feng, far from Ma Chang and others. Chu Feng can understand the meaning of Jia Chuan, because he knows that the clan of this community is not waiting for him. They want to deal with the people of the jailing associations, such as Ma Chang. Because at this moment, in front of these clan people, there are several young girls lying on the ground, all of them are people in the jailing association. Your damn things dare to sprinkle the ground in the ground of my world. Seeing this, Ma Chang and others burned angrily and yelled. Well, what is this? Obviously they are too weak and unable to bear the spiritual pressure here. What is the matter? Then I have to see if you can bear the pressure of the spirit here. Ma Chang was too lazy to talk nonsense, shot with the four companions next to him, showing various powerful martial arts, and then to the opposite group of the family. People attacked. Looking for death, it will be you. The clan of the Jia clan was unwilling to show weakness, and the aggressive fought with Ma Chang and others. Ma Chang and others are not weak. After all, they are all Yuanwu Liuzhong, but they may be affected by the pressure of spiritual pressure, and they have failed to show their true level. In addition, absolute advantage, so they obviously lost, and soon fell into disadvantages. Ma Chang, you kneel and ask for mercy. We consider letting you go, and let you set foot on the third floor. Some people said among the Jia clan. Let me kneel and begged you for mercy. Ma Chang snorted coldly. Then don't blame us. Today, you will stop at this second floor. The Jia clan shouted. As soon as the words when the words fell, they suddenly screamed. Everyone saw a figure flying out, and eventually hit the wall fiercely. After vomiting blood, they fainted directly. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 189 Madness. This sudden scene surprised many people. Although the clan people wanted to leave the Boundarian Guild, all of them had to stay here, but they never thought he had hit them. However, when they saw the seriously wounded person, they changed their face, because it was not the people of the Boundarian Association, but the Jia clan. How is this going? This scene surprised the clan, and even Ma Chang and others from the jailing guild were stunned, and they couldn't find a clue for a while. You are right, today, no one can save you. At this moment, a faint laughter suddenly sounded. Looking at it, people were surprised again. I saw Chu Feng have entered their battle circle, and they were rubbing their hands, looking eager to try. Brother Chu Feng, just your hand? Ma Chang stared at Chu Feng in surprise, because he was seriously injured and had fainted the past clan, but a Yuan Wu 5, but everyone could feel that Chu Feng was Yuan Wui. Brother Ma Chang, I have some festivals with the clan in this world. How did they give me to deal with it? Chu Feng smiled. Do you want to deal with them by yourself? Another girl from the Boundary Guild opened his mouth, shocked. Just a group of mediocre talents. To deal with them, Chu Feng is enough, just rest for you. Chu Feng waved his hand with a smile at Ma Chang. You have a big tone. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the popularity of a clan was furious, and he had to shot Chu Feng during his speech. But before it was time to do it, I was stopped by a big hand. It turned out to be Jiechuan. When Jiechuan had played against Ma Chang and others before, it was extremely fierce, but at this moment, he looked at Chu Feng. Very kind. Brothers Chu Feng, this is the private grudge of the clan of my clan and the jailing association. I wonder if you don't intervene. Jiechuan laughed at Chu Feng. I can ignore your grievances, but our grievances, I always have to clear it. When Chu Feng spoke, he glanced at the two people who had just gained in the world. Our grievances? Jiechuan showed puzzled, but quickly reacted, looking at the two people, including Jiki and Jia Gang, yelled, You mix the account, do you do what to do with Chu Feng brothers? Jia bowed his head and said nothing, showing that he was afraid of Jiechuan. In fact, when he was open in Jordikawa, no one dared to collide with other clan people. Among them, there is still some status. Forget it, you don't have to be fake, even if you have no hostility to me, but it does not mean that they have no hostility to me. Liangzi has formed, not what you can resolve. Enemy, but other clan people don't think so. Hey, when he heard Chu Feng's words, Jiechuan sighed helplessly, and then said, Brother Chu Feng, I really don't want to do it with you, but I also have a task. People stay on this second layer, and now they can only offend. As soon as the words fell, Jiechuan shot, and Yuan Wu's 6-fledged coercion was released. Essence at the same time as Jiechuan shot, the boundaries of the Boundary, Jordi and other clans shot together, and each showed a strong martial arts and besieged to Chu Feng. Several strong martial arts roaring in mid-air, and the power of Yuanli flooded the entire main hall. Such an attack alone was enough to crush people to death. It's just right. However, in the face of everyone's offensive, Chu Feng was not afraid, because under the pressure of this spirit, Jiechuan and others were obviously affected and could not wave their true strength. However, Chu Feng has not been affected by much. He can wave his true level. Even of the world's clan, there are 5 Yuan Wu 6 and 20 Yuan Wu 5, and Chu Feng is not afraid. The operation of Chu Feyu's operation disappeared like a ghostly, and when he appeared again, he had entered the boundary. Chu Feng's degree is too fast. Many people are not in a hurry. He stepped to the boundary in front of the boundary, and he grabbed the horizontal placket when he leaned out of his right hand and banged to his face. Ninth consecutive punch. Wu, after counting the punches, the world was full of blood, the nose was crooked, the front teeth were broken, the entire face was deformed, tears and blood mixed with blood, and the sound was mourning. You are looking for death. Seeing the people of the same family, they were beaten so miserable. I want to kill me, you are not worthy. Chu Feng waved his hand, then he threw the boundary, hitting the wall fiercely, and a loud noise, and he could hear the sound of clicks, and that. The sorrow of the horizontal pain, obviously the bones on his body, were broken. After throwing the boundary horizontal, Chu Feng's airtime operation was running, and he easily escaped the fatal attack of the Jia clan. This time he rushed to a master of Yuan Wu Lioli. On the first floor, the one who wanted to deal with Chu Feng. Boy, don't be too arrogant. After seeing Chu Feng's means, the world had no previous competence. He did not touch Chu Feng, but hurriedly condensed the enchantment around him, shrouded himself in it in order to resist Chu Feng's offensive. Bang was caught when Chu Feng's big hand was caught, but the enchantment could not be stopped at all. In front of Chu Feng's palm, it turned into crushing like a glass. After breaking the enchantment, Chu Feng's palm grabbed the governing placket of that realm. The realm wanted to resist, but the pressure of Chu Feng had shrouded it. The most powerless thing is that the coercion of the Yuanwu of Chu Feng's area was like an irreplaceable cage, which firmly blocked him in it and could not resist at all. In the end, he could only let Chu Feng abandon him high, and fell to the ground fiercely, listening to the clicks from his back, and felt the pain of his cervical spine. After stepping fell fiercely on the ground, Chu Feng raised his leg again, stepped on his chest, shattered his sternum, and then wiped it around a group of waists. Bring it on. You mixed up. I want to peel your skin alive. Another master of Yuanwu 6 rushed to the past, showing a 5-stage martial arts. As soon as martial arts came out, Yuanli condensed, forming 2 pale whirlwinds, with a terrible power, and the roar of roaring, rolling towards Chu Feng. And this time, Chu Feng did not flash or hid, raised his hand, and even took the 5-stage martial arts of a man, and then he came to the human body. He stepped on a few feet on him and stepped on his flesh and flesh. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 190, Founding Liangzi. Oh my god, where did this kid come from? Why is it so powerful? At first, the people of the Jailing Association had to help, but after seeing this scene, they were already stunned. Because all those who are eye-catching can see Chu Feng's strength. Although the number of other people is large, although the other party is not weak, their strength and Chu Feng's strength is huge. Chu Feng completely played them in applause, and it can be said that they can be said to have no effort. This kind of people's combat power is people's imagination, but at this moment they are real. It's great, not only is the combat power, but also the spiritual power is extraordinary. But this Chu Feng brother is different. He seems to be unhappy with the influence of spiritual pressure. He can wave his entire strength. Such a powerful spiritual power can be comparable to Gubo. The 4th floor is not a problem at all. Ma Chang said. What? Entering the 4th floor? Can it be comparable to Gubo? Is this guy so strong? And he heard Ma Chang said that the people in the Jordician Association were even more surprised. Wu, and at this moment, Chu Feng waved his arms. Yuanli formed a violent hurricane, directly overturning the digital clan to the ground and fainted directly. Not only, this means, I am afraid that even the 5th floor can step on. This sun is too powerful, so it is still the same age. If you grow up for a few years, I do not know what situation it will reach. Fortunately, I am equal to him. Ma Chang said dignifiedly to the next one next to him, because there must be an idea in his heart, that is, he must be well with Chu Feng, because he thinks that this Chu Feng's talent is probably better than their generation. Genius Gubo is also powerful. He is a rare talent. He must be drawn to the Boundary Guild and for them. At the same time, Chu Feng has let go of his hands. After being tragically poisoned in several Yuanwu 6th Geordie clan, Yuanwu's 5-year-old clan people are like the cutting board on the cutting board. The fish was slaughtered by Chu Feng. I also wanted to know how Chu Feng's clan was finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Where Chu Feng was a soft persimmons that could be allowed to be controlled, it was a crazy pervert. It was extremely spicy to start, and they put them out to death. This time, they really kicked a piece of iron plate, and they were not an ordinary iron plate, but they were very hard iron boards. They were not afraid of fear. They did not care about the consequences, but they really had a certain strength. Under such circumstances, the previous clan people's previous murderess no longer has long been gone, and replaced it with endless fear. Some people want to escape and want to run to the 3rd floor to win the reinforcements. However, Chu Feng does not give them this opportunity. The boundaries were shrouded, and everyone turned into a bird in the cage, because no one could shake the enchantment arranged by Chu Feng. At this moment, in the second floor of the Xiu Luo Ghost Tower, Chu Feng was the master, and no one could compete with him. Damn, dare to treat us like this, you'd better not leave here, otherwise as long as you go out, the elders of my clan will take away your life, not only you, even, wow. A clan who was stepped on by Chu Feng under his feet, threatened Chu Feng fiercely, but before he finished his words, Chu Feng let him close his mouth completely. Right now, the 20-5 clan people, of which 20-4 are already in a state of fainting. They hurt their tendons and break their bones, and they are full of blood. They are severely damaged. Brother Chu Feng, you really caused a big disaster this time. The predecessors of my clan will not let you go. Jechuan did not fight with Chu Feng anymore. The moment Chu Feng avoided his attack, he already knew that they were not Chu Feng's opponent at all, but always stood aside and watched Chu Feng crazy his peers. With the style of your clan people, the Chu Feng brothers will not be allowed, but in this state of this world, the spirit association of our Jord has guaranteed Chu Feng. At this moment, Ma Chang and others came over. Do you keep him? Jechuan asked. You can try. Ma Chang is full of confidence. That's good. Jechuan nodded and looked at Chu Feng. Brothers Chu Feng, no matter what you and my clan in the future, I do not want to be enemy with you. I hope that one day of grievances can resolve it. We can also be friends. You do it. Jechuan closed his eyes, and he gave up his resistance directly, but let Chu Feng dispose. If you are willing, you can keep up. However, Chu Feng did not do anything to Jechuan, because he could see that this Jechuan was indeed different from other clan people. Although Jechuan did not friendly, but it is not malicious to him. After Chu Feng left, the Jie clan wanted to do it against Jechuan. After all, Jechuan had fainted some of them, but was stopped by Ma Chang. Ma Chang smiled, walked beside Jechuan, lying in his ear whispered, Jechuan, you have a very unique vision, you can see that Chu Feng brothers are personal talents. But unfortunately, the style of your clan people is destined to be difficult to pay with foreign people. This enemy has formed, and this talent, but we have made it up. This is why my Borders Association can become more and more powerful, which can become more and more powerful. And the reason why your clan people are getting more and more declined. After speaking, Ma Chang chased Chu Feng, and the other four stayed and sent the injured people out. Jechuan did not walk to the third floor, but sent out those people who were hit by Chu Feng as if they were in the jailing guild. When these woundeds were sent out of the Shura Ghost Tower, they caused a stir, and the senior management of the Jailing Association and the Jord clan were almost furious. Because Ma Chang and Jechuan did not explain, it was a matter of the Chu Feng's burdens of the Jie clan. However, because some people were injured, neither of the two sides ignored it. In addition, after all, this was the ground of the Jailing Association, so the clan people were not too entangled, and eventually calmed down. After the injured people were rescued by the self-cultivation of Luo Ghost Tower, Jechuan did not walk into the Shura Ghost Tower again. Instead, he stood behind the elders in the clan and paid attention to the Xiu Luo Ghost Tower. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 191, The Invisible Array. The Shura Ghost Tower under the night is very charming and strange. When life has entered, a little blue light will bloom. This blue light is the most on the first floor. And it is still increasing. In the third floor, there are more people than the second layer, because the genius of the Jailing Association and the genius of the Jie clan people are all gathered on the third layer at this moment. Can step into the third floor. However, Jechuan knows that there is another person who can enter there, and that person is likely to change something. The balance of the fighting of the clan and the Jailing Association will be tilted because of Chu Fengsheng. From the first floor to the second floor, you only need to walk through that stairs, but from the second floor to the third floor, you need to pass through many small tube cards, which makes Chu Feng and Ma Chang spend some time. However, in the end, the two successfully came to the entrance of the third floor, but when they crossed the enchantment, Ma Chang's face changed greatly, his breath suddenly became sluggish, and he fell down on the ground. Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly supported him and asked nervously, "What's wrong? Are you unable to bear the spirit pressure here?" Chu Feng was surprised. Although the third layer of spiritual pressure was much stronger, he was still able to bear it. It is reasonable that Ma Chang's mental power is not enough to be oppressed to such fields even if there is pressure. "Hurry up, take me away, I can't resist the pressure here." Ma Chang said this sentence very difficult, and Chu Feng didn't talk nonsense, and hurriedly helped him return to the channel. "Brother Ma Chang, is it better?" At this moment, Ma Chang's face was still pale, but the strong sense of oppression was gone, so the activity that could already be calm was panting. "Brothers Chu Feng, the third layer of spiritual pressure is wrong, and there must be any changes in it. I am afraid that most of the clan people have used special means." Qiang Qiang grabbed Chu Feng's hand with a nervous request. "Brother Ma Chang, you can rest assured, if there is something really wrong, I will try my best to protect the people of your spiritual guild." Seeing Ma Chang's nervous look, Chu Feng also realized that the matter was wrong and turned towards rush on the third layer. It was not Chu Feng willing to be good people, but now he completely offended the Jia clan now, and he must be good at the people of the Jailing Association. The greater the strength, it will be greatly helpful for his future exhibition. Chu Feng returned to the third floor, turned a few bends, and finally came to the main hall, and the amazing scene also appeared in front of his eyes. Among the magnificent main halls, it is divided into two people and horses, and the other is the genius of the Jia clan. They are standing in place. Although some people's faces are also ugly, they are still affordable. The big influence, let alone Ma Chang. Opposite them are the people of the Lingling Association, but at the moment, almost all the people of the Lingling Association are lying on the ground. The situation is the same. The boundary is extraordinary, you are despicable, and it actually leads to the intangible formation of this third layer to suppress us. Gubo, the top genius of the Jailing Association, is the only one who can stand in place, but his face is also sweaty. It can be seen that even if he can resist that kind of oppression, it is very difficult. "Gubo, don't say that, what does mean?" "This is called means. It can only be said that your Boundarian Guild has occupied the Shura Ghost Tower for so long, but it is not enough to understand it. My clan can lead the intangible formation here. Thanks to the exploration of the ancestors, it is too incompetent to blame the people of your boundaries." The meaning. I really think that only the clan of your world knows the Shura Ghost Tower? I will let you see it, the formation you don't understand. Gubo's face suddenly changed, and his palms were superimposed. A strange fluctuation spread by him as the center, and integrated into this tower. At this moment of Long, the third floor of the Shura Ghost Tower came, roar, and his feet could not help but tremble slightly, and a powerful force was being released. "Hurry up, stop him." Seeing this, the world was not aware of the bad things, and he had to shoot. "Drink!" But it was too late, and I saw Gubo suddenly raised his hands, and a powerful force instantly enveloped the third floor. The previously calm and freelance clan, suddenly his face changed, like the people of the Jailing Guild, lying weakly on the ground. Even the extraordinary world was suddenly under tremendous pressure. He hurriedly sat on the ground and made strange handprints. Then he looked at Gubo fiercely. "You mix the bill, what are the quotes?" Seeing that the clan people can no longer be threatened to themselves, Gubo also hurriedly sit on his knees, and handed the handprints with both hands to better compete with that kind of oppression. "I know that you have some treasures on your body, and that treasure can make you from being oppressed by the invisible array of this third layer. But you don't know. After so many years of exploration, we have already been a more powerful and invisible formation in the Shura Ghost Tower. This invisible array can compete without treasures. Unless its strength is strong enough, I want to resist the oppression of this large formation. I didn't want to lead this big array because it was not good for you to me. But I don't think you will be so despicable. In order to suppress our assessment results, you have done this kind of thing. Now I have caused this big array and cannot be closed at all. We will be stopped on the third floor. It was forced by you. Gubo said angrily. It seems I underestimated you, but it is okay. At most it stops at this third floor. Who said you would stop at this third floor? But at this moment, Chu Feng's faint voice suddenly sounded. Who is it? Such a change has made the talents such as the extraordinary clan and the genius of the spiritual guilds such as Gubo. They set their sights on the entrance, and now Chu Feng is slowly walking out. The relaxed look, the calm expression is as if you can't feel the oppression of the intangible formation, let alone the spirit of this third layer. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 192, Send you a trick to you. What are you, all Chu Feng? Everyone is big. Because this is very, very strong, and it is invisible and invisible, the great formation of Yuanwu, 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 Yuanwu is heavy with and with and with and with and with and with the world is extraordinary, and the extraordinary genius of this world is extraordinary. All, the enemy, I am entrusted by a friend, it seems. When the crowd arrived, Chu Feng was afraid. Chu Feng was afraid of Chu Feng. There is no way, especially the weak, especially everyone. The spiritual power is very strong, so very, so they are strong, so they can be able to see in Chu Feng there. This, the relief of the World Spirit Guild, all had to take a long breath. Chu Feng looked at the clan, and, it's you, the enemy. I'm afraid the enemy is the enemy. The enemy is the enemy. The enemy is the enemy. Fuck, you thought it was something. Among the Jia clan, a heavyweight, laborious, on this ground, however, it was him. But he was kicked bastard, you dare to be a Jia clan. Seeing this, the complexion changed, because of the shot, Chu Feng's opponent could be seen from the previous Chu Feng's kick. It's the end of me. Chu Feng didn't give a slight smile, but everyone is manual hand everyone yes people. At this moment, the people of the Jia clan have no power to bind chickens. Do you want? Look in handshake, hold big, he amulet, it's nothing, send it, he smiled suddenly with one hand, and suddenly with one hand, the Taoist amulet was smashed. Jie Bufan was enraged, he was also calm, he couldn't stand, he couldn't calm down, stand, Yuanwu came, Yuanwu 7 layers heavy. Well, give it back to you, but Chu Feng. But he didn't put his oppression in the middle, no baby, simply grab the talisman, it's assessment those means, one hit. But no matter what the offensive of Ren Bufan is, in the case of ferocity, it is not enough. This guy can actually be bound by the invisible formation and the spiritual pressure of the formation? Who is he? Gubo's expression was very quiet because of the complexity, because now Chu Feng's extraordinary, and everywhere, so I am surprised, amazed by the people in the world. He is very curious enough, it shoots suddenly, Chu Feng, you Kongju, suddenly the extraordinary body of the world leaned out towards the palm of the hand OM. But Chu Feng returned that, but he found the tyrannical enchantment's palm, he rapped here. Interesting. Chu Feng was able to attack the attacking barrier, but the barrier was afraid. One-handed, one grip, one golden handle, one golden one bang daggers intertwined and suddenly rang, there is something that should come up, and the young master has come to you and you. This brother, no, that, then his, is the enchantment, it is a special kind of treasure released. It's here, there is no fourth, that is even more, and the strong world's extraordinary intentions, hurried to stop Chu Feng. Thank you for your kindness, but the fourth is to go, smile, go to that. You stay, the guild people will save you immediately. Gubo glanced at the one who was lying on the ground, biting in. and just left. I rushed to the gray robe world, the gray robe world, the gray robe world. These spiritual masters, these are all yes, 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 World Spirit Guild, World Spirit Guild, everyone, 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 they enter here, 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 and here, there is some oppression. Quick, quick forth, there, and there, bastard boy, that's right, he's assessed, and he has to do it. The Jia clan engraved, the Jia clan, began to speak loudly, and shouted no reply. It was the coercion they resisted, the coercion themselves, but the amulet, the amulet, the amulet, but you, the Jia clan is so popular. And again, the geniuses, the geniuses, the geniuses, the clans, the people, the clans, the clans, the clans, the clans, the clans, the clans, the robe world, the gray 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 robe world, clan, 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 clan. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 193, Uncommon in the World of War. The ghost tower of the world spirit was surging with red light, but those faint blue lights hovering on the first, second, and third floors were even more eye-catching, because that represented the number of people participating in the assessment. It's just that the assessment has been going on for a while, but so far, there is no blue light on the fourth floor, which means that no one has been able to set foot on the fourth floor so far. The three elders of the clan all frowned. What happened in the tower? This is the common guess of the two groups. While guessing, Kuta Chioshin glanced at each other, as if to say, if your junior dares to do something to our junior, I will definitely not let you go. Look, someone went up on the fourth floor. Suddenly, someone shouted. It doesn't matter when he shouted, everyone's expressions changed greatly, and they quickly locked their eyes on the fourth floor. When they saw the blue light moving on the fourth floor, the elders of the two forces couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although the spirit pressure of this ghost tower is very strong, as their juniors, if they can't even go up to the fourth floor, they will indeed become the laughingstock of people. Now that someone has finally climbed the fourth floor, they naturally feel at ease. But at the same time as an E, they were also curious. Now there is only one person on the fourth floor, Susie Gubo from the World Spirit Guild, or Jia Bufan from the Jia clan. That's the biggest problem. Look, someone went up again. Suddenly, someone shouted again. Sure enough, another blue light appeared on the fourth floor. At this moment, both the Jia clan and the World Spirit Guild were overjoyed. Even the 6 elders with unfathomable strength appeared on their faces. A faint smile. Among the people who participated in the assessment this time, there were only 2 people who were able to climb to the fourth floor. One was Gubo, and the other was Jia Bufan. Now that there are 2 blue lights, people will naturally think of the 2 of them. And this shows that whether it is the juniors of the World Spirit Guild or the juniors of the Jia clan, there are people who have stepped on the fourth floor. At least they are not ashamed in face, and they are not inferior, so both parties will be very comfortable. Oh my God, someone went up again. But at this moment, someone exclaimed again. Because there was indeed another blue dim light on the fourth floor, and at this moment, the people of the Jia clan and the World Spirit Guild all lit up. Someone actually climbed up. Who could this be? Whether it is the 3 elders of the Jia clan or the 3 elders of the World Spirit Guild, they are all guessing who the third person is. The only people on the fourth floor were Jia Bufan and Gubo. I really couldn't think of a third person. Stinky boy, you really dare to follow. At the same time, on the fourth floor of the World Spirit Ghost Pagoda, Jia Bufan was confronting Chu Feng and Gubo. At this moment, his whole person was completely new, completely different from the previous aura on the fourth floor. The aura of the 7th level of Yuanwu was truly swayed, and Yuanli lingered around it, surging continuously, and even the air burst into nays. You seem to have made a mistake. It wasn't me who wanted to follow, but you escaped. Why, you didn't escape. You can't go up to the 5th floor, right? Chu Feng sneered. Clever bastard, I'll make you look good later. Gubo, this is a personal grievance between me and this son, can you please not interfere? Jie Bufan did not take action directly, but looked at Gubo. Although he reached the 4th floor, his cultivation was no longer affected. Suppressed, but Gubo did the same. Jie Bufan, this Chu Feng brother is a friend of my World Spirit Guild. If you want to deal with him, you want to deal with me. This is not a personal grievance, but a grievance between my World Spirit Guild and your Jie clan. Do you want me to stand by? Do you think it's possible? Gubo smiled lightly. You? Jie Bufan was very angry. If he only dealt with Chu Feng alone, he still had some competence, but if he dealt with Chu Feng and Gubo, he would have no competence. Brother Gubo, you don't have to take action. I would like to see what kind of methods the geniuses of the Jie clan have. However, Chu Feng waved his hand to Gubo, indicating that Gubo should not shoot, and then grasped it with a single palm. A golden spear appeared in his palm, and with a vertical shape, he flew towards that Jie Bufan. A little courageous. Seeing Chu Feng attacking from the front, Jie Bufan did not dodge or dodge. With a flash of light from the Chengquan bag around his waist, a blue long sword appeared in his hand. This sword is very beautiful. It is made of ice. It is crystal clear and has a little light, but it feels indestructible. The sword's edge is everywhere, lingering with a faint gas. Before it gets close, you can reach the bone-piercing cold air. The special blade made of cold iron is a cold iron sword on top of the black gold blade. Swish, this sword is a treasure, and that Jie Bufan's swordsmanship is also very good. It uses a 5-stage martial art. The sword's edge is turned around, and the cold iron sword can be truly swung in his hands, and he continues to move sharply at Chu Feng. Offensive. Whizzing, however, Chu Feng did not show weakness. A little cold light arrived first, and then the spear shot out like a dragon. At this moment, the golden spear was a golden dragon. The attack was fierce, the sweep was like the wind, and its offensive was more extraordinary than that of the world. Even stronger. Clang, clang, clang. When the two fought, no one was defending, and they were the most ferocious attacks. Under this kind of counterattack, Chu Feng clearly had the advantage. Several times, he stabbed the golden spear at Jie Bufan. Body. But no matter what, Jie Bufan has a once tyrannical barrier on his body, and the barrier is a special treasure scattered out, which is very impressive, so even if Chu Feng can hit Jie Bufan, he can't hurt him. Extraordinary. This gives Jie Bufan a huge advantage, which means that he cannot be afraid of Chu Feng's offensive, but he can attack Chu Feng like a life-threatening attack, because he will not be injured, but as long as he can hit Chu Feng would be defeated by him. Stinky boy, if you dare to break the rules of this assessment and forcefully kick our Jie clan out of the game, even if you leave this tower, you can't escape death. Let me, Jie Bufan, give you a ride here. Jie Bufan's offensive is getting more and more fierce, and the cold iron sword in his hand is also getting more and more tricky. In addition, he has displayed a mysterious movement and martial arts, and he is not weaker than Chu Feng in terms of speed. Turned into an advantage. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 194, White Tiger Attack and Killing Technique. This guy is really powerful, and the martial skills and treasures he masters are too mysterious. If it weren't for the spiritual pressure of the 4th layer, he would still have a great suppression on his strength. His opponent. Chu Feng recognized Jie Bufan's tyranny. According to Chu Feng's estimation, it is definitely not Jie Bufan's true strength at the moment. Under the pressure of this spiritual pressure, Jie Bufan is probably only wielding the strength of the 6th level of the Xuanwu at most, but Chu Feng has it as strangely unaffected, showing 100% of its strength. Therefore, Chu Feng felt that if the two of them left here and fought normally, even if he used the power of Golden Thunder to raise his cultivation to the 2nd level of Yuanwu, he might not be an extraordinary opponent in this world. After all, the other party has a lot of treasures, and now he only took out the cold iron sword, and the treasure that can release the enchantment from nowhere. In addition to these, Chu Feng does not know what kind of treasures this Jie Bufan has. For a time, Chu Feng was envious of Jie Bufan in all kinds of ways. Although he also had some means now, he bought all of them with his own efforts. As for special treasures, there were none. Therefore, Chu Feng is somewhat envious. After all, for them, those who were born in a powerful family have a strong family background and countless resources. As long as they can show good talent, gain the favor of the elders in the family, and obtain some treasures and resources, can't be easier. Suddenly, a blue light flashed past Chu Feng's left arm. Chu Feng was caught off guard and was struck by a sword. Damn! Feeling the burning sensation from his left arm, Chu Feng knew that he was injured. Although it was not serious, it was only a skin injury, but he was still injured. This is just the beginning, you will fall under my sword immediately. Once he succeeded, that Jie Bufan was even more energetic and attacked Chu Feng frantically again. Do you really think you can beat me? With a sword in his body, Chu Feng was also furious. He saw that the Yuan force under his feet was reversed, and a white light appeared. When the light appeared, Chu Feng disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already extraordinary behind. This guy, so fast. What kind of martial art is that, so mysterious? At this moment, whether it was Jie Bufan, who was fighting against Chu Feng, or Gu Bo, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, their eyes lit up, and their expressions changed drastically. Because they could all see that Chu Feng was using a mysterious martial skill. It was completely different from the thunder under his feet. This time, the light under his feet was obviously faster, and it was more than several times faster. If it is said that the thunder that rose from Chu Feng's feet before was a rare and mysterious body technique martial skill, then at this moment, Chu Feng was using a very rare body technique martial skill. Magical martial skills, then what Chu Feng is using now is the 6th stage body martial arts, and it is a very powerful kind. Chu Feng actually masters rank 6 martial arts. Where exactly did he come from? Gu Bo was in shock. Even if the 6th rank martial skill was placed in his World Spirit Guild, not everyone could cultivate it, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate, but Chu Feng was clearly displaying the 6th rank martial skill at the moment, which proved 2 points. First, Chu Feng was able to cultivate with 6th stage martial arts, indicating that he had a very deep background, otherwise it would be impossible to cultivate such a high level of martial arts. Second, it was one aspect that Chu Feng was able to cultivate to rank 6 martial arts, but he was able to master rank 6 martial skills, which was not something ordinary people could do, which further showed that Chu Feng was outstanding. These 2 points were enough to shock Gu Bo and Jie Bufan. In addition, they realized that Chu Feng could not be affected by the invisible Great Formation and spiritual pressure, and he could defeat the 7th level Yuan Wu with the first major Yuan Wu undefeated. After both of them realized the fact that Chu Feng was a genius, a true genius, a genius with a higher talent than the 2 of them. Everything that Chu Feng showed shocked the 2 of them, but if they were to know that Chu Feng was not using a 6th stage movement technique, but a 7th stage movement technique, they would have no idea what their expressions would be. I don't believe it. You can't break through your protective barrier. After Chu Feng avoided Jie Bufan's attack, he condensed a golden longbow in his hand, displaying the highest meaning of the variety bow. Swish, swish, Chu Feng's right hand was like electricity, and he kept pulling, and several golden arrows, like a torrential rain, densely pressed toward Jie Bufan. Dang 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 dang, Jie Bufan waved the cold iron sword in his hand to resist your arrow rain, but he couldn't stop it at all. Fortunately, there is a protective barrier, otherwise it would have become a sieve. It's useless, my body protection enchantment is the treasure of the clan of our clan, the strange soldier that my elder brother lent me. With it protecting me, let alone you, even a person in the Xuanwu realm would never want to hurt me in the slightest. Jie Bufan said proudly. The treasure of the clan, could it be that it's a rare soldier, an armor of thorns? Hearing what Jie Bufan said, Gu Bo was taken aback, because he knew what kind of person Jie Bufan's eldest brother was. If Jie Bufan is one of the juniors of the Jie clan, then Jie Bufan's eldest brother is the #1 genius in the junior generation, the best genius of the Jie clan, and a representative of the younger generation of the Jie clan. At the age of 17, he stepped into the Xuanwu realm. Now, at the age of 23, he has already stepped into the peak of Xuanwu. He can compete with the elders. Even the top powerhouses of the World Spirit Guild are very afraid of Jia Bufon's eldest brother. And it is precisely because of the extraordinary talent of big brother Jia Bufon, he has long been designated as the future patriarch of the Jia clan, and he has obtained the treasure of the Jia clan, a rare soldier, a thorn armor. It just never occurred to me that Jia Bufon's eldest brother actually lent this special weapon to Jia Bufon. With this special weapon in his possession, even a powerhouse in the Xuanwu realm would not be able to hurt Jia Bufon, let alone Chu Feng. Brother Chu Feng, don't entangle with him anymore. That thorn armor is an extraordinary weapon, and you cannot break it. Realizing that something was wrong, Gu Bo hurriedly reminded him. Humph, unbreakable? I want to see if it's really unbreakable. Hearing Gu Bo's words like this made Chu Feng's stubbornness even more so. He simply put away the variety bow in his hand, and when his thoughts turned, his aura became completely different. Wuh! A tiger roar suddenly sounded out of thin air, a coercion descended from the sky, and the powerful impulse shook even the fourth floor. Well, what's the matter with this momentum? This kind of change caused Gu Bo's face to change greatly. He could feel that this aura came from Chu Feng's body. However, he had only felt this kind of aura in the body of a Xuanwu realm powerhouse. Chu Feng was only in the first level of Yuanwu. How can you exude such a momentum? Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 195 Raiders. Roar! At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly stretched out his finger, followed by an indescribably powerful breath that came out from Chu Feng's finger. At this moment, a roar sounded, as if the most ferocious monster in the world made the most terrifying attack. The breath cut through the sky, and even the air squeaked, tearing it apart, trailing black lines, as if it's the pattern on the tiger's body. Blushing. Jia Bufon waved the cold iron sword in his hand and slashed towards the oncoming aura, wanting to rely on his indestructible cold iron sword to block Chu Feng's attack. Clang, however, when the breath intertwined with the cold iron sword, sparks were seen everywhere, and then there was a harsh sound, and the indestructible cold iron sword of Jia Bufon turned into two pieces. And the most terrifying thing is that after the cold iron sword was smashed, the breath did not stop, but fell on Jia Bufon's protective barrier. There was a loud bang, and Jia Bufon flew upside down and slammed into the wall of the Asura Ghost Tower. The strong impact made the fourth floor shake, even outside the tower. It can also be clearly seen that the Asura Ghost Pagoda is shaking slightly. Lord Elder. At this moment, no matter whether it was a strong man from the Jia clan or a strong man from the World Spirit Guild, they couldn't help but turn their attention to the six elders. Because this kind of tremor has never been born before, but everyone can subconsciously think that it must be what happened in the Asura Ghost Pagoda. As long as they think of it, they have their genius, and everyone wants to rush in immediately. To find out, now only waiting for the order of the six elders. However, even his subordinates realized that something was wrong. Those six elders representing the Jia clan and the World Spirit Guild from other worlds, and they couldn't see that it was wrong? But looking at the changing blue light on the fourth floor, they could see that two people were fighting and one was watching, and the shock just now was probably caused by the fighting between those two people, but what kind of attack was it? Can make this Asura Ghost Tower tremble? After deliberating for a long time, the representative elders of the two sides glanced at each other, and neither gave an order to rush into the ghost tower, but waved their hands to signal the strong men to calm down. At the same time, on the fourth floor of the Asura Ghost Tower, Gu Bo was still standing in the same place, but at the moment he was stunned, staring at Jia Bufon, who was sitting in the corner with a face full of surprise. Seemed shocked. At this moment, the protective barrier of Jia Bufon is still there, and it has turned into a blood red color. It is also steaming with layers of heat, as if it is mutated. You can even see the lines. It looks like an armor. Live extraordinary. However, even if the protective barrier was still there, this extraordinary soldier blocked Chu Feng's white tiger attack and killing technique, but at the moment, Jia Bufon was not feeling well. His face was pale and his breath was a little weak. A smear of blood was slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of shock and fear. He stared blankly at Chu Feng and said, "Who are you?" "I am the one who ended your assessment." Chu Feng smiled and walked slowly towards that Jie Bufan. Although his white tiger attack and killing technique failed to destroy the strange soldier on Jie Bufan's body, it could still cause him to be traumatized, so as long as Chu Feng continued to attack, he could also take away the life of that Jie Bufan. "What do you want? What do you dare to do to me? My Jie clan will not let you go, and my elder brother will not let you go." Jie Bufan was also a little scared. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. He showed all kinds of methods he had never seen before, especially the previous attacks. Even this treasure of the Jie clan, the rare soldier, and the armor of thorns, could not protect him. The pain on his body told him that he didn't want to bear another terrible attack like the previous one. He was really afraid that the thorn armor on his body could not protect him, so he died here like this. "Even if I don't do anything to you, will your Jie clan let me go?" Chu Feng still walked forward. "Brother Chu Feng, let him go." At this moment, Gubo opened his mouth and gave Chu Feng a wink, implying that Chu Feng should not shoot Jie Bufan again. Chu Feng naturally understood, so he didn't make another move, but pointed at Jie Bufan and said, "Be honest and stay on the 4th floor. If you dare to go up to the 5th floor, I will let you down." After saying this, Chu Feng walked to the 5th floor, and Gubo also followed. As for that Jie Bufan, he did not refute anymore. After seeing Chu Feng's madness, he already knew that Chu Feng was a lunatic. In this Asura ghost tower, he must be careful of this lunatic. Chu Feng's mental power is very strong, and his system is very special. In this Asura ghost tower, he can feel the strength of spiritual pressure, but it is not affected in any way, and he walks freely. As for Gubo, it's not easy. Although the 4th level spiritual pressure can suppress him, it is still within his tolerance, so the 5th level is also his goal. In the passage leading to the 5th floor, there are many small levels, which are more difficult than the passage on the 4th floor, but for Chu Feng and Gubo, they can be resolved. "Brother Chu Feng, what means did you just use to force that strange soldier out of its original shape?" Gubo asked, curiously. "Means of attack. I don't know what it is. I learned it by accident." Chu Feng smiled lightly. Although he had a good impression of Gubo, he was not familiar with it. Naturally, he would not talk about the white tiger attack technique. "This is something that will set you on fire. By the way, you said that Jie Bufan has a strange soldier. What is the strange soldier?" Chu Feng asked. Brother Chu Feng doesn't know about Qi Bing? Seeing Chu Feng asking this, Gubo was also a little surprised. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head, because he really didn't know what a strange soldier was, but just by looking at Gubo's expression, he could realize that this strange soldier seemed to be something extraordinary. A raid soldier is a treasure that can be described as priceless, because it contains an extremely powerful formation that can wield extremely powerful power. That is a kind of formidable power that can't be compared to any martial skill. If a powerhouse at the peak of the profound martial realm can fully wield the power of a strange weapon, even a powerhouse at the heavenly martial realm must avoid its edge, Gubo explained. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 196, Climbing to the Top. Qi Bing, there is such a thing in the world. Chu Feng was a little envious, because even his white tiger attack and killing technique could not break through the thorny armor on Jie Bufan's body. The rare soldier is very precious. The Jie clan only has that one, which is the treasure of their clan. Jie Bufan's cultivation base is not enough, so he can only protect himself with the strange soldier, but if it is in the hands of his elder brother, the thorn armor is not a simple body protection tool, but a lethal weapon. Jie Bufan's eldest brother is very powerful. He is the future patriarch of the Jie clan. His cultivation has reached the peak of Xuanwu. He is expected to hit the Tianwu realm in the next few years. Even the elders of my World Spirit Guild are very jealous of him. Also, Jiabuffan's eldest brother is willing to lend Jiabuffan the treasure of the clan. It can be seen that he is still very fond of Jiabuffan, so you'd better not hurt Jiabuffan. Gu Bo continued to remind. Thank you for your reminder. Chu Feng finally understood why Gu Bo gave him that look just now, because the background of this world is really scary. But don't worry, this time you shot for my World Spirit Guild, and my World Spirit Guild will do its best to protect you. Gu Bo assuredly assured. Heh? Chu Feng smiled slightly and did not answer. Instead, he continued to walk forward. The passage leading to the 5th floor was different from other passages. Before reaching it, he could feel the strengthening of spiritual pressure. And when the two passed through the barrier entrance to the 5th floor and actually stepped into the 5th floor, Gu Bo's face changed greatly, and it became difficult to even breathe. Brother Gu Bo, are you all right? Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly supported Gu Bo. Brother Chu Feng, you are so amazing that you can be so easy on this 5th floor. Gu Bo first breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced at the still-faced Chu Feng, shook his head then sighed. Chu Brother Feng, my qualifications are limited, this 5th floor is my end, and I can't continue to climb with you. Brother Gu Bo, then take care of yourself. Chu Feng said no nonsense, and after supporting Gu Bo to sit down, he continued to walk to the 6th floor. Brother Chu Feng, there are countless people in my World Spirit Guild who can step into the 5th floor, but no one has stepped on the 6th floor for 100 years. No one knows how strong the spiritual pressure on the 6th floor is, but the level to reach the 6th floor is more difficult than the other. It has caused many seniors to suffer big losses and even lose their lives. Your mental strength is very strong, but you still have to be careful. I hope you can succeed and become the first person to step on the 6th floor in 100 years. Gu Bo was full of anticipation, because Chu Feng was the one he had seen. The most promising person to set foot on the 6th floor. Brother Gu Bo, don't worry, I, Chu Feng, will do my best, but I will never be brave. Chu Feng smiled and walked towards the 6th floor. Two people stepped on the 5th floor together. It must be Gu Bo and Jiabuffan. It must be the two of them. At the same time, outside the Asura Ghost Pagoda, there was already a jubilation. Both the Jia clan and the World Spirit Guild were very happy, because the two faint blue lights told them that two people had stepped on the 5th floor, and they could guess that these two must be their geniuses respectively. Gu Bo and Jiabuffan. Look, someone disappeared. Where did he go? Could it be that he couldn't bear the spiritual pressure of the 5th floor, so he went back to the 4th floor? Impossible. The direction he is moving is not the direction of the 4th floor. That is, the 6th floor. Someone is going to challenge the 6th floor. My God, has someone finally challenged the 6th floor? Challenged the 6th floor that no one has reached the top in the past 100 years? Who is it? Is it Jiabuffan or Gu Bo? At this moment, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. The two powerhouses could not calm down, and even the 6 elders had their eyes locked on the 6th floor. But soon, the exclamation gradually subsided, and in the end the whole square was silent, because the longer the blue light disappeared, the more powerful the person who challenged the 6th floor was. He did not shrink back, but was continued to the top. At this moment, everyone held their breath, and they could hear the sound of their heartbeats and the sound of tight breathing. Everyone was staring intently at the 6th floor. They are looking forward to it, expecting someone to step on the 6th floor, because since 100 years ago, the two supreme geniuses of the Jia clan and the World Spirit Guild have ascended to the 6th floor, and no descendants have been able to successfully climb the stairs. 6th floor. The 6th floor has become a myth that no one can break. Whether it is the Jia clan or the World Spirit Guild, they all hope that such a person can break this myth. Look, that's blue light. Blue light appeared on the 6th floor. He succeeded. He successfully climbed to the 6th floor. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and danced with excitement. My God, he actually succeeded. Someone has successfully reached the top. Who is that? Is it Gu Bo from my World Spirit Guild? Or is it Jiabuffan from the Jia clan? Immediately after that, there was an exclamation. The entire square inside and outside was completely boiling. People were so happy that they didn't know what to do, and even the World Spirit Guild and the Jia clan were embracing each other. Even the 6 elders above the palace trembled with excitement, and their faces were filled with indescribable joy. It's been 100 years, 100 years, has someone finally boarded it? The elder of the World Spirit Guild said in a trembling voice, because this means that another supreme genius was born, and anyone who can reach the 6th floor must be a supreme genius, even if it is not in martial arts, but in the art of enchantment, there must be such accomplishments. Elderly, do you think the one who stepped on the 6th floor now is Gubo from your World Spirit Guild, or Jia Bufan from our Jia clan? Suddenly, an elder from the Jia clan asked with a smile. Oh, no matter who it is, it means that there is a rare genius, a great world spiritist, who is likely to be born today, which is a good thing for my Jiezhou. The elderly of the World Spirit Guild smiled back. Indeed, this is indeed a good thing for my Jiezhou, but it is not a good thing for your World Spirit Guild. The elder smiled. What do you mean? Hearing these words, the 3 elders of the World Spirit Guild were extremely displeased. Because, the person who reached the top won't be Gubo from your World Spirit Guild, it must be Jia Bufan from our Jia clan. The elder was full of confidence. Humph, really arrogant. Jia Bufan's aptitude is indeed good, but Gubo from my guild is no worse than him. Why do you make such a decision? Elderly snorted, extremely dissatisfied. Why? Just relying on Jia Bufan to wear the treasure of our clan, the armor of thorns, the elder sneered. What? The armor of thorns, Jia Bufan actually wore it? At this moment, the elders of the World Spirit Guild were all shocked, followed by disappointment on their faces. The thorns armor is a rare weapon, handed down from the ancestors by the Jia clan. It does have endless functions for this strange weapon. Maybe it can really help Jia Bufan reduce the strength of spiritual pressure and lead to the 6th floor. Qi Bing is something that his World Spirit Guild does not have. However, when the 2 major forces were arguing about who the 6th floor was, Chu Feng had already sat down and smiled at the 3 changing spirit fruit seeds in his palms. Spiritual fruit seeds need to be fed with spiritual pressure. Although there will be changes on each floor, it will take a certain amount of time. At this moment, the 3 seeds in Chu Feng's hands are changing very fast. They have already grown branches and leaves and blossomed. The reason why it grows so fast is because Chu Feng is at the top of the Asura Ghost Pagoda, the 6th floor. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 197, 7th floor. Sure enough, the spiritual pressure here can nourish the growth of the spiritual fruit seeds faster. It seems that there is hope for saving Dandan. Chu Feng sat on the 6th floor, looking at the changing spiritual fruit seeds in his palm. His heart was very happy. Because there is a huge difference between the spiritual fruit seeds at the moment and the beginning, Chu Feng can feel how powerful the spiritual power contained in it, and it is still increasing greatly. Seeing hope, Chu Feng also had a head start. He just wanted to nourish these 3 spirit fruit seeds into mature spirit fruit, but it would take a long time. In the Asura Ghost Pagoda, although the number of layers climbed is used to judge the strength of each person's spiritual power and the level of talent, the length of the support in the Asura Ghost Pagoda is also a way of judging. On the night of the assessment, there were many people who couldn't support it. They ran out from the 1st floor, and the spirit fruit seeds in their hands did not change at all. After the 1st day, almost all the people on the 1st and 2nd floors left. Most of the spirit fruit seeds in these people's hands had buds, and some even grew branches and leaves. Such spirit fruit seeds, the price has risen a lot, of course, more of a testament to their capabilities. On the 2nd day, all the people from the 3rd floor came down, and when the people from the 3rd floor of the World Spirit Guild came down, they were immediately called into the palace. Because whether it was the Jia clan or the elders of the World Spirit Guild, they all wanted to know who the 3rd person was on the 4th floor. You mean, the 3rd person who stepped on the 4th floor is neither from my World Spirit Guild nor from the Jia clan? But an outsider? Elderly of the World Spirit Guild was very surprised when he got this answer. Be surprised. Then do you guys know where this son came from, and who is his surname? Elderly continued to ask. His name is Chu Feng. Although I don't know where he came from, he takes great care of the people in my World Spirit Guild. On the third floor, the people of the Jie clan mobilized the invisible Great Formation, trying to suppress us and prevent us from continuing to climb up. If it wasn't for Chu Feng's help, it would be very difficult for us to survive. A young girl replied sharply and spoke. In between, he glanced at the three elders of the Jie clan. Nonsense, it's our Jie clan who are seriously injured now, and you dare to slander them. But before the elderly could speak, the elders of the Jie clan were furious. What is the truth? After the assessment is over, my World Spirit Guild will naturally investigate it clearly, but right now I am more concerned about how long the three people in the tower can last, and whether there are any of them who can hold a mature one. Spirit fruit. Elderly turned his attention to the Asura Ghost Pagoda as he spoke. Humph. The elders of the Jie clan snorted coldly and stopped talking. After all, what they are most concerned about now is how long the three people in the tower can last, and who is on the fourth floor. Who is on the fifth floor, and who is the one who reached the top. On the third day, the blue light on the fourth floor began to move, and after a while, the entrance to the Asura Ghost Pagoda, which had been calm for a full day, finally began to wriggle. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused there, and everyone felt that the person who stayed on the fourth floor for 3 days was probably that Chu Feng. Although this person is neither a member of the World Spirit Guild nor a member of the Jie clan, people still want to see Chu Feng's true face. After all, anyone who can step on the fourth floor can be included in the list of geniuses. OM. However, when a figure stepped out of the barrier, everyone couldn't help being surprised, especially the three elders of the Jie clan, who were even more stunned and full of surprise. Because at this moment, standing outside the Asura Ghost Pagoda is not Chu Feng, nor Gu Bo, but Jie Bufan, who is confident and certain that he has reached the top. How could this be? It's my clan's young master, Jie Bufan. With his armor of thorns, how could he only climb to the fourth floor? The face of the Jie clan was ashes, and some could not accept this fact. Jie Bufan also had an ugly face, and he left quickly without saying anything, because he could never tell people that he was threatened by Chu Feng and could only stay on the fourth floor. His people have even lost the face of the Jie clan. 3 elders, it seems that your treasures of the clan have no effect, haha. The elders of the World Spirit Guild were in a good mood. You, the elders of the Jie clan, with angry faces, wanted to refute something, but in the end they didn't say anything. After all, they really talked too much before, and now there is no way to hide from being slapped in the face. Right now, compared to the downfall of the Jie clan, the people of the World Spirit Guild are in a good mood. Since Jie Bufan is out, they all feel that it is very likely that Gu Bo from their World Spirit Guild will reach the top. However, on the afternoon of the third day, the blue dots on the 5th floor moved and disappeared, and after the Asura Ghost Pagoda finally walked out, the people of the World Spirit Guild were full of complexities, and even the Jie clan was surprised. Because of Gu Bo's appearance, he told everyone the answer. The person who reached the top was neither a member of the Jie clan nor the World Spirit Guild, but a young man named Chu Feng. He actually succeeded. Gu Bo stood under the tower, looked up, looked at the blue light on the 6th floor, and his heart was overturned. Although he had seen Chu Feng's extraordinariness, when Chu Feng really successfully reached the top, he would still have an indescribable excitement. Gu Bo. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Gu Bo turned around and looked at him and couldn't help being surprised. It was the top powerhouse of the World Spirit Guild, Elderly. Elderly, why did you come down? Gu Bo asked in surprise. Have you seen that Chu Feng? Elderly asked with a smile. He's really amazing. When he was on the 5th floor, he wasn't affected by spiritual pressure. It's just that I didn't expect that he would really be able to reach the top. Gu Bo replied. Well, it's amazing. I'm afraid he's another amazing person. Elderly nodded, then looked meaningfully towards the 6th floor. elderly, it's just that Chu Feng had a holiday with the Jie clan. Needless to say, no matter what Chu Feng is, my World Spirit Guild is guaranteed. Such a person must be drawn into my World Spirit Guild. Elderly waved his hand and walked towards the palace, while Gubo, a reassuring smile finally appeared on his face. At the same time, Chu Feng, who was on the 6th floor, had already stood up and looked at the 3 green spirit fruits in his palm. His heart was indescribably excited. He could feel what the 3 spirit fruits contained. How powerful is this spiritual power? If this spiritual power is really useful, it will definitely be able to save Dandan. This kind of feeling. But suddenly, Chu Feng's expression changed drastically. He sensed something and felt something was wrong. He hurriedly stood up and took out the World Spirit Compass. After instilling spiritual power in it, all the pointers of the World Spirit Compass all pointed upwards. After Chu Feng carefully observed it with his mental power, his eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, could it be that there is still a 7th floor? Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 198. Eggy wakes up. Chu Feng was overjoyed. He could feel that there was a barrier entrance above his head, and as long as it was properly cracked, it might be possible to open this hidden barrier entrance. Strange, this is already the top floor, how can there be a barrier entrance? Is this Asura Ghost Pagoda originally a 7th floor, or is it the barrier passage leading to it? In addition to being ecstatic, Chu Feng also fell into contemplation. He felt that the barrier entrance that appeared above his head was not simple, because he had been here for 3 days, but he had never sensed the barrier entrance. Therefore, it can be said that Chu Feng sensed the entrance of the enchantment automatically, not Chu Feng through his own ability, which made him have to wonder if the entrance of the enchantment was some kind of trap. By the way, Eggy once mentioned the word Shura. As long as she wakes up, she may know the secret of this Shura Ghost Pagoda. Thinking of this, Chu Feng was in a dilemma again. Although he knew that this spirit fruit could save Dandan, he didn't know how to use the spirit fruit. Forget it, there are 3 spiritual fruits anyway, eat one and see if it works. Chu Feng did not hesitate, but picked up a spirit fruit and swallowed a few mouthfuls into his belly. Not to mention, the spirit fruit tasted really good, it was delicious and thirst-quenching, and even made Chu Feng feel that it was the most delicious fruit he had ever eaten. But he didn't know that the reason why he thought this spirit fruit was so delicious was not because it was really delicious, but because he hadn't eaten a grain of rice or drank a drop of water for a long time. However, not long after the spirit fruit entered his belly, Chu Feng felt 2 forces. One force merged into his mind and merged with his own mental power, which instantly enhanced his mental power a lot. And another force also poured into his brain, but instead of merging with his spiritual power, it penetrated into his spiritual world. It's Eggy's breath, this girl really isn't dead. The more excited Chu Feng became, because he felt Eggy's aura, it was Eggy who was absorbing the spiritual power contained in the spirit fruit, and under this circumstance, Eggy's aura became stronger and stronger, and gradually even Chu Feng, it can be felt that Eggy's body is recondensing in his world spirit space. Great, this spirit fruit is really useful. Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly picked up another spirit fruit and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. And after this spiritual fruit entered his belly, Chu Feng also turned his mind and threw his consciousness into the spiritual world, wanting to take a look. So beautiful. At this moment, Chu Feng could clearly see that in his vast spiritual world, there was a large area of faint green gas floating in it. This gas is very beautiful, like the rays of the sun, but with a faint green brilliance, it is now gathering in the world spirit space. Under this circumstance, the green light became less and less, and it was soon swallowed up, and the spiritual world returned to its former calm. What are you thinking? Come in quickly. Just as Chu Feng was stunned, a sound like a silver bell suddenly sounded in the world spirit space. Egg, it's Egg. Chu Feng's excited body trembled a little, his tender face was covered with a bright smile, and when he stepped into the world spirit space, the joy on his face was even more intense. Because in the center of the world spirit space, Dandan was standing there, still the black short skirt made of black feathers, with snow-white fragrant shoulders on top and straight beautiful legs on the bottom. The devil's figure didn't change at all. It seemed to be more attractive than before, and the pair of beautiful eyes on that sweet face were now curved into two sweet crescent moons, and they were staring at Chu Feng with a smile. "You're pretty good. You actually got the spirit throat. Who told you that this thing can wake me up?" Eggy asked with a smile. However, Chu Feng didn't say anything. Instead, he took a big stride. He came to the front and back of Eggy with a few strides. He opened his arms and hugged the seductive goblin into his arms. Then he said, "You girl, don't mess around again next time. Do you know how worried I am about you?" Being held tightly into Chu Feng's arms, a blush appeared on Eggy's snow-white cheeks. This girl was actually a little shy. However, she did not push Chu Feng away, because with her cultivation, if she wanted to dodge, she could completely avoid Chu Feng's bare hug. "You are enough. You must take advantage of this queen to a certain extent, or be careful that this queen will ruin you," Eggy said with a smile. And at this moment, Chu Feng realized that his behavior was a bit excessive, and he was still unfulfilled. He let go of the stunner in his arms and said with a smile, "Egg, have you heard of the Asura Ghost Pagoda?" Asura Ghost Pagoda? Have you heard of Shura Ghost Pagoda? Hearing the word Shura Ghost Pagoda, Eggy's expression changed. "I didn't hear it, but we are now in this Asura Ghost Pagoda," Chu Feng replied. "Really? Come out and let me see." Hearing this, Eggy was ecstatic and jumped up with excitement. And Chu Feng didn't take it lightly. With a thought, he cast his consciousness into the Asura Ghost Pagoda and swept his gaze around, letting Eggy see the environment he was in at the moment. "Haha, that's great. It's really Shura Ghost Pagoda. Where is Chu Feng, or is it the sixth form of the 9 provinces?" From Dandan's voice, she could be heard getting more and more excited. "It's the Jejo of the 9 provinces, Eggy. What's so special about this Asura Ghost Pagoda?" Chu Feng also became excited. He could feel that Eggy probably knew what this Asura Ghost Pagoda was. Unexpectedly, there is an Asura Ghost Pagoda in Kyushu University 6. It seems that this is a not easy place. At least there are extremely powerful world spiritists who have come here before leaving behind such a remarkable thing. "Chu Feng, you want to know, what is this Asura Ghost Pagoda used for?" This Asura Ghost Pagoda is a great seal formation. But what it seals is not a terrifying monster, but an extremely precious treasure, Eggy explained. "Treasure, where is it?" Chu Feng asked excitedly. "What floor is this?" "The 6th floor. No, the Asura Ghost Pagoda cannot have only 6 floors, and the Asura Ghost Pagoda has at least 7 floors. Looking up, there must be an enchantment entrance there." "That's right, there is indeed an enchantment entrance above." "So, does this Asura Ghost Pagoda really have a 7th floor?" "Of course, if I guess correctly, the treasure sealed in this Asura Ghost Pagoda is on it." Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 199, Mysterious Man. The treasure, what kind of treasure will it be? Is it possible that it is a strange soldier? Chu Feng was overjoyed. This Asura Ghost Pagoda is very extraordinary, so the treasures sealed here are definitely not simple, so Chu Feng can be said to be extremely looking forward to the 7th floor. Absurd soldier? Your kid actually knows this stuff. It seems that the queen is away during this period, so you have gained a lot. Eggy smiled and then said, "I'm not sure what's sealed inside, but what's sealed in this Asura Ghost Tower must be a treasure, and it's not impossible for a strange soldier. But no matter what it is, you can see it when you go in. Follow the queen's orders, set up an opening formation, and go to the 7th floor to see. Follow your orders." Under Dandan's command, Chu Feng began to arrange the opening formation. The opening formation, as the name suggests, was the formation of opening various seals, or hiding the enchantment. This barrier is really powerful, that's you, otherwise even a blue-robed world spiritist wouldn't be able to open this barrier at all. I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to sense it. Dandan instructed Chu Feng. Said proudly. "Dandan, can we successfully open it?" Hearing that even the blue-robed world spiritist couldn't open it, Chu Feng suddenly lost his confidence. Of course you can. Don't forget that this is the Asura Ghost Tower. All the power here comes from the Asura spirit world. When you enter into a contract with this queen, it means that you are half of the Asura spirit world. Whether it is the spiritual pressure here or the formation, they will not oppress you. Agi explained. Asura spirit world? Chu Feng was surprised and puzzled. You idiot, you think that the spiritual world is really just one world. In fact, the spiritual world is divided into 7 worlds, which are called the 7 spiritual worlds. Among the 7 spiritual worlds, there are different types of world spirits with different abilities, and it is very blunt to say that my Shura spiritual world is the strongest among these 7 spiritual worlds. Because my Asura world spirit is naturally arrogant, I disdain to make contracts with humans and serve world spiritists, so there are very few world spiritists who can sign contracts with my Asura world spirit. However, as long as it is a world spiritist who can make a contract with my Shura world spirit, it will definitely be much better than a world spiritist of the same rank, no matter what, but because he has the power of Shura, his world spirit, it's the Asura world spirit. Agi said very proudly. In that case, I'm not very lucky. Chu Feng said with a smile. What do you think? You must know how many powerful world spiritists are proud to be able to conclude a contract with the Asura world spirit, and to be proud to be able to conclude a contract with the Asura world spirit. But even so, there are still very few people who can make a contract with the Asura world spirit. If those world spiritists who have practiced for many years know that you are such a child who has signed a contract with this queen, they will definitely all tear you apart with jealousy. Agi said with a small mouth. That said, it is still a very dangerous thing to conclude a contract with you, and I have to keep it a secret. Chu Feng sighed. Of course, the world spiritist who wanted to make a contract with this queen back then was not a famous person, but all of them were rejected by this queen. If you let them know that this queen has entered into a contract with a hairy boy like you, they will definitely be so angry that they will come and kill you immediately. But don't worry, as long as you can restore this queen's strength as soon as possible, then no one will be able to hurt you. Agi patted her chest and assured. Actually, I want to say that since it is so difficult to conclude a contract with your world spirit in the Asura spirit world, the person who built this Asura ghost pagoda is really not easy. Chu Feng looked around and thoughtfully. He's not simple, but it's not as easy as your family. He has sealed 2 Asura world spirits in the body of a little brat like you, and even this queen couldn't escape. The resentment, but it can be heard from the side that Chu Feng's family is really amazing. And while the two were chatting, a beam of light suddenly appeared from the opening formation below, rushing towards the top of the Asura Ghost Pagoda, and an enchantment entrance appeared in it. It's successful. Chu Feng, quickly go in and let this queen see what's going on. Agi said excitedly, but Chu Feng had already left and jumped into the barrier. What's going on? How did the top of the Asura Ghost Pagoda bloom so dazzlingly? At the same time, the outside of the Asura Ghost Pagoda was boiling, and everyone could see that the top of the Asura Ghost Pagoda burst out with a dazzling red light, illuminating the sky and the earth like day. Such a scene appeared 100 years ago. Elderly of the World Spirit Guild was astonished. Because he had heard an old senior say that 100 years ago, the 2 supreme geniuses of the World Spirit Guild and the Jia clan were defeated one night, the Asura Ghost Pagoda suddenly changed, and that accident happened. Just like the scene at the moment, it is very similar. It can be said that it is exactly the same. Look, the blue light on the 6th floor disappeared. Could it be that something happened to the Asura Ghost Pagoda? Someone suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, everyone is extremely curious, but they can do nothing, because no one sitting on the 6th floor can step into it. For them, they can only wait for Chu Feng to come out, and then go ask for facts. While there was chaos outside, Chu Feng had already successfully entered the 7th floor. This place was completely different from the previous 6th floor. The surrounding walls were all translucent enchantments, and the enchantments were covered with peculiar shapes. The rune, the feeling that each enchantment brings to Chu Feng, is indestructible, and he cannot shake it. This barrier formed a path to guide Chu Feng forward, but soon, Chu Feng came to the end, and there was still a barrier at the end, but this barrier was obviously stronger and had a strange shape. Like a prison. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. The sound was so strange that Chu Feng couldn't help but take a few steps backwards. At the same time, Chu Feng was able to see a figure, like lightning. Before arriving at the barrier, after seeing Chu Feng, he danced and jumped excitedly, and shouted, "It's great, it's great, after 100 years, someone finally came here." Looking at the person in front of him, Chu Feng was full of shock, because the person in front of him was very strange, with pointed ears, like some kind of animal, his eyes were even blood red, and his mouth was full of stress-relieving food. Scary. Although he was a human in terms of appearance, his face was a bit like a monster, but the reason why Chu Feng was shocked was not because he was frightened by his appearance. But with such an appearance, isn't that the mysterious person who defeated the World Spirit Guild and the two supreme geniuses from the Jie clan 100 years ago? Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 200, Worshipping Eyes. Haha, kid, what's your name? At this moment, the mysterious man pointed to Chu Feng with joy on his face and asked, "Chu Feng, this is a monster. Its cultivation is unfathomable. It possesses extremely powerful spirit formation techniques. It is most likely a purple-robed world spiritist." "Don't be careless," Eggy's voice sounded in his mind, reminding cautiously. "It's really a monster. Can a monster be a world spiritist too?" Chu Feng was very surprised. Monster beasts are the same as humans. Ordinary monsters do not possess spiritual power, but some monsters have special bloodlines, or have eaten special foods, which can generate spiritual power and can become world spiritists. The person imprisoned in the barrier now must be a monster, and it's a monster with a special bloodline, an extremely intelligent monster. Otherwise, the technique of barrier cannot be cultivated to this level. Look, in that enchantment, there are many cracking spells, which are very deep spells. At least the purple-robed world spiritist can condense them out. It is likely to be imprisoned in order to seize the treasure here and cast it. Using powerful means, I wanted to leave here, but I failed. So you must be careful. The treasures here are not so easy to get. If not, leave here first. Eggy continued to remind. Hey, boy, why don't you speak? It's not because I was frightened by this uncle, right? Hee, the fang-toothed monster said to Chu Feng with a grin. Chu Feng ignored it, but after looking around carefully, he turned around and left. Although there is a big man in front of him, although he knows that there is a treasure here, Chu Feng also knows that all this has nothing to do with him. Because even such a powerful person was imprisoned here, Chu Feng knew that he was not qualified to come and get the things here. Hey! Don't go, kid, don't go. Accompany me to have a conversation. Seeing that Chu Feng was about to leave, the monster was obviously flustered, but Chu Feng still ignored it and continued to walk out, because Eggy kept reminding Chu Feng not to ignore it. It would definitely find ways to let Chu Feng help it left here, but if it came out, it might be detrimental to Chu Feng. Boy, do you want to become a blue-robed world spiritist within 2 years? This uncle can help you. Suddenly, such a voice came from behind Chu Feng. Tread, and after hearing these words, Chu Feng stopped his steps, because the blue-robed world spiritist was too tempting to Chu Feng, so he asked, "Within 2 years, let me become a blue-robed world spiritist? Are you sure you can do it? You kid, you must not know who this uncle is. Forget it, it's useless to talk to you too much." In short, this uncle has a method that can sharply enhance people's spiritual power and communicate with the blue enchantment in a short world. The power to become a generation of blue-robed world spiritists. And you are very lucky, because this uncle is now ready to teach you this method. The monster said with an oath. You and I are not relatives, so why did you teach this method to me? Besides, why should I trust you? Chu Feng was cautious, because he knew what a remarkable being held in that barrier. My uncle will never lie. You don't have to be afraid. my uncle will not harm you. I just don't want my methods to be lost in the world. Of course, if you can become a blue-robed world spiritist, I hope you can help this uncle, cooperate with the inside and the outside, and open the barrier that blocked me, so that I can regain my freedom. The monster saw Chu Feng like this. Be cautious, and no longer beat around the bush, but speak out about your situation and purpose. Alright then, tell me the method. Chu Feng thought for a while, then asked. Boy, after this uncle tells you the method, you won't abandon me and ignore it, right? The monster narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of shrewdness. Do you have any other choice? Chu Feng smiled faintly. Although he knew the person in front of him, but 100 years ago, he defeated two supreme geniuses, but at this moment he is not afraid of each other. Chu Feng didn't show any respect because he had absolute initiative. Only by controlling this initiative and overpowering the other party in terms of momentum, could he gain benefits from the other party. Haha, good boy, I had the courage to speak to my uncle like this, but my uncle appreciates you. This method is to use a special tool to temper your spiritual power. As for the location of this tool, I can tell you, but I hope you will come back to help me after you succeed. After I go out, it will give you greater benefits. After saying this, the monster's big arm waved, and the power of the purple enchantment emerged, and the enchantment map formed by a condensed spell was condensed in front of him, and Chu Feng did not neglect, but hurriedly put that the secondary map is in mind. Senior, if what you said is true, the junior will definitely come back to help you. At that time, you don't have to do anything for the junior, just treat it as the junior's reward for you. After clearly imprinting the map in his mind, Chu Feng only then did he put down his high stance and bowed down to give a big gift to the monster. Your kid can step into this place. It shows that you have some ability. This uncle is waiting for you here. The monster seemed to believe Chu Feng very much. Senior, this junior is actually very curious. What kind of treasure is hidden here? After thinking for a while, Chu Feng asked. Heh, the baby must be a good baby, but I haven't seen it yet, so don't worry about it, kid. Just look at me, and you'll know that it's not so easy to get. If I hadn't been smart enough to prepare enough food for me to use for 200 years, I would have been starved to death here long ago. The monster said with a smile. Hearing these words, Chu Feng was shocked. First, he was shocked by the power of the Asura Ghost Pagoda. Second, he admired the ability of this monster, and it actually prepared food for 200 years. It can be seen that it had expected it to be today. After that, Chu Feng didn't ask any further questions, but turned around and walked down the Asura Ghost Pagoda, but when he stepped out of the Asura Ghost Pagoda, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Chu Feng had imagined many kinds of scenes, after walking out of the Asura Ghost Tower, thinking about people turning a blind eye to him, also thinking about the cross-border clan fighting against him, and thinking about the World Spirit Guild extending an olive branch to him. But he never thought that when he walked out of the Asura Ghost Pagoda, there would be people in the entire square standing here, and whether it was people from the World Spirit Guild or the Jie clan, they all cast an admiring look at him. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 201 Bowding. He is that Chu Feng? Why is he so young? Did he really wait until the 6th floor? Exclamations continued from the crowd, because Chu Feng broke a myth and became the first person to climb the Asura Ghost Pagoda 100 years later, which made many people admire him. Even though the current Chu Feng is still very weak, his talent is destined to become a big man, and everyone who is here now is a member who witnessed the birth of this big man. They feel honored and feel pride. Especially Chu Feng's immature appearance let people know that he is very young, so they are even more surprised, because this shows that Chu Feng is powerful, and it makes them feel from the bottom of their hearts that Chu Feng's achievements in the future will be limitless. Suddenly, a path appeared in the vast sea of people, and some strong men from the Jie clan, led by the 3 elders, rushed towards Chu Feng in an imposing manner. Behind the 3 elders, they followed Jia Hengjia and the others. In the Asura Ghost Pagoda, Chu Feng beat up the juniors of the Jie clan. Although their aura had recovered a lot, they could still see Chu Feng. Maple scars. Jiaheng Jiagong, in the Asura Ghost Tower, attacked you, but he? The elder of the Jia clan pointed at Chu Feng and asked. Elder Hui, he's just Chu Feng, who is arrogant and doesn't take my Jia clan in his eyes. Jiaheng replied, his vicious gaze still swept across Chu Feng. Bring him to me. The elder of the Jia clan shouted in a cold voice. The few strong men behind him rushed towards Chu Feng. All of them were experts in the Xuanwu realm. Those auras gathered in one place and pressed down, like the invisible mountain. Even Chu Feng frowned. Chu Feng, I'll lend you my strength. Seeing that the situation was not good, Dandan wanted to lend her strength to Chu Feng so that Chu Feng could break through the siege. No need. However, Chu Feng chose to refuse. Not only did he not dodge, but he stayed where he was, waiting for the attack from the Jia clan to come. Dandan was surprised at Chu Feng's actions at first, but she, who shared everything with Chu Feng, quickly realized Chu Feng's intentions. Wow. Suddenly, a golden gust of wind blew up, and the several members of the Jia clan in the Xuanwu realm were turned over by the blowing people, like a scarecrow, and flew out. At the same time, 3 old figures also silently appeared in front of Chu Feng, for the sake of elderly of the World Spirit Guild. The surnamedly, get out of the way. This is a personal grudge between my Jia clan and this son. Your World Spirit Guild should not interfere. Seeing this, the Jia clan elder's expression changed greatly, and he pointed at elderly, who was extremely displeased. Shouted. Presumptuous, this is my World Spirit Guild, and it's not your turn to run wild here. Elderly also turned cold, way to sleeves, and thousands of people rushed out from outside the square. Surrounded the Jia clan. The surnamedly, you are really capable, and you are fighting with our clan for such an outsider. You are violating the Alliance's treaty and destroying the harmonious relationship between our clan and your World Spirit Guild. You are responsible for this. Can you carry it on your back? The elder of the Jia clan asked. Don't think we don't know the good deed your Jia clan did in the Asura Ghost Tower. Even if it violated the Alliance Treaty, your Jia clan was the first. Today, I really put my words here. Chu Feng, my World Spirit Guild is Baoding. Whoever of you dares to do something to Chu Feng, don't blame me for being rude to you. Okay, the surname is Li, but I want to see if you can afford this responsibility. Seeing this, even though the Jia clan was very upset, they didn't say much, but led the army to turn around and leave. After all, this is the territory of the World Spirit Guild, and they really didn't care about this assessment. Don't worry, even if your Jia clan doesn't come to me, my World Spirit Guild will go to you to seek justice. Elderly also refused to forgive. After the Jia clan left, the white robe assessment finally ended, but Chu Feng, who became the focus of the assessment, did not leave, but was invited by the World Spirit Guild in a very luxurious palace, and they have already prepared a good banquet to entertain Chu Feng, and the person who entertained Chu Feng is Gu Bo, who is the same generation as Chu Feng. Brother Gu Bo, this Chu Feng felt a little unhappy when he saw the sumptuous banquet in front of him. The World Spirit Guild not only helped him block the troubles of the Jia clan, but now they entertained him like this, which made him feel a little unhappy. Brother Chu Feng, don't be polite, you are worthy of my World Spirit Guild's hospitality. Gu Bo smiled at Chu Feng. Seeing this, Chu Feng already understood the meaning of the World Spirit Guild. They clearly saw their potential and wanted to win over Chu Feng to join the World Spirit Guild. This was a good thing for Chu Feng, so Chu Feng also no more pushback. But now that the assessment has ended, all the people who participated in the assessment have left the World Spirit Guild, and Zhuge Liang is still waiting outside. Chu Feng was afraid that his master would be worried, so he said, Brother Gu Bo, my teacher your excellency, it's still outside the World Spirit Guild, I think. Brother Chu Feng, don't worry, we have already sent someone to invite your master, and your master and apprentice will be reunited soon. Gu Bo smiled and took Chu Feng to a seat. At the same time, outside the World Spirit Guild, in the city where outsiders rested, Zhuge Liang was standing at the gate of the city, waiting anxiously. Have you heard that this time, a young man named Chu Feng climbed the 6th floor of the Asura Ghost Pagoda and won a ripe spiritual fruit? I heard that. I also know that Chu Feng is only 15 years old, but he is already at the first level of Yuan Wu, and his combat power is even more amazing. It is said that even the 5th level of Yuan Wu is not his opponent. That's right, the juniors of the Jie clan were swept away by him, and even that Jie Bufan was defeated by Chu Feng. How many? Even the Jie clan was defeated by him? Then he was too bold, right? With the heart of the Jie clan, he would never let him go. You don't understand this, right? Chu Feng's talent has not been revealed for 100 years, and he is destined to become a genius of a generation. The World Spirit Guild has spoken out and tried to protect Chu Feng. Now he is being invited to be a guest in the World Spirit Guild. The people of the Jie clan would not dare to touch him. While Zhuge Liang was waiting for Chu Feng's return, several white-robed world spiritists next to him were chatting with each other, and that Chu Feng, who was talking one by one, could hear Zhuge Liang's heart skipping a beat, so he leaned forward. He asked politely, "Several brothers, the Chu Feng you mentioned is from Lingzhou?" Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 202, Return to Qingzhou. Qingzhou? Although I don't know where that Chu Feng came from, but such a powerful genius must not come from Qingzhou, right? That's right, in a place like Qingzhou, how could a genius like Chu Feng appear? Several people glanced at Zhuge Liang, and then all shook their heads. Then, that Chu Feng is wearing a blue robe, with a fair face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, a straight nose, and a tender face. And he is good at a peculiar martial skill. He can control Yuan force, condense all kinds of golden weapons at will, and use it very powerfully. Especially when it condensed a golden longbow, the arrows are infallible, and even the 5th level Yuan Wu can't resist? Zhuge Liang continued to ask. This. I don't know what he wears and looks like, but he seems to have mastered a 5-stage martial art that can condense the form of a weapon. By the way, I heard that he is also good at a powerful martial art of movement, and his feet are raised. Thunder and lightning, extremely fast. One of them replied. Hearing this, Zhuge Liang was overjoyed, clapped his hands with his fists, and said, "That must be him." And this old man, listening to your tone, you seem to know that Chu Feng? Seeing this, several people asked, suspiciously. Looking at the curious appearances of the few, Zhuge Liang held his chest high, patted his chest and said, "To be honest, that Chu Feng is the disciple of this old man." Ha 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 ha. However, when Zhuge Liang said these words, the others burst into laughter, leaning forward and backward, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. Seeing this, Zhuge Liang's face was a little ugly, but he didn't know how to justify it. Although he was a figure that everyone feared in the Azure Dragon sect, but here, it was really nothing. No one else said, just said that he was talking to a few experts at the moment. All of them were masters of the Xuanwu realm. He couldn't find any sense of superiority here, because there are few people of the same generation here who are weaker than him. Look, it's a member of the Nazgul Guild. But at this moment, someone pointed not far away and exclaimed. Looking around, he saw a team of 100 people from the World Spirit Guild marching in. At this moment, even Zhuge Liang showed a look of awe. As a world spiritist, who would not want to join the World Spirit Guild and become a member of this behemoth, but the requirements of the World Spirit Guild are very strict, and it is not possible to join with a certain level of cultivation. What he requires is the World Spirit. Teacher talent, and to sign a special contract. This contract is equivalent to a contract of selling oneself, not only selling himself, but also selling off generations, and serving the World Spirit Guild from generation to generation, which has a lot of constraints. Therefore, this contract has discouraged many people who have the opportunity to become members of the World Spirit Guild, but like freedom. To Zhuge Liang's surprise, the group of people from the World Spirit Guild stopped in front of Zhuge Liang. For a middle-aged man, he looked at the portrait in his hand and politely greeted Zhuge Liang. Said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhuge Liang?" "It's me." Zhuge Liang replied cautiously, and his tone was very Hashan. He didn't dare to show any slights to the people of the World Spirit Guild. Even if the other party's cultivation level was inferior to him, he wouldn't dare. Congratulations, Mr. Zhuge, your disciple, Chu Feng, won the first place in the white robe examination. I have been ordered by the elders to invite you to be a guest in my World Spirit Guild. After confirming the identity of Zhuge Luyun, the attitude became more polite. You are really. And hearing this, before Zhuge Luyun reacted, the few people standing beside him exploded. And they were full of surprise, because they knew that this time they really did not recognize Mount Tai. As for Zhuge Luyun, he was full of joy, and he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Because he did not expect that the people of the World Spirit Guild would invite him so solemnly, which is a glorious thing. Of course, he was even more happy that the World Spirit Guild gave him an answer, that is, his disciple, Chu Feng, really became the first place in the white robe assessment. This is definitely a very important thing for him. There is light. Afterwards, Zhuge Luyun entered the World Spirit Guild, and elderly personally entertained Chu Feng and Elder Zhuge, and also invited Chu Feng and Zhuge Luyun to become members of the World Spirit Guild together. The most important thing is that the identity token they got is a very special kind, more similar to the identity of the Elder Kuching. Freedom is not restricted, but they can enjoy all the treatment of the World Spirit Guild, and the treatment is even more generous. This made Chu Feng and Zhuge Luyun very happy, especially Zhuge Luyun, which was equivalent to fulfilling an impossible wish and finally being able to become a member of the World Spirit Guild. After becoming a member of the World Spirit Guild, Zhuge Luyun was invited and decided to temporarily stay in the World Spirit Guild for a few days, but Chu Feng wanted to return to Qingzhou as soon as possible because of something. When he was parting, Chu Feng gave Zhuge Luyun the ripe spiritual fruit he had nourished in the Asura Ghost Pagoda. This made elderly extremely envious, because this mature spiritual fruit was very precious and was very important to the spirit. Power helps a lot. As for Zhuge Luyun, he was even more moved. He knew that he had accepted the right disciple, and the years of waiting were not in vain, because he accepted an amazing disciple. On the same day, Chu Feng left the Shura Guild and returned to Qingzhou, because after calculating the time, it was already close to Sumei's wedding date. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 203, Driving to the Void Sect. In the clear sky, above the vast white clouds, a huge bald eagle slashed past. This bald eagle is very beautiful and extremely fast. It is the highest quality bald eagle, and one of the gifts given to Chu Feng by the World Spirit Guild. Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the bald eagle, closed his eyes, and did not control the bald eagle, because this bald eagle is very human and understands the roots of Jiezhou and Qingzhou, so there is no need to control it, just tell it can reach the destination on its own. Are you gone? It was only after he flew out of Jiezhou and entered Qingzhou that Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes and swept his gaze behind him. Let's go, the people of the Jie clan are not fools. Knowing that the World Spirit Guild is secretly escorting you, they naturally dare not do it. Eggy's sweet voice sounded very touching. Unfortunately, only Chu Feng could hear this sweet voice. There are people from the Labor World Spirit Guild. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth showed a grateful arc. After he left the World Spirit Guild, the people of the Jie clan had been tracking Chu Feng secretly, but the World Spirit Guild had also dispatched experts to protect him secretly. Both parties were secretly aware of each other. Therefore, after leaving Jiezhou, the Jie clan and the World Spirit Guild did not follow him again. As for how Chu Feng was aware of it, that was because Chu Feng obtained great benefits after this white robe assessment. In order to win over Chu Feng, the World Spirit Guild not only presented Chu Feng with an expensive bald eagle, but also presented Chu Feng with some yuan beads and items beneficial to his spiritual power. Relying on those yuanju, Chu Feng successfully broke through to the second level of yuanwu, but this is not the main thing. The most important thing is that with the power of the spirit fruit and the items donated by the World Spirit Guild, he has already raised his spiritual power to 2. A very strong point, stepping onto a whole new level. Today's Chu Feng can already communicate with the power of the Grey Enchantment. His spiritual power is very strong, and the enchantment he has set up is even more powerful. Strictly speaking, Chu Feng is already a gray-robed world spiritist, just because of the current situation. For some reason, Chu Feng did not examine the gray robe. But in fact, Chu Feng doesn't have to take the test. After all, he has a gray robe of a world spirit on his body. Because this bald eagle traveled very fast, which greatly shortened the travel time, so after returning to Qingzhou, Chu Feng did not go directly to the Vermilion Bird Mountain Range, but came to a void mountain range outside the Vermilion Bird Mountain Range. Xiao Bai, wait for me here. On a cliff in the mountain range, Chu Feng stroked the huge bald eagle a few times, and then walked towards the mountain range. As for Xiao Bai, he carved it for this bald eagle. Name: Chu Feng's destination was a second-class sect in the Void Mountain Range. This sect was called the Void Sect. Although its strength was not as tyrannical as the Azure Dragon sect, it was only considered the last among the second-class sects, but after all, it was also a second-class section. Wait for this section. As for why Chu Feng came here, he just wanted to borrow some manpower, so he not only borrowed Dandan's strength, but also put on that gray robe to increase his capital. In the main hall of the Void Sect, the sect master of the Void Sect is talking with the two elders. Cultivation. And the two chief elders, although the cultivation base is not as strong as the Void sect master, are also masters of the Xuanwu realm, but suddenly, the closed door suddenly opened, and an elder rushed in. Lord Sect Master, yes, there is a distinguished guest coming to the door. The elder, sweating profusely and with a pale face, said in a trembling voice, "Your honored guest? Who is it?" Upon seeing this, the Void Sect Master and the two elders realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly stood up and asked in confusion, "It's me." An old voice rang out, and Chu Feng entered the main hall silently. Then he waved his sleeves, and the door of the hall was pulled up by a strong wind and closed. At the same time, a layer of gray enchantment power also condensed around the main hall, sealing everyone present in it. Gray-robed world spiritist. Looking at the gray robe on Chu Feng's body and the means Chu Feng was using, the Void Sect Master and the two chief elders exclaimed at the same time. Because the status of the gray-robed world spiritist is too noble, after all, in the entire Qingzhou territory, there are only two gray-robed world spiritists. One is in the first sect Lingyun sect, and the other is in the Qilin Palace. The status are very high, and he is a big figure in Qingzhou. The appearance of a gray-robed world spiritist at the moment will make people think of those two big men for the first time, so the people present are naturally extremely surprised, and even their nervous hearts are pounding. "This senior, I don't know your honorable name, why did you come to my Void Sect?" The Void Sect Master, after sorting out his thoughts, asked respectfully. The old man has no name or surname. "You can call me Mr. Grey Pow. I am here today, and I do have something to ask for." Chu Feng sat on the throne of the Void Sect Master by himself, as if he was the master here. "Mr. Grey Robe?" The Void Sect Master was once again taken aback, because he had never heard of this name before, so it could be seen that the man in front of him was neither the big man from the Lingyun sect nor the big man from the Qilin Palace. But he wasn't sure, it was definitely not the two big men in front of him, but no matter what, a gray-robed world spiritist was definitely not something his Void Sect could offend. So the sect master of the Void Sect smiled and said, "I don't know what Mr. Greypow is asking for, as long as it is what my Emptiness Sect can do, it cannot be ignored. I want you to lead the elites of the Void Sect to Suzaku City in 3 days to help me marry a girl." "Girl? Who is it?" "Suzaku City's youngest daughter, Sumei." "Sumei? Isn't that the one who is the son of the Shengguan family, Shengguanya, who is going to marry in 3 days? Hearing this, several people present were extremely shocked and looked embarrassed. The Shengguan family should not be underestimated. In terms of strength, it is actually stronger than his Void Sect. To ask them to marry the daughter-in-law of the Shengguan family is undoubtedly an enemy of the Shengguan family, which will make the Void Sect face great difficulties. But for a gray-robed world spiritist, their Void Sect would not dare to offend them. After all, even a first-class sect would be treated as a guest by such a big man, not to mention their mere second-class section. "Don't worry, I won't let you go to propose marriage as your real identity. After all, that means setting up a great enemy for you. You can disguise it, not as the identity of the Void Sect, but the identity of my Mr. Grey Pow. In addition, I will not let you do things for me in vain. As long as you are willing to go to propose marriage, whether it is success or failure, I will arrange a great formation in the core area of your Void Sect as a reward. Feng said lightly. And as soon as he said these words, the Void Sect Master and the two elders were all brightened up, with ecstasy on their faces. It is too big. After all, it is something that many first-class sects do not have. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 204, The Day of Rejoicing. 3 days later, there was a jubilation in Suzaka City, and all the dignitaries, nobles, and celebrities from other places returned to Suzaka City. Because today is a day of great joy. It is a great day for Shangguanya, the future owner of the Shangguan family, to marry Su Mei, the youngest daughter of Su Hen, the owner of Suzaka City. However, when the firecrackers were blaring outside and the drums were blaring, the atmosphere in a room in the city lord's mansion was unusually low. Su Mei, today, I put on a red dress. This dress is very beautiful. It complements Su Mei's sweet face to the extreme. However, letting the maid beside him dress him up, and the laughter outside, there was no trace of joy on Su Mei's face. On the contrary, 2 lines of tears rolled down her sweet cheeks. This made the maid anxious, and kept wiping for Su Mei, trying to help her with makeup, but the tears became more and more turbulent, until the makeup on her face was completely crying. Boom, go away. Suddenly, there was a roar at the door, the sturdy door was smashed to pieces, and the 2 guards of the city lord's mansion fell into the room and passed out. This kind of change made the maid scream in horror, but when the 2 figures came in, the maids froze in place. It was a man and a woman who walked in. The woman was wearing a white dress. She was very beautiful, especially her enchanting figure and charming face, which was simply captivating, making women addicted to it, and she was Su Mei's sister. Su Ro. Beside Su Ro, there was a tall and strong man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and dark skin. He was none other than Su Ro, and Su Mei's eldest brother, Su Hen's eldest son, Su Long. Su Long is 25 years old this year. He has already started a family and established a business. He has a 2nd-level cultivation of Xuanwu. As the eldest son of the Su family, he is away all year round to help the Su family and rarely returns to Suzaka City. However, after Su Long learned that his little sister was going to marry Shangguanya and was forced to marry, he hurried back. Big brother, elder sister, why are you here? Seeing these 2, Su Mei was a little flustered and quickly wiped the tears from her face. Little sister, go with eldest brother. Su Long glanced at the tearful Su Mei, and without saying a word, grabbed Su Mei's little hand and walked outside, while Su Ro followed behind without saying a word. Speech. Big brother, what are you doing, sister, let me go. Su Mei struggled to break free, but she couldn't use her strength at all. In front of his elder brother, his spiritual martial realm cultivation was simply vulnerable. Silly girl, you don't like that Shangguanya at all, how can you marry him? Big brother won't just watch you and jump into the fire pit. Su Long had already dragged Su Mei out of the palace as he spoke. At the entrance of the palace, he couldn't help but stop for a moment. Because in front of him, dozens of people appeared, all of them are the top experts of Suzaka City, for the sake of the city owner of Suzaka City, the biological father of the 3 brothers and sisters, Su Hen. What are you doing? Su Hen asked, coldly, brows raised. Father, I want to take Xiaomei away, I won't let Xiaomei marry that bastard Shangguanya. Su Long said loudly. Snapped, however, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud slap landed on Su Long's face. The powerful force just slammed the strong man at the 2nd level of Yuanwo to the ground, leaving the blood-red palm print on his face. As for this shot, it was his father, Su Hen. Go back to me. Su Hen pointed at Su Long and cursed angrily. Father, do you really want to watch Xiaomei and marry someone she doesn't like? At this moment, Su Ro stood up. She walked beside Su Mei and pointed at Su Mei's cheek road. Look, take a good look. Look at the tears on your daughter's face. Can't you see her reluctance? Can't you see her unwillingness? As a father, do you really think so, to ruin your daughter's happiness with your own hands, and let her wash her face with tears from now on? Su Ro's words were very harsh, and everyone present felt uncomfortable. Su Hen's eyes flickered, and he was speechless for a while. After a long time, he waved to the people behind him. These are Su Hen's confidants. They understood Su Hen's meaning immediately and left with interest. After they left, only Su Hen, Su Long, Su Ro, and Su Mei and their son were left here. Hey, Su Hen sighed first, changed his angry attitude, and said softly, Longer, Sharo, Xiaomei, father is really forced. Shangguan's family-owned Qilin Palace is highly regarded and has the qualifications to compete for the control of the Suzaka city, and Shang Guanyu broke through to the 6th level of Yuanwu not long ago, and he has passed me from the cultivation level and became the number 1 of Suzaka city. One person. If he wants to compete for the control of the Suzaka city, he will be the city lord. Our city lord's mansion will also be handed over to his Shangguan family. The results of our hard work for many years will all be in vain. But Shang Guanyu told me that he is old and no longer cares about the control of Suzaka city, and now he just wants to quickly get his 2 grandchildren married and start a business. So, as long as Xiaomei is married to Shang Guanya and the 2 of them get married as soon as possible, his Shangguan family will never compete for the control of Suzaka city. Father, why are you so confused? Then Shang Guanyu is an old fox. How can you believe his words? Su Ro retorted. Yes, father, he is clearly threatening you to marry Xiaomei to Shang Guanya, but when Xiaomei is married, he may regret it as soon as possible and fight for the control of Suzaka city. Su Long also stepped forward and said, What do you know, even if Shang Guanyu repents, as long as Xiaomei gets married, the Shangguan family won't be too hard on my Su family. As long as my Su family background is still there will be a day to turn over. Sooner or later, I will step into the 6th level of Xuanwu. Enter, then you can take back everything. Su Hen's face became solemn. Father, is it true that for you, the so-called foundation of my Su family is more important than Xiaomei's happiness? You can actually use Xiaomei as a bargaining chip in order to keep the foundation and bury your daughter's happiness with your own hands. Su Ro's eyes were also moist. That's right, for me, the foundation of the Su family is the most important. Su Hen replied. If that's the case, then there's no need to say more. Today, I have to take Xiaomei away. Su Ro grabbed Su Mei, and with a vertical motion, she showed a mysterious movement technique and ran away into the distance. Father, for Xiaomei's happiness, I offended you. At the same time, Su Long also displayed a tyrannical martial skill and blasted at his father, Su Hen. He wanted to delay time for Su Ro and Su Mei to cover their escape. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 205, Welcome. I know that your brother and sister are deeply in love, but everything has to be the bigger picture. Sooner or later, you will understand your father's painstaking efforts. However, for Su Hen, the means of the 2 of them were only a small trick of carving insects. They didn't even move. They only released the pressure of the 5th stage of the Xuanwu, and they disintegrated Su Long's offensive. Moreover, its powerful aura instantly enveloped this world, and with that powerful pressure, she suppressed Su Ro, let alone continued to escape. It was difficult to even take a step while walking, and she fell to the ground powerless. Father, let your eldest brother and sister go. I promise you, I will marry Shang Guanya, and I will marry him. Su Mei knelt down when she saw Su Long and Su Ro, who were in pain. Hey, Xiaomei, it's your father who's sorry for you. Su Hen was also full of pain, and it could be seen that his heart was not feeling well. However, he did not let Su Long and Su Ro go immediately. Instead, they used special means to temporarily block the strength of Su Long and Su Ro, unable to even speak. And not long after the incident, the wedding team of Shangguan's family came to the front of the city lord's mansion. Shengguanya rode on a tall horse, wearing a groom's clothes, smiling from ear to ear, because he was finally able to marry, and he dreamed of it. Sweetheart. And in this welcoming team, Shengguanya's eldest brother, Shengguantian, who had chased Chufeng down and jumped into the Longjia River, was also there. The most important thing is that at this moment, Shengguanshan is also wearing a bridegroom's uniform. His face is full of spring, and that smug smile is no weaker than Shengguanya. What's going on? How did you get the two groomsmen? Could it be that these two brothers are going to marry Sumei? People were talking about this strange scene, and they were all puzzled. Shengguanshan, what do you mean by Shengguanya? Su Hen led the powerful men from the city lord's mansion out, and he was also a little dissatisfied with the actions of the Shengguan family. Lord City Lord, what else can I do when my brothers are here? Naturally, they are marrying your daughter. Shengguanya smiled, but when he said this, he never even got off the horse, but instead looking down, he said these words to Su Hen. Sir City Lord, to be honest, I, Shengguanshan, have long been in love with your second daughter, Miss Su Ro. It just so happens that today is the big day for my brother Shengguanya to marry your youngest daughter Sumei, so why don't you have a double happiness and marry Su Ro into my Shengguan family? I will definitely treat her well, Shengguanshan said. But also did not dismount to speak. Fart, Shengguanya is marrying my young lady. That's because there is a marriage contract. What are you? You have come here to marry before you come to propose a marriage. You are simply robbing a relative. An old man from the city lord's mansion pointed to Shengguantian angrily rebuked. Presumptuous, I'm talking to Lord City Lord, how can you interrupt? Shengguantian was furious at the old man's rebuke, and he raised his hand and swung the whip at the old man. Humph, even at the first level of Xuanwu, you dare to act wild in front of this old man. However, facing the long whip that entrained profound energy, like a dragon and snake, the old man was not afraid at all. He raised his hand and grabbed the long whip tightly. Holding it in his hand, it turns out that the old man is a strong second-level Xuanwu. You rude little bastard, get the old man down. The old man was angry and wanted to drag Shengguantianzi down immediately. But before he could do anything, a big powerful hand was held on his wrist, and the powerful force instantly suppressed the old man's breath and sealed his back movements. Lord City Lord. The old man looked sideways and couldn't help being stunned, because it was his master, Su Hen, who stopped him. Su Hen first shook the old man, motioned the old man not to mess around, took a deep breath, and then said to the men behind him, Go, invite the second and third misses together. Today, my Su family is going to be with the Shengguan family. Double happiness is coming. Huh? As soon as Su Hen said these words, there was an uproar in the crowd, and everyone was shocked. If you talk about the marriage between Shengguanya and Sumei, it is a matter of course. Then Shengguanshan and Su Ro's marriage can be said to be unreasonable. This is something that normal people would not allow, let alone the city lord's mansion, the controller of the Vermilion Bird City. But at the moment, Su Hen not only did not panic, but agreed, which is too speechless. The domineering and mighty city lord in the past actually chose to bow his head to the two juniors today, which really made people feel incredible and puzzled. What's the matter, Lord City Lord, actually agreed to such a rude request from the Shengguan family? Someone who didn't know the truth expressed doubts. You don't know this, I heard that Shengguan Yu, the master of the Shengguan family, has now broken through to the 6th level of Xuanwu, while the city owner stays at the 5th level of Xuanwu. Although the Su family is still the controller of Vermilion Bird City, his strength has it's not as good as Shengguan's house. I believe that the early marriage of Shengguanya and Sumei was also due to Shengguan Yu. Someone secretly leaked. Is this true? Hearing this, people's faces changed greatly, and they were surprised, because it meant that in this Suzaka city, the real ruler was no longer the Su family, but the Shengguan family. For humans, it's a big deal. Although this is unbelievable, when Su Ro and Sumei, the two daughters of the city lord's mansion, walked out of the city lord's mansion wearing gorgeous bridal gowns, everyone knew that it seemed that the situation in Suzaku City was really serious. has changed. It's not good, Lord City Lord, it's not good. But at this moment, a panicked exclamation suddenly came from not far away. This exclamation completely broke the festive atmosphere at the moment, and everyone turned their attention to it. They could see that a guard from the City Lord's mansion was rushing towards the City Lord's mansion, but his body was already covered in scars and blood was blurred. What happened? What happened? Seeing this, Su-Han and the others hurried over to greet him. City Lord, there is a great enemy coming. One of them passed out after saying this. What? The enemy is coming? Hearing these words, Su-Han's face was full of confusion, and he couldn't help but turn his attention to Shang Wanya and Shang Wanchen. He was a little overwhelmed when he found these two. This made Su-Han even more puzzled. In fact, for his Su family, the biggest enemy is the Shangwan family, but if the Shangwan family didn't do it now, who would dare to attack his Suzaku city? Dong dong dong, choke choke bang choke, 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 but at this moment, in the direction where the guards fled, there were bursts of gongs and drums, which made everyone gasp, confused and filled with an inexplicable fear. Because the rhythm of gongs and drums is clearly a gesture of welcoming relatives. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 206, Grey-Robed World Spiritist. In the festive sound of gongs and drums, a group of people appeared in a mighty manner, some beating gongs, some drums, some blowing trumpets, and some holding a sign, and the sign clearly read two big characters, "Welcome." As for the costumes of this group of people, it is also very festive. From the outside, it does look like a team welcoming relatives, and this is where people are confused, because they can't figure out where this team came from, and who are you coming to welcome? The most important thing is that although this group of people are dressed up festively, they are also very weird. It is not because of anything else, but because each of them has a mask on their face, so they can't see their faces clearly. Stop, who are you? The guards of the City Lord's mansion rushed out, blocked the group of people from the City Lord's mansion, and stared at each other, cautiously. We are under the order of Mr. Grey Robe to come to marry the daughter of Su Mei, the daughter of the City Lord's mansion. One of the leaders roared. What? Marry Su Mei? Isn't Su Mei the fiancée of Shang Guanya? How could they come to marry Su Mei? Also, who is that Mr. Grey Pao? He even came here to marry the daughter-in-law of the Shangwan family on the day of the Shangwan family's wedding. He's simply slapping the official family's face in front of everyone. The crowd exclaimed constantly, and everyone was shocked by the man's words, and even the people in the City Lord's mansion were inexplicable and confused, but they were able to confirm one thing, that is this team, obviously to make trouble, yes. As for whether it was the Shangwan's house or the City Lord's mansion, it was unknown. Damn, dare to come to my Shangwan's home to make trouble, you are really impatient. Come here, arrest this group of people for me. Shangwan Tian was furious, and before the people in the City Lord's mansion could make a move, he ordered his men to charge at the group, but he only ordered to arrest them, not to kill them. As for why? That is naturally because today is a day of great joy, and blood cannot be seen, otherwise it will be very unlucky. Wow, however, before the Shangwan family's men and horses approached each other, I saw Wei to sleeves, and a strong yuan force descended from the sky, turning into several invisible blades, beheading the dozens of Shangwan family members on the spot. Moreover, the man's methods were very cruel, not only beheading the Shangwan family, but also beheading all the hands and feet of the Shangwan family. This scene shocked everyone and was very surprised. The onlookers couldn't help but step back, and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Because just now, they all felt that among the other party's men, there was a master of the Xuanwu realm, and a master of the third level of the Xuanwu. In addition, from the ruthless means of the opponent, people can be sure that this team is definitely not good. Anyone who dares to harm Mr. Grey Pao's good deeds will be killed. The one who just shot said lightly. At the same time, the hundreds of people behind him all put down the items in their hands and let out the powerful aura. There were actually 3 masters of the Xuanwu realm, and in addition to these 3, the remaining hundreds of people all at the peak of Yuanwu. My God, where is this sacred? It has such strength. The powerful aura swept in all directions like an invisible hurricane, and everyone present could feel their oppression. The Shangguan family and the city lord had a better say, but those dignitaries and nobles onlookers looked ugly. Because the opponent's strength is very strong, this is equivalent to the elite power of a second-class section. It is no wonder that the opponent dares to challenge the Shangguan family like this, because they really have some strength. What a man to kill, but I want to see what kind of person that Mr. Grey Pow is. Suddenly, an old voice sounded, and then a gust of wind swept past, and a one-eyed old man appeared in front of Shangguan Tian and Shangguan Ya. It's Shangguan Yu, the head of the Shangguan family. It is rumored that this person has stepped into the 6th level of Xuanwu and became the #1 powerhouse in Vermilion Bird City. I don't know if it's true or not. When the old man appeared, many people present couldn't help exclaiming. Even Shangguanchen and Shangguanya hurriedly jumped off their high horses, came to the one-eyed old man, and said respectfully, "Grandpa, if you step back, this old man alone is enough to kill this group of rats." Shangguanyu waved his hand, and then saw that his sword brows were upright, and his one eye was radiant, and the whole person's aura changed completely. I saw that his robes danced wildly without the wind, and the powerful aura gushed out from his body like a tide, turning into an invisible giant wave, which shot at the group of men and horses one after another. My god, he is really the 6th level of Xuanwu, and he actually stepped into the 6th level of Xuanwu. The powerful aura made everyone present discolor, especially the people from the city lord's mansion, who were even more surprised, and their faces became extremely ugly. Because this shows that Shangguanyu has really surpassed his family's city lord, Su Hen, in terms of cultivation, and his city lord's mansion has really lost to the Shangguan family. In fact, even the sect master of the Void sect panicked in the face of that powerful aura, because they could never have imagined that Shangguanyu had already stepped into the 6th level of Xuanwu. In the Xuanwu realm, every realm is like a gulf, which cannot be crossed by ordinary people. Therefore, he is only at the 3rd level of the Xuanwu realm. Facing the breath of the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm, it is like facing a huge wave that cannot be resisted. There is no escape. Unstoppable, only waiting for death. At this moment, all the people of the Void sect couldn't help but feel some regrets and began to retreat. Although they would gain huge benefits if they succeeded this time, they didn't want to lose their lives because of it. Humph, it really is a group of rats. Looking at the timid people, Shangguanyu raised his chest and snorted coldly. Although he was displeased on the surface, he was ecstatic inside. No matter who this group of people was, they all showed him his strength. Opportunities in Suzaku City. He knew that from today, the people of Suzaku City are no longer afraid of Su Hen, but Shangguanyu. The control of Suzaku City is destined to fall into the hands of his Shangguan family. Tips for carving insects. But just when everyone felt that the group of people was sure to die, an old voice suddenly came from the sedan chair. At the same time as the sound sounded, people could clearly see that in front of the group of people, a large area of gray gas appeared, and the gas quickly condensed, forming a barrier in the blink of an eye. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 207, Destroy Your Shangguan Family. Boom. The breath of the 6th layer of Xuanwu bombarded down, and the ground trembled, and the harsh roar was unbearable for many people. But when the ripples dissipated and the breath faded, people were shocked to find that the team was actually unharmed. And the reason why they were able to be unharmed was only because of the huge barrier in front of them, which was gray, but transparent like a crystal barrier. This is a barrier, that's a barrier. Suddenly, someone with discernment recognized the origin of the barrier. What a powerful barrier, it can actually resist the offensive of the 6th level Xuanwu powerhouse. How powerful would the world spiritist who set up this barrier be? Looking at the indestructible barrier, people exclaimed and kept guessing. The Shangguan family dares to take action against my people. I'm really impatient. At this moment, the door curtain of the sedan chair was suddenly lifted, and a figure slowly stepped out of it. When people saw this man's attire, they were immediately stunned, and some people were even paler. The gray robe was covered with spells, and under the sunlight, it also shone with faint fluorescence. The common people might not recognize such special clothing, but everyone present knew what it represented. Gray-robed world spiritist. Finally, someone exclaimed, and when he said this, it was like a bomb, making the world no longer peaceful. Almost everyone present couldn't help but take a deep breath. There was a look of respect and fear. Gray-robed world spiritist, what does that mean? Representing the most important figures in Qingzhou, because of such big figures, there are only 2 people in Qingzhou, and these 2 are enshrined in the 2 most powerful forces in Qingzhou. Right now, there is actually a gray-robed world spiritist, which really makes people think about it. The first thing people think about is which of the 2 big men this is. But after thinking about it carefully, I feel that it is wrong. After all, the 2 have their own names, and if the 2 of them have a fancy for a fake girl, they will definitely not use a fake name to welcome their relatives. It is more deterrent to clearly say their names. Force. But if the person in front of him is not the 2 famous people in Qingzhou, then that means that there is a 3rd gray-robed world spiritist in Qingzhou, which is definitely sensational news. Sir, who are you? Is there any misunderstanding between us? When Chu Feng in the gray robe of the world spirit walked out, even Shang Wanyu, who was still strong in the past, suddenly slumped. A gray-robed world spiritist, even a first-class sect, should be treated as a guest. Really, it's not something that his Shangguan family can provoke. There's no misunderstanding. I'm here today. First, I want to marry Su Mei, the daughter of the city lord's mansion. Second, I want to destroy your Shangguan family, by the way. Chu Feng smiled indifferently. After saying these words in an old tone, he waved his sleeves and said, "Do it. Kill." And as soon as Chu Feng's voice fell, one of the elites of the Void sect, under the leadership of the sect master, rushed in the direction of the Shangguan family. Seeing this, the strong men of the Shangguan family realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly chased after the group, because at this moment the strong men of the Shangguan family were all transferred here, and the Shangguan family were all old, weak, sick, and handicapped. If such a group of people are allowed to enter the Shangguan family will be destroyed. Don't worry, everyone in the Shangguan family is going to die today. Chu Feng stepped on the spot, and at the same time as he said these words, a huge barrier emerged, blocking the direction where the Void sect and others were leaving. Stop those chasing Shangguan family. At the same time, Chu Feng raised his hand towards everyone in the Shangguan family, only to hear a loud bang, and most of the nearly 1,000 elites of the Shangguan family were killed or injured, including 2 experts in the Xuanwu realm. This person is so strong. Seeing this, Su Hen frowned. Although the gray-robed world spiritist only showed the cultivation of the first level of Xuanwu, but just with the opponent's palm, he could have a premonition that if he wanted to fight, he was definitely not that gray. The opponent of the robe world spiritist. Boom boom boom. After that, Chu Feng thumped several palms in a row, not using martial skills, but pure profound strength, but each palm could wield amazing power, causing countless people from the Shangguan family to lose their lives. You are really deceiving people too much. I don't care who you are, I will not let you go today. Seeing his own strong man being slaughtered like this, Shang Wanyu was extremely furious, and the profound energy of the 6th level of the Xuanwu moved towards Chu Feng. Shang Wanyu was really angry. At this moment, he had no scruples and only wanted to kill Chu Feng, because he knew that if he killed Chu Feng, his Shangguan family still had a little hope of survival, but if he could not kill Chu Feng, then his Shangguan family will probably perish today. Therefore, under such circumstances, Shang Wanyu's offensive was extremely ferocious. His profound energy was revolving between his hands and feet, and every move could deliver a devastating attack. In particular, the martial skills he mastered were all extremely powerful. Chu Feng didn't want to reveal his identity, so he couldn't use martial arts, and could only use profound strength and spirit formation techniques to fight against Shang Wanyu. Fortunately, Chu Feng's spirit formation technique had already entered the realm of gray robes. No matter how fierce Shang Wanyu's offensive was, he couldn't hurt Chu Feng, and instead was blocked by Chu Feng one by one. It's so powerful, so powerful. Is this the power of a world spiritist? A gray-robed world spiritist is indeed a big man who can make a name for himself in Qingzhou. This kind of combat power is really terrifying. Yeah, his breath is obviously only the first level of Xuanwu, and he doesn't use any martial arts. Just relying on the power of enchantment, he can play Sheng Guanyu, who is at the 6th level of Xuanwu, in the applause. This method is not bad. Watching the battle between the two, people with discerning eyes can see who is stronger and who is weaker, and they are all shocked by Chu Feng's strength. Of course, they don't know that this is the talented young man who was famous in Suzaka City some time ago. Chu Feng, in their eyes, this is a real big man, a gray-robed world spiritist who has been practicing for many years. Old man, the 6th level Xuanwu cultivation is really a waste on you. While resisting Sheng Guanyu's offensive, Chu Feng would take action against the Shengguan family from time to time, and every shot would be successful. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 elites of the Shengguan family were buried in Chu Feng's hands. And at the same time, in the direction of Shengguan's house, tragic cries are constantly resounding. The Shengguan's house is being slaughtered. No matter men, women, young or old, chickens, dogs, ducks and geese, anyone who has a tone will face beheading, even if they are not careful. The little mice that passed by Shengguan's house were all picked up from the ground by the people of the Void sect and strangled to death. It's not that the people of the Void sect are ruthless, but that they received a death order, and the order given by Chu Feng, that is, in Shengguan's house, not to leave a living. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 208, Who is it? Su-hen, what are you watching? Why don't you help me deal with this guy? Seeing that his family members were killed one by one fell down, but he had nothing to do. Sheng Guanyu was a little mad, but in the end, in desperation, he had no choice but to turn his eyes for help to Su-hen and other people in the city lord's mansion. However, how could Su-hen take action? Not to mention that he would like to destroy the Shengguan family. Even if he and the Shengguan family were really allies, he would not take action in this situation. He didn't want to offend a gray-robed world spiritist. Su-hen, when the old man begs you, help me Shengguan's family, don't let my Shengguan family break up. Seeing that Su-hen was indifferent, Sheng Guanyu had to lower his stance and speak in a pleading tone. But Naiha Su-hen remained indifferent. Su-hen, this old man will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Finally, Sheng Guanyu gave up asking for help, but after shouting loudly, he unleashed an extremely tyrannical attack on Chu Feng. The powerful profound energy turned into a monstrous wave. The turbulent waves were several feet high, stacked in rows and pressed down. The power contained in them was enough to turn a mountain forest into a flat ground. It was obvious that Sheng Guanyu was really moving. Old man, are you finally serious? Seeing this, Chu Feng didn't dare to be indifferent. He quickly turned his mental power and kept setting up a gray barrier in front of him to resist Sheng Guanyu's all-out blow. However, just as the monstrous waves collided with the barrier, Sheng Guanyu's figure flashed, and he came to the side of Sheng Guanshan and Sheng Guanya. With a wave of his sleeves, 2 layers of profound energy rushed out. The powerful profound strength was divided into 2 sides. One side rolled up Sheng Guantian and Sheng Guanya, and the other side rolled up Su Rou and Su Mei, like a cage, locking them inside. No, this old guy is trying to escape. Chu Feng suddenly realized that Sheng Guanyu didn't really want to fight Chu Feng, but wanted to escape. Shu, as Chu Feng expected, after using special means to restrain Sheng Guantian, Shang Guanya, and Su Rou and Su Mei, Sheng Guanyu's toes suddenly touched the ground, and a gust of wind spread. When the gust of wind dissipated, Sheng Guanyu had disappeared, and at the same time, Sheng Guanya, Sheng Guantian, and Su Rou and Su Mei had also disappeared. Oops! Seeing this, Su-hen's face changed greatly, because Sheng Guanyu didn't escape alone. He not only took his 2 grandsons, but also took Su-hen's 2 daughters hostage. Thinking of his previous indifference, turning a blind eye to the life and death of the Shengguan family, Sheng Guanyu must have hated him to the core. Now that his 2 daughters are in his hands, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, Su Hen was completely panicked, and after dispersing his 5-layer Xuanwu breath, he wanted to chase after Shang Guanyue, but before he could leave, a forceful palm landed on his palm. Above his shoulders, he suppressed his breath. You looked back. Su Hen suddenly took a breath, because it was none other than the mysterious gray-robed world spiritist who stopped him. Honestly, stay here for me. I'll settle the bill with you later. After Chu Feng finished saying these words, he disappeared without a trace. And when Chu Feng left, Su Hen was already pale with fright, because he could hear from Chu Feng's words that this big man seemed very dissatisfied with him, but he couldn't figure out when he had offended him. Such a big man, but no matter what, he knew that he might be in trouble. Especially when he swept his gaze behind him and saw that the corpses of the elites of the Shangguan family were lying on their backs in a pool of blood. The fear in his heart was even more intense, because he had truly seen what it means to be ruthless. Such people are really terrible. At the same time, in the Vermilion Bird Mountains, Shang Guanyu was running wildly in the forest. His speed was extremely fast. Although he bound 4 people with profound energy on his head, it did not affect his speed in the slightest. Shang Guanyu, let us down, my sister can't hold it anymore. In the cage of profound strength, Su Ro was holding Su Mei's tightly. I don't know whether it was because the road was too bumpy or because Shang Guanyu's breath was too strong before, causing Su Mei's pale face and dry lips at this moment. She had already fallen into a coma. Shut up, stop talking nonsense, I'll kill you too now. Shang Guanyu was in a rage, and it was too late to escape now. How could he have to take care of Su Ro and Su Mei's life and death? But suddenly, a tyrannical barrier appeared in front of him. At the same time, several barriers appeared in all directions, and they were approaching Shang Guanyu. How is it possible that he followed up so quickly? Seeing this, Shang Guanyu realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly stretched out his hand. Su Ro and Su Mei, who were bound by him, wanted to use these 2 girls as a threat. However, a ray of light flashed past, and the profound energy that bound the 2 of them was broken. Not only was Su Ro and Su Mei gone, but even his 2 grandsons, Shang Guanchen and Shang Guanya, were separated. Out of his control. Grandpa, save me! Suddenly, a scream sounded, and when he looked at Shang Guanyu, he couldn't help but be shocked. His 2 grandsons were lying down not far away, and behind them, there was a person standing. It was the gray-robed world spirit. Division. You don't need to ask for help, no one can save you here, you are all going to die. Chu Feng smiled lightly, raised his feet suddenly, and only heard a bang. Shang Guanyu's head turned into blood under his feet, like a watermelon. It was trampled to pieces by Chu Feng. You bastard, I have to kill you. Seeing his grandson die like this, Shang Guanyu immediately became mad. Humph. However, in the face of Shang Guanyu's offensive, Chu Feng just snorted coldly, flicked his fingers, and a pale white gas swept through the air, not only passing through Shang Guanyu's martial arts, but also passing through Shang Guanyu's body was just one move, which made the 6th level Xuanwu strongman vomit blood and lie on the ground weakly. How is it possible? How is it possible? Shang Guanyu's face was ashen. At first, he felt that he had a chance to fight with all his strength, but just when the white gas penetrated his body, he realized how big the gap between him and the other party was. It turned out that from the beginning, he was doomed to fail. Now it's your turn. After defeating Shang Guanyu with the white tiger attack technique, Chu Feng did not directly attack Shang Guanyu, but turned his attention to Shang Guanchen. He turned to this man, who chased him into the sky and had nowhere to go, but today's situation has changed dramatically compared to that day. Who are you? My Shangguan family has no grievances and no enmity with you, so why did you want to kill my Shangguan family? Shang Guanchen shouted loudly. He was very unwilling to die like this, so he wanted to know who to kill his Shangguan family. In fact, not only Shangguan Tian, but Su Ro, who was not far away, was also staring at Chu Feng, because she was also very curious as to what this gray-robed world spiritist who destroyed the Shangguan family was. People too. Ha! Hearing this, a sarcastic laughter suddenly came from the gray robe, but after this laughter sounded, both Shangguan Tian and Su Ro's expressions changed drastically. Because the laughter was no longer the voice of an old man, but a voice of a young man. The most important thing was that the voice was so familiar. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 209 Animals. This voice, is it? Suro reacted immediately, because she was familiar with this voice, but after thinking about it, she felt that it was impossible. No matter how talented that person was, it was impossible for him to grow to this level in such a short period of time. As for Sheng Guanyu and Sheng Guanchen, they were also stunned. Although they could not determine who the person in the gray robe was, they could tell from the laughter just now that it was the voice of a young man, but such a powerful person, why? Maybe just a teenager? Today, I'll let you understand a little bit. Under the shocking and curious gazes of the three of them, Chu Feng stretched out his hands, slowly took off the brim of his hat, and showed his handsome face in front of the three of them. Chu Feng, it's actually you. At this moment, Suro couldn't help but exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flickering. Because she never imagined that the person who defeated Sheng Guanyu and mastered the power of the Gray Barrier would really be Chu Feng. The truth came too suddenly, making her a little unbearable. How is it possible, you are not already, but compared to Suro's unbearable, Sheng Guanchen's face was full of horror, because he clearly remembered that Chu Feng had been forced into the Longjiao River by him that day, and he should have died a long time ago. How could he appear here, and in such a situation, so powerful, in a short period of time? Looking at the shocked expressions of Sheng Guanchen and Sheng Guanyu, Chu Feng smiled indifferently, and said to Sheng Guanchen, do you still remember what I said to you at the deadly cliff that day? I told you that you should pray that I will die like this. Otherwise, I will definitely come back to find you. At that time, it is not the end of your Sheng Guanchen, but the end of your Sheng Guan family. Hearing what Chu Feng said, Sheng Guanchen's face was already ashen, and he finally knew why he had a bad premonition when Chu Feng jumped off the cliff. This little friend, is there any misunderstanding between us? Seeing that Chu Feng was going to attack Sheng Guanchen, Sheng Guanyu asked weakly. Misunderstanding? I have no grievances or enmity with your Sheng Guan family, but your Sheng Guan family insisted on putting me to death. What happened today is a debt owed by your Sheng Guan family, but the interest I received from Chu Feng was relatively high. That's it. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped his palm, and Sheng Guantian turned into blood. Following that, Chu Feng flicked his finger at Sheng Guanyu again. The white tiger attacked and killed the unparalleled attack. Passed by and took Sheng Guanyu's life. After beheading the Sheng Guan family, Chu Feng hurriedly walked to Suro's side, looking at Su Mei, who had a pale face and a humble aura. A look of nervousness appeared on her previously calm face. However, after observing with his own mental power, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Although Su Mei was injured, it was not serious. After resting for 10 days, she would soon recover. But even so, Chu Feng still hugged Su Mei from Suro's arms, took out some healing medicines from his Chenkuan bag, and fed Su Mei thoughtfully to help her refine it. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Finally, Suro, who had not spoken for a long time, spoke up. Chu Feng raised his head, and found that this beautiful woman with a fox face was staring at him with those charming eyes, and there seemed to be some grievances on her face. I have a world spirit in my body. I have signed a contract with her, and she can lend her power to me. My current real cultivation is the second level of Yuanwu. As for the first level of Xuanwu that I just showed, it was the power that the world spirit lent me. Chu Feng did not hide it. After all, Suro was his first woman, and he still trusted Suro very much. This is not the explanation I want. Suro's beautiful eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. Isn't this? Oh, I see. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then after thinking about it, he smiled and said, they are from the Void Sect. I promised to arrange a great formation for them, and they were willing to help me. Give your life. It's not like this either. Suro's face became more and more aggrieved, and she could even see a little bit of tears in those beautiful eyes, and her bright teeth kept biting her sexy lips. Then, what exactly is it? Chu Feng was completely at a loss. Chu Feng, you bastard. Suddenly, Su Ri waved her hand and gave a loud slap on the face of Chu Feng. After I received a slap in the face, Chu Feng was still puzzled. I knew that a person like you is a deceitful person. It was clearly said that I would marry Xiaomei together. Why did you only propose to Xiaomei today, but ignore me? Su Ro stood up and pointed at Chu Feng, told her grievances, and her charming cheeks were already full of tears. And at this moment, Chu Feng suddenly realized that after messing with the sexy beauty for a long time, she was jealous, and she was still jealous of her own sister, Su Mei. Dandan, lend me your strength again. Chu Feng shouted inwardly. Why? Eggy was watching the excitement and was puzzled by Chu Feng's intentions. Lend me quickly. Chu Feng was very anxious. Seeing this, Dandan had no choice but to lend her strength to Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng was her master, and she also wanted to know what Chu Feng wanted to do with his own strength at this time. Only when Chu Feng did the following afterwards, Eggy was completely speechless. Chu Feng stood up suddenly, wrapped his arms around Su Ro's waist, and took the beautiful Su Ro into his arms. Without saying a word, he kissed Su Ro's sexy lips. At the same time, the other hand was restlessly grabbing Su Ro's enchanting body. Bastard, let me go. Su Ro initially resisted, but Chu Feng's opponent, who was Chu Feng's opponent, was gradually completely captured by Chu Feng's gentle offensive. Right next to Su Mei, Chu Feng pressed Su Ro to the ground. The two took off their coats, and the two bodies were intertwined. Although it was forced at first, this time, Su Ro actually volunteered. Because from Su Ro's flushed cheeks, she could see the glory of her happiness. This time, she willingly gave her body to Chu Feng. But even so, Eggy still gave Chu Feng a comment. Beast. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 210 Advice. On this day, a strange scene occurred in a forest somewhere in the Suzaka Mountains. Two voices, a man and a woman, came and went, resounding continuously, sometimes sharp, sometimes deep, sometimes like 100 birds singing in unison, sometimes like a tiger roaring into the sky. And it took a long time for him to be called. Fortunately, no one passed by, otherwise he would be so frightened that he would be so scared that he would not be able to take care of himself, and he would become a disabled person with hemiplegia. The bodies of Lin Zhong, Sheng Guanyu, Sheng Guantian, and Sheng Guanya are no longer there. If I ask where they went, they were naturally disposed of by Chu Feng. Of course, their origins were absorbed by Eggy. On the other hand, Chu Feng was lying on the grass, with his upper body on his back. He was still holding Su Ro, a delicate beauty, in his arms. At this moment, on Su Ro's white and smooth jade body, a red bridal robe was blocked. When the breeze blows, the red dress will be lifted from time to time, and you can see her slender and snow-white legs, as well as the round and firm twin peaks, which are extremely attractive. But the most attractive thing is Su Ro's well-behaved appearance. Such a strong girl can only be so well-behaved in the arms of her lover. As for how obedient she was like a little girl, leaning obediently in Chu Feng's arms, and using those slender fingers to draw circles on Chu Feng's chest. Okay, it's time to wake up, or when Xiaomei wakes up and sees us like this, I really don't know how to explain it. After a long time, Su Ro gently pushed Chu Feng, but on that charming face, she did not know how to explain it. Written with regret. Then let's go together. Chu Feng said with a big mouth, baring his teeth, with a smile. No, Xiaomei is still young, you can't touch her. Seeing this, Su Ro pinched Chu Feng's arm fiercely. Haha, just kidding. Chu Feng smiled, then got up and dressed, and said while dressing, I'm a gray-robed world spiritist, don't tell anyone for the time being, not even Xiaomei. And Su Ro helped Chu Feng to tie his clothes and nodded obediently. Also, I will marry your sisters, but it will not be too early. My Chu Feng's behavior is destined to forge many enemies when I feel that I am not strong enough. I understand. Su Ro first gently covered Chu Feng's mouth, and then the little bird rushed into Chu Feng's arms, holding her charming face tightly against Chu Feng's chest and said, no matter what. How long will I wait for you to marry our sister? Hearing those words, Chu Feng also smiled happily, opened his arms and hugged this beauty tightly, enjoying this short ambiguous time. When the couple, Chu Feng and Su Ro, were in the Suzaku Mountains, when you were in love with me, people in Suzaku City were panicked. Outside the city lord's mansion, the corpses of Shangguan's family were full of blood and water stained the land red. Especially at the moment when the sun was setting in the west, the blood appeared even brighter in the afterglow. A timid nobleman passed by and was directly scared to death. But here, compared to the Shangguan family's mansion, it's nothing at all. There is really a river of blood. Just today, there are 13,240 people in the Shangguan family, none of whom survived, and all of them were killed. As for the person who did this, no one knew what his name was, but they knew that he was a gray-robed world spiritist with a well-known name, Mr. Gray-Robed. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Su Hen sat on the seat, and Su Long and the elders of the city lord's mansion also gathered here. They were all worried, but they didn't know what to do, because they were not only worried about Su Ro and Su Mei, but also about Mr. Gray Pao. After all, Mr. Gray Pao once told Su Hen in front of everyone that he had an account to settle with him, so Su Hen was very worried, especially after the Shangguan family was bloodbathed. He was really worried about what Mr. Gray Pao would do to the Su family. Lord City Lord, Lord City Lord. Suddenly, a guard ran in a panic. What's the matter? Upon seeing this, everyone in the hall stood up in awe, as if facing a great enemy. Beads of sweat on their foreheads involuntarily fell down. Little Miss is back. After saying this, the guard pointed to the outside of the main hall. Looking at the situation, everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed, only to see Su Ro, who was wearing a bridal robe outside the hall, holding a sleepy Su Mei, slowly walking towards the main hall. Second sister, you are all right, it's really great. Seeing this, Su Long was overjoyed, and hurried over to take Su Mei from Su Ro's arms, looking at it dotingly, fearing that his little sister would be hurt. Roar, what about Mr. Gray Pao? And Shangguan Yu, how is he? Su Hen also walked over, but he didn't really care about his daughter, but swept his eyes, cautiously outside. Mr. Gray Pao gave it to you. Su Ro didn't answer, but handed a folded note to her father. I'm tired. Let's rest first. After handing the note to Su Hen, Su Ro glanced at Su Hen resentfully before walking towards her room. Su Hen didn't say much about this scene. After all, he really did something wrong today. In order to preserve the foundation of the Su family, he almost ruined the happiness of his two daughters. Although Mr. Gray Pao came here today, he destroyed the Shangguan family and stained Suzaku City with blood, which was very unlucky, but in fact he didn't think it was a bad thing. At least Mr. Gray Pao helped him get rid of it. The enemy. After learning that Su Ro and Su Mei were safe and sound, the entire city lord's mansion was boiling. Although Suzaku City faced a bloody disaster today, his city lord's mansion was not injured in the slightest. Good news. Even if the Shangguan family had something to do with the Qiling Palace, the Qiling Palace would investigate, and the Su family would not be involved. Besides, the mere Shangguan family might not be worth the Qiling Palace to have a grudge against a gray-robed world spiritist. In the dead of night, Su Hen returned to his palace. He stood at the window and looked at the bright moon outside the window. What? But escaping is not always an option. Su Hen deeply understood the truth, so he slowly closed his eyes, first took a few deep breaths, then opened his eyes and opened the note. And when he saw the content of the note, his face changed for a while, from blue to purple to joy and sorrow, and after a long time he took a breath, and his face showed a mixture of joy and sorrow. Although there were only a few words written on the note, it revealed a lot of meaning. If you dare to marry Su Ro and Su Mei to someone else, I will destroy your Su family. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 211, Two Major Events. In Suzaku City, the story of the Shangguan family being slaughtered quickly spread throughout Qingzhou. Even the Qiling Palace, the ruler of Qingzhou, and the Lingyun sect, the first sect of Qingzhou, sent strong men to Vermilion Bird City to find out. The reason why they fought so much is not the survival of the Shangguan family, but it is so eye-catching. In fact, the gray-robed world spiritist who destroyed the Shangguan family became the focus of attention. There are only 2 known gray-robed world spiritists in Qingzhou, so the value of gray-robed world spiritists in Qingzhou is very high. All forces want to bring a gray-robed world spiritist into their own ranks. Even if they can't be drawn in, they want to make good friends and get involved in some relationship. But unfortunately, after that day, Mr. Grey Pow disappeared completely, and no one knew his whereabouts, but it was undeniable that this incident was definitely one of the 2 major events that shook Qingzhou the most. As for another major event, it was a major event that occurred among the thousands of sects in Qingzhou, a sect that could rank in the top 3. This sect is called Plum Blossom Sect. It has a very good relationship with the 2 overlords of Lingyun sect and Qilin Palace, and has a very strong background. The core disciples of Plum Blossom Sect, the weakest, are Yuanwu realm. Many of them have stepped into Xuanwu realm elders. Among them, there are countless masters, and it can be said that the strong are like a forest. The suzerain of the Plum Blossom Sect, Jinlin Plum Blossom, is a person who lived for 99 years old, with a cultivation base at the 9th level of Xuanwu, mastering several 6th stage martial arts and special means. Entering the heavenly martial realm, one of the most famous figures in Qingzhou. But such a powerful sect was slaughtered a few days ago. In the Plum Blossom Sect, there were millions of disciples up and down, none of them survived, and even the buildings that had stood for hundreds of years were all reduced to ashes. The magnificent Plum Blossom Sect turned into a sea of flames, and the flames were so fierce that even the palace master of the Qilin Palace and the sect master of the Lingyun sect could not step into it. Such a terrifying sea of fire reminds people of the sea of fire that appeared in the wilderness desert a few months ago. It is said that in the desert a few months ago, 100 years ago, the #1 master across Qingzhou, the old man in the sky cemetery. After the news came out, the Qilin Palace and Lingyun sect, as well as the major forces in Qingzhou, all sent strong soldiers and generals to find out, but they were blocked by the sea of fire and could not be approached. At that time, some people who did not believe in evil wanted to break into the sea of fire, but before they got close, they were smelted into ashes, and the sea of fire was still burning to this day. Even a storm 2 months ago could not be extinguished. It is getting more and more prosperous, and it is extremely strange. At that time, some people said that they once saw a man like a beggar walking out of the sea of fire, talking nonsense, but not getting any burns. This kind of news makes people feel flustered. How could someone walk out of the sea of fire that even the strongest characters in Qingzhou can't step into without harming it? So, this news was regarded as a joke and no one paid attention to it at all, but the strangest thing was that on the day the Plum Blossom sect was destroyed, someone also saw a beggar settling on the Plum Blossom sect. And after the Plum Blossom sect was destroyed, someone saw the beggar outside the Plum Blossom sect. And that beggar is harmless, just crazy. Some people were curious and thought that the beggar might be able to know some truth, so they went to ask him about the Plum Blossom sect, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the beggar disappeared, and no one even saw how he got there. As soon as this incident came out, there was a huge wave of rhetoric. Everyone felt that the fire in the wild desert was related to the fire in the Plum Blossom sect, and it was very likely that the mysterious beggar did it. For a time, various forces searched everywhere, trying to find the beggar, because he would not be a beggar, but a senior with great strength, at least in the Tianwu realm, and some people even suspected that he was a martial artist. Sir Wu Jun, if such news reaches the Jiang dynasty, I am afraid that even the dynasty will be shaken by it. That is a strong person who does not exist in the Jiang dynasty. Such a person will turn the entire Kyushu University upside down. However, this kind of thing can only be participated by the powerful forces like Ling Yunzong and Qilin Wangfu. Outsiders can only watch the excitement, so although these 2 news are shocking, but the second-class sects and the like are still sinking. Constant. No, the second-class sect, the Void sect, is still the same as before. The disciples should practice cultivation, and the elders should lecture on the scriptures. Only the core area is quiet. Because some time ago, the sect master personally ordered to renovate the buildings in the core area, all the core disciples were asked to leave the core area, and the core area was blocked. As for why it was blocked, it was naturally that Mr. Grey Pow kept his promise to set up a great formation in this core area to prevent the enemy from attacking in the future, so as to preserve the most important foundation. After several days of arrangement, Chu Feng finally completed a great formation. Although this formation was flawed due to insufficient cultivation and lack of mental strength, it still completely resisted the attacks of the three-layer Xuanwu powerhouse. No problem. In the eyes of the sect master of the Void Sect, such a great formation was simply perfect, so when he was excited, he also gave Chu Feng a great gift, 20 high-grade mysterious medicines. This is definitely a great gift. After all, the Void Sect is among the second-class sects, and it is only considered as the last sect, and it is far less powerful than the Azure Dragon sect. Besides, 20 high-grade mysterious medicines are extremely valuable to the Azure Dragon sect. So it can be seen from this that the Void Sect is really bleeding heavily this time. I am afraid they have not emptied their shelves, and it is almost the same. Sect Master, this gift is a little too precious. After all, your Void Sect helped me and suffered a lot of losses. It is right for me to arrange a great formation for your Void Sect. 20 high-grade mysterious medicines, although Chu Feng was moved, he did not immediately accept it. Hey, Mr. Grey Pow, this is not a reward for the formation, but a little meaning of my Void Sect's filial piety to you. I know that my Void Sect is a mere second-class sect, and it is not worthy to let you stay and be my Void Zone's guest. But I, the Void Sect, still hope to make friends with Mr. If possible, I hope to be friends with Mr. The Void Sect Master was also frank and expressed his true thoughts. Alright then, since that's the case, the old man should be respectful rather than obedient. Chu Feng smiled and put the 20 high-grade, profound medicines into the Qinkuan bag. The high-grade mysterious medicine is so precious, even if the World Spirit Guild wooed Chu Feng, it would not give such a generous gift. Of course, it is undeniable that the top-grade white-headed eagle that the World Spirit Guild gave to Chu Feng is also very valuable. The value is probably not lower than these 20 high-grade, mysterious medicines. However, how powerful the World Spirit Guild is, a top-quality bald eagle, is really a drop in the bucket, not worth mentioning. But these 20 high-grade mysterious medicines, for the Void Sect, may have accumulated for several years. Therefore, Chu Feng is very happy at this moment. He has a good impression of the Void Sect, and secretly decides in his heart that when he arrives in the future, he will definitely support the Void Sect. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 212, Void Dragon Blade. After arranging the formation, Chu Feng wanted to leave the Void Sect, but the Void Sect Master insisted on inviting Chu Feng to a farewell meal. Due to the fact that the kindness was difficult to accept, Chu Feng had to stay for one more day. On that night, the Void Sect Master set a banquet for Chu Feng in the most sacred place of the Void Sect, the top of the Void Tower. Sect Master, the shape of this Void Tower is really strange. I don't know who wrote it. Chu Feng looked around while drinking and eating. He found that the position of the Void Tower was very good. Sitting on the top of the tower, he could have a panoramic view of the entire Void Sect, especially at night. It was very beautiful. In addition, the construction style of this Void Palace is also very unique. The main body is like a sword hilt, but the main tone is golden. Under the moonlight, it glitters, but the golden color is not one, but piece by piece. Like dragon scales, golden dragon scales, very gorgeous. Viewed from a distance, it is like a golden blade inserted into the mountains, merging with the void, with the mountains and rivers, and the fusion is very natural. It can be called seamless, not like a building at all, more like it is the creation of nature. With the unique vision of a world spiritist, Chu Feng could see that the Void Tower is not simple, especially when he climbed to the top of the Void Tower and looked around. He felt that the Void Tower might be hiding some secrets, so he would like to know. Oh, this Void Tower was built by the founder of my Void Sect, the Void Master himself. In fact, the entire Void Sect is the work of his old man. The Void Sect Master said. Hey, when it comes to the founder of our sect, he is a generational figure, but Hay, mentioning the founder of the mountain, an elder in charge, could not help but sigh. Yeah, 1,000 years ago, the founder of our sect was a figure in the sixth of the aspects and the great continent. This district of Qingzhou could not tolerate him at all. At that time, my Void sect was also well known and extremely prosperous in the sixth of Kyushu. Today's Ling Yunzong is also far inferior. Unfortunately, at an untimely time, my patriarch met Qinglong Daoist, the founder of Qinglong sect, and the two had a grudge against each other. They fought at the top of the dynasty, and finally lost to Qinglong Daoist. Since then, my patriarch has been stunned and finally hated the Void Mountains. To this day, people only remember the founder of the Azure Dragon sect 1,000 years ago, the invincible Qinglong Taoist. But no one remembers that the founder of my Void sect was also a well-known figure in that era. Otherwise, my Void sect would not have been lonely in this kind of field. Another head of the elders sighed again and again. It's useless to complain. In every era, people will only remember the strongest person. It can only be said that our ancestors, teachers and students were not at the right time, and they met the evil-looking opponent of Daoist Qinglong. Besides, my Void sect is lonely, and I can't blame the patriarch. The patriarch has already said that he kept the unique martial arts he created in this Void Hall, waiting for the disciples who are destined to come and get it. It's because I'm incompetent, unable to comprehend the unique skills left by the patriarch, otherwise how could the Void sect be so lonely? The sect is not about how powerful the founder of the sect is, but whether the younger generations can surpass the elders, and whether the sect can become more and more prosperous. If not, the Azure Dragon sect wouldn't fall into such a field. How could Lingyun sect become the first sect in Qingzhou? The Void sect master shook his head helplessly. A unique martial skill? Hearing these 4 words, Chu Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, I don't know what kind of unique martial skill the founder of your sect left behind. Upon seeing this, the 2 chief elders were stunned for a moment, and then they were a little embarrassed. On the contrary, the sect master of the Void sect smiled lightly and said, my family's founder was a master of the heavenly martial realm back then. Although he was not as famous as Qinglong Daoist, he was also one of the top 10 people in the entire Kyushu University at that time. And his old man, when he was old, realized the way of martial arts and created a unique martial art, the Void Dragon Blade. This Void Dragon Blade is a rank 7 martial skill, but it is said that if it is cultivated to the highest level, it is comparable to a rank 8 martial skill. Speaking of this Void Dragon Blade, this Void sect master is ecstatic, spitting, and his face is full of brilliance. Everyone can see that he is very excited, but this kind of high emotion is talking about at the last sentence. I suddenly lost my breath. Unfortunately, this Void Dragon Blade has only been waved in the hands of my ancestor. Although its power is recorded in the annals of the sect, no one has seen what it is like. The Void sect master helpless. Hey, maybe it's just a legend. After all, who can remember what happened 1,000 years ago so clearly? One of the head elders gave a wry smile. Impossible, the Void Dragon Blade must exist, and the deeds of the founder are all real. Another elder suddenly stood up, a little excited. Presumptuous, in front of the gentleman, what kind of manners do you have? Feeling that the atmosphere was not good, the Void sect master was angry. Hey, let's not mention those past events. We won't go home if we don't get drunk today. Seeing this, Chu Feng raised his wine glass, wanting to round up the scene, but these 3 naturally didn't dare not give face, and gave a large bowl of wine to him in one gulp. Done. That night, the 4 people present drank a lot, especially the Void sect master and the 2 elders, who were really drunk, but Chu Feng was not drunk. In the dead of night, Chu Feng quietly returned to the Void Pagoda. Since this Void Pagoda was a holy place for the Void sect, not only did no one live here on weekdays, but on the contrary, elders and disciples were not allowed to step on them. Enter. Therefore, no one knows that Chu Feng is here. At this moment, the gate of the Void Tower is locked, and there is a mechanical formation, but for Chu Feng, who is a gray-robed world spiritist, it is extremely simple. Just a small the enchantment array can easily open the big lock without any damage. After successfully entering the Void Tower, Chu Feng took out the World Spirit Compass, expanded his spiritual power, and began to search carefully. As for what to look for? Naturally, it is the martial arts stunt left by the Void Real Man, the Void Dragon Blade. Asura Valkyrie. Susie read with you. Chapter 213, Void Real Man. The Void Dragon Blade is in this Void Tower. But since 1,000 years ago, after the founder of the Void Sect, True Void, no one in the Void Sect has mastered this martial skill. In fact, no one has seen what this martial skill looks like. Using the means of a world spiritist, Chu Feng searched up and down the Void Tower several times, but he still could not find the trace of the Void Dragon Blade, which made Chu Feng feel sad. Because from the perspective of a world spiritist, he could see that this Void Tower is very special, and he knew what must be hidden in it. After listening to the words of the sect master, Chu Feng felt that most of what was hidden here was the Void Dragon Blade, but right now, Chu Feng was unable to find it, which naturally made him very anxious. After all, the Void Dragon Blade is not a simple martial skill, but was created by a master of the heavenly martial realm. It is a 7th rank martial skill that does not exist in Qingzhou today. It is not a simple 7th rank martial skill, but a 7th rank martial skill that is infinitely close to the 8th rank martial skill. Martial arts. Since Chu Feng knew about such a martial skill, he naturally wanted to get it, because as long as he mastered this martial skill, it would undoubtedly be one of his life-saving trump cards in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Feng searched carefully again, but he searched for a night, but he still found nothing, not to mention the cultivation method of the Void Dragon Blade. He couldn't even find a single hair. Could it be that Chu Feng, really want to miss the Void Dragon Blade? Standing on the top of the Void Tower, Chu Feng looked at the faint rays of light blooming in the east, and he was full of regrets. For a whole night, Chu Feng really did his best to use all the means he could use. Therefore, the overall situation has now been decided. Even if Chu Feng spends more time searching, it will be in vain. In Dandan's words, Chu Feng's ability and mental strength were not enough, so he couldn't understand everything hidden in the Void Tower. But when Chu Feng's mental power has grown to the point where he can see through this Void Tower, how useful will the 7th rank martial skill be to Chu Feng? You are not a disciple of the Void Sect. Suddenly, an old voice came from behind Chu Feng. Who is it? Hearing this voice, Chu Feng was startled. He first jumped forward and jumped several dozen meters before turning around and swept his eyes behind him. And it didn't matter when he saw it, Chu Feng was suddenly startled, and a pale old man was standing behind him. The old man was short in stature, with wrinkles all over his face, and his appearance was not surprising at all, but he exuded a unique aura, a kind of aura that can only be possessed after reaching a certain level of martial arts. The most important thing is that the old man's body is translucent, which shows that he is not a complete life, but a spiritual consciousness that can escape Chu Feng's spiritual power. Chu Feng, be careful, this is the divine consciousness of a strong person in the heavenly martial realm. Although it has become extremely weak after years of running in, it is still not to be underestimated, Dandan reminded nervously. Senior, I don't know who you are. Chu Feng asked respectfully. There would not be such a powerful consciousness here for no reason, so Chu Feng immediately thought of a person, that is the founder of this Void section. Void reality. Although it is unbelievable that the divine consciousness of a powerhouse in the heavenly martial realm can survive for 1,000 years, the only thing Chu Feng can think of right now is this one. I didn't expect that after waiting for so long, I finally waited for a person with good aptitude, but not for my section. Hey, that's all, maybe this is God's will. The old man did not answer Chu Feng's words, but sighed helplessly. Only then said to Chu Feng, Boy, I will dictate to you the cultivation method of the Void Dragon Blade. As for how much you can remember, and whether you can cultivate successfully, then you will fully display your talents and good fortune. After that, the old man told Chu Feng about the cultivation method, and Chu Feng hurriedly listened carefully and kept all of this in his heart. In fact, the old man only spoke 100 sentences in total, but each sentence was very subtle. To fully comprehend, it requires a very high level of comprehension. When the old man finished speaking, Chu Feng was extremely overjoyed, because Chu Feng knew that what the old man dictated to him must be, there is no doubt about the Void Dragon Blade. Junior, thank you Senior for teaching the secret skills. After keeping the cultivation method in his heart, Chu Feng gave him a great gift. Don't thank me, the old man just doesn't want my stunt to be lost. Besides, if you have nothing else to do, just leave, don't disturb my peace again. After that, the old man waved his sleeves and disappeared without leaving behind a trace. Dandan, do you think this old man is a real person from the void? Chu Feng asked while walking outside the void tower. It's most likely him. Egi replied. But, didn't you say that the survival time of divine consciousness is limited, and the divine consciousness of a strong Tianwu realm cannot survive for 1,000 years at all? Chu Feng asked inexplicably. That's what I said, but there are always exceptions to everything. Although the divine sense still holds a certain amount of power, it is an incorporeal body after all, and it can prolong the survival time through special treasures or means. This void tower is so special, perhaps because it can make the consciousness of the void real man survive longer. However, I think that the reason why this void master let his spiritual consciousness survive, in addition to not wanting to lose his stunt, is more for his own sake. Egi said. For his own sake, I don't know how to say this? Chu Feng became more curious. When you learned about the void real man, the first thing that came to your mind was to get his stunt, the void dragon blade. But the first thing I thought of was to absorb the origin of his remains, but for now, I dismissed that idea. Egi replied with a smile. What do you mean? Chu Feng suddenly realized. That's right, this Master Void should be guarding his remains. He didn't want even his origin to be taken away by a world spiritist after his death, so he used special means to keep his spiritual consciousness alive. But looking at his appearance, it is estimated that he won't be able to support him for long. Within 2 years, it will definitely dissipate completely. At that time, it will not be too late for us to come and take away his origin. Egi laughed wickedly. You girl. Chu Feng could only express helplessness regarding Egi's thoughts. Because he thought that when he left, the Void Sect Master would definitely send him off in person, so after Chu Feng left the Void Tower, he did not leave directly, but first returned to the palace where he rested. Why is he here? Could it be that I infiltrated the Void Tower and was discovered? However, before Chu Feng approached the palace, he couldn't help being stunned, because he discerned with his spiritual power that the sect master of the Void Sect was standing at the door of his palace and was very anxious. P.S. It's over, I've been scammed. I didn't say that the call would explode in 5 chapters. It was Shobai's bastard who made an assertion, but the update came late, making everyone wait so hard. In order to apologize, the bees will stay up late. Words, as for how many chapters one can update, I will decide again. In short, I will go to bed if I can't stand it, and I will continue to code. Okay. Here is our sharing for today. If you like Susie channel, you are welcome to click, subscribe, follow, share, forward our channel. Your support is our driving force. See you next time.